Chapter 1 Young Master, what are you doing here? Jiquan City, Dragon Gate Hotel. In a VIP private room, Wang Yi was wearing a plain casual suit, kneeling on one knee, with those words from the beautiful girl in front of him. His hand, which was handing out flowers, froze awkwardly in midair. Xiao Han, I heard that you're celebrating your birthday today. Lin Xiaohan glanced at Wang Yi scornfully and casually ruffled her hair that hung down to her shoulders. She didn't even look at the bouquet Wang Yi handed over and walked straight past him. I don't remember inviting you, right? I heard your girlfriend say that today you are planning to hold a birthday banquet at the Dragon Gate Hotel. That's enough. My boyfriend is coming later. I don't want him to misunderstand. You go. Hearing Lin Xiaohan's words, Wang Yi froze in place. Boyfriend. The two of them went to college together in Jichuan City, each holding a good feeling. Has been in a full 2 years of objects. The result is that Lin Xiaohan went out for a month of internship and came back, and said to himself that she has a boyfriend? Who is that person? Xiao Han? Wang Yi excitedly rushed forward and grabbed Lin Xiaohan's arm. Ouch! Lin Xiaohan frowned and let out a cry of pain, and Wang Yi then realized that he had lost his temper. Sorry, Xiao Han, I'm not. You go away. Wang Yi was sternly snapped at by Lin Xiaohan and resentfully took 2 steps back, just like an aggrieved child. Are you Xiao Han's father? What does she do that she still has to report to you? It's none of your business if she's dating Xiao Han. This kind of man, TSK, split up before it's too late, so as not to suffer in the future. Behind Lin Xiaohan, those friends and girlfriends who were called by her to participate in the birthday banquet together, unified their tone of voice and sneered at Wang Yi. Wang Yi clenched his fists, lowered his head, and didn't say a word. He and Lin Xiaohan at the object of 2 whole years. Is she moved to love themselves or not qualified to ask a sentence? It is to break up also want to know a face-to-face, right? Or openly playing 2 umbrellas. Treat yourself as a fool to play? See, Wang Yi has not left the intention. Lin Xiaohan face impatient looked more and more obvious, but do not wait for her to speak. Behind the group of students consciously voice. Other people, Mr. Yang has a car, a house and a deposit. Much better than you. What can a poor bastard like you give her? If you really want to do it for Xiao Han's sake, get out while you still can. Right. It's impossible for a like you to make her happy. Don't delay Xiao Han's future. Wang Yi finally raised his head and looked at Lin Xiaohan expressionlessly. 2 years. These 2 years. So that's how you see me? Lin Xiaohan thought of these 2 years that the two of them had spent together, and a trace of intolerance flashed across her face. Soon, she saw the wrinkled and worn-out suit on Wang Yi again, and she no longer felt half guilty. I'm sorry, you're a good person. Wang Yi's body paused. The last bit of reluctance in his heart faded away, and he turned around and prepared to leave. Why are you leaving? At this time, a lazy voice came from outside the door. Come, be a friend, Mr. Yang, dear? Lin Xiaohan and the others in the box greeted the visitor in unison. Today is my woman's birthday. Anyone who comes to support her is giving me Yang Jian face. My treat. Yang Jian's words caused a burst of applause in the box, as expected of Mr. Yang, trenchant. Yang Gongzi is truly a generous man. What's the point of still inviting that kid? Dragon Gate Hotel is one of the few 5-star hotels in Jiquan City. It's strangely expensive. Regarding Yang Jian's idea of preparing to invite even Wang Yi together, some people felt unworthy for Yang Jian. It's just a small amount of money. Yang Jian skimmed his mouth, displaying a generous look. He walked straight towards Lin Xiaohan while pulling out a small box. Little Han, happy birthday. Yang Jian opened the box in front of Lin Xiaohan, revealing a gemstone necklace. Gosh, it's a ruby. TSK, look at this weight, this color. It won't come down without tens of millions. You'll be blessed in the future. Little Han. The people in the box congratulated Lin Xiaohan. Lin Xiaohan took the necklace, revealing a victorious smile, looking towards Wang Yi with a why don't you get lost meaning in her eyes. Yang Jian also looked towards Wang Yi. The amount of temperament he just showed was just the calmness of a strong man. The reason why he made a show of retaining Wang Yi was actually because he liked to see losers hanging their heads in shame the most. This little brother. What gift do you have for little Han? Wang Yi was silent, and the people around him revealed mocking looks. A handful of flowers? It wasn't even a valuable variety. I guess it was randomly picked from the roadside flower beds. Don't pay for it. This gentleman, there are already guests inside. Suddenly the waiter's somewhat difficult voice came from outside the door. No matter, I'm just looking for someone. The visitor ignored the waiter's obstruction and pushed the door in generously. Jian Yang was about to scold the impolite intruder when suddenly he revealed a surprised expression. Mr. Zhang? The others in the box were also too scared to move. Zhang Hu, the leading boss of the underground world in Jiquan City, regardless of whether it was on the bright side or the dark side. As long as one was hanging out in Quarter Spring City, they all knew an unspoken rule. It's better to mess with the mayor than to mess with Tiger Zhang. In Jiquan City, Maybe Tiger Zhang can't help you with anything, but he can make you unable to do anything. Tiger, brother Tiger, may I ask what you're here for? Yang Jian immediately put on a groveling stance and gave Zhang Hu a pleasing smile, but no one in the box was surprised. They weren't even qualified to go up and grovel a handful of times. You are? Zhang Hu coldly glanced at Jin Yang. Just this glance had already caused a cold sweat to baze over his back. You forgot? I'm Yang's real estate Xiaoyang sheltered company went public thanks to your care. I even invited you to dinner. Don't recognize, get lost. 4 words, not the slightest bit of mercy, but Yang Jian did not even dare to put a fart, wiped the sweat on his forehead, quietly retreated to the side. Right at this moment, the Zhang Hu who scared the entire box into silence, actually made a move that made their eyeballs drop to the ground. Zhang Hu bowed 90 degrees to the door. Elder Wang, the lord you mentioned is right here. Elder Wang? What kind of person is that? Could actually make that Zhang Hu, who didn't even give a damn about the mayor. Be careful? And listening to Zhang Hu's words, it seemed that there was an even more impressive figure than Elder Wang. They no longer dared to think about it. In their shallow life experiences, the knowledge to explain the current situation did not exist. An old man wearing a black Han suit slowly walked into the box, but no one dared to look down on the visitor because of that ancient outfit. The old man stood beside Zhang Hu, and with just one glance, he could tell the difference between a true dragon and a fish or shrimp. Compared to Zhang Hu, who was full of hostility and viciousness, the old man gave people an impression as if he was as calm as a breeze, but the underlying meaning contained therein was the precipitation of history. The old man slowly came in front of Wang Yi and was respectful. Young master, chapter 2 like. For a moment, the brains of everyone present were in a state of downtime. Young master? What did this Wang Lao call Wang Yi? What made them even more enraged was that Wang Yi seemed to take it for granted, and even revealed a faint sense of impatience. What are you doing here? Just this? Wang Yi's attitude made everyone's eyelids jump uncontrollably. For the big shot who could make Zhang Hu grovel, Wang Yi, that actually dared to use an impatient attitude to faintly return a sentence of, what are you doing here? Does this kid not want to live? The people in the box coincidentally recalled this sentence. This was especially true of Ling Xiaohan. She had been with Wang Yi for 2 whole years. What kind of behavior was Wang Yi? Could she not know? 2 sets of clothes a week to change to wear. Treat yourself to dinner is only $10 a bowl of spicy hot. Punch a phone bill to borrow money from themselves. 2 years after enrollment, before Wang Yi gathered the courage to confess to himself, she did not realize that there is such an inconspicuous boy in the class. That is, I was stupid and naive. Looking at the courage of Wang Yi to confess to his face, produced 2 points of goodwill, only, and he is dating 2 now. A month before that, Lin Xiaohan had met Yang Jian at her internship place. Since then, she had felt that her previous life had been in vain. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Wang Yi, on the other hand, didn't have any money. Yang Jian invites her to high-class Western restaurants, he drives her to and from work every day in a high-class car, he buys her brand-name clothes and cosmetics. And Wang Yi? Wang Yi was frugal and could only treat himself to a buffet hot pot once a week, and he usually didn't go out of school at all, and didn't even own a bicycle, let alone one with 4 wheels. As for luxury goods, that was even more unthinkable. In front of the huge gap in reality, Wang Yi and Yang Jian, in her heart, naturally high and low, not to mention the 2 years together. Even if it was a mountain alliance, it was no match for a fart. But now, Elder Wang, this kind of big shot that even Zhang Hu had to kneel and lick, and Yang Jian didn't dare to squeak, actually called Wang Yi young master? She didn't hear it wrong, did she? Lin Xiaohan looked at Wang Yi with complicated eyes, and that familiar face instantly became incomparably unfamiliar. The crowd didn't know about this complex mental activity of Lin Xiaohan. They still hadn't recovered from Wang Yi's arrogant attitude. This kid actually dared to reply to that big shot with such an attitude. He's dead. Especially Zhang Hu. He knew more about Mr. Wang's identity than anyone else. Wang Lixing, that was the foreign affairs steward of the Yandu Wang family. It could be said that he was the person who handled all things outside the clan for the Wang family. As one of the 8 major families in Yandu, the Wang family was the existence of the apex of the national family clans. With Wang Lixing's energy, even a billionaire could only kneel and lick his shoes. Everyone waited with the mindset of watching a joke to see how Wang Yi would die. However, they were all disappointed. Young master, please follow me home. Wang Lixing couldn't help but not look half displeased. Instead, he was respectful and lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Wang Yi's eyes. Poof. Wang Yi, however, revealed a disdainful laugh. It's that old guy at home's intention, right? Hearing Wang Yi's question, Wang Lixing didn't answer. His eyes flickered, obviously acquiescing. It was that old guy who kicked me out in the first place. I'll go back if he says he wants me to. So how disgraced am I? Wang Yi hugged his arms and revealed a cold smile. Wang Lisan sighed and smiled bitterly. At first, it was worried that young master you play with things, so I thought to sharpen your temperament. Just because of this, you guys drove me to Jiquan City, giving me just a little bit of living expenses every month, and forbidding me to leave the school? After saying that, Wang Lixing deliberated for a moment. Young master, you have suffered these years, and your performance has made the master very satisfied, so he decided to give you some rewards. Oh, hearing Wang Lixing's words, Wan Yi came to be a bit more interested. Wang Lixing simply pulled out a list. The equity of 10 companies acquired by the family, including Zhao Defu Jewelry Group, Benqi Automobile Company, and Longxing Real Estate, are transferred to your name, young master. 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom, Porsche Cayenne, and Lamborghini each, 1 villa in Yandu New District, and 1 billion yuan in cash. Listening to the string of words that Wang Lixing spat out like running water, the crowd sucked in breath after breath of cool air. It was as if their worldview had been thrown into a paper shredder and ravaged. Luxury goods? Zhao Defu Jewelry? The biggest jeweler in the country. The necklace Yang Jian sent Lin Xiaohan came from this store. Now even the jewelry store is owned by Wang Yi. Famous cars? Not to mention that just Wang Lixing said that under the name of Wang Yi as a few. Bench Motors is the leader of the international automobile industry. If people are not satisfied with the handmade customized, factory direct sales, real estate, deposits, just now they also ridiculed Wang Yi as no house, no car, no deposit. Now those who speak out only feel a burst of pain on the cheek, a naked slap in the face. TSK, boring. Wang Yi, who was the person in question, was not the least bit self-conscious, but instead twisted his head in dissatisfaction. These are of no use. I can't even pick up a girl if I want to. Wang Yi coldly mocked himself. Wang Yi. Lin Xiaohan barely made a sound. She didn't realize that her voice had become hoarse. Wang Yi raised his hand and interrupted Lin Xiaohan's words. A year and 6 months ago, when I asked you if you liked luxury goods, you said that those expensive clothes were uncomfortable to wear, cosmetics hurt your skin, and branded bags were expensive and impractical. Lin Xiaohan blinked, recalling that Wang Yi had asked himself these questions. 9 months ago, I asked you again if you liked cars, and you answered me that it was something only boys liked. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At that time, her mind was also very simple. She was only with Wang Yi because of her feelings and did not expect these material things. 3 months ago, when I asked you if you like living in a big house, you had a look of disgust on your face and said that cleaning was troublesome. Lin Xiaohan subconsciously felt that Wang Yi must not be able to afford it, in order not to hurt her feelings, so she answered that she didn't like it. Wang Yi scratched his head bitterly. You're really a good girl who doesn't covet material things or love vanity. Wang Yi said this in a serious tone, but everyone present felt great irony. Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but extend her hand. She wanted to say I like it. I like all of these. That's right. I like it. Please give them to me. Lin Xiaohan opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to say this. She knew that she had been disqualified forever. Since you don't like any of these that I can give you, I can only bless you. Can only bless you. Wang Yi softly uttered these words without a trace of power, but it was like a fierce slap on Lin Xiaohan's face. Yang Jian? Who the hell is he? What reason could there be for liking this kind of goods other than true love? Wang Yi didn't have a penchant for taking someone's love, so he chose to decisively withdraw. Looking at Wang Yi's silently distant back, Lin Xiaohan's outstretched hand hung down powerlessly. Some opportunities, missed is missed. Chapter 3, an interesting story. He can't see me. He can't see me. At this moment, Yang Jian had shrunk his body into a ball and silently hid in the corner of the box. Just kidding. If Zhang Hu knew that he had taken away Wang Yi's favorite woman, the next day he might have to have his 3 legs broken and thrown into the river. It wasn't just Yang Jian himself who would suffer. Behind him, the Yang group, the Yang family, and even his friends with some connections, could all be affected. As for Lin Xiaohan, Yang Jian now can't help but not have half a thought, but hates this woman. If it wasn't for this scourge, how would he have gotten into trouble with such a big shot? Turning back, he would sell her to those big bosses with special hobbies and make her life worse than death. He didn't dare to take revenge on Wang Yi, but he dared to take revenge on Lin Xiaohan. Yang Jian was glad that Wang Yi didn't see eye to eye with him while generally speculating on the mischievous idea. Seeing that Wang Yi had already taken 1 foot out of the box, suddenly Wang Yi turned back and looked at Zhang Hu. This Yang Jian, you recognize? Seeing the displeased look on Wang Yi's face, Zhang Hu waved his head to clear the relationship. It's just a small person that my men have taken care of. I haven't seen him much. Oh, Wang Yi nodded and looked at Yang Jian. Remember to be nice to Lin Xiaohan. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Zhang Hu's gaze suddenly nailed on Yang Jian like a knife. The others in the box looked at Yang Jian in unison. Yang Jian had been scared to the point where his face was ashen. He had completely despaired. Although Wang Yi hadn't said anything, but since Zhang Hu knew that he had offended Wang Yi, he didn't need to mix in Jiquan City. Even his company, His family, his relatives and friends, could all be implicated as a result. All of this was because he had messed with Wang Yi. The others all swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not even needing to open their mouths to destroy a family. How overbearing. How powerful. Yang Jian wasn't the only one who messed with Wang Yi. For a while, everyone was in danger. Fortunately, Wang Yi really didn't have the intention to bother with them and turned around to leave the box. If it wasn't a mole cricket crawling onto the body, how would a person have the heart to step on them one by one? Inside the black Rolls-Royce limousine, Wang Yi looked out the window, gently shaking the hand of the goblet, but a mouthful did not move inside the $1 million worth of agar wine. Although Wang Yi's face was expressionless, Wang Lixing had watched the young master from childhood to adulthood and knew that the young master was in a bad mood. Young master, look on the bright side. With your status, after returning to Yanjing, what kind of woman do you want? It's not a matter of hooking your finger? Alas, asking the world, what is love? Wang Lixing smiled bitterly. With Wang Yi's identity, from childhood to adulthood, there was rarely anything that he could not get. The Wang family was even the first of the 8 major families in Yandu. Their strength was superb, even among those bare children of the same age. Wang Yi was unrivaled in fighting all over the world. Unexpectedly, a lost love actually struck the young master. Began to think about life. However, in Wang Lixing's opinion, Wang Yi was the one who was going to inherit the existence of the Wang family, so it was good to let him suffer a little setback. His heart was too fragile to be hit. Ahem, won't the young master ask what interesting news there are in Yandu recently? Wang Lixing coughed, trying to change the topic. Wang Yi looked at him with a look of disgust. What can happen in Yandu that I'm not aware of? He himself was the son of a top family and a rich second generation. He knew best what those of his peers who stayed in Yandu had to play with, and there was nothing new at all for Wang Yi. It was nothing more than whoever from this family got into trouble again today, whoever from that family was getting ready to get engaged, or which cousin's investment tested the waters and made money. The Yao family and the Zhao family have gotten closer recently. The Zhao family's son has been courting the Yao family's young lady recently, and the old man above has the intention to set up the pair. When Wang Yi heard these words, he finally turned back and revealed a hint of displeasure. How come there are always wild boys who want to hit on my sister's idea? This news from Wang Lixing really shifted Wang Yi's attention back. He knew that Wang Yi and Yao family's Miss Yao Fangfang played childhood sweethearts and were like brother and sister. The female has changed. The young master's gaze was like a jewel in the beginning. Miss Yao has already grown luscious and delicate. Naturally she will attract some wild bees. That's true. My sister. How could she not be lovely? Wang Yi nodded. This news could only make him slightly unhappy, but it was far from worrying. In Yandu, the Wang family was the sky. If he did not agree to this marriage, no one could force Yao Fangfang unless she pleaded in person. This was Wang Yi's bottom line. Right now, Ms. Yao's family hasn't shown any positive attitude towards the Zhao family's son's pursuit. Elder Wang also knew what his own son was most interested in, and immediately spoke out the information that put Wang Yi's mind at ease. Alright, let's not mention those obscure guys. We have to go back to Yandu at any rate. Isn't there anything interesting lately? Reflecting Moon Antique Row. This was a new auction company that was recently established in Yandu recently. On the surface, the Reflecting Moon Antique House was just an ordinary antique auction company, passing over some things of interest for the rich. But this company, in addition to the surface, public auctions, would also organize a kind of underground nature, member-based auction. This kind of auction is a member recommendation system. Just have money are not qualified to enter. Only the real dignified characters in Yandu are qualified to participate, and the best of them are qualified to recommend newcomers to join. Moreover, the Moonlight Antique House has an extremely wide range of contacts. National treasures have appeared in the auction several times. Coupled with the mysterious background, even Wang Lixing failed to find out the followers behind the antique house. This could not help but arouse Wang Yi's interest. TSK, I heard that the antique house's boss Lady Qin Xinu is still a scourge-level beauty, but up to now there isn't a single big family son who has taken her down. As the heir of the Wang family, Wang Yi had actually seen quite a few beauties growing up, and they were all many levels above Lin Xiaohan. Lin Xiaohan had mesmerized him before only because he hadn't seen this kind of pristine girl and felt novelty for a while. Plus what he couldn't get was often even more enticing. Wang Yi was full of energy and was ready to walk into the antique house and see what kind of national color the boss's wife was. Brother Yi? Suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind him. Wang Yi turned his head back following the sound. Tao Wan Air? The visitor was a young girl whose appearance was just above Lin Xiaohan's. She was wearing a long white dress. Her hair was tied into a twisted braid that hung down from one side to her chest, and she was quiet with a hint of gentleness. Although her whole body was wrapped in the long skirt, the hidden curves under the white fabric still showed her proud figure. For a beauty of this caliber, Wang Yi could not possibly forget. The other party is his schoolmate. He met her during her sophomore year, because Wang Yi helped her, so she is very close to him. Only 2 years ago she left the country as an exchange student. Wang Yi smiled and asked, "One air schoolmate, why are you here?" Chapter 4 Auction. Recognizing Wang Yi, Tao Wana revealed an expression of delight, but due to her own upbringing, she didn't visibly show it. "Wan Air, who is this kind brother? Why don't you introduce him?" Wang Yi heard the voice behind Tao Wana, and only then did he realize the 3 men following behind her. The one who opened his mouth was a young man in his mid to late 20s, relying on a face of a TV star, revealing a warm atmosphere all over his body. But Wang Yi vaguely felt the man's hostility towards himself. "This is my school's senior, who took very good care of me before." Tao Wana didn't sense a problem with that person's attitude towards Wang Yi and just smiled and introduced. Hello, I'm Zhang Xiong, a friend of Wan Air's." Zhang Xiong revealed a friendly smile, but unintentionally leaned towards Tao Wana, purposely displaying an intimate look. Tao Wana only frowned slightly, but Zhang Xiong's action hadn't crossed the line yet, so she couldn't say anything. Wang Yi smiled disdainfully in his heart. He could see at a glance what this Zhang Xiong was up to. It must be that he wanted to pursue Tao Wan Air, so he was wary of himself as a possible love rival. But if Wang Yi really had that intention for Tao Wan Air, it would not have been Zhang Xiong's turn long ago. "Wang Yi, nice to meet you." In Tao Wanner's face, Wang Yi didn't want to clash with her friend, and just faintly answered, "You are Wang Yi ah." Wan Air did mention it. Is that the quite poor senior? Behind Tao Wanner, the other 2 men made disdainful noises. "Chen Dong, Lu Chang, why are you so rude? He is a senior." Zhang Xiong immediately opened his mouth to reprimand those 2, but there was no trace of real anger on his face. "Sorry brother Xiong." The 2 immediately apologized to Zhang Xiong, but did not even look at Wang Yi. Wang Yi coldly watched this double act. Obviously, those 2 were Zhang Xiong's little brothers, helping him pursue Tao Wanner. Alright, let's not talk about this. Wang Yi, you are also here for the auction, right? By the way, do you know about the auction at the Reflecting Moon Antique House? Tao Wan finally realized the bad atmosphere amongst the 4 people, and she hurriedly changed the topic. The one called Lu Chang seemed to still be a bit unconvinced and muttered in a low voice, "Just this kid? He also deserves to know about this?" This moon reflecting antique houses auction is not something that any cat or dog can enter. Without a member's recommendation, you are not even qualified to participate. Multi-millionaires couldn't even necessarily use money to smash a membership, so those who could participate in the auction must all be big names of Yandu who had a reputation. Wang Yi didn't express anything in particular, just spoke faintly. "I just heard about it from an acquaintance the other day." "Ha, heard." Lu Chang snorted again. Tao Wanner glared at him angrily, and Zhang Xiong also made a wink before Lu Chang shut up resentfully. On the other side, Qin Dong had already revealed an expression of watching the joke, only waiting for Wang Yi to be stopped by the security guards of the antique house. Tao Wan was also worried about this matter hurting Wang Yi's self-esteem, fearing that he would clash with the security guards, and the mysterious origins of the Reflecting Moon antique firm were likely to cause trouble. She pulled out a silver card. "Since we're here, let's go in together. By the way brother Yi, you still don't know that this auction is a membership system, right? When you go in later you'll announce my name. I have the qualification to recommend a friend." Wang Yi thought about it and gave Tao Wan a smile, nodding his head in agreement. "Then thank you for your kindness." Seeing Tao Wan sparing no effort to take care of Wang Yi, Zhang Xiong showed a trace of jealousy on his face, but immediately collected himself. "Ha, since Wan has already thought about this matter, I won't worry about whether or not brother Wang can enter the door." Wang Yi skimmed his mouth and ignored Zhang Xiong as he walked straight towards the antique house. When the 5 of them arrived at the entrance of the antique house, they were indeed stopped by the security guards. In addition to Tao Wan, Zhang Xiong and the 3 of them also pulled out a card each. Wang Yi could see a bit of clues from the side. The 3 Zhang Xiong sets were all brass-colored cards that could only allow the card holder to enter, but Tao Wan silver-colored card could carry an outsider in. "It's good that girl is willing to bring me in." Wang Yi secretly nodded. If he directly lit up the purple gold membership given by Wang Lixing, he didn't know how troublesome it would be to explain to Tao Wan that card could allow unlimited number of entrants. However, Wang Yi forgot that if he hadn't met Tao Wan's party, he wouldn't need to think about explaining things to others. Behind Wang Yi and Tao Wan, Lu Chang and Chen Dong looked at Wang Yi with contempt. The duo looked at Zhang Xiong while saying, "That brat really got lucky and needs a woman to bring himself in." But brother Xiong, it looks like Wan and that kid are quite close. What should we do? Zhang Xiong walked at the end. At this time, he was gloomy, and there was no longer any semblance of the previous harmony in his body. What should we do? Cold mix. Compared to this kind of, Wan will definitely recognize my benefits. Although he said this through clenched teeth, his words were filled with confidence. It was an absolute confidence in his own class and wealth. Zhang Xiong's family was in the clothing business, and he had carefully measured what Wang Yi was wearing. And there wasn't a single name brand. Definitely a small person who couldn't afford proper branded products. For this kind of dragon set goods, how could one lose? The 5 people entered the antique house. Reflecting Moon Antique House was ostensibly an ordinary antique house, which also accommodated several antique stores of various sizes. But those who really had channels knew that the underground auction was the main event here. They were led down to the underground by a waitress lady in a cheongsam with a delicate figure. The underground auction venue covered almost the same area as the antique house above, and the space above and below was even larger. In addition to the theater-like open seats with staggered heights, there were private rooms prepared for VIPs on the high side and all around. But this was prepared for gold card level guests. Sitting in the front row were the silver card level guests. The brass card guests could only sit at the back. Tawana was in the way of face amongst her friends and sat at the back with Wang Yi and the others. Some treasures that can't be seen on the market can often appear here, and their origins might not even be very clean. And I don't know what kind of characters are behind the reflecting moon auction house. In the back row of seats, Tao Wanner whispered to Wang Yi about the auction. Zhang Xiong was dissatisfied with Tao Wanner and Wang Yi's intimacy and inserted himself into the conversation between the two. Wan Er, your goal today is a painting, right? Tao Wanner was a bit uncomfortable because of Zhang Xiong's abrupt interjection, but she was too embarrassed to ignore Zhang Xiong. Yes, my grandfather is about to celebrate his 80th birthday, and his old man loves these things, so I want to buy a pair for him as a birthday gift. Chapter 5 Give it to you. Wanner, don't worry, I just signed a big deal before. Just tell me what you fancy and I'll give it to you directly. Zhang Xiong immediately showed a massive attitude. Tao Wanner did not take Zhang Xiong's attitude seriously. She was just symbolically polite. How can this be good? It's weirdly expensive. How could the duo of Lu Chang and Chen Dong let go of this opportunity to brag about Zhang Xiong? Sister Wan Er, what is the relationship between brother Xiong and you? Just take it if it's for you. He's not that bad with that money. It's just a small object. And how can a man send a woman something for a price? On the surface, the two men were just urging Tao Wan Er not to be polite, but in fact the words deliberately brought ambiguous meanings, making a fuss over the relationship between the two of them. Tao Wan Er frowned a little. She was also a smart girl. How could she not hear what those two meant? But she only treated Zhang Xiong as an ordinary friend and did not have that meaning in her heart at all. Tao Wan Er was about to open her mouth again to push back, when she suddenly saw Wang Yi frowning. Antique paintings? Wan Er, you said it earlier. I'll just pick 2 from home and send them to you. Won't it be over? Hearing Wang Yi's words, Lu Chang and Chen Dong first looked at each other and laughed out loud. Sending 2 randomly from home. Do you think that the things sold in this Ingyu antique house can be compared to those goods found on the street stalls, which are only a few tens of dollars? What the other Wan Er sister wants is a real antique. Do you know anything about antiques? You know what antiques are? You can have things that cost millions of dollars in your home? Zhang Xiong also had a sneer on his face. Don't go too far, you two. The average person doesn't play with antiques, so naturally they don't know the price. On his lips, he pretended to find a way down for Wang Yi, but in actuality, he was saying that Wang Yi was not knowledgeable, just an ordinary citizen, not knowing what antiques were. Tao Wan Er also felt that Zhang Xiong's trio was a bit too much, but not knowing something was just not knowing, and she didn't think that Wang Yi's family could have real antiques. After thinking about it, she could only use a more euphemistic method to digress. This painting is going to be given to Grandpa as a birthday gift. It's still more sincere if I bought it with my own hands. At this time, the stage had already entered the auction process for the next item. This Jade Mountain Xiong is a famous painting of the Ming Dynasty. After professional appraisal, it is authentic. The starting price is $2 million. Each increase cannot be less than $10,000. Tao Wan Er's eyes glowed. An antique painting from the Ming Dynasty. Her grandfather could definitely like it. And compared to the recent famous paintings that could easily start at tens of millions of dollars, antique paintings from the Ming and Qing dynasties usually don't speculate to too high of a price. Although she wasn't a member of one of the top 8 families in Yandu, she was at least a little rich with some assets. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to qualify for the auction house. A few $1,000,000, even with Tao Wan Er's own pocket money, can barely afford it. However, since Zhang Xiong had pursued Tao Wan Er's heart, he naturally could not let her personally break the bank. Just before Tao Wan was about to open her mouth, Zhang Xiong grabbed the first offer, $2,010,000. Tao Wan frowned and glanced at Zhang Xiong. Brother Zhang, this gift is too heavy, isn't it? The little woman wouldn't dare to accept it. It's just a small amount of money. Wan Er, you know that I just earned a fortune some time ago. Zhang Xiong just revealed a kind smile. At the same time he twisted his head to look at Wang Yi with a "can you kid afford it" meaning in his eyes. Since Zhang Xiong had already placed a bid, Tao Wan Er could only shake her head with a bitter smile and sit back in her seat. This time to bid again. It is purely to Zhang Xiong to death. Cannot others send her a favor? She also changed the way to let people spend money. Tao Wan Er family also do business. at least know this point of the world, can only think of ways to return the favor after. Just when Tao Wan Air's heart is tangled in this matter, the bidding on the front stage did not stop, but instead there is a tendency to get more and more intense. $2,800,000. $3 million. Although the Ming and Qing dynasty antique paintings can't speculate up a high price, but today I don't know why. More people who like to collect antique paintings. There are constantly people quoting, gradually raise the price up. $4 million. Zhang Xiong frowned. Although this painting belonged to the cheap class in the antique paintings, it also depended on what it was compared to. Although he had earned a small amount of money some time ago, he was still a junior in the Zhang family after all, and with limited liquidity at his disposal, he had gradually become a bit of a pain in the ass now. $5 million. Suddenly a person in front of him directly raised the price by a large chunk. Zhang Xiong's heart jumped, and a hint of anger was vaguely brought on between his eyebrows. Just as he was looking around, wanting to see who was actually being so impolite, a man in the front row who was in his mid to late 30s stood up and smiled faintly at Zhang Xiong. When he saw the man's face, Zhang Xiong's face instantly stiffened, and cold sweat unknowingly trickled down his forehead. Zhang Xiong said nothing and silently sat back in his seat. Brother Xiong, why don't you make an offer? The opposite side might be bluffing. Yeah, hold on a little longer. Maybe it's a done deal. Lu Chang and Shen Dong didn't see the people in front of them and were still anxious for Zhang Xiong in their hearts, but Tao Wana recognized the person in front, and she let out a bitter smile. Li Shang, the son of the head of Yandu Quality Supervision Bureau. Quality Supervision Bureau. For those of them who did business at home, it was an existence that should never be messed with. Otherwise, people only need to follow the rules and just pick something on the quality of your products, and it would make them drink a pot of water. At least no business dares to make 100% guarantee that their products can never be picked out. Let's forget about it this time, Brother Zhang. There's no need to offend anyone. Anyway, this auction isn't over yet. There might be another chance afterward. Although Tao Wana regretted missing out on the painting, she was also slightly relieved. A favor of a few million yuan was not a small amount. Li Sheng in front of him vaguely revealed a victor's smile. Scanning the week did not see anyone who dared to confront himself. Because his family has been dealing with those who do business for many years, Li Shang also has a small amount of savings in his hand. Li Shang is confident that the people who have competed with himself here do not dare to compete with themselves, and the people who dare to compete with themselves will definitely not be able to compete with themselves. He is the master here. There is no friend to continue the offer? 4 million once, 4 million twice. Just when the crowd thought that the calligraphy and painting had inevitably fallen into Li Shang's hands, suddenly, a faint voice rang out. Waner, the pair of paintings you wanted? Tao Waner looked at Wang Yi in surprise. Brother Yi? But Li Shang he. Before she could stop herself, she saw Wang Yi stand up. 8 million. Chapter 6 $10 million. Tao Waner was so frightened by Wang Yi that her heart almost stopped. Zhang Xiong first gave Wang Yi a surprised look before revealing a gloating expression. He and the follower duo behind him wordlessly moved their bodies to get as far away from Wang Yi as possible. Their actions were to express a message to the people around them. It's none of our business if this kid wants to find death. Dare to fight with the son of the director of the Quality Supervision Bureau. Not to mention whether the family has a mind. People can make your family drink a pot of water with a flick of the wrist. In this case, not for their own sake, but also for the sake of the family, right? Anyway, Zhang Xiong is not dare to fight with Li Shang. The people do not fight with the government. He felt that there is no other rich and powerful businessman's children in Yandu so stupid. Dare to provoke Li Shang. Good boy. Li Shang was infuriated when he heard Wang Yi's offer. He turned his head back and looked for Wang Yi's figure, wanting to see which one who didn't know the height of heaven dared to compete with himself. Li Shang's eyes locked with Wang Yi, and he also wanted to find a trace of nervousness or fear on Wang Yi's face. But to his disappointment, Wang Yi remained as calm as water, and even had room to nod to him out of politeness. Honey, forget it. Li Shang's side was also clustered with a few coolly dressed beautiful women, who were also shocked by the offer, and were urging Li Shang from the sidelines, directly from 5 million to 8 million. This stance was imperative. It's fine, that kid is definitely bluffing. Li Shang smiled and said to the women beside him. Ordinary people were afraid of offending him, so they definitely didn't dare to bid directly against themselves. He felt that the other party was trying to get his heart to back down, so that if the other party bought what he didn't want, he wouldn't be considered to have hurt the peace. In this yen capital, there were not many rich kids who dared to fight with himself to the end. Li Shang was sure of this fact in his heart, and those few that he couldn't afford to mess with. It couldn't be such a coincidence that he just happened to run into one of them, could it? I just don't believe it. $9 million. Li Shang clenched his teeth and quoted again. As soon as his words fell, he heard Wang Yi's faint voice. 12 million. Wang Yi didn't even look at Li Shang and directly raised the price by 3 million again. The venue was abuzz with chatter, causing an uproar. Li Sheng directly dumbfounded. The other party, this is really dare in their own competition. And that pair of money as dirt posture is even more, let his heart back. Simply did not put him in the eyes. Who is that kid? Go, feel him out. Li Sheng grimaced and secretly commanded a henchman beside him. Even with Li Sheng's self-confidence, he was inevitably a little shaken at this time. This was Yandu. A random stone could hit a director. What if it was really such a coincidence? The auctioneer on the stage feels like he's going crazy, but he's happy to be crazy. A pair of Ming Dynasty ancient paintings can be auctioned on 5 million is the price of heaven, and now actually doubled more. His legs were shivering with excitement. This was his performance. This is his performance, Not to mention that he did not use any inflammatory techniques. The customers independently quoted the price. This is what is like to be the breadwinner. He couldn't help but want to go up and hug Wang Yi's thighs, calling out to his father, "Brother Yi, this is too expensive. Let's not force it." Tao Wan Er was scared by Wang Yi. She just wanted to buy a cheaper antique painting to send her grandfather as a birthday gift. She never thought of buying something expensive. If she really had the money, wouldn't it be better to go to an antique store and buy tens of millions of antiques? Lu Chang and Shen Dong were also intimidated by Wang Yi's momentum. They had never seen someone who didn't treat money as money. "Xiong, brother Xiong, is this kid really has a mine at home? Is he crazy?" Lu Chang and Shen Dong stumbled and asked Zhang Xiong. Tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars. Even the business that Zhang Xiong signed before didn't have this much money, right? It's fine. He must be bluffing. Zhang Xiong swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. He was also a bit intimidated. In front, Li Sheng hated his teeth. He anxiously asked the person beside him, "How's it going? Did you find out the details of that kid?" Report, young master. Didn't find out. According to the rules, the auction house refuses to disclose the customer's details. Rubbish. Without waiting for that person to finish reporting, Li Sheng kicked over in anger. The rules are all made by people. Can a living person still let his urine suffocate him? Then what do I need you for? Young master, calm your anger. We did try to bribe the auction house people. Hearing this, Li Sheng calmed down a little. He took a deep breath. Oh, what did the auction house say? The auction house said that kid was rubbing another guest's silver card to get in. Rubbing the card? Li Sheng was dumbfounded. That is to say, Wang Yi was most likely not even a member of the auction house. And since he was a rash, he didn't know Li Sheng's background either. Good boy. You have guts. We'll see. Li Sheng sneered and sat back to his seat. When he looked at Wang Yi again, he was already looking at a dead man. Since he knew that the other party didn't have a background that he couldn't afford to mess with, then Li Sheng had 10,000 means to play with the other party to death. Let's see how I'll bankrupt your family. No. I'm going to leave them a breath of fresh air and then make that kid kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness. While Li Sheng was figuring out how to get back at Wang Yi, Zhang Xiong was still trying to analyze Wang Yi's behavior with his limited insight. This is a fool. He certainly cannot compete with Li Sheng, but also flat out too high a price. Offend people and no benefit. An Ingyu antique house does not accept credit. If the playoff really aborted the auction, Zhang Xiong stammered for half a day and didn't say a word. He had already been slapped by reality and couldn't think. One foot had just treated Wang Yi as and the next foot, people were able to pull out tens of millions of dollars. If this is not called a slap in the face, what is called a slap in the face? Let's see how he'll end up if he can't pay at that time. Zhang Xiong hatefully said to Lu Chen and the two of them. At this point, his own idea of wresting a smile from a beautiful woman in front of Tao Wan Er was considered completely bankrupt. Tao Wan Er finally came back to her senses from the shock she had just experienced. She looked at Wang Yi and firmly shook her head. Brother Yi, I really can't accept such an expensive gift. Who knew that? Wang Yi just smiled faintly. Just think of it as me being nosy. Saying that, he pointed at the stage, and pointed remotely. And this is an auction. If you want to renege on the price you quoted, you have to see if the person agrees or not. Just as Wang Yi said, an anxious voice came from the stage. Is there any more friends who want to quote? Is there any more? 12 million once, 12 million twice. As if the auctioneer was afraid that Wang Yi would back out, he started shouting the number. Because this price has far exceeded the psychological expectations of the huge majority of people, and with a one-time increase of 3 million, I'm afraid that the water in here is not generally deep. So in the end, no one dared to make another offer. 12 million 3 times. Sold. Chapter 7 Purple Gold Membership Card. As the auctioneer's voice fell, not only Zhang Hu, but those people beside Wang Yi that he didn't know also looked at him with the eyes of a fool. Playing it off, right? No one thought that Wang Yi could afford tens of millions of dollars. Tao Wan Er saw Wang Yi not pay attention, secretly called home, in case things really get out of hand. She also had to let her family help to advance first. Although tens of millions of their family is not a small number, but Wang Yi is because she caused trouble. She cannot sit back and do nothing. But the person in question didn't show half a sign of weakness. Instead, she looked at Tao Wanner and revealed an easy smile. Now your grandfather can definitely be happy. Tao Wanner instantly felt that she was defeated by Wang's powerful heart. How could she actually smile at this time? Brother Yi, you're also too able to show off. Isn't it just $10 million? Hearing Wang's couldn't care less tone, Zhang Xiong finally came back to his senses at this time. But it's just $10 million? He secretly pointed at Li Sheng in front of him, revealing a gloating expression. Do you know who that person in front is? That's the son of the director of the Yandu Quality Supervision Bureau. Now you've caused a big trouble for your family. Even if it was just a director, it was still the director of Yandu. This was the foot of the heavens, and was naturally one level higher compared to cadres of the same level elsewhere. Zhang Yang said this, but also said it to Tao Wanner. It's not that I don't want to buy it for you, it's that guy just can't be messed with. He hadn't given up on pursuing Tao Wanner yet. The surrounding people also secretly nodded their heads when they heard Zhang Yang's words. In their eyes, Wang Yi was a fool, spending tens of millions of dollars for a painting that was worth 5 million at most, and messing with Li Sheng. Tao Wanner's heart tightened when she heard this, and she realized the biggest problem. Even if Wang Yi's family was rich, but messing with the powerful people of Yandu wouldn't be good, right? Wang Yi gave Zhang Yang a blank look and replied indifferently. See how scared you are? Isn't it just a director? It's just a director. Hearing Wang Yi's words, there was instant silence all around. Everyone was not hiding their gaze of caring for mentally challenged children. Brother Wang's high integrity, depending on power and wealth as dirt. Rare. Zhang Yang immediately clapped his hands and laughed. He was the most watchful person here. The more Wang Yi made a fool of himself, the happier he was. What do we worry about? People, Wang brother is a person who can pull out tens of millions of dollars with his hands. Right. Let's see how brother Wang pays the bill. Lu Chang and Shen Dong immediately chimed in behind them. Tao Wanner frowned as she listened, and the three of them barely concealed their malicious intent to watch the spectacle. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a ceremonial dress had walked forward holding a small box containing the scroll. Sir, a total of 12 million. Please pay. Is it okay to swipe the card? The dresswoman sharply took out the card swipe machine, not knowing where she had hidden it on her body before. But now everyone's attention was focused on Wang Yi, wanting to see how he made a fool of himself. Under the sneering gazes of Zhang Xiong and the others, Wang Yi pulled out a card. At first, Zhang Xiong and the others were able to show disdain, but when they saw clearly the card in Wang Yi's hand, they all rounded their eyes. Xiong, brother Xiong, did I see it right? It seems to be the membership card of Yingyu Antique House. Lu Chang and Shen Dong rubbed their eyes. The system of that card was not any different from their membership price, only, the color was purple gold. They had never heard of a gold card with a purple gold on top. Pretending to be a god. The next thing must be some kind of password error, membership expiration or something like that. The same old story. Zhang Xiong sneered, but his tone kept trembling. The dresswoman wasn't surprised that Wang Yi had pulled out his membership card. The membership card of Reflecting Moon Antique House also had a spending function. It was just that because it could only be spent here, very few people would deposit too much money into it. She took the card and scratched it on the card machine. Drip. Zhang Xiong was the person sitting closest to Wang Yi, and he clearly saw the spending amount displayed on the card swiping machine. $12 million. Wang Yi could really afford to pay. In the gazes of Zhang Xiong and the others whose jaws were about to drop, Wang Yi put away the purple gold membership card. You have a membership card. Why did you borrow Wanner's card to come in? Zhang Xiong asked these words in a voice that was almost suffocating. Wang Yi glanced at him faintly. Oh, I'm too tired of pulling out the card, weirdly troublesome. Too much trouble? I'm afraid it's because I'm worried about scaring you hillbillies, angry or not. Thank you for patronizing. The voice of the dresswoman brought the crowd back to their senses, and she handed over the scroll without changing her face. No matter what had just happened between the guests and what characters Wang Yi had provoked, as long as he could afford to pay, he was a guest. Then the dresswoman's attitude would not change. You should give it to this young lady. It's my gift to her. Wang Yi smiled faintly and didn't take the scroll. Instead, he pointed at Tao Wanner beside him. Wang Yi's voice wasn't too loud, but there was almost no one present who spoke out loud, and they clearly heard Wang Yi's voice. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A $12 million gift. Those female guests already had their eyes glowing, eagerly looking at Wang Yi, and when they looked at Tao Wanner again, they all carried a hint of jealousy. Raising her hand to a man with tens of millions of dollars, how many lifetimes had this little girl been blessed to have people actually curry favor with her like this? Tao Wanner's face burned at the gazes of the crowd, and she hurriedly put away the scroll and lowered her head. Wang Yi could see Tao Wanner's embarrassment. It's almost noon. Let's go have a bite to eat together? He was originally a bit curious about the boss's wife of Yingyu Antique House before he came to have a look. He was not interested in the auction itself. Today it looks like he won't be able to see anyone, so it doesn't matter if he just goes back. That's good. I happen to know a newly opened store. I'll lead you there. Tao Wan was sitting on pins and needles under the gazes of the crowd, and Wang Yi's words were just what she wanted. Zhang Xiong's gaze turned. Sister Wan, if you're talking about the store from before, then let's go together. Tao Wan was too embarrassed to reject Zhang Xiong, but Wang Yi did not hide the fact that she was looking at him with an obstructive gaze. Zhang Xiong smiled as if he didn't see the meaning of rejection in Wang Yi's gaze. Today, Brother Wang and I met at first sight. We must not get drunk. Come on, my treat. Wang Yi thought about it. Since Zhang Xiong said he would treat, there was little reason for him to save Zhang Xiong's money. The group of people left the auction house and walked towards the restaurant that Zhang Xiong had mentioned. No one saw that after Zhang Xiong left the auction house, he secretly sent a message on his cell phone. Chapter 8 Old Yandu Restaurant. Humph, Wang Yi, do you think you can avoid Li Shang by leaving the venue early? Zhang Xiong knew that Wang Yi had offended Li Shang badly this time, and seeing that he proposed to leave the auction early, he thought that Wang Yi was afraid of Li Shang's revenge. It just so happens that he knows Li Shang's contact information. These rich second-generation people who hang out in Yandu all year round are all heads up. Even if the relationship is not close, at least they know each other, so as not to kick the can down the road that day and we all don't look good. Just now he went along with Li Shang's phone number and revealed the itinerary of his party to Li Shang. This is Yandu. You think you can run away? He didn't know that Wang Yi didn't have the idea of running away or anything in his head. He really wanted to eat. After leaving Yingyu Antique Firm, Tao Wan finally came back from the nervousness and shyness she had just experienced. She also started to worry that Li Shang would find trouble with Wang Yi, so she accelerated her pace and led the crowd to the entrance of the restaurant. Although the small restaurant was only a few minutes walk away from Antique Row, the location was in a small alley, so it was impossible to find without someone leading the way. Brother Yi, you must not have come to this store before, right? Because she had left the antique house, Tao Wan gradually recovered from the tension she had just experienced, and introduced the restaurant in front of her to Wang Yi with a sense of relief after the robbery. Many of the old restaurants in Yandu wanted to be hidden in the ugly streets and alleys like this one in front of them. The reason why they are built in such remote corners with no regard for customer traffic is because the only people that these stores cater to are the regular customers or locals, who all know that these stores are the purest old shops in the capital city. Those big stores outside with the brand name of authentic or pure flavor were all used to cheat money from tourists. Wang Yi lightly glanced at the restaurant's sign, Old Yandu Restaurant. This one is not bad. There's one that's been around for decades. Hearing Wang Yi's tone, Tao Wan was slightly startled. Brother Yi, have you been here before? A local of Yandu? Wang Yi shook his head without saying much. Ha ha, Sister Wan is joking. Brother Wang must have read a similar statement in a travel brochure or something like that. Zhang Xiong didn't even think about the possibility of Wang Yi being from Yandu, much less that he had been to this kind of old store with real heritage. Just this kind of bumpkin with all the ground floor goods? The store was also different from an ordinary restaurant. There was no waiter coming up to welcome the customers. The owner was at the counter, and when he saw the guests come in, he looked up and swept a glance in a loving manner. Zhang Xiong and Tao Wan had both been here before and knew the rules here. Zhang Xiong revealed a false smile and introduced himself to Wang Yi. Brother Wang, you're here for the first time. Right, this is how it is here. No one comes up to order. Everything is on the sign on the counter. If you want to eat something, report it to the boss yourself. After Zhang Xiong finished speaking, he retreated to the side and didn't introduce the dishes to Wang Yi. Instead, he pulled Tao Wan to discuss her preferences. He just wanted to see Wang Yi at a loss for words and see this country bumpkin make a fool of himself. Who knows? Wang Yi wasn't confused at all and walked straight to the counter and knocked on the table. Boss, the usual. Put. Zhang Xiong could barely hold back a mouthful of spray. He didn't dare to say it outright due to Tao Wan's opinion. But behind him, Chen Dong and Lu Chang laughed so hard that they couldn't stand up straight directly. I didn't expect to see such a pretentious one these days. It's too old-fashioned, right? This fool, who is he fooling with this hand? See how he's going to step down if the boss doesn't pick up on it. Tao Wan hurriedly broke away from Zhang Xiong's hand and went forward to pull Wang Yi. Brother Yi, if you don't know what to order, let me recommend you a few things. Zhang Xiong saw Tao Wan's eager expression when she was concerned about Wang Yi, and a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes, but he soon sneered again. He felt that with Wang Yi's cocky and arrogant attitude, he definitely wouldn't accept Tao Wan's good intentions. The owner of this store was notorious for his foul temper, and his background was not simple. The last time he came here he was accompanied by a few big shots, and this boss remained indifferent, and now Wang Yi speaking to the boss with this attitude could be considered self-seeking. Sure enough, Wang Yi revealed a smile to Tao Wan. It's fine, the boss knows what I mean. Brother Yi, Tao Wan stomped her foot anxiously, but looking at Wang Yi's firm attitude, she could only sigh. Tao Wan and the three people behind her expected the boss to ignore Wang Yi's appearance. Who knew? The boss raised his head and carefully sized up Wang Yi. Tao Wan was sure that when she came to this store before, the time the boss spent looking at all of them was not as long and serious as the time he put his eyes on Wang Yi now. The same old look? The boss seemed to be repeating Wang Yi's words. Wang Yi's face did not change, and he looked non-committal. The boss nodded, and without asking Tao Wan and the others, he turned around and walked towards the back kitchen. Alright, let's wait for the food. Wang Yi gave Tao Wan a push. Although Zhang Xiong wondered about his boss's attitude, he still didn't miss every opportunity to pick on Wang Yi. Brother Wang, this is not fair. We haven't even ordered yet. What I meant just now is that I asked him to prepare a table of food and drinks. The boss understands. If there is anything else you want to order a la carte, just go in and talk to him. Wang Yi was full of concern about Zhang Xiong's questioning, and was furious with him. Zhang Xiong did not believe it, came to the kitchen door, just about to go in. Get out! The boss suddenly shouted angrily. Before Zhang Xiong could react, the boss poked his head out with a cold expression. Irrelevant people are not allowed to enter the back kitchen. Saying that, he drilled back. Now, the table fell into an awkward silence. Apart from Wang Yi, no one had ordered yet, and the boss was catatonic in the back kitchen and didn't come out. Do you think they would eat this meal or not? Outrageous! Outrageous! Brother Xiong, let's go! We must complain about this store. Lu Chang cursed and was about to get up, when he was held down by Zhang Xiong. Sit down. Look at the wall. Lu Chang followed Zhang Xiong's finger and saw the pictures hanging on the wall. It was a few pictures of the owner of the restaurant with other people, but what was really surprising was the other people in the pictures. That's not? Chen Dong's voice trembled, and Lu Chang shivered, unable to speak. The photographs were of big names that appeared on television, all of whom could speak with one voice in Yandu, and the boss was still in the photo with the same poker face of a father who didn't love his mother. No wonder the owner of this store is so stinky. He at least has the caliber of a royal chef. Tao Wanner also scared in wonder. She hadn't even noticed any of this the last time she was here. The look on Zhang Xiong's face became even more grave. Wang Yi actually knew the owner of this store. So what kind of character was he? Very quickly, Zhang Xiong shook his head and suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Impossible. This kid is at most a relative or acquaintance of the owner. Wait until Li Shang comes. Let's see how he dies. Chapter 9, Qian Meng. After a while, the boss brought the dishes to the table one by one. These dishes were actually each and every one of their favorites. This can't be possible. How does the boss know what I like to eat? This dish actually has the same flavor as the one my mom made. Lu Chang and Chen Dong let out exclamations of shock. Tao Wan restrained the shock in her heart and couldn't help but sneak a look at Wang Yi. In Quarter Spring City, she thought that Wang Yi was just an amiable and helpful senior, but she didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. A table of dishes was quickly swept away by a few people. Zhang Xiong saw that they were about to pay the bill and leave. His heart became even more anxious. How come Li Shang hasn't found this place yet? Could it be that today we have to watch Wang Yi retreat in one piece? Couldn't even fathom his bottom line? Who is the boss here? Suddenly a rough voice came from outside the door. Coming. Zhang Xiong was delighted in his heart, but his face did not move. Outside the door walked in a big and burly man, more than 2 meters tall. Without lowering his head, simply could not enter the door. Look at the scars on his face to know that it is not good to be messed with. What's the matter? General hotel owners at this time I'm afraid has been too scared to move. The boss is very calm. Relax. Big man, I am not here to find trouble with your store today either. Who is called Wang Yi? Lu Chang and Chen Dong subconsciously turned their attention to Wang Yi. They had no obligation to harbor Wang Yi, and were even very happy to see Wang Yi's bad luck. Zhang Xiong knew in his heart that it was Li Shang who had recruited the people, but he still pretended to show a righteous expression. What is this big brother looking for Wang Yi? What are the misunderstandings? We can sit down and talk properly. Why don't we have a meal together first? Talk about your sister. Pa! With a casual slap, the burly man collapsed a table in the store. Zhang Xiong and his two followers' faces turned white. The tables here were not the makeshift assemblages like the ones at the roadside stalls, but thick sandalwood tables. To be able to slap this kind of wooden table apart with a single slap, wouldn't it be a direct fatality if it were a human being? Tao Wan came back to her senses from the initial shock, and suddenly her eyes stood up, revealing a look of fear. She came to Wang Yi's side and whispered, Brother Yi, let's call the police. I remember this person. He is. Ha ha ha. This chick recognized Lousy? That burly man was very sharp. Directly from Tao Wan-er's look, he judged that the other party had already recognized himself. Are you Brother Mang? Zhang Xiong also changed his complexion. His face was pale as he pointed at the strong man, his fingers shivering uncontrollably. Wang Yi scratched his ears. Brother Mang? What's his origin? You kid just came to Yandu not long ago, right? And you actually don't recognize this grandpa? The burly man revealed a hideous smile. I'm the No. 1 underground fighter in Yandu, Qian Mang. Qian Mang? I really haven't heard of it. When Wang Yi heard Qian Mang's words, he revealed a trace of confusion. When Zhang Xiong saw Wang Yi's reaction, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of an unnoticeable sinister smile. No, it's not good, Brother Wang. This Qian Mang is specialized in doing dirty work for those big corporations and powerful people. He just went in some time ago because of a human life matter, and I don't know how he came out. If you have any problems with him, apologize quickly. Zhang Xiong, Tao Wanner hurriedly shouted angrily, looking at Zhang Xiong incredulously. Anyone could hear that just now the words were fanning the flames. In fact, even if he did not have the obligation to risk harboring Wang Yi in terms of friendship, but standing idly by and actively betraying were also two different concepts. Although Zhang Xiong still had a fake sympathetic smile on his face, but in the face of Tao Wanner's angry rebuke, he didn't have a trace of a half-hearted defense, and he almost didn't hide his malice towards Wang Yi anymore. Looks like you are Wang Yi, aren't you? Qian Mang staggered forward, approaching while his mouth was still talking. You should be thankful to my boss. He has a softer heart and told me not to get anyone killed, so at most I'll just waste your 2 legs. Who knows? Wang Yi still had his eyes on the table, and from just now, his chopsticks hadn't stopped, as if the Qian Mang in front of him was not as good as a bit of leftovers on his plate. Scared silly? It's fine if you don't admit it. Anyway, I'll beat all of you half to death first, and that chick will play until she's half crippled, so no one can escape. Zhang Xiong's face immediately changed when he heard Qian Mang's words. The other party seemed to be planning to clean up even himself. Wait, Brother Mang, this kid is Wang Yi, and we, off. Qian Mang casually slapped his hand over. Zhang Xiong's face seemed to explode, his incisors mixed with nosebleeds splattered everywhere, and his entire person directly crossed half the restaurant, collapsing a table by the wall. Tao Wanner was so scared that her pretty face turned white, her body shivering like a scared white rabbit, which was exceptionally endearing, but she still stood out and tried to stop Qian Mang. Why are you hitting people? What are you doing? I'm warning you, this is Yandu. In her fear, her words came out broken and disorganized. Qian Mang swept a glance at Tao Wanner and Wang Yi sitting behind her, revealing a contemptuous smile. What's the matter, brat? Are you still going to cower behind a woman now? At this time, Wang Yi finally picked the last vegetable leaf on his plate clean. He put down his chopsticks, let out a long sigh, and gently looked up at Qian Mang. The wild barking of a bereaved dog really isn't as good as a single scallion on this plate in my opinion. Wang Yi's calm gaze did not contain half a hint of scorn or mockery. Your value is not as good as this dish in front of me, so why should you let me look at you squarely? A mere Qian Mang was not even enough to qualify him for mockery. What did you say? Qian Mang was furious. He was standing in front of him. This kid was actually still so arrogant, not putting him in his eyes at all. You kid is also too crazy, right? Do you really think that this grandpa doesn't dare to kill? Saying that, Qian Mang rushed forward with an arrow step and swung his fist towards Wang Yi. Chapter 10 Contempt. Qian Mang was bent on teaching this brat in front of him a good lesson. Just when Qian Mang was about to reach Wang Yi, he stopped. He felt that an iron pincer had firmly grasped his fist. Qian Mang felt his heart skip a beat. How powerful his punch was, only he himself did not know. He only remembered that he had once punched right through a steel plate in a situation of extreme anger, not to mention the momentum of his full body weight forward. Who was it? He actually stopped himself with one hand? Chen fiercely turned his head back. The owner of the restaurant, with the same poker face and dead eyes that had never changed, lightly grabbed Qian Mang's arm. Only then did Qian Mang have the heart to carefully scrutinize the restaurant owner's face. Under the gaze of Tao Wanner and the others who had seen a ghost, Qian Mang shivered. Snap! He knelt down. Dragon! Master Dragon! Although Qian Mang's voice was not loud, everyone present heard that cry of address. Master Dragon? Tao Wanner mentally mumbled the epithet and felt a pang of familiarity, but she just couldn't recall it. You're very brave, aren't you, little Mang? Should I call you Brother Mang? The restaurant owner spoke faintly, and Qian Mang shook his head in horror. I don't dare to dare. If I knew that you are here, I would never dare to come here. Master Long, do you have any orders? As long as you say a word to the east, I absolutely do not dare to go west. The boss snorted coldly and casually threw his hand. Qian Mang's huge body flew up and crashed into the wall. Humph, Master Dragon? I can't afford to be one. Right now I'm just a cook. The boss generally chanted while coming to Wang Yi's table. Young Master Wang Yi, sorry to disturb your meal. Tao Wanner felt like her brain wasn't enough. In front of her, this absolute master who had just casually cartwheeled over Qian Mang actually bowed deeply to Wang Yi. Lu Chang and Shen Dong also looked dumbfounded. Minions like them simply could not comprehend everything that happened today. Normally, not to mention the boss, even fierce people like Qian Mang could not relate to them. Zhang Xiong had desperately struggled out from the wreckage of the tables and chairs, covering his bleeding nose. He happened to witness the entire process from Qian Mang's softening to the boss calling Wang Yi young master. Master Dragon? Who is Master Dragon? Can you actually make that Qian Mang afraid like this? A crazy possibility vaguely surfaced in his heart 4 years ago, when no one in Yandu had even heard of the name Qian Mang. At that time, the real master of Yandu's Jianghu was a man called Long Xiao, not only in Yandu, but also in the whole country. If you want to get along, you have to come to see Long Xiao. Although Qian Mang has been in the ascendancy lately, but compared to Long Xiao, that is the level of grandchildren and grandparents, not at all on the same level. If not for Long Xiao's absence, how could he have the chance to be so rampant? This is the kind of big brother. Suddenly 4 years ago, there was no news. There were rumors in the Jianghu. Some said that he was betrayed and assassinated by his close friends. Some said that he messed with the wrong person. And some said that he was taken under the wing of some big shot. Could it be that Wang Yi is neither a thug who doesn't know the rules, nor is he pretending? People are really bullish? Long Xiao served in front of Wang Yi. Old slave is ashamed to disturb young master's meal. I will immediately change another dish for you. How do you want to deal with that Qian Mang? Wang Yi stood up, patted the ash on his body, and fatally swept a glance at Qian Mang before averting his gaze. I'm full. I understand, young master. In the face of Wang Yi's reply as if it was a non-answer. The boss, however, comprehended Wang Yi's meaning. From just now until now, his attitude remained unchanged, and goods like Qian Mang were not even worthy of his glance. Long Xiao walked in front of Qian Mang and said in a condescending manner, "Be happy." Young master said, "You can roll." From the moment he was thrown into the wall by Long Xiao, Qian Mang had been lying on the ground without getting up. It wasn't that he couldn't, but he didn't dare. Now when he heard Long Xiao's words, he was like an amnesty and knelt down and kowed out twice to Long Xiao and Wang Yi respectively. "Thank you Master Long. Thank you young master Wang Yi." After saying that, he hurriedly left. However, before Qian Mang could walk out the door, he collided with a person. Crap! The visitor burst out a foul mouth without any quality. When he saw clearly that it was Qian Mang in front of him, he immediately became energized. "Are you rushing to reincarnation, Qian Mang? Mr. Li Shang asked you to clean up Wang Yi. Are you done? You don't want the money? If you are willing to work for nothing, then I have nothing to say." Halfway through his sentence, the visitor stopped. Not only Qian Mang in front of him, everyone in the room was looking at him with the eyes of Shabi. "Look, what are you looking at? Duke Li Shang is doing business. You irrelevant ones hurry up." Halfway through his sentence, he couldn't say it himself. "Shut up, rubbish!" Li Shang shouted angrily in a small voice. He couldn't wait to smack that henchman. He didn't think that he had actually found such a stupid person to do his job. Li Shang followed behind his own henchman. Originally he wanted to see Wang Yi's tragic situation, but now the situation looked to have changed. Wang Yi was still fine, so there must have been a situation that even Qian Mang couldn't handle. In this situation, that idiot not only directly reported his name, but also continued to add fuel to the fire, as if he would not stop until he was pulled into the fire pit. "You are Li Shang?" When Li Shang heard the voice, his gaze crossed over his men and looked into the restaurant. The owner of the voice was none other than that loathsome face. Wang Yi walked to the door with a calm demeanor and looked at Li Shang. "Prince Li Shang." Beside that Wang Yi, it seems to be Long Xiao who disappeared 4 years ago. The henchman finally played a bit of a role, whispering a reminder beside Li Shang. "Long Xiao." When Li Shang heard this name, he immediately guessed what happened. Li Shang smiled awkwardly. "Brother Wang, misunderstanding." Although he didn't know Wang Yi's bottom line yet, but someone who could climb into a relationship with Long Xiao was definitely not someone to be messed with, and he had already had his heart set on retreating. However, Li Shang wasn't too worried either. Although he had definitely offended Wang Yi to death in front of him, he had done it because he didn't know Wang Yi's background, and now that he could see that Wang Yi's status was extraordinary, both sides naturally couldn't use such crude means anymore. In Yandu, even if there is a friction between these rich kids and male children, they won't do it face to face. At most, they will do something dirty behind their backs. This was the bottom line, but Wang Yi's behavior was beyond his expectations. Ping! Li Shang only felt a blackness in front of him, and when he opened his eyes again, he was lying on the ground. It was only at this time that a fiery pain erupted on his cheeks. At this time, Wang Yi still maintained the action of swinging his palm. There was no intention of covering it up. Li Shang covered his face. He never thought that Wang Yi would dare to openly lift the table and break the rules of the game. "You hit me. How dare you hit me? It's you that I'm hitting." Chapter 11 Background. In the restaurant, Wang Yi looked down at Li Shang on the ground with an unconcealed arrogant look in his eyes. Zhang Xiong swallowed a mouthful of water, unable to believe that Duke Li, whom he had relied on as his backer, was actually knocked to the ground by Wang Yi so easily. Thinking about what he had done before in order to retaliate against Wang Yi, secretly exposing his whereabouts. Zhang Xiong's back was beaten through with cold sweat for a moment. Li Shang also couldn't control his disbelieving gaze. I didn't expect that there was really someone who actually blatantly broke the rules of the game in Yandu. And not counting the direct action, he even took the fight personally. It's you I'm hitting. Wang Yi's gaze was flat, without half a bit of fear or excitement from hitting someone, as if Li Shang was a worm in the center of his palm, unable to turn over half a wave. Good, you have guts. Li Shang gritted his teeth and immediately took out his cell phone. The reason why he couldn't make a move was because this behavior was out of order. We are all people with backstage. I will directly seize the evidence to sue you for a case. In the end, it is not certain who will suffer, so they never use this kind of crude means. Since this Wang Yi didn't know the rules, he didn't mind educating the other party. Hey, Tan team, I was beaten by someone. That asshole is called Wang Yi. The place is in. Li Shang put down the phone and looked at Wang Yi with the gaze of a dead man. You kid is dead. I've already called the police. Wang Yi did not stop Li Shang from the beginning to the end, and even looked at him with a hint of a smile. Zhang Xiong also slightly clenched his fist. He's dead. No matter what background he has, he's dead. Because he was worried about being retaliated against by Wang Yi when the time came. Zhang Xiong had already thought wholeheartedly in Li Shang's position. In Yandu, even the most arrogant rich second generation would never dare to touch the bottom line of the law. Even the most arrogant extra-legal maniacs in the Jianghu would not dare to go against the government, let alone these good people who have a little bit of power. Now the scene is clear. The hands of the matter Wang Yi, only Li Shang a victim. No matter how they fought the lawsuit, Wang Yi would not be able to get any benefits, and Zhang Xiong would definitely testify for Li Shang. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Apologize to Mr. Li and let this go. Tao Wan was also excited and went forward to persuade Wang Yi, but she was worried that Wang Yi would suffer. Pass over? This kid has hit someone with his hands, breaking the law. That's right, that's right. Still think it's decades ago? Can we still use that private understanding of grudges in the Jianghu? Lu Chang and Shen Dong immediately jumped out to stand on Li Shang's side. The two of them were originally Zhang Xiong's followers as well, although they didn't know what kind of sordidness was going on between Zhang Xiong and Li Shang, but it was definitely right to oppose Wang Yi. Look at how Mr. Li was beaten. His face is all red. If you hit someone, you have to pay for it. If Mr. Li was injured so badly, how come he didn't have to pay a few $1 million? That's right, that's right. If you kid can't come up with it now, just wait for the lawsuit. Lu Chang and Shen Dong jumped in front of Li Shang, as if they had instantly turned into Li Shang's lapdogs. Li Shang also revealed a cold smile. Originally Zhang Xiong and two followers to him are used and thrown away small people. Now it seems that they still have a little eye, and so on dealing with Wang Yi not to mention a little. However, Li Shang just thought for a moment after the victory, but realized that the atmosphere of the scene is not right. Wang Yi still wore a calm expression, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if to say continue your performance, master is happy to watch. They were a bunch of third-rate comedians in Wang Yi's eyes. Why is he so calm? What tricks does he have up his sleeve? This question surfaced in the minds of everyone present at the same time. Young master, the phone. Long Xiao gently handed over Wang Yi's cell phone. Wang Yi took the phone and dialed a number as he did. Looking for someone? Li Shang's heart revealed a trace of disdainful sneer. He had used the police department connection in Yanjali who was in charge of this area. Lieutenant Captain Tan. Li Shang did not believe that Wang Yi could find a stronger backer in such a short period of time. Even if he did, it would be too late. As long as he went in, he wouldn't want to come out without peeling off a layer of skin. Before Li Shang and the others came up with a 1, 2, 3, a black car stopped outside the door. A serious-looking man walked down. Li Shang saw that his savior had come, and immediately revealed an overjoyed expression. Captain Tan. He was just about to go up and shake the man's hand when he suddenly noticed the much older middle-aged man behind him. Dad? Li Shang froze in place. He didn't expect his father to have any reason to follow him over as well. Could it be that his father happened to be called here by himself while he was talking business with Captain Tan? Although Li Shang's father was not in the same system as him, knowing the police personnel was convenient for Li's father to inspect those illegal manufacturers' products. And since Li's father was at least at the level of the main bureau, as long as he used his influence and put in a good word in front of Captain Tan's leadership, it would help his future tremendously. So the two families had a very close relationship. Li Shang immediately felt that there was nothing unreasonable. He was now just a kind of child's mischief was discovered heart, thinking about how to explain to his father afterward that he fought with someone. Dad, why did you come? Pa. Before he could finish a sentence, Li's father gave Li Shang a hard slap. Without the slightest regard for Li's father's face, Captain Tan stepped forward to escort Li Shang and pressed his head to Wang Yi, revealing a pleasing smile. Young Master Wang Yi, I'm sorry, when I heard you were back, I didn't have time to come to the door to say hello. Our little cub has caused you trouble. Father Li also revealed the same fawning look and came before Wang Yi. Wang Yi, young master? Li Shang was confused. Not only was he confused, Zhang Xiong, Lu Chang, and Chen Dong, everyone present, except Wang Yi and Long Xiao were all confused. Brother Xiong, I didn't see it wrong, right? Chen Dong rubbed his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiong. Lu Chang also opened his mouth in disbelief and asked, Mr. Li's father also calls this kid young master? He seems to be a director, right? Zhang Xiong didn't reply. He had heard it all clearly long ago. Li Shang had personally admitted it and called his father, so it must be his father who was the director of the Quality Supervision Bureau. Putting aside the district captain level Tan team next to him, Li Shang's father was the director and still the director of Yandu. How big is this? If you put it in a second or third tier city, it's a big official at the vice provincial level. Such a person, all of them called young master in front of Wang Yi, being careful, lest they cause Wang Yi a displeasure. He clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, and did his best to hide the trembling in his body. Actually, even the two people that Li Shang relied on as his backer had to grovel to Wang Yi. What exactly was Wang Yi's status, letting so many big shots that he normally wouldn't even dare to think about bow down? What should he do then? A small person like him, yet he messed with Wang Yi. He simply didn't know how to die. Chapter 12 Domination. For a while, the entire restaurant fell into silence. Not a single person dared to make a quiet noise anymore. Wang Yi was like a predator, proclaiming absolute dominance in this small space. When he had just been beaten by his father, Li Shang was still stunned. It wasn't until this time that he came back to his senses slightly and realized the actions of Captain Tan and his father. Li Shang felt that the three views he had cultivated since childhood were going to be rewashed once again. How is this possible? Who the hell is this kid? What has he done? Why did father and Uncle Tan react so violently? Suddenly, Li Shang remembered. He knew that the person in front of him was called Wang Yi. It was just that he didn't know the weight of the name. But just because he mentioned the name once on the phone, now Li Shang's father and Captain Tan were bending over backwards here. Li Shang had also grown up watching big shots, and he immediately reacted with a blessed heart. Did it even matter who Wang Yi was now? Anyway, it was someone that even his father couldn't afford to mess with, and he definitely couldn't afford to mess with him either. What should I do? Kneel. Li Shang immediately and without hesitation adopted the most correct and unmistakable behavior at this time, kneeling. Young Master Wang Yi, I know I'm wrong. I'm so blind that I didn't recognize you. Please be generous and let us go as if we were a fart. He broke free from Captain Tan's restraints, and with a handful of tears and a handful of snot, he crawled over to hug Wang Yi's thighs. Snap! Wang Yi lifted his foot and kicked Li Shang, causing his eyes to roll back in his head. Dirty! Wang Yi only said one word. Young master, let me shine your shoes. Long Xiao beside him was prepared and immediately took out a handkerchief and carefully and cautiously wiped Wang Yi's shoes. As if Li Shang's father had seized the opportunity to almost please Wang Yi, he immediately turned back to his son on the ground and punched and kicked him. Good you brat, actually dirtying young master Wang Yi's shoes. Between the lines, it was as if dirtying Wang Yi's shoes was an even more decadent and heinous sin than punching Wang Yi. The hidden meaning was that you were not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes. Zhang Xiong and the others shivered, deeply impressed by Wang Yi's methods. It turned out that Wang Yi didn't even need to deliberately do anything to emphasize his status. His opponents themselves would just give up their dignity and grovel over to kneel, at which point Wang Yi would still have to be too buried and kick the opponent away. Now recalling all the difficulties they had made for Wang Yi before, they were simply jumping clowns. At this moment, they all wanted to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. Qian Meng, who had just taken advantage of the chaos and slipped out of the door, had long since seen all of this from afar, and he spat disdainfully at Zhang Xiong and the others. Bah! A common who can make Master Long bend over is not something you bunch of scumbags can mess with? Seek your own death. Because he was kicked away by Wang Yi, Li Shang didn't dare to come forward to hug his thigh and beg for mercy, but without Wang Yi's word, the three of them didn't dare to leave, only like an elementary school student who had made a mistake. They honestly stood in front of Wang Yi and waited to be sentenced. I'm in a good mood today, get lost. Wang Yi waved his hand. What? They never expected that Wang Yi would actually let them off so easily. In fact, putting it in Wang Yi's perspective to think about it, this group of mongrels didn't even really damage his means, so why would Wang Yi go to the trouble of retaliating against them? It wasn't worth it. Young Master Wang Yi, do you not want to know how I grasped your trip? Li Shang cautiously tried. Zhang Xiong's heart tightened when he heard Li Shang's words, but he could do nothing about it. If Li Shang wanted to use him as a sacrifice to please Wang Yi, then he himself could only sit and wait for death. Lu Chang and Chen Dong silently took 2 steps away from Zhang Xiong's side. As Zhang Xiong's followers, they naturally knew who was behind all this. Rats scattering a sinking ship when a tree falls. Zhang Xiong had offended Wang Yi to death, but they hadn't done anything irreparable yet. and they thought that Wang Yi wouldn't care to meet with small people like them, so it was a good time to take advantage of the opportunity to clear the air. Zhang Xiong revealed a look of despair, just waiting for Li Sheng to say his name. Who knew that before Li Sheng could speak, Wang Yi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I'm not interested. Not interested. For short words, but they reflected a powerful aura. Yes, today's farce, from start to finish everything is in Wang Yi's palm. What need does Wang Yi have to know which clown planned all this? Moreover, I have a number in my heart. After saying that, Wang Yi seemingly swept a glance at Zhang Xiong. Young master has sent word. He doesn't want to waste time on you guys, so why don't you behave yourself? Li Sheng and the others were busy agreeing, and went out the door with a gray head. It was only then that Tao Wanner took a long breath and greeted Wang Yi in a somewhat raw tone. Wang Yi, that character who was once as affectionate as an elder brother now looked so strange. Go away. Aha. Tao Wanner was like a puppet, pulled out of the restaurant by Wang Yi without any semblance of resistance. What are you thinking about, silly girl? As if he could see the confusion in Tao Wanner's heart, Wang Yi revealed a gentle smile and patted her head. Tao Wanner saw that familiar smile and immediately figured it out. Wang Yi was still the same gentle senior, still unchanged towards her, no matter what powerful forces or background he had. What did those have to do with her? Tao Wanner, brother Yi, I can still continue to call you that, right? Aha. Wang Yi nodded. Tao Wanner completely put her heart down, and that gentle and elegant temperament resurfaced on her body. Then I'll go back first. After saying that, Tao Wanner tightly shook Wang Yi's hand for a bit, then reluctantly left. This girl. Wang Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. How could he not see Tao Wanner's heart? Only that he really didn't have this heart right now. He turned his head and looked distantly in the direction where the Wang family was. Xiao Yu. I'm back. The Wang family, one of the 8 great families of Yin capital. As a true ancient transmission family, the Wang family had a history of thousands of years. A family with such a deep heritage, it was naturally impossible for them not to have their own real estate in Yandu. In the outer ring of Yandu, where Qinglong Mountain meets People Lake, is where the Wang family estate is located. In terms of feng shui, this is exactly the treasure land that surrounds the mountain and embraces the water. Was once the last emperor's palace, after liberation was bought by the Wang family, transformed into a residential area. Wang Yi returned to the Wang family's compound, has not yet had time to sigh with emotion to revisit his hometown. He hurriedly went straight to his own small building. As soon as he thought of seeing Yiren's delicate face again, Wang Yi couldn't control the leap of his heart. Wang Xiaoyu, Wang Ye's righteous sister. 10 years ago, after Wang Ye's father brought Wang Xiaoyu into his home, Wang Yi only felt that this wild girl from nowhere had seized the love he received from his parents. At some point, he had already looked at the other party as his own sister and loved them. Wang Xiaoyu and that big lady from the Yao family were the 2 closest females to Wang Yi in Yandu. Chapter 13, Little Jade. Ever since Wang Ye's parents died 7 years ago, the 2 siblings have been dependent on each other in the Wang family. In a large family like the Wang family, without an adult at the top of the family, they would inevitably be bullied by their relatives. Thanks to the old man's love for Wang Yi, the 2 siblings were able to grow up safely until now. Strange, why didn't Xiaoyu come out to pick me up? Wang Ye's heart was strange, although he had said to that girl several times that the family didn't need to be so outgoing. But since childhood, Wang Yi had always taken himself as an elder brother and protected Wang Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu was also grateful to Wang Yi, usually always dressed as a maid and regarded herself as Wang Yi's maid. So every time Wang Yi came home, his sister would definitely stand at the door and greet him respectfully. Today, when Wang Yi came back, he had already talked to the family on the phone. It was impossible for his sister not to know the news of his return, unless someone deliberately concealed it. Wang Yi's face was solemn as he thought of the faces of those relatives in the family. Xiaoyu, the small building where Wang Yi and his sister lived. The lot in the Wang family compound was second only to the old master's villa, backed by the mountains and water, with a chic view. The relatives of the Wang family had long been coveting it for a long time. If it is not the old master favor this grandson, parents died brother and sister have long known what nooks and crannies were driven. Let people grab the property. Wang Yi rushed into the courtyard and saw a scene that made him furious. Xiaoyu, just submit to me. That punk brother of yours can't protect you anyway. Sooner or later, this small building will be our family's property. Dressed in a black and white maid outfit, Wang Xiaoyu sat down on the ground, her head full of green silk draped down like a waterfall. Although her cheeks carried a hint of childishness, it was hard to hide her tantalizing temperament. Her slender body carried a contrasting plumpness, and her 2 slender jade legs were wrapped in white stockings, sticking out from the bottom of her skirt. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the person in front of her with an icy look, a hint of weakness and powerlessness revealed in her cold arrogance, exceptionally able to arouse a man's instinctive desire for protection. This was Wang Xiaoyu, who was known as the 2 most beautiful women in Yandu today alongside Yao Fangfang, Wang Ye's righteous sister. Wang Wenhu, don't go too far. Wang Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of shyness. My fair lady and gentleman, Xiaoyu, you're too much for me to grieve. How can you say I'm going too far? Wang Wenhu revealed a cackling lewd smile and slowly leaned over to Wang Xiaoyu on the ground. When he saw Wang Xiaoyu's pair of white rabbits that could barely be covered by her dress, her white collarbones, and the career line that was inadvertently revealed, his eyes gradually filled with bestiality. For Wang Yi, his righteous sister, he had long been salivating for a long time, and since there was no blood relationship, there were no ethical scruples. It was a pity that Wang Yi had watched Wang Xiaoyu closely since she was a child, and no one else in the Wang family had the chance to get their hands on her. Now that he had returned from overseas after his studies and Wang Yi was away, wouldn't it be the perfect time to take this beauty into his palm? Suddenly, Wang Wenhu realized that Wang Xiaoyu's expression was different. This is not the eyes of resistance and panic, nor is it the eyes of resignation and death, but, rather the eyes of looking at a fool? Pop! Wang Wenhu only felt a thunderbolt explode beside his ears. Then the sky spun in front of him, and the whole person flew out. Young master! Wang Xiaoyu let out a cry of delight. Silly girl, still being so outgoing with me, how many times have I said it? Just call me brother. Wang Xiaoyu stood up amidst Wang Yi's bitter smile, patting away the dust on her body, and gave a very educated salute. I'm sorry, young master, letting you see the out-of-shape side. I was about to go out to greet you. Wang Yi shook his head. Wang Xiaoyu's argumentative streak was very hard to change. He had seen it long ago, so he didn't get entangled in the name-calling. Wang Yi, when did you come back? Wrong. You actually dare to hit me. Wang Wenhu only came back to his senses from the impact he just had at this time. He covered his cheeks and revealed a resentful look. Wang Yi was able to make a Jianghu man like Long Xiao bow down. Naturally he had real skills. Just now, although he didn't kill him painfully, but he didn't intend to make Wang Wenhu feel better either. Now Wang Wenhu's cheek that was hit by Wang Yi has been obviously swollen, red through the channel blood. What's wrong with hitting you? Wang Yi coldly glanced at Wang Wenhu. Wang Wenhu was so scared that his neck shrank. Since childhood, Wang Yi's lustful authority that was carved into the bone marrow of the Wang family's children made his aura subconsciously weaker by 2 points. But once he thought of the current situation of the Wang family, Wang Wenhu once again summoned up his courage. He stared at Wang Yi with spiteful eyes. Just fool around. Look at you. You still don't know, do you? Without the old master, let's see how long you siblings can still be powerful. Wang Yi frowned when he heard this. What happened to the old master? Let's wait and see. Wang Wenhu neither wanted to explain to Wang Yi nor give him a chance to cross-examine, dropping a harsh sentence and running out of the courtyard. Wang Yi shrugged his shoulders, although he was concerned about the current situation of the old master. But after 4 years, he finally reunited with his sister. He didn't want to waste time on such goods like Wang Wenhu. Young master, it's not good. The old master he fell ill. Without waiting for Wang Yi to open his mouth to inquire about Wang Xiaoyu, she anxiously blurted out the matter to Wang Yi. Right now the old master is bedridden. The eldest uncle, the second uncle and the third uncle, they are all in. Anyway, you should go and see the old master once now. Humph, the old master is also really unlucky. When he was sick in bed, the Waste sons actually thought about how to divide the family property first. Really unlike words. Wang Yi snorted coldly. He could already guess the unpleasant and ugly scene. Young master, if you come back at this time, your relatives all think that you are preparing to come back to inherit the Yilong group. The old man of the Wang family had 4 sons. Wang Yi's father, Wang Shanglan, was the 4th in line, and was indeed the most promising one in the family, leaving the family at a young age and relying on himself to earn his first bucket of gold, starting the Yilong group. Now Yilong group has long become the pillar industry of the Wang family, but Wang Yi's parents died young, on a business trip because the plane crashed and both died. Since then the old man has loved Wang Yi. Inherit? It was originally my thing. Would this young man waste time making a special trip back for this? Wang Yi sneered disdainfully. Other people only thought that he was an uneducated, fighting and picking up girls all day long, but to be able to guard the family property left behind by his parents to this day, how could Wang Yi be an idler? Wang Yi has long been in the old man's acquiescence under the Yilong group of things. Good backhand. If he really wanted to divide the family property, Wang Yi would be able to sweep all of them out of the door in minutes. Go, take me to see how the old master is doing. Since it was Wang Yi's will, Wang Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't object. Yes, she bowed her head and answered. And just like a real maid, she walked ahead to guide the way for Wang Yi. Chapter 14, Brothers, Shanghai Court. Occupying the largest area in the Wang family compound, this was the residence of the oldest member of the Wang family, Hainan Wang. After not returning for 4 years, when Wang Yi looked at the Wang family compound where he grew up, all the scenery only made him feel unfamiliar. Fortunately, there is a sister to lead the way, the two of them to the nearest path to the old master's residence in front. In front of Hainan Wang's villa, there is an old-fashioned pavilion corridor, and on both sides is the lake that introduces the Wang family compound. If the people of the Wang family wanted to enter and exit Old Master Wang's villa, they would inevitably pass through this corridor. Yo, isn't this Xiaoyu? A youth appeared in front of the brother and sister duo. That person ignored Wang Yi and placed his gaze on Wang Xiaoyu alone, a false smile on his face. Little Jade, you're here to see the old master, right? Aha. Wang Xiaoyu faintly agreed, avoiding that person's gaze. That person was Wang Yi's second uncle Wang Shengwa's son, Wang Wenxiang. Wang Wenxiang traced Wang Xiaoyu's delicate body with a lick-like gaze, causing her to inadvertently shiver. Between this generation of the Wang family, there was no one who did not covet Wang Xiaoyu's beauty. Before Wang Xiaoyu could say anything, a mellow back suddenly appeared in front of her. Wang Yi stood in front of his sister, shielding her from that rude gaze. Wang Yi. Wang Wenxiang seemed to tisk, pronouncing that name that made him loathe. Since childhood, Wang Yi was the uncrowned king of the Wang family's child generation. His father's achievements were remarkable, founding the Yi Long group. His grandfather loved him so much that he could be reckless and bratty, and his sister was gentle and lovely, following behind him in every way. Wang Yi is simply a collection of all the winners in life that can be imagined. It is impossible not to make him jealous. In Wang Wenxiang's eyes, Wang Yi was an asshole kid who ate luck, relying on the shade of his father and grandparents to act recklessly and uneducated. Wang Wenxiang stared at Wang Yi nonchalantly. What are you doing here? My grandfather has fallen ill, and I can't come to take a look? Facing Wang Wenxiang's questioning, Wang Yi answered easily and casually. Wang Wenxiang stalled when he was disliked by Wang Yi. He immediately changed his face and revealed a kind smile. I see. Little brother's filial piety is commendable. He actually knows to come back to see grandpa. The implied meaning of the words was to condemn Wang Yi for not paying attention to the old man for 4 years and not observing filial piety. Wang Yi disdainfully glanced at Wang Wenxiang. He didn't know that it was the old master's intention for him to leave the Wang family, so Wang Yi didn't bother to have a general understanding with Wang Wenxiang, and even more so, he didn't have the obligation to explain to him. But while Wang Yi could care less, his sister could not tolerate her respected righteous brother being denigrated. Young master is because Wang Xiaoyu stepped forward and was about to argue with Wang Wenxiang, but was stopped by Wang Yi. Young master? So what if Laozi comes back now? What right does that have to stop me from seeing the old master? Facing Wang Yi's gaze, Wang Wenxiang just waved his hand hypocritically. It would be too hurtful for us to say that if we are family members, how would we dare to stop my little brother from seeing the old master? Go ahead. After saying that, Wang Wenxiang waved his hand and made way. Although Wang Yi was curious as to why Wang Wenxiang compromised so simply, but he was too lazy to argue with him in the first place, and it was naturally better to be able to save the trouble. Humph, second brother is really kind. That bastard kid heard that grandpa was critically ill, so he rushed his ass back to inherit Yi Long group. I don't know if his face is harmed or not. Behind Wang Wenxiang, another voice came out. Wang Yi recognized the voice. Wang Wenfan, the son of the old man's eldest son, Wang Shangyang. Since childhood, as the first son of the eldest house, Wang Wenfan had regarded Wang Yi as his greatest enemy. Although before, when Wang Yi had acted recklessly in Yandu and was finally sent to Jichuan City by the old master, Wang Wenfan thought that it was a symbol of Wang Yi's falling out of favor with the old master, and no longer viewed him as a rival. But now that the old master is critically ill and Wang Yi is back, there is no other reason in Wang Wenfan's eyes other than competition for the family fortune. So Wang Wenfan's words to Wang Yi were filled with the flavor of gunpowder. Big brother, you're a little bit of a small man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart. Suspicion. When the fourth uncle single-handedly founded Yi Long Group, but also less than the Wang family's startup capital and connections, the group's equity, everyone has a share. Wang Wenxiang immediately made a peacemaker's gesture on the surface to persuade Wang Wenfan. In fact, the words are still squeezing Wang Yi, even when the old master was still sober. The fourth brother, he was not qualified to inherit Yi Long Group. Wang Yi can't possibly not have a number in his heart. We're all family. You're hurting our feelings by saying this. After saying that, Wang Wenxiang also looked at Wang Yi and nodded with a smile. Wang Yi coldly looked at the two people in front of him, one red and one white, singing a double act. Just like a "I'll just silently watch you guys perform" posture. When Wang Yi's father, Wang Shanglan, left the Wang family, he didn't bring a single needle and thread, worked on his own to save up money, seized the opportunity to start his own business, and finally accomplished a piece of business. It can be said that Yi Long Group has nothing to do with the Wang family. Even if Wang Yi does not inherit, it is definitely not the turn of this group of relatives. Now Wang Wenxiang is here to distort the facts. The former words to seize the reason. Wang Yi looked at it only feel funny and ridiculous. What the second brother said is deep in my heart. The old master will definitely not let this kind of waste to inherit the group. Otherwise, with his ability. Halfway through his sentence, he let out a cold laugh and looked at Wang Yi. Not out of half a year. I'm afraid that the loss is so much that I have to take out my own bottom to offset the debt. After saying this, as if they heard some extremely funny joke, the brothers laughed out loud. Slap. In the corridor, a burst of applause rang out. You two clowns acted well, but unfortunately it's just not funny. Since you're done acting, isn't it time to get lost? Wang Yi stopped his applauding motion without a trace of laughter in his eyes. My time. You guys can't afford to delay. Good boy. How are you talking to your big brother? Wang Yi, I can't see that. After not coming back for 4 years, you've actually become even more arrogant. Wang Yi's words completely enraged the two. They were just about to rush forward to punch and kick Wang Yi, when suddenly a silhouette stopped in front of them. Two young masters. This is in front of the door of the family master's residence. Please restrain yourself, Wang Xiaoyu faintly said to the duo, without any semblance of emotion in her voice. Only then did the two of them, Wang Wenfan, calm down and winced. They had just remembered that since childhood, Wang Yi had never lost a fight between several cousins. The skin and flesh pain they had suffered since childhood seemed like a brand engraved in their minds, causing the duo to once again remember the fear of being dominated by Wang Yi. Cough cough, since Xiaoyu has said so, I'll let you brats go today. If you dare to mouth off in front of the old master, we will definitely let you have it. Saying harsh words on their mouths, in fact, in their hearts, they knew better than anyone that they couldn't beat Wang Yi, so they simply borrowed the steps given by Wang Xiaoyu and slipped away. Chapter 15, I can. Young master, it's fine, I know all their tricks. Facing Wang Xiaoyu's worried gaze, Wang Yi gently placed his hand on her head and rubbed it. Since childhood, the younger siblings of Wang Yi, who were young and had large assets hanging under their names, were the fat meat of the relatives of the Wang family, who all wanted to come up to tear a strip and bite it, but in the way of the old master's face, it was not good to make a move. Now that the old master is sick, those vile little people who have been holding back for a long time, naturally have to jump out. Humph, but I'm not the same person I was back then. If you dare to touch my Wang Yi's things, I'll let you all see what it means to be truly cruel. Wang Yi lovingly stroked his sister while secretly being ruthless in his heart. The brother and sister duo walked all the way into the villa, and when the people of the Wang family saw it, they all pointed at them, or to be precise, at Wang Yi. Hearing that the old master collapsed, he rushed back to inherit the family fortune. What a good grandson, so filial. Can you not be in a hurry? That's an asset with a market value of over $1 trillion. TSK, how come I don't have a good old son? You guys are not qualified to say that people are not filial. No filial piety, no posterity. Nephew Wang Yi doesn't have to worry about this at all. Ha ha ha, brother Shanglan already knew that this kid is a waste. He even prepared a child bride. Wang Yi revealed a hint of displeasure. He didn't care how others taunted him because the more jealous they were the more they proved that he was excellent, but he hated it when someone denigrated his most beloved sister. Seeing his righteous brother's indignation, Wang Xiaoyu stepped forward and pulled his sleeve. Young master, don't worry, I won't be impulsive. Wang Yi revealed a smile, reassuring his sister. In the Wang family, they didn't have many friends, but quite a few enemies. Being young and holding a huge amount of money in his hands, he was simply a model of a soft persimmon. Before, there was the old master who pressed on, but now that the old master had fallen ill at first sight, Wang Yi immediately became a target for everyone to ostracize and attack. And before that, Wang Wenxiang and Wang Wenfan were just the beginning. Those relatives are also a little self-awareness. No one dares to die the ownership of the Yilong group, but so big a piece of cake, even if casually share them a little bit of edge, but also enough for them to eat to support Wang Yi has long been able to see through their small mind, for which he just disdained. Wang Yi was about to walk towards the old master's bedroom when he was stopped by someone. The person in front of him was Wang Wenfan. Wang Yi, do you still have the nerve to go see Grandpa? Nowadays, in the younger generation of the Wang family, other than Wang Yi, he was the one with the most seniority and the highest status. Ever since Wang Yi's father passed away, the Wang family had filled their own sons and daughters with various key positions in the company, and Wang Wenfan was the one who had gotten the best of it. Seeing that the old man was about to pass away, as the eldest grandson and the youngest and most capable Wang family descendant in Yilong Group, the new president of the company was none other than himself. At this juncture, Wang Yi came back. How could he tolerate the duck in his hand to fly away? Wang Wenxiang saw the argument between Wang Yi and Wang Wenfan from far behind the crowd and was secretly happy in his heart. No matter how much he hated Wang Yi, as a son of the Wang family, it was righteous for him to come back to visit the sick old master, so directly going up to stop him would only look petty and ulterior motives. But it was also impossible for him to stand up and speak for Wang Yi. Two idiots, you guys fight it out. It's best if the whole two lose, then I'll come out and control the scene, so that everyone can see who is the most qualified person to inherit the group. Wang Yi just opened his mouth indifferently and said one word in response to Wang Wenfan's obstruction. Scram! What did you say? Wang Wenfan immediately changed his face. That's how you talk to your big brother? I'm the eldest grandson of the Wang family, the future heir. The relatives in the corridor also looked at Wang Yi with cold eyes, thinking that this kid was still so rampant, too unstable. Never hand over the Wang family to such a person. Wang Yi, I'm warning you, this is in front of the family head's door. There's no room for you to be rampant. Wang Wenfan thought that behind him was the old master, but instead of 2 points of strength inserted his waist to Wang Yi chiding said, anyway, now the old master is not likely to come out to speak for Wang Yi. The righteousness is on his side. Wang Wenfan is full of confidence. His body momentum is getting more and more. Not waiting for him to continue to be quiet and noisy, Wang Yi was not patient at all. Are you rolling or not? You're the one who should roll. Asshole. What can you do to me? Splat. The first half of Wang Wenfan's question came out, and the following answer to him was a slap. Wang Wenfan covered his face and looked at Wang Yi with a face of disbelief. Li District Ran dare to big me? Li dare to beat people outside the old master's room? How amazing was the power of Wang Yi's slap. It directly slapped Wang Wenfan from in front of him to the wall next to him. Now his face is swollen high and he can't speak well. What's going on outside? So noisy. The old master's bedroom door opened and his eldest son, Wang Shangyang, walked out. Wang Wenfan seemed to see a backer and immediately crawled up to complain. Dad, he hit me. Wang Shangyang glanced down at his son and spat with a hateful kick. Disgraceful thing. Get lost. Yes. Wang Wenfan didn't dare to refute his father, and could only obediently flash to the side, staring hatefully at Wang Yi. Only after dealing with his disgraceful son did Wang Shangyang turn his attention to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, do you know the crime? Ha ha ha, this should be asked the other way around. Wang Shangyang, do you know the crime? Wang Yi laughed coldly. These words were like cold water thrown into hot oil, causing noisy murmurs outside the corridor. This kid is still justified in hitting people? Arrogant. What arrogance? The family is unfortunate. It's all because of the old man's habitual faults. The relatives didn't expect Wang Yi to be so arrogant. Originally they didn't have a few good feelings towards Wang Yi. Now they even seized the opportunity to verbally attack him. Wang Shangyang felt that he was exasperated by Wang Yi. Good still really dare to say boy. Then tell me, what is my crime? You are a waste. Wang Yi let out a chortle that exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. After saying that, he looked around again and slid his fingers over his relatives' bodies in turn. Oh, make no mistake. I'm not targeting you. I mean all of you. All of you are trash. Wang Yi's words exasperated all the Wang family relatives with wide eyes. Or they felt that he was uninviting and spoke out of turn. Or they felt that the vertical son was unteachable. Ha. I waited for half a day and thought that you had some lofty words, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of vulgarity. Wang Shangyang sneered. Wang Yi didn't feel any pressure at all and spread both hands. The old master has been sick so far. Each and every one of you didn't think of a way to cure him. Instead, you are here to divide the family fortune, saying that you are not wastes. Then who is a waste? Wang Yi, don't spit blood. My father has invited famous experts and doctors in the country, and they are all at their wits' end with the old man. So what can you do? Wang Wenfan immediately jumped out in excitement. His cheeks had recovered a little and he could speak normally. Wang Yi's eyes rolled and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Waiting for this sentence from you. What if I say that I can cure the old man? Chapter 16, Death to the Heart. Wang Yi's words caused a brief silence among the crowd, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha, just this kid? Still wants to cure the old man? It's not like he's studying a medical major. Oh sorry, this uneducated waste of space will probably be expelled from the school even if he studied medicine. So what? The best doctors in all of Yandu can't cure the family head's illness. What can a mere undergraduate level do? No one believed Wang Yi's words, and they felt more absurd and ridiculous than indignant. Wang Yi was naturally too lazy to explain to the bystanders. How could an ant imagine what an elephant could do? Although he had left the Wang family for 4 years, Wang Yi had been practicing the secret Kung Fu technique Ghost Valley internal canon that had been passed down from the Wang family's ancestors since he was a child. So he had never lost a fight since he was a child. In the entire Wang family, he was the only one who had this talent, and in the final analysis, this was the reason why the old master favored Wang Yi. And although this Ghost Valley internal scripture was like Qigong, able to cultivate true Qi, it was more suitable for healing and curing injuries than injuring the enemy. That was why Wang Yi was confident that he could save the old man, and even if he couldn't cure him radically, he could still delay his condition. The Ghost Valley inner scripture is the bottom card of the Wang family to be able to be listed among the 8 great families. The vast majority of people in the Wang family don't know this secret, so in their eyes, Wang Yi is an arrogant yellow-mouthed child. Wang Shangyang naturally did not believe Wang Yi either, so he stood still and did not get out of the way. Wang Yi sneered. Humph, whether you believe it or not. You can't give up now even if there is a slight possibility. Or are you saying that you wish for the old man to die? Wang Shengyang's complexion changed. Now in the Wang family, treating the old master can be considered as the mainstream right. Whoever dares to say that the old master should give up the treatment is risking universal condemnation. Wang Shengyang still had the ambition of inheriting the Wang family in his heart. Wang Yi, this one pot buckle down. He can't wash clean. For the sake of his own future, he can't agree. You don't want to spit blood? How could I possibly look forward to the death of the family head? Then since I now have the means to save the old master in my hands, yet you are obstructing it in every way. What are your intentions? You, even if you don't believe me, you don't have any evidence to prove that what I'm saying is false, right? Even if you don't even try. Are you afraid that the old man's cure will affect your ability to monopolize the Wang family's assets? After Wang Yi came down with these heartbreaking words, even the Wang family relatives looked at Wang Shengyang with a wrong look in their eyes. They no longer had the same unanimity that they had before against Wang Yi. In the end they were afraid that Wang Yi wouldn't take them for a ride after he inherited Yilong Group. But it was equally impossible to accept that Wang Shengyang was monopolizing the Wang family's resources. This was originally an alliance that was spontaneously pinched together because of interests. And naturally, it was also able to split at any time because of interests. Wait, everyone listen to me? How could I possibly want to hijack the Wang family's assets alone? Wang Shengyang's head was in a cold sweat. Like Wang Yi, who faced the entire Wang family alone without changing his color, was in the end a minority of fanatics. He still had to consider the intentions of the majority of the people. Although in his heart he was not satisfied with these children and nephews who were dividing up the family assets with him, he did not dare to turn the other cheek at this time. However, the seeds of suspicion had been planted, and the fragile alliance was not broken. In here, it seems that the most anxious and active in preventing Xian nephew Wang Yi from meeting the family head is Wang Shengyang's father and son, right? Maybe this wolfish thing has forged a will. Not only is he delaying the old master's medical treatment, he is also plotting to expel us and take the good Wang family for himself. His heart can be punished. His heart is execrable. The wind direction in the corridor changed, and even the name calling of Wang Yi and Wang Shengyang vaguely changed. How could Wang Shengyang not have thought that the good situation had actually reached this point under Wang Yi's 3 or 2 words? Wang Yi sneered in the bottom of his heart. Gigu Zi. Wang's name is Bowen, a Wang Zhen, the famous strategist in the Warring States era, the originator of the Zonghong and Hungtong families, and the mastermind of the art of war. He left behind the secret books of Gongfu, and is not as simple as Qigong healing and wounding the enemy to kill the enemy. All kinds of ideas in the Gigu Neijing. The human heart is evil. The situation is favorable. The interests are supreme. Now Wang Yi borrowed the magic in the Ghost Valley inner scripture, starting from the desire of the Wang family, and in a few words, he forced Wang Shengyang to the opposite side of them, but took himself off the hook. A true schemer, using Yang as a schemer, using the power to oppress people, even if they know that there is a pit in front of them. Under the compulsion of the general situation makes people can only jump in. How could I possibly want to harm the family head? Since nephew Wang Yi has the certainty of treating the old master, then it's not good for me to stand in the way. Please. Wang Shengyang was also decisive in nature. Seeing that it was impossible, he immediately made way. After saying that, he wiped his forehead and his eyes rolled back. But, Wang Yi, virtuous nephew, your ability we really can't trust. Now let you test on the old man, in case something goes wrong. That. Before Wang Shengyang finished his words, his meaning was already obvious. What happened? And we have nothing to do. It is your responsibility. He thought very clearly. Don't even need the old man's condition to deteriorate. As long as it didn't get better, he had countless ways to reverse public opinion and buckle the pot to Wang Yi. At that time, he was afraid that Wang Yi would never have a chance to compete for the succession of the Wang family again. As for Wang Yi really being sure of curing the old master, he didn't believe it anyway. For Wang Shengyang's words, Wang Yi didn't hesitate for half a second. He waved his hand and said, if I can't cure the old master, then it's all because I'm not good at my craft, and I'll voluntarily give up all rights and interests to Yilong Group. Good, we have a deal. Wang Shengyang was delighted in his heart, secretly saying that Wang Yi was young and impetuous, and had indeed fallen for the plan. Young master. Wang Xiaoyu pulled Wang Yi's sleeve, revealing an uneasy look. Wang Yi smiled faintly and touched her head. Don't worry, trust your brother me. Aha. Although there was still some uneasiness in her psyche, it was impossible for Wang Xiaoyu to doubt Wang Yi. She nodded and let go of Wang Yi. What's that noise outside? At this time, the bedroom door was pushed open again, and the old man's second son, Wang Shengzhou, walked out. Third brother. Wang Shengyang looked at his brother and repeated all the words that Wang Yi had just said outside. Nonsense. Wang Shengzhou looked at Wang Yi. His generation was backward, and he didn't have many thoughts about the Wang family's inheritance. Instead, He was the one here who was most sincere in thinking about the old man. Dean Tian is inside rescuing the old master. You're not a child anymore. No better, don't go in and make trouble. But I can really save Grandpa. Wang Yi spread his hands. He was also helpless. What he said was the truth. It's fine if you guys don't believe me. Can you not delay me? In case you delay the old master's condition, all of you will be the sinner of the Wang family. Wang Shengzhou's face was also ugly. Wang Yi's words were just like putting them all on the opposite side of the Wang family. As if whoever stopped him from fooling around was trying to harm the old master. But who are you to say that you can save the old master? Chapter 17, Getting in the Way. If you want us to get out of the way, first you have to show us proof. What's at stake? Why should we believe you when you say you can save father? The relatives of the Wang family also snapped out of it. They were all bluffed by this kid. Right. By what right do you say that we are harming the family head by stopping you? How do we know that you're the one who isn't the harm? How important is the old master to the Wang family? It was true that they wished they could serve as the Wang family's family head, but that didn't mean that they wished for the old master to fall ill and die. The old master's own prestige accounted for a large part of the Wang family's power today, and many high-ranking officials and dignitaries were courteous to the Wang family only because of the old master's face. So in the event that the old master died of immortality, who of them would have the confidence to hold down the scene? No. Every extra day that the old master lives, the power of the Wang family becomes stronger, unless there are really people who want to jeopardize the Wang family, so they don't want the old master to recover from his illness. But this kid, he even demonized the public and lured them to attack and suspect each other. How vicious. Wang Yi faced Wang Xingzhou's questioning, but only smiled faintly. Obviously, the public opinion trend that had just been brought up by him had already been broken by Wang Xingzhou's point, but Wang Yi still seemed to be steadily winning. Brother Wang, I'm sorry. A man walked out of the house. Seeing this man, the two Wang Shangyang brothers' complexion changed drastically. Tian Ji Ren. This was the director of the hospital affiliated to Yandu University. Less than 20 years old, he skipped a grade to enter the nation's #1 medical school to study at the affiliated university, and returned from studying abroad with 2 consecutive doctoral degrees, and stayed at the university to teach directly after graduation, while moonlighting as the attending physician of the affiliated hospital. He has more than decades of clinical experience. I do not know how many times from the hands of the king of hell to bring people back. The patients affectionately send him the nickname soul chasing in the underworld, and even the political dignitaries of the physical health of his hand is also responsible for. Such a titan of the medical world actually had a hard time with the old man's condition. Then there was fear that no one under the sky would ever be able to cure the old man again. Elder brother Tian, what do you mean? Wang Shangyang anxiously stepped forward. He had already developed an ominous suspicion from Tian Ji Ren's tone. Brother Wang, I'm really sorry, although we've tried our best, but after all, the old man's age is there. Many of his body's functions are declining, and his organs are fragile, so he can't withstand surgery. Elder brother Tian, no, Dean Tian, could it be that even with your skill you are powerless? Wang Shangyang's complexion changed greatly. Even his address to Tian Ji Ren changed. He stepped forward and grabbed Tian Ji Ren's shoulders. Powerless. Tian Ji Ren awkwardly twisted his gaze away. He was the worst at facing this kind of desperate look of the patient's family. He and Wang Shangyang are close friends. His friend's father is in danger. Naturally, it is impossible not to do your best, but the old man is terminally ill, and a variety of complications come one after another. Even if he cures the same, there is no guarantee that it will not lead to the deterioration of other illnesses. It really is at a loss. Wang Shangyang took half a step back, his hands feebly loosened. Could it be that father is really going away? That old man who seems to be a scourge for 10,000 years and can't be killed, finally can't defeat the Razor of the Years? Behind them, the crowd of the Wang family also revealed a look of grayness. A mournful atmosphere drifted in the corridor. As long as they were not fools, they could all realize that the sky of the Wang family was going to collapse. Just when the crowd felt that their future was bleak, they heard a voice that was rude to the extreme. Wastes, all a bunch of wastes. Wang Yi dashed into the bedroom in a flash and went straight to the old master. Inside the room, he saw that the old master Wang Hainan was lying on a wide sandalwood bed, surrounded by instruments, with various tubes inserted into his body. Out of the way. Wang Yi snorted coldly, then casually peeled off the tubes. Stop. Do you want to kill your grandfather? Tian Ji Ren's face changed drastically and he was about to stop Wang Yi, but he casually waved his hand away. Little brute. What do you want? Wang Shangyang and Wang Shengzhou were also watching in shock. Nowadays, the old man is all about those life-sustaining equipment on his body. If he pulls out the equipment, even if he doesn't die right away, he won't have long to live. And Wang Shangyang's heart there is a hint of dark thoughts. If Wang Yi really have a way to cure the old man, now let him get his hands on it. Will not appear that the group of people who go around begging for medicines and worshipping doctors are all waste? No, It must not be left to Wang Yi to flex his muscles on his own. Quick, come on people, drive that bastard out? Wang Shangyang shouted to his back. The Wang family relatives looked at me and I looked at you and were about to go forward. Stop. Suddenly, they were stopped by a loud shout from Wang Yi. It wasn't that Wang Yi's words had any coercive power on them, but they saw the brightly shining scalpel in Wang Yi's hand. Not good. I'm confused. Tian Jiren's face became incredibly ugly, and with a slap of his head, he remembered that the surgical paraphernalia he had prepared earlier was still kept in the chamber. You guys, if you dare to come in, I'll be impolite. Wang Yi sneered as he shook his scalpel and aimed it at the people outside the door. Nephew Wang Yi Xian, calm down for a moment. We have something to talk about. What do you want? I'm warning you, don't do that treacherous thing. Wang Shangyang and Wang Shengzhou looked at the knife in Wang Yi's hand and didn't dare to act rashly. It wasn't that they were afraid of Wang Yi rising up and injuring someone. After all, no one thought that Wang Yi could beat so many people with a small knife in his hand. However, Wang Yi was now standing right next to the old master's bed, but only an arm's length away. If Wang Yi was pushed and did something to the old master, they would surely become the ancient sins of the Wang family. Coupled with the fact that Wang Yi's words had just stirred up the dark thoughts within them, no one froze and wanted to take the blame for forcing the old master to die. Wang Yi, father has always treated you well. Is this how you repay his old man? Wang Shengzhou had a serious face, glaring at Wang Yi, and the people behind him exchanged colors with each other. All sorts of ugly and unpleasant thoughts fermenting in the crowd. In the face of the Wang family's crowd's various looks, Wang Yi remained unmoved. Humph, I act as clear as a mirror. If you guys stop me, you're killing Grandpa. Either way he's a dead man. Why don't I end his pain with my own hands? You, shut up, within 3 counts, get out. None of you are allowed to come in until I say so. Wang Yi no longer gave Wang Shengzhou the chance to make a quiet noise, and directly issued an ultimatum. Since he couldn't make sense of it, Wang Yi used a more direct and simple way to force them to take a stand. Whoever dares to stop me will be forcing the old master to die. Wang Shengzhou took a deep breath and took 2 steps backwards. Okay, let's go out. Calm down, don't do anything stupid. Xiaoyu, close the door. Wang Xiaoyu complied and walked into the bedroom, closing the door and unlocking it. Chapter 18, Hostage. Young master. Although she wouldn't question Wang Yi's orders, she wouldn't not worry about him. Do you think my actions are too extreme? Wang Xiaoyu nodded. Seeing this, Wang Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. Those idiots couldn't make sense with words, and Grandpa's life was at stake, so I couldn't afford to delay, so I just used the simplest way to drive them away. But after that, I'm afraid they'll turn against the young master. Most likely they're ready to call the police or break into the house by now. There's no harm in it. The little bit of time we've bought is already enough. And when Grandpa wakes up, everything will not be a problem. Wang Yi waved his hand, took off his coat and handed it to Wang Xiaoyu, and walked directly to the old man. Saving a life is like putting out a fire. One must fight for every second. Wang Yi came to Wang Hainan's bed and looked down. This scolding half-life old man was tortured by the disease is not like. Once resolute face has been face like gold paper. The gas is like a hanging void. Wang Yi put his hand on Wang Hainan's forehead, carefully lifted the true chi of the Ghost Valley internal cannon and probed into his body. This probing made Wang Yi frown. It's a bit more serious than what that group of losers said. It's all like this. Still thinking of competing for power and stopping me in my tracks. It's really his heart. Although Wang Yi was extraordinarily confident in his own abilities, he hadn't thought about what that group of Wang family members thought of him, because since childhood, the old master has been favoring Wang Yi, never needs special reasons when favoring him, and the Ghost Valley internal scripture is the Wang family secrets. Others only think that Wang Yi is acting in 101 ways, not learning. How do they know his real ability? Originally, these are the old master need to explain to the crowd. With his prestige, naturally able to subdue down, who knows that the human plan is not as good as the heavens plan? A sudden illness. He only had time to bring Wang Yi back to the unconscious. Now Wang Yi has neither prestige nor achievements. How can he ask the Wang family to convince him? Wang Yi did not know this inside heavy twists and turns. He was only focused on controlling the true chi in the meridians of Wang Hainan, nourishing the body. The old man himself had not practiced the Ghost Valley inner scripture. Otherwise he would not have to be bedridden now. Wang Yi's talent was a rare sight within the Wang family for hundreds of years, which was why he loved Wang Yi so much. But who hasn't had the delusion that they are the chosen one when they were young? When Wang Hainan had just learned of the family secret, he had also tried to cultivate without dying, although he was unsuccessful, but all of his meridians had been opened up, so Wang Yi's true chi flowed through his body like a fish in water, without any hindrance. Wang Yi was secretly anxious while repairing the old man's body, only feeling that it wasn't fast enough. Faster, faster. Outside the door, the Wang family crowd. Right now, they only felt like crying and laughing. Wang Yi was talking about saving people, but he was holding the old man's life hostage, forcing them to exit the room. Bastard. Grandpa treats him so well, and now that his life is in danger, this kid actually wantonly plays with his old man's body. Is there any heavenly justice? Is there any law? Wang Shangyang and Wang Shengzhou were too embarrassed to directly curse due to their seniority, but Wang Wenfan as a junior didn't have to worry about it. Wolf heart and dog lungs. Ungrateful. Scum of the earth. This kid is simply the shame of my Wang family. Shangyang, expel him from the family? This kind of person is worse than a dog or pig. How can we appease the public's anger if we don't expel him? Wang Wenfan took the lead and immediately caused the others to resonate. Wang Yi was already unpopular, and now he had done such a deviant thing, causing the crowd to recall the past of being bullied and humiliated by this mongrel devil. And for a while, the crowd was furious. Right, third brother, why don't you call Biaozi over and directly arrest that little beast? Wang Shangyang suddenly remembered the Wang family bodyguards. But, in case that guy Wang Yi really lost his heart and hurt father, I'm afraid that you and I will really become the sinner of the Wang family. Wang Shangyang shook his head with a bitter smile. The matter is urgent, and Biaozi, as a retired special police officer with extraordinary skills, knows how to swoop in and capture the thugs and still not hurt the hostages. But, according to you, we might as well call the police. Wang Shengzhou frowned, but he only saw his big brother laugh. Third brother, then what do you say we say to the police? That the nephew kidnapped the old man in order to force himself on him? Hearing Wang Shengyang's words, Wang Shengzhou could only shake his head with a bitter smile. You're right, family scandals can't be publicized. That's just it. Biaozi is indeed the most suitable person. He waved his hand behind him. Didn't you guys hear that? Go quickly and ask Biaozi to bring someone over. The people of the Wang family looked at each other, before they quickly ZE out the candidate and went to notify the security team. The remaining people, looking at the bedroom door, were on fire, but no one really dared to not take the old man's life seriously and rushed in to stop Wang Yi. No one saw that a hint of sinister flashed under Wang Xingyang's eyes. Since you want to take the old master to blackmail us, then I am going to stimulate you. If you dare to move the old master, then you are the sinner of the Wang family. If you do not dare to lay hands on it, then Biaozi caught you after, in full view of the public, evidence of guilt, to see how you sophistry. Once after being exposed by Wang Yi to the darkest thoughts in his heart, Wang Shangyang has already torn his face. He is not hesitant to play with fire with Wang Yi for the sake of his position and inheritance in the Wang family, and he even took the old master as a bet. In the bedroom, Wang Xiaoyu anxiously looked at Wang Yi. Since just now, he maintained the action of placing his hand on Wang Hainan's head, unchanging. Although Wang Yi had told her the secret of his cultivation of divine power, Wang Xiaoyu was unable to understand that kind of thing. Qigong? True Qi? A trick from a martial arts novel or a TV trick? Although Wang Xiaoyu wouldn't question Wang Yi's orders, she couldn't help but worry about her young master's fate. Right now, she could only hope that Wang Yi would be able to cure Grandpa. Otherwise, if the old man had a slip-up, all the blame would be put on Yi Xiu's head. At that time, expulsion from the family was light, and I was afraid that Wang Yi would be sent to prison by that group of scumbags, and his future would be ruined. In the Wang family, Wang Yi had few friends and many enemies. There were too many people who couldn't stand the sight of their siblings. There are too many people who covet their wealth. There were too many people jealous of their status. Alright. Suddenly, Wang Yi raised his head and pulled his hand back from the old man's forehead. Young master? Wang Xiaoyu was still immersed in her own pessimistic fantasies and didn't come back to her senses for a while. It's already healed. Grandpa is in no danger. Wang Yi looked at Wang Xiaoyu with a happy face. It's already healed? A terminal disease that even a medical titan like Tian Jiren couldn't do anything about. This was cured? Wang Yi didn't answer his sister's doubts. He didn't hesitate to walk to the door and pull. 1, 2, bump. Chapter 19, Pig Dog. Neat slogans came from outside the door. Wang Yi instantly reacted. His body stood sideways and stepped aside from the doorway. Immediately after, the bodyguards who made a rushing movement outside the door rushed in. But because the expected target disappeared instantly, there was no time to break the inertia of their bodies. One or two of them rolled and flipped and burrowed into the house, stopping in front of the old master's bed, almost crashing into it. Those security guards looked up and saw the old master lying on the bed, scared out of their wits, rolling and crawling backward. Most of them are just hired in the Wang family to make a living, although only security, but compared to other companies are treated better. To please the people of the Wang family is not too late, lest bumping into the old master of the prince will lose their jobs. Now originally wanted to obey the masters. The result is almost knocked over the family head of the hospital bed. This is not a trouble? The group of security guards were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, looking so funny, but at this time no one had the heart to find amusement in this group of little people. Vertical son, you finally realize that your actions are unpardonable and are ready to change your ways? Wang Shangyang jumped out first and pointed at Wang Yi's nose. Wang Yi glanced at him dumbfounded. Are you stupid? What? Do you know how serious and how bad the impact of your behavior today is? If you admit your mistake before it's too late. Shut up, stupid. Wang Yi's unadorned expletives completely pitted Wang Shengyang's next words against him. He never expected that by this time, Wang Yi was actually still rampant to this point. Where did this kid get his backbone? Wang Shengyang only felt a wave of ignorance karma fire rushed straight to the top of his head. From the neck to the root of the ear are directly suffocated into pig liver purple. Just when he was about to explode, Wang Yi faintly opened his mouth. Let me ask you, why did I drive all of you sand sculptures out and lock myself in the house? It's not because you're a wolf and actually risked universal condemnation against the old man. Fart. I have said with my mouth that I am going to treat the old master. Wang Yi once again interrupted Wang Shengyang and spoke loudly in a dignified manner without any semblance of vanity. If I hadn't kicked you bunch of stupid pigs out, could you have let me treat the old master in peace? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can we allow you little thief to act recklessly? You guys see, I call you all pigs. It's too much of an insult to the pig's intelligence. Wang Yi spread his hands, that bashful look, once again infuriating Wang Shengyang's eyelids furiously jumped. He was about to break out in curses, but was stopped by Wang Shengzhou. Nephew Wang Yi, since you said you wanted to treat the old master, but now you've come out, are you going to say that the old master's disease has been cured? Cured? These words caused a roar of laughter amongst the Wang family members. Wang Yi didn't block the doorway. Everyone could see what was behind him. The old master was still lying motionless on the bed. What do you call this? Well, I see it as giving up treatment is more like it. Tian Jiren felt that his personality had received an insult. As the president of Yin University Hospital, the helmsman of the domestic medical field, he had just said that the old master had no cure, and then a teenager of 18 or 19 years of age popped up at the back foot, mysteriously drumming a couple of times, and said that he had been cured? Absurd! Absurd! Dean Tian has issued a critical notice. You don't think about letting the old man properly recuperate and live for a few more days, but you still want to fool around. If the old man doesn't even have a chance to wake up in the end, you kid. Wang Shengzhou's eyes were red, almost dripping blood. Previously, no matter how Wang Yi fooled around, relying on the Wang family's big family, the least he could do was to comment on the unbearable. But now, hearing that his father was critically ill, he was bent on sending the old man off without any regrets, and this little wish was also ruined under Wang Yi's playfulness. How could he not be angry? How could he not hate? Upon hearing that the old man would never wake up again, Wang Shengyang's face changed with mixed feelings. He had long been prepared for the old man to die. As long as the old man could wake up before his death and arrange for the aftermath, he was sure that with his own preparations, he would be able to get the biggest piece of the big cake in Yilong Group, and now he could also put the blame for the old man's death on Wang Yi's head. But he didn't want the old master to stay awake for a while. Yilong Group was founded by Wang Yi's father, Wang Shanglan, and theoretically has little to do with the Wang family. Even the old man, only 30% of the shares in his hands, the big head is still in his own strong will, hanging in the name of Wang Yi. If there is no will of the old master, then sorry, now Wang Yi is the most qualified heir-in-law. Even if he could find more reasons and blame to throw on Wang Yi's head, the big deal was that he took Yilong Group and ran away. Not playing with your Wang family, there was nothing they could do about it. Not to mention Yilong Group as the pillar of the Wang family now. If Yilong Group came into Wang Yi's hands, they would really only be able to look at Wang Yi's face to live their lives. Could this all be Wang Yi's calculation? At the thought of this, everyone's faces changed. Wang Yi wasn't fooling around. This was pretending to be a pig eating a tiger, and he didn't hesitate to count the old man in together. What kind of mind? What kind of city? What kind of viciousness? As for the curves in the brains of these relatives, Wang Yi knew a rough idea as soon as he took a look at their expressions, but he didn't give a damn about it. Wang Yi looked at Wang Shengzhou flatly. He knew that this third uncle was filial, usually amiable, and one of the few people here who genuinely cared for the old master. So his attitude wasn't as bad as it was towards Wang Shengyang. Third uncle, don't worry. I did cure the old master's disease. Before long his old man is going to wake up. Just the method involves my Wang family's machinations. I can't talk to you. When grandpa wakes up you can ask him yourself. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't even talk about it. Are you lying to ghosts? Not waiting for Wang Shengzhou to retort, Wang Shengyang was the first to impatiently jump out and lash out. Shanglan has been bright and open all his life. How did he give birth to such a wolf-hearted thing as you? In order to possess Yilong Group, he even went so far as to murder his father. Wang Shengyang measured the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart, and coincided with a group of relatives from the Wang family. I'm afraid that fourth uncle will not be able to die in peace in heaven. The family is unfortunate. The family is unfortunate. This is clearly murder. That little brute should be taken to jail. I've already called the police. All kinds of despicable, selfish, and unpleasantly ugly scenes in the human heart were presented in this small corridor. Wang Yi's face stiffened. We are all relatives. No one believes that they have the ability to save the old man, but they are able to speculate their own family members to this point with the worst of malice. Wang Yi is never imagined. Chapter 20, Shameless. Yi Long Group? Wang Yi snorted coldly. What need does my old man have to plot against the old man for something that was originally his own? Yi Long Group is something created by my father. Does it have a dime's worth of relationship with your Wang family? Maybe the old master had given a sum of capital in private, but my father being the fourth son, did the old master treat your three uncles badly again? Now have you made any remarkable achievements? The relatives of the Wang family who had just been in the front of the group were shut up by Wang Yi's words. Wang Yi was cold and swept through the Wang family's crowd. Wang Shengyang avoided his gaze and the others didn't dare to meet his eyes. Third uncle, you think so too? Wang Shengzhou wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth. His face showed bitterness. Froze and did not say anything, just let out a long sigh and retreated behind the crowd. Wang Yi secretly sneered in the bottom of his heart, knowing that they are shameless. But I never thought that people can be so shameless for the sake of money, and that human decency is so fragile in the face of disputes over interests. The antagonism of the crowd made the corridor like a frying pan that had reached its ignition point, and at this moment, a foreign match completely ignited the tense atmosphere. Dad, I've been beaten up, because this voice was too miserable. It made the Wang family crowd forget to verbally attack Wang Yi for a moment, and they all turned their heads to look at the visitor. Wang Wenhu, with one arm wrapped in a bandage and a medicated cloth on his face, limped on his crutches and appeared in front of the crowd. What's going on? Could it be that someone took advantage of the old master's absence to bully my Wang family's children? What's going on? Wenhu's Xian nephew? Could it be that someone outside knows that the old master is bedridden? Even if the head of the family is away, my Wang family is by no means a place where anyone can come up and step on it. Who bullied you? Uncle will avenge you. The Wang family's crowd was filled with righteous indignation, sharing the same hatred for that unknown enemy. Seeing the attitude of the crowd, Wang Wenhu's heart was slightly settled. Feeling that he had 2 more points of victory, he covered his head and complained bitterly. No, I was beaten by this little beast Wang Yi. Wang Wenhu raised his hand and pointed at Wang Yi. Wang Yi recalled for a moment, then revealed a cold smile. People who practiced martial arts, before hurting others must first discipline themselves. Before learning how to hit people should first learn to control themselves, such as punching out. If the force is not controlled well, it is possible to be injured by the force of the recoil to the arm bone. He can be very sure that he has been merciful. That slap is not to Wang Wenhu into this demeanor. Look at Wang Wenhu, that look, as if a car accident has involved 18 tornadoes like, he really wanna have that mind. He is now not possible to stand here. Wang Shengzhou looked at Wang Yi, face full of indignation. He is certainly a good old man, but see his son was beaten like this. It is impossible not to be angry. However, he still knew his son's character, and Wang Wenhu usually looked at Wang Yi in a bad light. There might be some kind of misunderstanding here or the possibility of Wang Wenhu turning black and white upside down. So Wang Shengzhou symbolically asked, Wang Yi, could it really be that you hit him? Wang Yi nodded. Wang Shengzhou was furious. Is there still heavenly justice? Is there still a king's law? We are all relatives of the Wang family. Blood is thicker than water. How big of a grudge can make someone do this kind of poisonous thing to their brother's hand? Looking at the injuries on Wang Wenhu's appearance, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a few months. Wang Yi, I really misjudged you. I thought that although you usually fool around, you are still a good kid. Now you actually hit your third brother like this. He usually counts treating you well. Wang Yi's brows visibly furrowed together when he heard Wang Xingzhou's words. Treat me well? As far as Wang Wenhu's demeanor is concerned, he also has the nerve to say that he treats me well? From childhood to adulthood, I don't know how many times I have found myself, if not for the old man's care, I am afraid that I would have been whisked away to the street by him, and my sister, Wang Xiaoyu, would have been hijacked by him as well. Wang Yi does not blame Wang Shengzhou. Wang Wenhu's usual appearance in the Wang family everyone knows, colorful and sinister, mean and nasty, but the only hidden from his father. In front of Wang Shengzhou put on a good behavior, so it wasn't impossible that he used to turn black and white in front of Wang Shengzhou, fabricate facts, and pretend how he was close to Wang Yi. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If it wasn't for him, Wang Xiaoyu couldn't get used to seeing her elder brother being falsely accused, and subconsciously was about to go forward to argue, but was pulled back by Wang Yi. Young master? Wang Yi shook his head. He didn't point out the matter of Wang Wenhu deliberately faking his injuries. After all, it was a fact that he moved his hand. The other party seized on this point. He couldn't get rid of it. Instead of smearing it more and more, it would be better to not say anything. Wang Yi's attitude once again caused an uproar. Shangzhou, what else are you surprised about? He even dared to harm the family head, and he's still short of a brother? Today has kind of let us see the wolfish ambition of this mischievous villain. If not for the fact that the family head was sick, we actually couldn't peek through his true colors. People can't look at each other. Ungrateful and ungrateful. The family is unfortunate. He should really be sent to a detention center to be reformed. I've already called and contacted the Yandu Academy, which specializes in governing and educating rebellious and character-deficient youths. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the ugly faces of her relatives, and in her heart, she only felt a wave of powerlessness. The huge Wang family, at this moment, all of them were actually the enemies of her brother and sister. And these people, still relying on Wang Yi's father, Wang Shenglan's monumental shade, taking the benefits of Yi Long Group, turning their heads and being ungrateful, like a dog that bites its master when it has had enough to eat and turn its head. When Wang Shengyang saw the attitude of the crowd, his heart secretly rejoiced. Now dealing with Wang Yi is exactly the trend. The hearts of the people. If you don't do it, when will you wait? Where are the security guards? Gaozi, hurry up and do it. Take him out. The bodyguard called Gaozi glanced at Wang Yi, a trace of cold sweat running down his forehead, although he never wanted to offend this young master. In the end, they were still receiving wages from under those lords. Gaozi clenched his teeth and put up a fight for his rice bowl. Give me on. The security guards got the order and pulled out their electric batons. Gaozi kept a watchful eye. He received Wang Shengyang's order, but he didn't do it himself, but stood at the back and instructed the other security guards to go forward. In this way, even if the above blamed down afterward, he can also shrug off the orders cannot be disobeyed. He will not offend Wang Yi to death. Wang Wen, who was secretly happy in the back. You Wang Yi is not very drag? Are you not able to fight? This time, let you have enough fun. Let's see who can beat who to death. On the matter of driving others to bleed and sweat, he was definitely in favor of it with both hands and both feet. Poof! Wang Yi looked at the bodyguards that surrounded him, and the light in his eyes flashed. Do you really think that just because there are many people, they can pile up and kill him? It was just a bunch of rabble. The crowd of the Wang family could already foresee that Wang Yi would struggle hard and finally be overpowered by a group of bodyguards, punched and kicked to teach him a lesson, and finally end up with a bruised and swollen face. Wang Yi, but in the calculation, these bodyguards in the end just follow orders, earn a hard money just, they can be a small punishment, but it is not appropriate to directly under the dead hand to beat them broken bones and tendons, so what exactly to fight to a degree it? Suddenly, a thunderous voice inserted into this pair of crossbow scene. What's wrong? You guys want to rebel after the old man took a nap? Chapter 21, Making a Master. Wang family people have been able to foresee. Wang Yi struggled, and finally was a group of bodyguards subdued, punched and kicked to teach a lesson, and finally ended up with a bruised and swollen face. Wang Yi, but in the calculation, these bodyguards in the end just follow orders, earn a hard money just, they can be a small punishment, but it is not appropriate to directly under the dead hand to beat them broken bones and tendons, so what exactly to fight to a degree it? Suddenly, a thunderous voice inserted into this pair of crossbow scene. What's wrong? You guys want to revolt after old man sleeps? Although this voice was full of vigor, it was by no means loud, just the opposite, even pale with a hint of fatigue. However, this modest voice contained supreme majesty and power, pressurizing all the security guards to stop immediately, pressurizing all the Wang family members to lower their heads and not dare to speak, pressurizing Wang Shengyang to sweat coldly. Everyone was filled with incredulity as they looked at the old man who walked out of the bedroom. The old man woke up? The old man actually woke up? Not only Wang Shengyang, Wang Shengzhou, Tian Jiren, and all the people of the Wang family, they all looked at the old man in front of them with horror. The head of the Wang family, Wang Hainan, walked out of the bedroom with a broad stride. What is the condition of the old man's body? All the people here know very well, otherwise he would not have anxiously called back Wang Yi, who had been practicing outside for more than 4 years. As a result, Dean Tian has issued a critical notice. Wang Yi, this kid casually in the house drumming too. He woke up? This is not a return to the light? Brother Hainan, father, uncle, grandfather. At this moment, no matter if it was Wang Shengzhou or Wang Shengzhou, or even everyone in the Wang family, they all opened their mouths to greet each other, whether sincerely or with their own intentions. All of them revealed expressions of extreme surprise. If there was anyone who was embarrassed by the old man waking up, it was only Tian Jiren. He prided himself on being the leading medical scientist in the country, integrating both Chinese and Western internal and external medical techniques into one, such that he had come to the conclusion that the old master was hopeless, but was easily overthrown by a child with a yellow mouth. Could it be that Wang Hainan is really the return of the light? But he even let the old man open an eyelid cannot do. Back to the light is also stronger than him. If the immediate is not a flashback, but really healed, that would mean that all the medical technology he had believed in so far was bull. Who ordered the security guard to come over? Wang Hainan's gaze faintly swept over the Wang family's crowd, but none of them dared to meet his eyes. This kind of majesty, this kind of essence, surely it couldn't be a flashback. In an instant, the Wang family's crowd made a judgment. Why don't you dare to speak? And how come it hurts so much to move against one's own family? One by one, they flaunt their weapons and drive their family members to show off? Wang Shengyang could only wipe the cold sweat from his forehead as he was fixed by the old master's gaze and replied. If the old master knew that he had given the order for the security guards to arrest Wang Yi, to arrest the old master's most beloved grandson, then he would definitely suffer. Father is all a misunderstanding. Are you guys trying to split up the family? Why don't you just break up and let everyone live their lives? Wang Shengzhou also lowered his head, his face showing shame. We don't dare. Father, just. Wang Wenhu didn't wait for his father to finish, clenched his teeth and snatched a step forward. Grandfather, you can give me the judgment. I was beaten. Look at my injuries. Since the old man is awake, naturally everything is ruled by his will. Whoever first stands up to the reasoning of the words will be favorable. Wang Wenhu, what happened to your face? The old master's gaze was like a torch. Naturally the first thing he saw was Wang Wenhu's miserable face. Woo, Grandpa, you have to do it for me. Plop. Wang Wenhu knelt down towards the old man. Although Wang Hainan had just woken up, he immediately regained the sobriety and dominance he had in the past when he had commanded the entire Wang family. Wang Wenhu glanced at Wang Yi and spoke fiercely, reporting to Grandpa, it's that brat Wang Yi. He actually inflicted pain on his own brothers in arms and beat me up like this. Grandpa, you must do something for me. Wang Wenhu said what he had just said again. Only he knew that his old master was wise and extraordinary, and was afraid of being seen to have a small plan in his heart. So he omitted the cause and effect, and only bit on the part of Wang Yi hitting, combined with the injuries he feigned on the surface. It was even more convincing. The old man gently swept a glance at Wang Wenhu. It's just a slap and you're dying. Do you still have some boyishness left? Wang Wenhu's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat flowed on his forehead. I didn't expect the old master to see through his disguise with a single glance. What kind of eye power is this? Wang Shengzhou was no longer as indignant as before, and he revealed a puzzled expression when he heard the old master's words. Received a slap? Father, are you saying? The old master did not look at Wang Shengzhou, but turned his gaze to the side. Wang Yi, why did you hit him? He didn't ask if it was Wang Yi who hit him, but directly asked Wang Yi for his reason. Wang Yi secretly nodded his head in his heart. Grandpa seemed to still be as sharp as before, often directly grasping the essence of things with a single word. Reporting to Grandpa, Wang Wenhu, he said that you don't have long to live and can't protect your grandson anymore. So he took advantage of Grandpa's unconsciousness and attempted to take over the Pipa Pavilion, where Grandpa lives, and also took advantage of Grandpa's absence to make a move on Xiaoyu. If it wasn't for Grandpa rushing back in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wang Yi spoke with a face full of aggression. The old master's face turned blue as he listened, and the crowd was also stunned as they listened, and their eyes changed as they looked at Wang Wenhu. Pipa Pavilion, located in the Wang family estate against Pipa Lake. The feng shui terrain is second only to the old master's residence, is the place where Wang Yi's siblings lived and grew up from childhood to adulthood. Over the years, no one in the Wang family has not coveted that piece of land. 2 children living in such a large building, how wasteful. If only based on the old master's favoritism, just Wang Yi's siblings also categorically can't keep the property. There was only one reason why the people didn't dare to get their hands on Pipa Hall. It was all based on Wang Yi's father. This place was purchased and built with the assets of Wang Shenglan, Wang Yi's father. From the jurisprudence, and the Wang family's assets do not have a dime relationship. Even the old man have no exclusive possession of the Pipa Museum reason. Now, you, Wang Wenhu, have the audacity to not only seize a house in broad daylight, but also rob a woman in front of her house? This is a crime. Good things we all want, but at least we are relatives, Even if it is robbing, at least to be a little more euphemistic, at least pointing to the Pipa Museum to this thing with my destiny, Wang Wenhu's behavior is already shameless, not to mention the behavior of attempting to humiliate Wang Xiaoyu. Although Wang Xiaoyu is the adopted daughter of Wang Shenglan and his wife, but the temperament is gentle and elegant, virtuous and dignified. The old man doted on her, has always treated her as his own granddaughter. Now, Wang Wenhu actually dared to take advantage of the old master's unconsciousness to perform this beastly thing. If Wang Hainan really do not wake up, the consequences. Chapter 22 Sharpness. Thinking of this, Wang Hainan had become so angry that his entire body was shaking, and veins stood straight up on an aged face. All the people in the Wang family had also cast their contemptuous gazes at Wang Wenhu. The one who was the most angry was Wang Wenxiang. To say whether he had a heart for Wang Xiaoyu or not, he naturally did. After all, Wang Xiaoyu's beauty is not to mention in the younger generation of the Wang family. Even if it is put into the entire circle of Yandu's male and rich second generation, It is also famous. Which man does not have some thoughts about Wang Xiaoyu? Then everyone will have to suspect his sexual orientation. But picking up girls also has to abide by the basic law, right? We are all trying to pursue. But you kid is good. Even directly use force. This is a little bit not enough, right? Simply put, Wang Wenhu broke the rules of the game. Injustice. Seeing the old master as well as the murderous gazes of his many brothers, Wang Wenhu's legs trembled and he once again knelt down and shouted a voice. Unfortunately, no one cared what he was ghosting about at this time anymore. Snap! Wang Wenhu's father, Wang Shengzhou, was the first to step forward and give him a slap. Shut your mouth, beast. My Wang Xingzhou's one life of innocence has been ruined by this unfilial son of yours. This good old man was usually the most clean and honorable in the Wang family, because he knew that he was behind his elder brother and second brother, and he had no thoughts about the assets of the Wang family, so he only cared about his name and honor. Now all of this, because of Wang Wenhu's unpleasantness, colored with an indelible stain. Gaozi, drag this bastard out for me and hang and whip him for 3 days and 3 nights. I was wrong. Father, spare me. Wang Wenhu immediately shed tears and wanted to hug Wang Xingzhou's thighs and beg for mercy. If he was really hung up and whipped for 3 days and 3 nights, would he still have a life? But Wang Shengzhou coldly shrugged off Wang Wenhu for reversing black and white. Full of lies, son. He has been completely disappointed. This time is to hold a thorough education of his mind again. Although Wang Shengzhou does not respect the filial son under the stick, but this kid has not cleaned up enough to civilian anger. Now, no one is willing to stand up for Wang Wenhu. He deserves it. Seeing his father's expression, Wang Wenhu knew that not only had he been beaten by Wang Yabai, but his father was determined to beat him again. The family is unfortunate. I have made father and all of you laugh. I am willing to receive any punishment in place of that unfilial son. Wang Xingzhou's face was miserable as he bowed to Wang Yi and Wang Hainan. It's good to know that you're useless. Let's leave this matter as it is. From today onwards, you should not be responsible for the company's affairs. Face the wall at home properly, and you're not allowed to go out for 3 months. Yes. Wang Xingzhou's heart is now mourning as if dead. Without the slightest rebuttal, he accepted the old man's order. Wang Shangyang, who was on the side, heard this and felt a wave of ecstasy in his heart. Right now inside the company was mainly maneuvered by himself and his second brother Wang Xinghua's people, but the two of them were equally divided. Even though the oldest had no ambitions for the Yilong group and didn't have much power, but with Wang Shengzhou being away for 3 months, he himself had enough time to pull together these neutral faction forces, the last straw to overwhelm the second's voice within the company. Although the old man was saved, but he got the chance to make a big impact in the company. It is not a loss. After all, the old man's age is there, and his energy is not what it used to be. With the support of Wang Xingzhou's power, he can completely replace the company with his own people. At that time, the company will have only one voice, in essence, and he inherited the company. And what is the difference? He didn't know the deepest secrets of the Wang family. At least the Wang family was a merchant heirloom before the surface, and whoever held the most assets would have the most power in their words. But before Wang Shangyang could be happy for long, he heard Wang Yi's voice. Grandpa, there's one thing I forgot to report. Wang Shangyang's heart thumped, creating an ominous premonition. Little Yi, speak. Wang Hainan looked at his grandson kindly, without a trace of impatience. When I came back, I heard that you had fallen ill and wanted to treat you, but as a result, that group of losers didn't believe me and obstructed me in every possible way, especially the eldest uncle. Could it be that there's some hidden agenda about your condition that they're afraid I'll know about? Hidden information? I'm only afraid that they don't want the old master to get well. At this time, the Wang family's crowd once again resounded with Wang Yi's previous words of death. I'm afraid it's not just that they don't want the old master to get well. Maybe there really is a hidden agenda here. Does the old master's condition not have anything to do with Wang Shangyang at all? Wang Shangyang face sweat like rain. I don't want you to know? Bah! You a brat do not know where to mix for 4 years, and is not a medical graduate. Come back to say that you want to give the old man to see the doctor. Who dare to believe you? Is it wrong to stop you? Is it wrong to stop you? Yes. If the old man hadn't woken up, no one would have been able to say anything. But now that the old man is alive and kicking, aren't you the one who obstructed the old man's medical treatment and tried to murder the head of the family by all means? Facts determine everything, and the winner determines the right to speak. Right now, in this game, Wang Yi was the winner. Injustice. Wang Shangyang let out heartbreaking cries. He was truly wronged. To say that he really didn't have any selfish and vicious thoughts in his heart, that would be an overestimation of his moral level. But this little thought, when the old master fell, who in the entire Wang family hadn't thought about it? To say there is no, he Wang Shangyang the first do not believe. Only he Wang Shangyang is the closest to the success of that position, so he has to bear the greatest suspicion? Ask the trace, not ask the heart. Suspect the crime from the innocent. In the end is not he contact hospitals, seek prescription to worship medicine, conscientious for the old man hanging breath? Without him, Wang Yi can come back in time to save the old man? In an instant, Wang Shengyang's heart thought a lot. He really felt that he was more wrong than sinus. Alright Wang Yi, don't tease your eldest uncle. I know he doesn't have that idea. At this moment, the old master's voice faintly rang in his ears. Wang Shengyang was so moved that he almost cried out. It's true that he is his own father. He understands himself the most, and he doesn't have the guts. The old man's next sentence made him choke, almost choking to death on his own spit. Cough cough cough. What's wrong, Shengyang? Facing the old master's surprised gaze, Wang Shengyang waved his hand repeatedly, pretending to look fine. Okay, do a good job on the company side. Don't leave a mess for him when Shengzhou comes back. Wang Shengyang and the old master's meaningful gaze met, and his body hit a jolt. He also didn't know if the old master really saw the little scheme in his heart, or if he was pretending to be confused. But at least at this moment, remembering his father's acumen and wisdom, he didn't dare to fight the idea of monopolizing power in the company. Chapter 23, The Second Master. Since the old master had already woken up, there was no need for the Wang family's crowd to guard the door of the old master's bedroom. The crowd dispersed one after another. Before leaving, they all cast a wince at Wang Yi. Just a moment ago, when Wang Shengzhou retreated in disgrace, everyone thought that Wang Shengyang was finally going to overwhelm Wang Shenghua and take over the power of the Wang family. However, in the blink of an eye, Wang Shengyang also fled in a mess with his tail between his legs like a lost dog. All of this was because of Wang Yi's words. Now when people looked at Wang Yi again, the mockery in their gazes disappeared, leaving only fear and envy. No matter how reckless he was, no matter how uneducated he was, the old master's favorite grandson was still him. As long as the old master was still around for a day, the Wang family was his Wang Yi's Wang family. You kid you still have an unforgiving nature. Waiting until the Wang family crowd had almost dispersed, the old master looked at his grandson with tears and laughter. As he grew older, Wang Hainan's body gradually lost its strength, although he had long had the idea of handing over the family to Wang Yi. But this sharp character of Wang Yi was unable to pinch the large Wang family crowd together. Now it seems that even after 4 years of grinding outside, Wang Yi's nature still hasn't changed. Humph. Without knocking them around from time to time, they always want to stick their claws into things they shouldn't touch. Wang Hainan could only laugh bitterly in secret. The reason why Wang Yi had developed this character that had exposed edges and was bound to strike back whenever he felt he was offended was also because his parents had died early and he had grown up with his sister. In the Wang family, this kind of big gateway, even if you have your own protection, but as the head of the family day to day, it is impossible to have the energy to Wang Yi's siblings' care of everything. There will always be people who want to pinch the soft persimmon. Wang Hainan did not continue to accuse Wang Yi. He revealed a doting gaze. It's Grandpa's fault, letting you suffer. No, Grandpa was able to carefully take care of our siblings as we grew to adulthood. I am grateful in my heart. Wang Yi replied seriously. These words were the truest feelings in his heart. If there was no old master to protect them, those relatives would definitely be like wild wolves that smelled meat, and would have sworn to eat themselves and Wang Xiaoyu dry long ago. With a long sigh, the old master walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed. Although Wang Hainan woke up under Wang Yi's treatment, the years of disease in his body could not be eradicated with just this one treatment. Under the great illness, the words that just stood in the doorway had almost drained the strength from the old man's body. Don't mention these bad things. Come and talk to me. Is your second master okay? Wang Yi's sharpening of these 4 years in Jiquan City was not aimless. The Wang family, as a heirloom family, could not be the only one who had practiced the Ghost Valley internal classic. Wang Yi, and Wang Hainan's twin brother, Wang Hailong, lived in seclusion in Jiquan City. Wang Hailong had amazing attainments in the Ghost Valley internal canon, and it was only under his guidance that Wang Yi had upgraded from a rank where he only knew how to provoke small children to fight with each other, or bully a bit of landlubbers, to a master who had mastered the true qi and could heal the sick and save the people nowadays. What exactly makes these two brothers one choose to take the helm of the family? Sinking into the business world, one cultivated divine power but hidden. Wang Yi has no way to know. During these 4 years, Wang Yi asked the second master countless times, and Wang Hailong just smiled and muddled through. A good man doesn't live long. A scourge lives 10,000 years. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about that old immodest man. Today he should also be happily molesting the new female teacher in the school. This guy is still the same. Wang Hainan couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Immediately afterward, he fell into deep thought. Back then if it wasn't for me, Grandpa. Wang Hainan was awakened from his memories by Wang Yi's voice. These two old men seemed to hold an amazing tacit understanding about the past. Wang Hainan immediately changed the topic. It's alright, Xiao Yi, you haven't been with Xiao Yu for long after you came back, right? That child is quite lonely. Quickly go and accompany her. Good. Grandpa, you have to take care of your body. Your disease has not been cured yet. Wait for me to treat you several times one after another over the past 2 days before it can be eradicated in the end. Good. Wang Hainan waking up is a big event for the entire Wang family. The old master has a wide network in Yandu. Many dignitaries will give him face. This is something that no one can compare to within his son except Wang Shenglan. Therefore, the old master would every now and then recite to the Wang family that it would be good if the oldest four were still around, which also invariably increased Wang Ye's hate value in the Wang family. However, whether it is punished to face the wall of Wang Shengzhou, did not make it back to Wang Shenghua, or was scared of Wang Shengyang, in the know that the old master has woken up, all feel unloaded a big stone in the heart. Unintentionally behavior are more smooth and comfortable. For Wang Yi, there is no better result than the old man is still alive. As long as Wang Hainan Day is still there, he is a day of Wang family devil. Who messed with him, who bad luck. Although the old master's condition could not be cured at once, but since Wang Yi came back, he would definitely do his best to prepare multiple treatments for the old master until it was cured. Although Wang Yi had a headache with his second master's cynicism, Wang Hailon's ability was genuine, and now Wang Yi no longer took the condition of his grandfather, which could be difficult for a medical scholar. Seriously, after saying goodbye to the old master, Wang Yi went straight to his residence, Pipa Pavilion. Just now when Wang Yi and the old master were talking, Wang Xiaoyu came back first, and at this time when Wang Yi walked to the door, he could already smell the aroma of the meal that was vaguely wafting into his nostrils. Young master? Before Wang Yi even entered the courtyard, Wang Xiaoyu saw his figure from afar and came out to greet Wang Yi at this time, only to see the door of the Pipa Pavilion being pushed open a crack. Wang Xiaoyu squeezed out sideways. The first thing that stepped out of the door was a long and slender leg. Maybe it was because she had just taken a bath. Wang Xiaoyu only had a thin nightgown on her body. The two suspenders were hanging on her collarbone, outlining her smooth and jade-clean shoulders. Because of the humidity of the lake, the nightgown is tightly adhered to Wang Xiaoyu's skin, and the semi-transparent fabric vaguely reveals some beauty that makes people's blood boil. At this time, Wang Yi had an incomparably deep feeling that the yellow-haired girl who had followed his ass and followed his footsteps at the beginning had already grown into a beautiful woman with a beautiful face. Cough cough, Xiao Yu, hurry up and go in. It's not a good influence if people see it. Young master? Wang Xiaoyu tilted her little brain, not understanding Wang Yi's meaning, although she paid attention to her elder brother to a meticulous degree. Once it involved herself, she would become slightly sluggish. Alright. In short, listen to me. Wang Yi hurriedly stepped forward, twisted his sister's shoulders, turned her 180 degrees, and pushed her towards the house. He wasn't worried about Wang Xiaoyu feeling shy after noticing her condition. Wang Xiaoyu herself often didn't notice. He just wasn't willing to let other smelly men take advantage of his sister. Chapter 24, Charming. Young master, is the old master's body already unharmed? When Wang Xiaoyu was pushed into the house by Wang Yi, she still didn't forget to ask about what happened regarding Wang Hainan. Although Wang Xiaoyu never doubted Wang Yi's ability, everything that happened today was still beyond her comprehension. Without seeing him for 4 years, Wang Yi had transformed from whichever mischievous young master into an unfathomable medical sage. Even a titan of the medical world like Tian Jiren had to bow down for it. It will still take a few more courses of treatment, but all in all, it's no longer a major problem. Wang Yi's light tone revealed an indiscernible confidence. Wang Xiaoyu nodded. Since Wang Yi said so, it was definitely right and she wouldn't question it. After answering the question, Wang Yi was also secretly sizing up Wang Xiaoyu. TSK, after not seeing you for 4 years, the yellow-haired girl back then has grown up and turned into a good woman. Because the two of them were now close, Wang Yi's body was able to feel the warm and soft jade-like touch, and his heart was infinitely charming for a moment. As soon as he thought of this good cabbage in his arms, later on, it might be arched by a pig's head who didn't know where it came from. His heart was a burst of displeasure. Young master, it's too close. Wang Xiaoyu's soft voice with a frown interrupted Wang Yi's thoughts, and he realized that he had just unconsciously exerted himself to hold tightly in his arms. Ah, sorry for making you feel bad. Whether it was hurting Wang Xiaoyu or making the young girl's face burn, it was not Wang Yi's intention. It's not that I care about. Young master, I have no way to prepare the meal with you like this. Wang Xiaoyu demonstrated the shyness in her heart and answered Wang Yi. She actually didn't care about Wang Yi touching her body, even in these 4 years. In the depths of the night when no one was around, the young girl was alone in her empty boudoir, and heavy shameful thoughts had floated in her mind. And now Wang Yi's action instead made her heart secretly happy. After all, finally treating herself as a woman. However, Wang Xiaoyu was grateful to the heart and had always treated herself as a maid of honor. There was no way that she would delay business because of her likes and dislikes. Dinner is ready. Please let go of me. Young master. Wang Yi didn't realize his Wang Xiaoyu's thoughts and only thought he was making a fool of himself. His face let go with a rare blush. Let me help you get ready too. in order to alleviate the embarrassment in his heart. Wang Yi also followed Wang Xiaoyu and busied himself, serving rice and dishes, but as a result, because he was unfamiliar with household chores, he repeatedly knocked over the dishes and spilled the vegetables and soup, and in the end, he was kicked out of the kitchen with a sentence of adding to the mess by Wang Xiaoyu. Ha ha, even if you can beat the hooligans and cure the sores, you still can't get out of the kitchen. There are specialties. Wang Yi had to sit honestly at the dining table, enjoying the service, while still shaking his head and laughing to himself. Suddenly, a familiar aroma in the nose aroused Wang Yi's appetite. Roast duck? Tried making it myself with the roaster at home. Wang Xiaoyu wore heat-insulating gloves and carried the hot, steaming roast duck to the table. Tender white meat and crispy skin. It was exactly Wang Yi's favorite old Yandu roast duck. From a young age, this is quite talented in cooking. No matter what Wang Yi wants to eat, Wang Xiaoyu can rely on a pair of skillful hands to do it. Personally baked duck is a masterpiece. Even compared to those century-old stores are not much better. Wang Yi stopped talking and directly moved his chopsticks and bowls together, feasting on the food. Wang Xiaoyu finally revealed a gentle smile. On the opposite side of the table, silently watching this Wang Yi eat the way the earth does not need any words. The more happy Wang Yi ate, the more it is the affirmation of Wang Xiaoyu's craftsmanship. Wang Yi, because indulged in the food, did not notice because leaned over to watch himself. The nightgown neckline drooped, revealing the white collarbone and the deep career line below. If other men knew what beauty Wang Yi was missing out on, I'm afraid that one by one they would condemn him for wasting it. Thanks for the hospitality. Soon, Wang Yi downed 2 big bowls of white rice in a row, put his chopsticks down, and patted his belly in satisfaction. Does young master want to take a bath? I've already boiled the water. Oh, it's just right to be busy and sweaty. No thanks to my. Wang Yi touched Wang Xiaoyu's head. In the face of the praise, although the girl's expression was bland, the corners of her mouth hung a hint of a smile. Although Wang Xiaoyu enjoyed the warmth, she still slapped off Wang Yi's hand with a slight anger. It's getting late. Young master, move faster. Got it. Wang Yi picked up the prepared change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. Then he turned back in confusion. And then, why did you follow in as well? Helping young master take a bath. Wang Xiaoyu slightly tilted his head and looked at Wang Yi dumbfounded, as if he had asked some redundant question. Wang Yi scratched his head bitterly. The two of them were just often together. After all, the two of them though, but still, there was no need to talk about the defense of men and women. But in just now, Wang Yi was incomparably aware of Wang Xiaoyu's charm as a woman, and now any move that cut too close would inevitably make him feel embarrassed. These words, Wang Yi can't say with Wang Xiaoyu. After all, now it seems that Wang Xiaoyu did not think of those things at all, if he said it out, but instead it seems that his motives are not pure. Okay. Seeing that Wang Yi finally agreed, Wang Xiaoyu secretly clenched her embroidered fist in a place Wang Yi couldn't see, revealing a triumphant look. Young master really won't refuse. A girl's mind matures earlier than a boy's, and after knowing that she and Wang Yi had spent many years together, even if she knew that it was an extravagant thought, how could the young girl not have a single thought about this gentle young man? But it wasn't until she was actually helping Wang Yi rub the bath that the young girl realized that she had underestimated such creatures as males and overestimated her own ability to endure. Because Wang Yi clearly realized Wang Xiaoyu's charm, it was inevitable that when the young girl's fine jade-like onion fingers traced over his body, Wang Yi shamefully, young master, in front of you. Oops, sorry. Wang Yi awkwardly scratched his head. In front of him, Wang Xiaoyu's face was red with shame, her hands covering her cheeks. Obviously, she knew what it looked like in the sports health textbook, but with the real thing in front of her, Wang Xiaoyu still couldn't control the blush in her heart. Young master, I'm sorry to you. She let out a tiny, inaudible scream and fled away in shame. Wang Yi looked at the direction her sister fled in and let out a giggle. In the end it's still a little girl. Still too tender. Dare to fight with me? Chapter 25 School. Early the next morning, Wang Yi reluctantly left the Pipa Pavilion. Although he still wanted to accompany his sister, his vocation was still that of a student, and even if he was just pretending, he had to walk around the school. Yandu Academy. Although it sounded like an ordinary public school, this school was actually the most famous private school in Yandu. Private schools are characterized by expensive, so the students who can enroll in this school are all famous Yandu rich second generation and power second generation. But the tuition fee is expensive also has expensive reason. Yandu college teaching quality in the world are among the top. No matter the teachers or the teaching environment, the internal is from the elementary school to the university of a whole set of education system. However, none of these had anything to do with Wang Yi, and he didn't need to care about any diplomas. Wang Yi just came to see his old acquaintance. He hadn't seen him for 4 years and missed him. Of course, humans would unconsciously glorify their past. I'm afraid that only Wang Yi felt that he had come to see his friends. and that group of poor children who had been bullied by Wang Yi since they were young probably wouldn't want to see him. Hey, maybe I'll even run into Yao Fangfang. Wang Yi thought of his childhood friend that he hadn't seen for years, and his heart burst with excitement, but he immediately recalled what Wang Lixing had said to him before he returned to Yandu. The Zhao family's son was courting Yao Fangfang. Wang Yi sneered. Zhao Qingming, haven't cleaned you up in 4 years. Your skin is itching. Because at this time Wang Yi was immersed in his own world. When the school entrants saw him walking into the school while sneering, they couldn't help but speculate if it was a psychologically twisted troubled youth who wanted to retaliate against the society. And there were also people who secretly went to the security guards. Fortunately, by the time they looked back and then looked in the direction where Wang Yi was, they could not find Wang Yi's silhouette long ago. Wang Yi, who had practiced the Ghost Valley internal scripture, had long surpassed normal human foot speed. Although he hadn't returned for many years, Yandu Academy was still the same as in Wang Yi's memory. Wang Yi followed the memory to a path, although it is the school point, but he remembers that this time this road is rarely with people walk, can faster to the teaching building. Sure enough, the four quiet as a pin drop, only Wang Yi himself, while immersed in memories, while slowly pacing. Brother Yi? Suddenly, a voice as clear as a silver bell interrupted Wang Yi's thoughts. Wang Yi was surprised to see a gentle and elegant young girl. Tao Wan'er was wearing a snow-white shirt today, and the lower half of her body was a short skirt with a plaid pattern, and her two long and slender legs were stepping in sneakers. Cool but not vulgar. Wan'er, why are you here too? What do you think? Tao Wan'er snorted out a laugh, and Wang Yi then slapped his forehead, realizing that he had asked a stupid question. If one wasn't a student here, how could one be in a school at this time? Tao Wan'er looked at Wang Yi's delay in speaking, remembering the ambiguous bout before they parted yesterday. She was too embarrassed to take the initiative to open her mouth, because she forgot to ask for Wang Yi's contact information. She ended up missing even the best time to explain, and now that she met up she only felt even more awkward. Wang Yi, however, as if he didn't notice Tao Wan'er's hesitation, took the initiative to go forward and strike up a conversation. Which class are you in? Second year class A. Wang Yi froze after hearing this. Before in Jiquan City, Tao Wan'er was still a schoolmate. Now the two actually came together in the same class. It can't be such a coincidence, right? But Wan'er, how? You are? Tao Wan'er gave Wang Yi a slightly proud look. I finished the second grade curriculum from my tutor a long time ago, so I skipped a grade. Wang Yi scratched his head. Although Tao Wan'er's grades had been at the top when she was an exchange student in Jiquan City before, he didn't realize that this girl was actually such a demonic schoolmaster. Anyway, I don't have to call you senior this time. Tao Wan'er admired Wang Yi's stunned expression and smiled as she opened her mouth, not noticing that she had already left her previous consternation behind. She fell to proposing. Since it's on the way, let's go to the classroom together. It's just as well. I don't even remember the location of the classroom, so help me lead the way. Wang Yi was indifferent to Tao Wan'er's suggestion. Not having returned for a few years, his classroom location had changed. Wang Yi just agreed. Tao Wan'er took Wang Yi's hand and walked towards the classroom. With Tao Wan'er's beauty, it was naturally impossible for her to be silent in the school, and seeing the two of them intimately holding hands, all of them were surprised and talking, and speculated about who this lucky one who held a good person at ease was. If Wang Yi and Tao Wan'er heard these private discussions, I'm afraid they would both be in tears. Tao Wan'er was just eager to lead the way for Wang Yi, so she didn't notice that her actions seemed overly enthusiastic, while Wang Yi just regarded Tao Wan'er as an ordinary schoolmate, without any half-hearted thoughts. But it was impossible for outsiders to know what was going on inside both of them. Pa, Wan'er, who is this? This man? A teenager had just walked out of the second year A classroom when he saw the two's gesture, and he froze in place, not even realizing that the carefully wrapped gift in his hand had fallen to the ground. Tang Huan could barely control his trembling hands as boundless anger overflowed from the bottom of his heart. 3 years. He had been chasing Tao Wan'er for 3 whole years already, ever since the moment he initially met. He couldn't restrain himself and fell in love with Tao Wan'er at first sight. There are many people in Yandu Academy who are as persistent as he is in pursuing Tao Wan'er, but until today, he had never heard of Tao Wan'er looking at anyone differently. If it was those old rivals he knew who had gotten the beauty, Tang Huan would at most lament the lack of destiny. After all, over the past 3 years, everyone had seen what they had given to each other. As a result, now suddenly popped out a man he had never even heard of, not only holding hands with Tao Wan'er, but also incomparably intimate between their demeanor. How could he not be angry? Tao Wan'er was first stunned, then seeing Tang Huan's expression, she immediately noticed the ambiguous gesture between the two of them, and at the same time realized how easily she could lead people to misunderstand at this moment. Tao Wan'er's pretty face flushed, and she hurriedly let go of Wang Yi's hand. Tang Huan, this is our new classmate, Wang Yi. Tang Huan was still staring at Wang Yi dead on. His name was Wang Yi? Who cared? Tang Huan only wanted to know what kind of person Wang Yi was to Tao Wan Air. Although Tao Wana was surprised at Tang Huan's unforgiving attitude, she still explained. He couldn't find the classroom before. Didn't I lead him here? I see. Tang Huan's expression finally eased, secretly sighing in relief. Although it was quite strange for a new student to suddenly turn up at this point in time, with Tao Wanner's gentle and kind nature, it was understandable that she couldn't help but go up and give a hand to a fellow classmate who had gotten lost. Hello, my name is Tang Huan. Tang Huan revealed a ceremonial smile and went forward, ready to shake hands with Wang Yi. Then, Wang Yi passed by him without a word. Passed by. Chapter 26, Tang Huan. Tang Huan was not pleased with Wang Yi and Tao Wan Air's intimate behavior, but Wang Yi had also been upset with Tang Huan for a long time. From the moment they met, he had stared at himself fiercely. If Wang Yi hadn't sensed a murderous aura, I'm afraid he would have kicked him in the face long ago. As for Tang Huan's reason for being hostile, Wang Yi didn't even need to use his brain to guess it. There was no other reason. It was to be hostile to a love rival. It must be something like no one is allowed to make the first move. I started chasing after her a long time ago. Why is it so easy for you to get a girl and other childish ideas? Wang Yi disdained this. Look at the ass ah? You are not Tao Wan Air's boyfriend. I have a good relationship with her and you still need to report? I Wang Yi pick up girls based on ability. Charm, understand? Charm. Don't blame society for your own bad looks and character. So, when Tang Huan pretended to come up to shake hands, Wang Yi ignored him. Wanner, haven't been back for quite a while, don't have many acquaintances left. Come. Help me introduce my classmates. Wang Yi couldn't help but ignore Tang Huan, but also pretended to put his arm around Tao Wanner's shoulder and swept her into the classroom, while glancing meaningfully at Tang Huan. See, lousy and Tao Waner relationship is good. Good enough to make this action people have no opinion. You can? Tang Huan was trembling with anger. As the future boss of the Datang Entertainment Media Group, Tang Huan's hands already held over $100 million in assets at a young age. And the gift he had just prepared to give to Tao Wan Air was also a diamond necklace worth $10 million. In the entire second year A class, there was no one richer than him. Even in the entire school, he himself was a dignified son. Whoever saw him had to smile and nod his head and say, Brother Huan? Now, there is actually someone who openly provokes himself. Where is this kid from? Has he really never heard of his name? How could this kind of person possibly enter Yandu Academy? Tao Wanner didn't notice the explicit fight between Wang Yi and Tang Huan. At this moment, her brain no longer had any room to think about these things. Being held in Wang Yi's arms, feeling his body temperature and that solid broad chest around her, Tao Wan Air couldn't help but feel her heart in turmoil. But unexpectedly, Tao Wan Air felt that she didn't resent this kind of contact and had no intention of pushing Wang Yi away, so she forcefully suppressed her shyness and began to introduce her classmates. Unfortunately, Wang Yi was just trying to deliberately piss Tang Huan off and didn't listen carefully to Tao Wan Air's introduction. He also didn't have half an interest in those passerby faces in the class, so the determination that the young girl had made in her heart after some celestial battles was considered to be a bullseye. Tang Huan saw Tao Wanner's serious introduction of her classmates from the side, and Wang Yi's hangdog attitude, but she was so angry that she couldn't help herself. Tao Wan Air is also considered one of the famous goddesses in the entire Yandu Academy. Other boys can't wait to please the beauty. Wang Yi actually turned a blind eye to her good intentions, but Tang Huan just looked on coldly, watching the two men's backs gradually disappear from sight. Having an attack now would only add to the ill feelings in Tao Wan Air's heart. Even if he drove Wang Yi away, if he caused Tao Wan Air to develop an aversion to him as well, then it would be more than worth it. We'll see. Second year A class. Is my Tang Huan's A class? When it comes to my territory, even a dragon can only coil for me. Regarding Tang Huan's mind, Wang Yi had long guessed it, but he naturally wouldn't put it to heart. The young children of the 8 great families of Yandu, who hadn't been bullied by him since they were young. Wang Yi is to eat soft but not hard temperament. If you get along with him, polite hello. Wang Yi may also take care of you a little, as friends with you to get along, but like Tang Huan kind of the bottom of the nose to see people's faces. Wang Yi can give him good color on the strange. Wang Yi quickly forgot about this small unpleasantness and entered the classroom under Tao Wan Air's introduction. Now is not yet in class, although the students heard Tao Wan Air introduced Wang Yi, but a time and he is not familiar. Male jealous of him and Tao Wan Air good relationship. The girls are embarrassed to come up and directly find Wang Yi to talk, so Wang Yi rare to enjoy a moment of free time. Xiao, that girl is good at everything, just too rigid. Let me sleep a little more can't. Anyway, can't be late. Seeing that the teacher hadn't come in yet, Wang Yi yawned and just plopped down on the table. Not long after, the noisy class suddenly quieted down. Wang Yi thought to himself, this is the teacher coming. Sure enough, an old gentleman with glasses and wearing a Zhongshan suit walked in. Wang Yi looked up and saw that it wasn't a beautiful woman, so he lost interest and proceeded to plop back down. Ahem, to introduce a new student to everyone. That. The old gentleman pushed up his glasses and half-heartedly failed to find Wang Yi. A boy suddenly raised his hand and reported to the teacher. Teacher, if you're looking for Mr. Wang Yi, he's lying on his desk. The class burst into laughter. Wang Yi and Tao Wanner came in conspicuously, and with Tao Wanner's introduction, those who didn't remember him were rather in the minority. The boy's intention was to tell the teacher that Wang Yi was sleeping in class. As a result, the teacher was embarrassed. So you all know that it's student Wang Yi. Then let's start the class. Wang Yi didn't have half the fear he felt after being snitched on. He was still lazily lying on the table, listening to the progress of the teacher's lectures. He had long finished learning these at second master's place, when old man Wang Hailong had hard pushed Wang Yi to finish learning these superb things, so much so that now Wang Yi himself could skip a grade in graduate. The things that had already been learned didn't sound interesting, and Wang Yi had even less motivation to get up from the table. The fatigue of waking up early coupled with the hypnotizing sound of the lecture gradually pushed Wang Yi into dreamland. Ahem! Wang Yi was woken up by a deliberate throat-clearing sound. It was then that he saw the old gentleman standing beside him with a helpless look on his face. In private schools, the rich are the grandfathers, and those who come in to study are the ones who have paid tuition and are the breadwinners, so the teachers usually can't scold them either. This old man is now looking at Wang Yi as this helpless feeling. Scold him? People pay money to come. Love to learn, not to learn. What do you care? Do not scold him? Sleeping in class openly. Was pulled out and still do not care. The impact is extremely bad. What's the matter, teacher? Wang Yi lazily gave birth to a lazy waste. Oh, nothing. I just want to remind you, class is over. Wang Yi student, can't scold, can't say, so what else can I say? The teacher found herself a less embarrassing step down. Tao Wanner covered her forehead with one hand. She had just hesitated to remind Wang Yi. Po ha 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 ha, this trash. Tang Huan sat in the back, letting out an undisguised scoff. Chapter 27, Useless. Tang Huan secretly laughed coldly in his heart. He thought he was some kind of extraordinary guy, but now he seems to be an uneducated waste. It was true that being born from a rich and noble family, one could be born to work a lot less hard than normal people, but what they needed to take on in the future was also far more than normal people. Therefore, the true elites and successful people can be seen from a young age. Even if they are more talented and have more favorable conditions than normal people, they will also work harder than normal people, like the kind in front of you. In the future, even if you are great, you will only receive a subsidy and be supported by the family. As for wanting to do something, sorry, the family cannot give a large amount of resources to this kind of waste to squander. If you dare to cause trouble, the family will not help. Letting him fend for himself would also allow the family to raise one less waste. Why not? Now, Tang Huan even began to suspect that some of his previous plans to clean up Wang Yi seemed petty. Dealing with this kind of waste, don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? Beside the desk, old Mr. Gu was even more furious and shivering. Gu Jingji was a famous history teacher before, but also led many key classes, under the hands of even out of the full marks of the top students, although already to the age of retirement, but still insisted on struggling in the love of the front line of the cause of education. And Yandu Academy, not to say that it is the highest achievement, at least it is the most expensive private institution in the country, but all those who go to school here are either rich or noble. When Gu Jingji was invited by the principal, he was still full of ambition, thinking that he must properly cultivate these future elites of high society. As a result, when he arrived at the school, he realized that he had overthought it. Who would have thought? These young spoiled male children, one by one, the temperament of the misbehavior is too much, but also cannot be scolded. What could he do? He's desperate too. It was because ordinary teachers couldn't convince the students, and the students who graduated from Yandu Academy went out into society with extremely poor abilities and low evaluations, that the principal had no choice but to spend a lot of money on hiring famous teachers and great scholars from all over the country. But Gu Jingji was no ordinary teacher. Originally, he had also reached the age of retirement. He had already stood at the top of the line as a teacher, neither wanted to continue to excel, but also had nothing to lose or regret. If a soldier does not fear death, why should he fear it with his death? If necessary, with the old principal backing him up, Gu Jingji upholds a fearless spirit of no desire, not even putting those bigwigs in Yandu in his eyes. And how could he be afraid of their children? Usually in the not involved in the principle of the issue, Gu Jingji has been a good old man posture, can be tolerated. He believes that the teacher must have a bosom temperament, but once a student challenged his bottom line, Gu Jingji always reported directly to the principal. 1 warning, 2 punishments, 3 expulsions. There were no exceptions, even including a minister's son, to actually dare to sleep in Mr. Gu's class and justify it. This kid really doesn't know how to write the word death. Even my old man can't fix old man Gu. Who does this kid think he is? Everyone stop talking. Take a good look at this warrior. Today he's here on his first day though, tomorrow I guess I won't see him. The classroom was filled with a gloating atmosphere. This old man who didn't even give face to a full minister. And naturally, those petty officials and tycoons down below didn't want to touch this mold. It wasn't that old man Gu had much ability, but whether or not there was any mistake in what Gu Lao himself had done. And since he was so old and had no children or family members, he was a smelly and hard rock in the eyes of those big shots. Not that he couldn't move it, just that it wasn't worth it. Compared to dealing with old man Gu, it was simpler to restrain his children. With the family's warning, a few disobedient ones were directly cut off from their pocket money. And this group of young ladies completely understood that they couldn't get along with old man Gu. Even someone like Tang Huan, the self-appointed uncrowned king of the second year A class, didn't dare to directly brush off old man Gu's face. So how old are you? Wang Yi student, you slept happily. You didn't even listen to the test points I put in. So you think you can definitely get full marks in the exam? Wang Yi scratched his head. That's not true. Gu Jingji's facial expression eased a little when he saw Wang Yi's honest and frank admission. Then, what did you come to school to do? I don't know. Wang Yi shook his head once again. If it wasn't for the old master's mandatory order, he wouldn't be interested. You young generation. On the basis of your ancestors' shade, you always think that you don't have to struggle. Even if you don't want to do anything for the country and society, at least have the ability to hold on to the savings of your ancestors. Studying for yourself still won't do? Gu Jingji immediately seized the words and began a chattering sermon. These days there are few such children who frankly and openly admit their mistakes, and he felt that he had the responsibility and obligation to avoid the other party from going astray. But a lazy voice rang in his ears, immediately setting Gu Jingji on fire. But, teacher, what you're talking about is too useless. What did you say? He had been a teacher for so many years. How many students had he taught? He had seen the anorexic ones. He had seen the stupid ones. And he had seen the prickly rebellious ones. But for the first time, a student actually dared to stand up and say that what he had taught was useless. All said, I speak of each as the test point. As long as in accordance with what I speak to, can test out good results. Good results let after. Then what, teacher? In addition to cope with the examination but also after what role? Wang Yi once again opened his mouth to interrupt Gu Jingji's roar. Gu Jingji subconsciously about to answer. Only with a high score. You can rely on a good school. However, halfway through his sentence, he realized that he had said something stupid. Yandu Academy was helicoptered from preschool to university and even postdoctoral degrees. Although there were also exams, and people from outside who wanted to advance and would have to face a harsh scoreline. But that didn't seem to mean much to the students of this school. The students of Yandu Academy really don't actually have any sense of urgency to get a high score. Scholarships? Their families usually donate tens of millions of dollars to the school. Who lacks that kind of money? College advancement? As long as I have enough credits, how dare you not let me go on to higher education? I spent money when I came in, and the contract is still in black and white. In fact, for the sons of Yandu, getting a diploma is secondary to getting to know their classmates and building up a network for their future life in high society. Those who attended here were invariably the sons of a certain official, the heir of a certain corporation, or the youngest son of a certain family. You see, teacher, in addition to a test, you talk about these things, how to say it, quite useless. Chapter 28 Qualifications. Wang Yi gave Gu Jingji a show of hands. Until now, Wang Yi hadn't had the heart to survey the handwriting on the blackboard, but after a cursory glance, he had already guessed roughly what was going on before and after the class. Nowadays, the history course is mainly about historical events, although the teacher will still talk about the beginning and end of the matter in order to logically make the students understand the sequence of events. But unlike a political science class, the deeper kernel of the thing is gone. A historical event. Why did it happen? How did it happen? What are the inevitable or accidental factors behind it? Even in the classroom, only part of the textbook will be picked to talk about. As for some of the textbook are compressed into a few short lines, but let people feel the fun of things. Sorry, no lecture because the test doesn't test it. To summarize the lesson at the end of the day, it was, this event is definitely going to be tested. The time it happened, the main characters, and the relevant comments. Memorize them for me, just to cope with the exam. Those things that second master taught him in Jiquan City. Not to say that it would make him a school bully, but it would have been enough for him to skip grades and graduate long ago. You see, since it's just coping with exams either way, then I just need to be able to scrape together enough credits. Even if I don't listen to your lessons, I'm sure I'll be able to advance to higher education. So just leave it alone. Wang Yi was also a bit embarrassed. These words were too cruel for an old teacher who regarded teaching as a belief above his own life. But he didn't want to waste each other's time. Wasting time was wasting life. And this was likewise a kind of murder in disguise for the other party. Humph, this kid is really arrogant to no end. Doesn't he know that teacher Gu has taught countless top students in the Gaokao literature and synthesis who scored full marks in history? Tang Huan was also shocked by Wang Yi's words. He didn't even dare to imagine that someone would actually dare to stand in front of teacher Gu and say such things in a big way. The students might have some who hated old man Gu, and some who disdained what old man Gu taught, but absolutely none of them dared to say that his teaching was incorrect or bad. The level of teaching was what Gu Jingji, who prided himself on his status as a teacher, was most proud of. Although the students of Yandu Academy were a pain in the ass, Yandu Academy was able to enjoy today's evaluation within the domestic education system by virtue of its superior teaching level, and Gu Jingji wouldn't have been invited by the principal of the school if he didn't have the ability to do so. To put it politely, any teacher in this school had taught many schoolboys with perfect scores on the college entrance exams in the subject he was responsible for. Tang Huan's words caused a sea of boys to resonate. Because of Tao Wan'er and Wang Yi's intimate behavior, this class was filled with people who couldn't stand to look at Wang Yi. This kid didn't even listen to the class. What makes him qualified to comment on what old Mr. Gu is teaching? That's right. I guess he didn't even understand what old Mr. Gu was talking about because he's too stupid. This kid should regret it when it's time for the exam. He doesn't have that chance to regret it. If he doesn't reach the credits in the exam, he will be expelled directly. Although Yandu Academy's lower limit is very low, but this lower limit is the bottom line that can't be overstepped. Even more mischievous students wouldn't dare to let their credits be insufficient, because adhering to the creed of the adult world doesn't believe in tears. Only look at the results. Yandu Academy won't give you a chance to start over. For a while, the public opinion in the class was led by those few boys who were the first to take the lead. All of them pointed their spearheads at Wang Yi. Anyway, stepping on other people to kiss old man Gu's ass doesn't require them to pay anything. Not to mention that everyone was stepping on them. They weren't afraid of Wang Yi's retaliation either. Tao Wan'er gave Tang Huan an angry look. It was all because this guy took the lead. In her heart, she only felt that he was a careful person, and she didn't know what kind of grudge brother Yi had with him. Tang Huan's heart was now filled with the thrill of revenge, completely unaware that his favorability with his beloved was collapsing. Gu Jingji frowned as he watched from the sidelines as the students rushed to condemn Wang Yi, even though this atmosphere of collectively targeting someone also made him feel displeased. But now that he was listening to the students' affirmation of themselves, especially since it also included the problematic children like Tang Huan who had caused him the most worry and labor, Gu Lao felt that his efforts had gained results. The students had finally recognized his good intentions. Now that he saw Wang Yi's indifferent and lazy face, even the most stubborn students in his class looked a million times more adorable. Wang Yi's face was expressionless at the mockery of the class. He just silently looked at the students who had first led the charge. I didn't listen to the class, so I'm qualified to evaluate? Then in that case you are qualified to evaluate? Come this man, please explain to me the content of the course that Elder Gu just said, so that I can see what the high points are. Well, hearing Wang Yi's words, those few students were confused. They were just fighting to seize this opportunity to ostracize Wang Yi, but really letting them speak about their understanding of the course. They themselves were the kind of students who were the most stubborn and misanthropic, so it would be hell if they could listen to the lesson. Precisely because none of them were caught out by Gu Lao. It proves even more that they are good at deserting in class. Those few people puffed and puffed for half a day, but they didn't come up with a reason out of their mouths. Wang Yi sneered disdainfully. I waited for half a day. I thought that as an old man in the class, following Mr. Gu's course all the way, he would have a high opinion in the face of a scum like me. Now it seems that a waste who can't even say a vulgar word. What qualification do you have to diabolize me here? Those few people who were disliked by Wang Yi couldn't speak. They could only point at Wang Yi's nose, wanting to curse but feeling like they lost by saying dirty words. Wang Yi, however, didn't wait for their obligation to organize their language, and directly capped it off with his last sentence. I've never seen such a brazen person. Slaughter you, him, brothers, beat him up. The three men were so angry that they jumped to their feet and stood up to stage an all-out brawl. Enough! Suddenly, a majestic voice rang in everyone's ears, causing the three to calm down as if they had been poured buckets of cold water. Only then did they remember that old man Gu was still standing on the podium, and they couldn't help but be shocked into a cold sweat behind their backs. Get the hell out of here and stand outside until the end of the next class. The three heard old man Gu's angry scolding and didn't dare to retort half a sentence. They lowered their heads and left the classroom grayly. It's still Mr. Gu who is reasonable. Wang Yi scratched his head and looked at Gu Lao with a smile. Gu Jingji was the one who was calm to the core on his face, because he was already furious to the extreme. But instead, he calmed down and put all his anger into his heart. You kid line very good openly sleeping in class, then contradicting the teacher, and now provoking classmates to fight and cause trouble. Injustice teacher, you also saw. I never moved a finger from beginning to end. Chapter 29, Misguided. In the face of Gu Lao's rebuke, Wang Yi still had the same immodest demeanor. Gu Lao sneered, knowing that he couldn't just rely on words to deal with this brat. It was obvious that Wang Yi didn't care about cheek. Since you've said a whole lot, then tell me what you understand about what I've just said. The students in the class knew that Elder Gu was about to teach Wang Yi a lesson. Tang Huan's heart was secretly happy. He had just watched Wang Yi easily refute the three losers. His heart was still anxious for a moment, but now it was relaxing again. He could see clearly that Wang Yi had been sleeping throughout the entire class and hadn't listened to the lecture at all. Having him lecture on the content of the class was just purely difficult. Once Wang Yi couldn't speak, or spoke poorly, Gu Lao would have a great deal of means to clean him up. Originally, I was still thinking about how to deal with you, but after all, we're all classmates. I can't do too much, but it turns out that you're not good at messing with anyone, and you have to go against Gu Lao, so you can't blame anyone else for your own death. The students in the class were no longer sleepy in the classroom. All of them had their eyes wide open, waiting to see Wang Yi's joke. Normally, they were not interested in the class, but they were not interested in watching the fun. Who knows? Wang Yi didn't have any hesitation, picked up the chalk and walked up to the podium with a big stride. Everyone was speechless looking at Wang Yi's writing style. It looks like not listening to the class at all. Let's be modest, okay? You yourself have admitted that you didn't listen to the class. Can it kill you to be humble and say you don't know how to apologize? If you make a complete mess of your speech later, won't Mr. Gu get even more angry? Wang Yi doesn't know what the people behind him think. He doesn't care, and he doesn't need to care. Just a sweep of the handwriting on the blackboard, in conjunction with the number of pages in the textbook of the person next to him, Wang Yi roughly guessed the content of the entire class. Because the current history class was too rigid, Wang Yi could memorize all the things that might be taught in the class. He had long ago learned these things from old man Wang Hailong, and even learned more. Wang Yi was now just taking the knowledge from the textbook and writing it out together with his own understanding. Ahem. This history. Wang Yi was eloquent about his own perceptions and understandings, without any hint of selfishness, different from the mainstream style of history class in Gu Lao's mouth. What Wang Yi spoke about was not a test point, not a certain historical event, and not a string of chronologies for them to memorize. What he was talking about was the ins and outs of history. An event, why did it happen? What kind of factors pile up to cause it to happen? Which is historically inevitable or accidental? What impact did it have on subsequent generations? And what historical events did it lead to even further down the line? What is the pattern behind all this? What lessons can mankind learn from it in the end? If you use copper as a mirror, you can correct your clothes. If you use history as a mirror, you can know the rise and fall. If you use people as a mirror, you can understand the gains and losses. For Wang Yi, this was the significance of learning history, the role of the discipline of history, and the right posture to learn some history. Precisely because he knew the operating law behind this, he didn't even need to memorize the historical chronology one by one. As long as he brought that set of laws in according to the production level of a certain era, the social environment as a condition, and projected, naturally, he could know what happened later. Although, in Wang Yi's opinion, the only lesson humans can learn from history is that humans can't learn any lessons. In the beginning, when Wang Yi stood on the podium, Gu Jingji was disdainful. But now, when Wang Yi didn't say one more paragraph of knowledge, one more sentence, one more word, this old teacher's face was more than a little mesmerized. Originally, it turned out that history learning could be so simple. In Wang Yi's mouth, history is no longer a bunch of memory test questions that only need to be memorized, but a concise and clear formula. Conditions, variables, and equations were brought into it, and then arithmetic was performed to get the result. It's that simple. One by one, historical figures and events were strung together. All events were no longer isolated. All changes were turned into inevitability, and all records moved on their own to sequence in the direction of time. What Wang Yi demonstrated was not an understanding of history itself. What he demonstrated was an analytical mindset used to learn history. Had I known that there was this way of understanding, I wouldn't have had to struggle with memorization when I was studying history back then. Teacher, I'm done speaking. I don't know how long it took before Gu Jingji was pulled back to reality by Wang Yi's voice. It wasn't just him who was engrossed in Wang Yi's narration. Even those students in the class who usually disdained history lessons were full of engrossment at this time, because in their eyes, history lessons were not so dull and boring anymore. Gu Jingji fell into silence, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He was wrong, and wrong deep enough and long enough. I didn't realize that for so many years, I've actually been misleading people. Wang Yi scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard Gu Lao's discouraging words. He was just trying to cope with Gu Lao's difficult questions, but he didn't expect to hit this old man's self-confidence. You don't have to mind, Mr. Gu, at least what you taught is enough to cope with the exam. Gu Jingji almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Wang Yi's meaning outside his words was, what you lectured is of no use whatsoever except for coping with exams, although he regarded teaching and educating people as his lifelong pursuit, as the highest ideal and goal of life. But what exactly does it mean to teach and educate people? As long as the students get good grades and go to a good college, is his mission over? No. It was then that Gu Jingji turned his head back for the first time and looked squarely at the students below the podium. What he was cultivating should be the talents of the future, talents that could contribute to society, not question-answering machines that could handle exams. If we only require to cope with the examination, what else do we need people for? Now technology is so developed, just set up a computer. Automatic retrieval and description of the fields and weight ratio calculation. Even if it is a liberal arts questions can give you answer full marks. Wang Yi looked at the uncertain changes on Gu Lao's face, and his heart was also in vain. For old man Gu, an old gentleman who was drunk on teaching, Wang Yi still had a lot of respect, and at first, he didn't hold any dark thoughts of striking his pride or anything like that. He just wanted to tell Gu Jingji, he knows all these things. You don't need to care about me, save wasting all of our time. Now it seems that things have become more troublesome than he imagined. What Wang Yi hated most was trouble. He was already thinking about how to rebuild old man Gu's self-confidence, so that he could go on lecturing however he wanted to, and we all didn't care about anyone. Suddenly, an untimely voice came out from the classroom. You're just clowning around. Chapter 30 Privileges. Tang Huan looked at Wang Yi coldly. He usually didn't listen to the lessons much. He was even more anorexic than the three that went out. So with his pitiful amount of knowledge, it wasn't enough to support him in understanding those profound analyses of Wang Yi. But this pair does not prevent him from continuing to taunt Wang Yi, regardless of whether he is right or not. In short, see Gu Lao is still angry. Scolding him is finished. Ali give. Tang Huan didn't notice that it was already for the sake of opposition, so he also ignored the gazes of the others in the class. Shut up, you're the one who's clamming up. Tang Huan looked at Gu Lao with disbelief. Just now, that roar directed at him was from Gu Lao. Wasn't Gu Lao planning to teach this brat a lesson? How could he turn around and take his side again? AI. This stupid bastard. This is truly not listening, isn't it? What, not listening to lectures? This is already the rank of not listening to people. The students once again let out an endless stream of mocking sounds. Only this time it was directed at Tang Huan. At this moment, not a single person was on Tang Huan's side. Tang Huan looked around suspiciously. Because of his family's solid background and his usual outbursts of generosity, he had an unrivaled power of speech and popularity in the class, and he was never the one who led his minions to besiege others. So how was it that this time, he was suddenly in a crowd of his own? He didn't know that besides standing in line according to power and closeness in a group, there is another situation called standing on the side of truth. When irrefutable facts are disliked in front of one's eyes, even those who pretend to be deaf and blind can only hold their noses and recognize the other side's correctness. Slap. Gu Lao applauded in front of the podium. Well spoken, wonderfully spoken. I didn't expect that at your young age, Mr. Wang Yi. Your understanding of the subject of history was actually as if it was above mine. No wonder you said my class was useless. You do have the qualifications to say so. Elder Gu felt that he had picked up a treasure. At such a young age, his understanding of the nature of history had already surpassed that of many university professors, and to put it modestly, it would be a great inspiration for Gu Lao's teaching ideas in the future. In his own lifetime, to be able to see such a talented young man as Wang Yi, for Gu Jingji, is there anything more fortunate than this? Gu Lao didn't pay attention, but his own words caused a huge uproar in the class. Wang Yi spoke well, and the students acknowledged it. After all, regardless of whether these things were useful or not, they did listen to them with great interest, but to say that it was better than what Gu Lao had spoken, they were a bit incredulous. Although, as if, maybe, this kid speak than Gu Lao speak a little more easy to understand? More people easy to memorize a little bit? But to say that surpassed Gu Lao, how is this possible? Gu Lao was the titan of the entire Yandu education sector, and even more so, he was an authority in the history profession. Previously, when Gu gave a lecture at the university, it caused a sensation, and students from several neighboring provinces had to take airplanes to squeeze over to listen to the lecture. Honestly speaking, letting him come to be the teacher of Yandu Academy was a bit of a talent. Such a character, if he said that Wang Yi was above his level? Anyway, they were the first to disbelieve it. However, since these words came from Gu Jingji's own mouth, they couldn't help but disbelieve them. Wang Yi was also a bit uncomfortable by old man Gu's fervent gaze. He had only borrowed a little bit of old man Wang Hailong's understanding of history, as well as his teaching ideas, and he hadn't expected that it would actually be a big hit with old man Gu. I'm flattered. I don't have as much teaching experience as you do, old man Gu. Teaching experience no, but academic level counts otherwise. But no one accused Wang Yi of arrogance. After all, Tang Huan's previous experience was still dazed there. No one wanted to follow in his footsteps. Gu Lao also nodded his head in satisfaction. Level, insight and modesty. Such a good boy. Where can I find a second one? Gu Lao was in a good mood, so the person also became generous. With a wave of his hand, he granted a concession to Wang Yi. Alright, in the future, in my class, you can sleep as much as you want. I won't waste your time. There might be some places I'll have to ask you to explain. The people in the class were caught in a state of dumbfoundedness. This means that Wang Yi will not only be able to desert in class at his will in the future, but he might even be able to give them lessons in turn? Yandu Academy. With its swarms of powerful and noble sons and daughters, the difficulty of education had also increased geometrically. After all, their minds are not placed on learning at the beginning, so playing with cell phones and sleeping in class are commonplace. And many teachers even uphold the attitude that as long as you do not affect my lectures, love to play what. So some students actually brought laptops, and even game consoles, playing games in the classroom. For a time, the impact could not be worse. The principal invited Gu Jingji to the school in order to rectify this trend. Except for this stubborn old man, no one dared to directly clean up those young ladies. Gu Jingji had been here for some time now, not to mention other classes. At least in his classroom, the students were silenced. But today, all of those gains were going to be ruined. Gu Jingji had actually openly allowed his students to desert in class. Was this a moral degeneration? Or was it the darkness of the human heart? Teacher, I'm not convinced. Why does this kid get to have privileges? Tang Huan was the first to stand up and object. Gu Jingji glanced at him faintly. Then you also come up and speak about what you just taught in that class. And if you make more sense than him, you can also not have to listen to the class. Tang Huan wilted. Yeah, Wang Yi's skills were not something that could be imitated by ordinary people. Many people figured out the joints here, and naturally, they didn't feel jealous. People were the true schoolmasters. He didn't need to listen to the lessons to understand more than them, and people like himself who couldn't even say 1, 2, or 3 after listening to the lessons should not go up there to be humiliated. When they looked at Wang Yi again, they were left with envy. However, the only time they saw Tao Wan Er and Wang Yi looking at each other with affection, their hearts still hated to drag this kid out and beat him up. It was too infuriating. Tang Huan sat in his seat and gritted his teeth while staring at Wang Yi. This bastard. He stole my thunder as soon as he arrived. We'll see, little master, I'll let you know who's the boss of this class. At this time, the satisfied old man Gu didn't care what the students thought anymore. Said class was over and left. Anyway, if any of you have a problem with it, just like Wang Yi, as long as you behave better than him, I'll allow you to desert the class as well. The reason why old man Gu had always been almost mean in his demand for classroom discipline was simply because he thought it was more conducive to teaching for the students to follow order. In reality, it was not something that could never be changed. He had his own set of his own measurements in his heart. By the time Gu Jingji left the classroom, the noise behind him was like a pot exploding. Wang Yi inevitably became the center of discussion. And as the stormy character who let the teacher license to desert on his first day at school, Wang Yi was lying on his desk at this time, falling asleep again. As expected, Wang Xiaoyu woke him up too early in the morning. Chapter 31 Xiaohu. Tao Wan Er surveyed Wang Yi, who was sleeping on the table. A pair of beautiful eyes flowed with astonishment and admiration. Back then in Jiquan City, she only regarded Wang Yi as a kind and easygoing senior. She didn't expect that nowadays this teenager actually had such a remarkable academic knowledge. In the class, as the centerpiece of the conversation, Wang Yi had already gotten down again, and the students saw that there was no more fun to watch, and one by one, they all left the classroom. This also included Tang Huan. In order to deal with Wang Yi, he needed to go out and do a little preparation. While lying on his desk, Wang Yi was unable to comprehend the exuberance of the crowd in the class. How big of a deal is it? Isn't it just that you don't care if I sleep in class from now on? Even if you want to control me, can you control me? How could a person like Wang Yi, who was a free spirit, be bound by rules? Time passed. The teachers of other courses had already heard about Wang Yi from old man Gu. Because they knew that this was a school bully, they didn't bother to humiliate themselves, and Wang Yi supplemented his sleep well without being disturbed. Soon, the time came for the last class to end, and the students fled out of the classroom with a sense of liberating joy. Although Tao Wan Er wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Wang Yi more, but seeing Wang Yi still lying on the table sleeping soundly, she couldn't bear to go up and disturb. But what kind of person was Wang Yi? The cultivation of the Ghost Valley internal scripture had long since ascended to a higher level. At least the degree of precise control of his body was already out of the question, and by this time, he woke up on his own. Wang Yi looked at the empty classroom and smashed his tongue. TSK, that Tao Wan Er girl is so uninteresting. She didn't even call me before she left. Wang Yi grumbled as he left the classroom, completely oblivious to the fact that it was his own fault for falling asleep. As he walked through the school building, He remembered that Yao Fangfang seemed to be studying here as well. Let's go check on her today. Maybe she's already gone. Although Wang Yi still wanted to pay attention to Yao Fangfang's situation and take care of the bugs surrounding her in passing. At least when he heard that Zhao Qingming was pestering her, Wang Yi had this idea, but it wasn't in a hurry for today. Suddenly, Wang Yi noticed a group of people appearing in front of him, blocking the corridor tightly. He saw Tang Huan's face in the group. Things went back to before Wang Yi left the classroom. Tang Huan stood in the corridor with a respectful face. In front of him stood a tall social youth. That youth topped with a head of hair dyed blonde, with metal rings around his ears and at the bottom of his nose, and a hip-hop and punk style all over his body, which made people feel that he was not to be messed with at first glance. Now this person was spitting on Tang Huan and his sidekick, saying something. You didn't see that scene that night, TSK, TSK. I swear I've never seen such a horrified look on Brother Fierce's face. Brother Tiger, you're not kidding, right? Tang Huan listened, revealing an incredulous look. What need do I have to lie to you? And when have I, Xia Hu, ever lied to anyone? No. Tang Huan hurriedly shook his head, not daring to offend the person in front of him at all. A male child like him, whose family was well off and didn't like to study, would inevitably take the path of revering force and end up getting involved with the people of the Jianghu. In the teenager's opinion, compared to sitting at a desk writing and drilling all day long, with countless brothers under his command, and a large number of people saddling up to follow him with a wave of his arm, and leaving his own hefty and fierce name in the Jianghu, this was the life that a man should have. And the person Xia Hu had just described was simply the protagonist template that fit everything aesthetic in Tang Huan's mind. A brat who was only 18 or 19 years old. The acquaintance following by his side was actually a ruthless character on the road back then, and the disguise was unobtrusive, but casually able to make Qian Mang such a ruthless character yield. In front of the Xia Hu was just a few streets in the neighborhood a bit of fame, the number of men to more than a dozen people at the top of the day. He is just a little brother of Qian Mang, even so, has been enough to let Tang Huan respect. The legendary Long Xiao who overpowered Qian Mang is an unimaginable figure for Tang Huan, but even if such a character was nothing more than the owner of a small restaurant in the district, calling out young master to that unknown teenager. What exactly was this great young master's heel? Thinking of that teenager's identity, Tang Huan's heart yearned for a moment, itching to take his place, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Just a few words to make the big brother of the Jianghu heard. Under the hands of countless people, the background is unfathomable. A great man should be like you can't underestimate Brother Mang and Master Long. You have to know that even our district's police station captain and the QA's director Li have to be careful when they see that young master. And people like me are just watching from afar, and it's heaven's luck to be able to catch a glimpse of them. Xia Hu sighed regretfully while shaking his head. How regrettable that one had been in close contact with such a marvelous figure but could only watch from afar. Ha, Brother Tiger, do you still want to go up and ask for an autograph? If it were me, I'd directly pee in fear. Tang Huan said with a careful compensatory smile. That's true. Yesterday followed Brother Mang to do the job, knowing that it was the intention of Mr. Li. We all thought that we could make a small profit. After all, Mr. Li has always been generous. Who knows that actually even Mr. Li's his father was shocked out, and it was still for the purpose of confessing to the rightful owner. When they first saw Qian Mang being rebuked by Long Xiao and came out without saying a word, they still felt that Qian Mang was too wimpy and were very disdainful in their hearts. After all, in the road to mix is to see the face, if not yet face to face, is afraid of the opposite side of the name? That still makes what Jianghu, honestly go back to be a good citizen is better. As a result of seeing the back of the captain and the director of Li, they understand. Qian Mang that is not a goat, that is called will recognize people. It is no wonder that Qian Mang at dirty work can be mixed to now, and mixed well, just this eyesight, to throw them this group of minions 10th Street. Instantly Qian Mang's compulsion in their hearts got an infinite boost, so brilliant that Xia Hu couldn't help but catch someone and want to go up and brag about it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to spit it out. That's why he is here to Tang Huan to say these have and have not, originally by Tang Huan defined, is to deal with one of his opponent. Now waiting is also waiting, might as well vent what he feels in his heart. Tang Huan was confused. What kind of character was Li Shang? Tang Huan wasn't even worthy of lifting his shoes. Although Tang Huan's family is not considered the richest in Yandu, at least a few hundred million can still come up with, but what to send to the hands of Mr. Li cannot find the doorway. People also care about these two stinking money, because as long as the Yandu business family, there is no one who does not want to curry favor with Li Shang's father. As the director of the Quality Supervision Bureau, the person casually sent a sentence, can let you save how much cost? How much capital? Chapter 32 The Pit. Seeing that Tang Huan was intimidated by his own experience, Xia Hu was also very pleased in his heart. However, this Tang Huan has always been usually generous. Although it can't be compared to Li Shang, but for Xiaohu's level it is also considered a rare gold master. He also intends to make friends with Tang Huan. Tang old brother, you can rest assured. Xiaohu do things in this area is also well known reliable. As long as that kid dares to appear, I will definitely beat him up so much that his mother won't even recognize him. Ha ha, I naturally trust your work, brother Tiger. Tang Huan saw Xiaohu agree. His heart was very joyful, and he felt a little more confident in facing Wang Yi. Brother Tiger is a person who has seen the world, and knows a young master who even directly has to be respectful. What the hell are you, Wang Yi? Oh, who do you say you want to beat up? Tang Huan subconsciously reacted when he heard this repulsive voice. It's him, brother Tiger. It's this kid. Tang Huan pointed at Wang Yi's nose and yelled behind him, but after waiting for half a day, there was actually no movement behind him. He turned back strangely, just to see Xiaohu revealing a look of having seen a ghost. Not only did Xiaohu reveal this odd look, even the dozen or so minions he brought with him were all looking at Wang Yi as if they had seen a ghost. Tang Huan was a bit terrified. This thing, it didn't seem quite right, brother Tiger. Before Tang Huan could open his mouth to inquire, Xiaohu pushed him aside and, plop, kneeled down. Wang Xiao. Xiaohu was no longer the self-satisfied person he had just been in front of Tang Huan. His demeanor was indescribably respectful. Not only Xiaohu, his group of minions reacted faster than Xiaohu. Each and every one of them wore a fawning smile and bowed deeply to Wang Yi. Little people also had their own way of survival. When you were a dog licker, you had to lick without hesitation and without dragging your feet. As for Tang Huan, who cares about him? Even if the Tang family is no longer as wealthy as Mr. Li's family, is it as wealthy as Mr. Li's family? How many big tycoons and big enterprises in Yandu hadn't had the chance to send money to their family voluntarily? Now Tang Huan actually dared to fool them into dealing with this Wang Xiao? Isn't this a pit? If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Huan hadn't heard of what happened that day, they would have thought that Tang Huan was fishing for law enforcement and deliberately killing them. In their eyes, Tang Huan was an iron waste. Yandu lacked everything, just not big shots. This kind of people who couldn't even find out what background they were dealing with, died the fastest in Yandu. Only fools who didn't want to die would voluntarily get involved with this kind of trash. Tang Huan pursed his lips, his face turning pale. Xiaohu was already the strongest person he had come into contact with that he could make himself move from his known memory. Such a person, meeting Wang Yi's face was a mouthful of young master. So what was he himself? You recognize me? Wang Yi looked at Xiaohu and scratched his head. This Yandu was really small. Originally, he had always felt that he was a very low-profile person, but it turned out that everyone knew him. Hey, it's impossible to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Being too good is so hard. Who are you guys? I've never seen you guys before. Reporting to Wang Xiao, I am Qian Meng's brother Xiaohu. From brother Meng's mouth, I learned that young master this kind of heavenly immortal first-class character, but I have never had the chance to see him. Xiaohu hurriedly replied. Qian Meng? Who is it? Wang Yi froze and subconsciously spoke. Xiaohu's expression on his face was stagnant, but even if Wang Yi didn't give him face, he didn't dare to let out a single fart. Report, Brother Mang told us that he had the honor of befriending you, young master, in the restaurant near the Reflecting Moon Antique House that day. Ah, it's that punk who was casually slapped on the wall by Long Xiao back then. Hearing this, Xiaohu once again revealed a bitter smile. To think that their revered boss, the ruthless man of the road, and the ferocious big brother in the Jianghu, was at the level of a small punk in the mouth of someone else's young master. Wang Yi couldn't help but not half-heartedly give them face, not even realizing his rudeness. Well, then you guys are the punks with this big punk? Rather, you are quite polite. This horse's ass is patted in a literal way. Xiaohu and the others had odd faces. If the person in front of them wasn't Wang Yi, they would have swarmed him and taught him how to behave. So, what are you guys looking for me for? Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Wang Yi's words could be said to be not polite at all. But Xiaohu and the others froze and didn't even pop up with a half-sentence retort. Looking for you to do what? Of course, is to beat you up. Of course, this is something they certainly do not dare to say is, but exclude this option. Let them make up a reason on the spot. Can really be a little difficult for most of these punks who have not graduated from college. Fortunately, Xiaohu can be in the Qianmeng's men mix a small head of the position, is not a dry rice, eyeballs turn, in a hurry to create wisdom. This is not to listen to Brother Mang described young master your heroic posture. I admire you like the yellow river water from the sky. The torrent stretches for thousands of miles, a hair uncontrollable. After inquiring about your schooling in Yandu College, cannot wait to come to pay respects. His little brother also hastily chimed in after hearing this. Yes, yes, yes. Our admiration for young master is in line with feelings and stops at manners. To a nobleman like you, just by meeting you, I think you will be blessed and have no worries about being prosperous in the second half of your life. Figure a lucky, young master blessing. young master blessing. Wang Yi snorted without controlling it, and Lei came out. Stop, stop, don't read it. No, why are you worshipping? I'm not dead yet. In all seriousness, he had a few moments of admiration for that Xiaohu. Even if it seemed to have been made up in haste, at least this guy's level of ass-kissing was like the yellow river's water coming from the sky, a torrent of water that stretched for miles and miles. And behind him, although the group of lapdogs can't compare to him, but one by one, the reaction is also smart, is not the kind of level of Xiaohu, so the horse shoots the people laugh and laugh. There are actually people who take Wang Yi as a bodhisattva, not only look pious worship up, but also on the mouth chanting for a good luck, no matter whether it is serious or not. Let Wang Yi uncomfortable all over the body. If it was his enemy who was so brainwashed to come up with this method of torturing him, Wang Yi could not help but really weigh the possibility of himself being laughed to death. Tang Huan also watched from the side, speechless to the extreme. Even if it was to curry favor and pander, it wouldn't be so excessive, right? No. Just now, Xia, who seemed to say that the young master he bumped into earlier seemed to also be surnamed Wang? Then looking at the attitude of Xiaohu and the others, Tang Huan's heart trembled violently, no longer feeling excessive. Such a character, for these mole crickets under their feet, I'm afraid that they are truly like gods and Buddhas. A single word can determine a person's life and death. Tang Huan felt that his back was already wet with cold sweat. Wang Yi looked at the group of punks in front of him who had conceded defeat at light speed and snapped his ears. Seems like, that's not what you guys said just now, right? Chapter 33, Invitation. Who was the one who said that he wanted to beat me so much that my own mother wouldn't even recognize me? Wang Yi's lazy voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Although it sounded flat in tone and didn't carry a bit of emotion in it, no one was able to suppress the fear in their hearts. Unjustly accused. Young Master Ming Jin. Xia, who didn't dare to let this hatchet down, not to mention his own death. If he let the Qian Mang behind him know that he was the one dragging him down, then Xiaohu's family could be subjected to Qian Mang's crazy revenge. However, before he had the chance to give up Tang Huan, he saw that kid rushing forward with an arrow step. Ha! Is this kid so sharp? In his haste, Xiaohu only managed to produce such a feeling. Injustice I can and you become a classmate. This is 3 lifetimes lucky destiny Before you in the classroom a narrative is more tum bloom golden lotus, heavenly flower. I have long seen that you are not a general character, so called a few friends on the road, looking for a discussion to ask you to have a meal. They are always outside the mix. The pavilion of the Yandu more familiar than me. Tang Huan is almost a splash, landing right at Wang Yi's feet, holding his thighs, snot and tears on rubbing up. This hand of distance card key calculated the two people's body position difference. Neither will pounce on an empty, but also will not be too hard to pounce on the other side. Obviously is extremely high skill to hold the thigh. Xiaohu and his buddies are looking dumbfounded. Did not expect when the dog can be went out of such esoteric technology. Just said to clean up Wang Yi's people, and now immediately without hesitation to change the door. He went up to hold the enemy's thighs begging to be taken in, and also can immediately come up with the invitation to dinner so omnipotent idea, together with all of them together to the story. Reasonable and justified so that people cannot pick faults. At least Xiaohu thought to himself in just a few seconds. He did not say whether to let go of the heart of the stigma. He could not come up with such a perfect pleasing words. Set. It's all a setup. No wonder people are holding hundreds of millions of assets of the young master. They are a street chatter of the gangsters. This heritage, this temperament, the sophistication, there's no comparison. Get lost, you're dirty. Wang Yi was trying to shake Tang Huan off with a disgusted face, because he was hugging on his thigh. Wang Yi couldn't even lift his foot to kick him in the face if he wanted to. This further showed the high skill of Tang Huan's thigh-hugging technique. This technique had even calculated the other party's willingness to resist from the beginning. At least no one else could kick him even if they wanted to. Wang Yi was also a bit confused. This Tang Huan's ass-kissing skills are obviously better No, accurately speaking, that Xia who is not even worthy of his shoes How dare you be more shameless? How dare you be more shameless? I'm talking about class, not Xian. You think it's a mythological classical story? You think I'm a mythological classic story? You can talk about Xian and Taoism on the street, and you'll be rewarded with heavenly merits and flowers from fairies? This is all from little Tang's heart, so don't put it off. After drinking this wine, from now on we'll be brothers. No, brother Yi, you're our big brother. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. The others also came back to their senses, since they knew that the other party could not be messed with, and that they could not fight or run away. What else could they do? Kneel down. Although Tang Huan's 3.5 circle Thomas pirouette in midair they couldn't learn, but after mixing under Qian Mang for so long, at least 180 of the dog's postures were still slightly the same as the two styles. Wang Yi rolled his eyes, and had an understanding of the lower limit of these people's modesty in front of him. The lower limit is no bottom line. Nay, So many people hugged his thighs kneeling. He cannot be hit one by one face past. Moreover, since someone invited himself to dinner, Wang Yi decided to give Tang Huan this face in the spirit of cheap not to take advantage of the bastard's heart. Alright, seeing as you're so sincere, this young man will reluctantly give you a chance to dine with me. Tang Huan and the others heard this and lamented that this kid was even more shameless than they were. But in their hearts, they were MMP, but on their faces, they could only smile and curry favor. Wang Xiao, I happen to know a good restaurant. I'll take you. Here. Hey, wait, I just returned to Yandu not 2 days. I heard that there is a place called Inu Hall is good. Has been quite curious. Let's go there today. When Tang Huan heard this, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. Previously, Wang Lixing had mentioned it in passing when he introduced the Reflecting Moon Antique House to Wang Yi. That mysterious woman Qin Xinu, who was said to have made countless young masters and daughters of Yandu fall for her, had a mysterious background and was beautiful in gold. And apart from the Reflecting Moon Antique firm, she also had a few different businesses in the neighborhood. These businesses are with the word reflecting the moon, generally are able to support the industry chain together. And all membership. This moon club is for the antique house involved in large transactions, the need for private talks or pull into the relationship with the customer, the preparation of the private club, but also take into account the catering and entertainment and other one-stop service. Although the food and beverage is not all the services of the Reflecting Moon Club, but the level is definitely not low. In this all-membership high-grade club, the consumption level is naturally not low. However, Wang Yi naturally couldn't possibly care about money. He was just thinking that he didn't see Qin Xinyue in person last time, and in his heart, he always felt a trace of regret. Tang Huan was different. When he heard the name of Reflecting Moon Club, his face turned green. Into he is able to go in, but before that time also just followed behind his father, to compensate for a smile, to see the adults talk, which is the consumption of the lowest grade per person to an average of more than 100,000 yuan, and now bring Xiaohu behind the hula a large number of people. Even if Tang Huan's family really has a mind, it's not such a squandering method, not to mention that he is still a student who lives on pocket money. However, all the people present did not object to this. Xiaohu naturally also heard of the depth of the Yingyu club, but did not dare to refute Wang Yi's intention. His juniors only feel that there is a chance to go to this kind of high-grade place to enjoy. Tang Xiao is really generous. One after another, Tang Huan didn't even have an excuse to shirk, so he could only bitterly lead the crowd towards the Reflecting Moon Club. Reflecting Moon Club, Xianzi No, 2 private room. Xiaohu sat calmly on his seat. His little brother sat on the seat with a dreamy face. Tang Huan sat on his seat with a face full of iron color. There was only Wang Yi, sitting on the seat with a bored face. The table was set with all sorts of delicious food, as well as bottles of fine wine worth more than $10,000. Luxury enjoyment that far exceeded the limits of the commoner's imagination. But Wang Yi couldn't show any interest in it. He still hadn't seen Qin Xinu. Think also no. These in the name of reflecting the name of the moon industry behind the owner. Not so easy to run into. Wang Yi to the waiter mentioned a sentence. The results were very polite, blocked back. Did not ask anything out. Chapter 34, Cousin. Although Wang Yi lacked interest, but including Xiaohu, all of them were secretly pleased in their hearts. This group of gangsters on their own also have self-awareness. They are adult ahead in the head of the knife-licking blood, earned but a subsistence. Usually casually find a small restaurant. 2 Fried vegetables even if broad. Terrific weekend to jerk a string is a big splurge. As for the Moon Club? Sorry, they didn't even think about it. They didn't even have the idea of approaching this place. Poverty limited their imagination. While enjoying themselves, they remembered that the favor behind all this came from Wang Yi. If it wasn't for Xiao Wang, how would this group of wild dog-like bottom feeders of theirs have the chance to enjoy the opportunity to enjoy this kind of treatment? As for Tang Huan, wasn't he also looking at Wang Yi's face before obediently shelling out money? So he had been forgotten. Don't just stand there. Since you're here, open your belly and give me a good meal. Can't eat it, pack it up and take it with you. Come on, move your chopsticks. Although Wang Yi was not interested in himself, he did not intend to save money for Tang Huan. He generously greeted the crowd to start. Anyway, spending other people's money to send a favor does not hurt. The crowd rejoiced and immediately began to feast. Even Xiaohu was no longer the calmness he had just forced himself to put on. Tang Huan, however, felt his heart dripping blood. This meal, Wang Yi didn't have the slightest intention of saving him money. The cheapest dish also cost several thousand. The big head also had to be counted as liquor. The expenses of the whole meal had exceeded hundreds of thousands. Wang, Mr. Wang, is this good? It always feels a bit wasteful. Xiaohu scratched his head and opened his mouth with some embarrassment. Wang Yi also knew that those high-grade red wine national wine to Xiaohu this kind of Jianghu people always seem small. A small cup of sip is not addictive at all. so in Wang Ye's authorization they simply come to a big wine tower, one after another, a tall glass luo into a pyramid shape, and then Wang Yi grabbed a single bottle worth tens of thousands of red wine, tilted down, let the wine from the top to the bottom of the overflow down, filling the whole tower of glass. Xia Hu watched from the sidelines, all just feel the heart accelerated, cannot help themselves. The way rich people played was truly something that S like them couldn't imagine. Tang Huan was also at the side, covering his chest, feeling a pang of angina. And what did Wang Yi just say? You can't eat it and pack it away? There were far more than 10 people in the private room, and each person, if they really packed another bottle or two of red wine to go, this consumption was afraid to exceed 1 million. Tang Huan began to calculate his own assets, plus the New Year's money he had saved from previous years, to see if he could afford to pay the bill. Even if he gritted his teeth, he absolutely could not take credit. In the Yingyu Club, a series of places that shared the same membership card, the price of lowering the user's credit was something he could not afford. Wang Yi, however, didn't care about Tang Huan's ugly face. Anyway, he didn't see Qin Xinu, so he didn't think about it. He picked up his chopsticks and ate. Tang Huan's facial muscles twitched while he self-compassionately chucked up a certain dish. Consider this a breakthrough. Poor him. At this point, he no longer had the experience to recognize what exactly he had put into his mouth. And even the dishes worth a lot of money only tasted like chewing wax in his mouth. Suddenly, the door of the private room was opened. A Cheongsam beauty full of faith steps into the room. Even with Wang Yi's critical eyes, he had to admit that this was a beautiful woman. The Cheongsam's fork is very high. A pair of slender legs stepped in black knee-high socks. The fabric that should fit the body shape is inside the ferocious peaks to support the proud arc. The wide-open neckline reveals the snow-white skin and clavicle. Above the rounded chin hangs a seductive smile, outlining the 2 delightful dimples. What really made Wang Yi memorable was the woman's long hair that was full of ice blue. Xia Hu and the others were breathing heavily as they watched. They usually didn't have the conditions to come into contact with this level of beauty. Wang Yi, however, only held an admiring look as he surveyed the blue-haired woman. Old brother Tang Huan, you're really something. I didn't expect you to be good at this. We're just having a meal, yet you called for a girl. Unfortunately, one is too little. We definitely don't dare to compete with Wang Xiao. Why don't you call a few more for the brothers to share? Xia Hu's little brothers revealed smiles that men understand to Tang Huan. Tang Huan shivered in fear. The people who came he recognized. Even he would never dare to talk to the woman like this. This group of people. It's true that when the quantity goes up, the quality comes down. It's time for Yingyu Group to clean up a group of members. Before Tang Huan could open his mouth to clarify, that blue-haired beauty looked at Xia Hu and the others with a mocking smile. Wang Yi frowned. Was this a disguised way of scolding them for their lack of quality? Now Wang Yi couldn't stand it. It's just fine for you to scold Xia Hu's group of fools. This young man hasn't even said anything yet. Why did you scold me too? Not waiting for Wang Yi to have a fit, Tang Huan greeted him with a face full of fear. Cousin, this is not. Humph. I'm going to feast on an honored guest here today. Immediately bring this group of trash and get the hell out of here. Tang Huan's cousin didn't listen to his explanation at all, and as a result, this time Tang Huan was scared out of his wits. On the one hand was the strong cousin who planted countless childhood shadows in his heart. Tang Huan didn't dare to resist at all. On the other hand was the big young man who made Duke Li Shang's father not dare to mess with him. Tang Huan still tried every possible way to think of how to fix the relationship with others. As a result, the cousin came in with a sentence of garbage, directly offended Wang Yi to death. Tang Huan sandwiched in the middle of the left and right is not a person. Don't know how to deal with themselves. This woman is Tang Huan's cousin, Tang Changyun. Originally she was not satisfied with her brother's love of contact with the Jianghu people. In her opinion, all day long in the group of coarse and savage punks to play together. In the future there is bound to be no success. This time it so happens that she wants to open a new catering company in Yandu, but the various tax and quality inspection procedures are stuck. People are in accordance with the statute, cannot pick faults, so Tang Changyun can only think of ways to go through the back door. After several twists and turns, waste not a small amount of effort, she just befriended a high-level cadres in the new area of Yandu's Sun Xianan. Thought it was smooth sailing after that. The results of this district cadres are not good enough to approve. The good thing is that people get money to do things or more reliable. Willing to introduce her to more above the big man, Tang Qingyun this is ready to come to the Yingyu Club to set a private room, treats to dinner and talk about business. In Yandu, reflecting the moon under the word signboard represents the level, is the brand, even with the resources of the Tang family, but also can get a few bronze card. The result is natural, because catching up with the mouth of the meal, Tang Qingyun did not book to the private room. Humph. At first I thought it was finished. Now I just happened to run into you bastard boy. Pour out the private room for me. But sister, I and my friends. Take that group of fox and dog friends to me to get out. I want to talk about business. Chapter 35 Official Small. Tang Chengyan just arrived at Ingyu Club not long ago, now has caught up with the mealtime, but all the upper-class people who have the idea of inviting people to dinner are concentrated in this time to the Ingyu Club, so of course she did not book a private room, and the opposite side of the introduction of the big man is the key to this work. If you invite people to eat in the hall, whether it is to appear that she is not capable, or do not attach importance to people, I'm afraid that this cooperation is going to fail. Fortunately, she was in a hurry to let the waiter check this check. Tang Chengyan cannot help but be proud of their own wisdom in a hurry. Her own brother was actually here since childhood. This younger brother is his own used to rub round and pinch flat, thanks to his kid would not dare to rebel against himself. As a result, Tang Chengyan was treated as a chaperone by his own brother's group of friends. This feeling is like being bitten by his own dog. Do you think you're angry? Tang Chengyan looked at the crowd in the hall. The more he looked, the more angry he became. This one is wearing cheap discount goods, face flow gas. Clearly as a group of uneducated Jianghu rough man himself this waste of brother made what friends, and he was actually molested by this group of goods? But now angry not only Tang Chengyan, Xiaohu and other people were Tang Chengyan such a beautiful woman scolded 2 sentences as a joke. Originally usually speak rudely, with a bit of dirty words right as a joke. But Wang Yi is different he usually contact or what grade of characters. At least Wang Yi will not confuse the meaning of words. Scolding to scolding, joke to joke. The two in his place cannot be mixed together. Wang Yi grimaced, his heart calculating how to make the woman with a bad mouth beg for mercy in bed. Tang Huan saw that Wang Yi's face was not right, and thought that this big young man was planning to take some kind of thunderous revenge on the Tang family, so he was so scared that his lips trembled. As a result, he was filled with the desire to warn his cousin that Wang Yi's identity was not ordinary, but he simply didn't have the time to open his mouth. Qing Yun, how come there are still outsiders in this room? The door of the box was pushed open again and a man in his 30s walked in. Not only did they freeze, the man who came also froze. Tang Chengyan's pretty face reddened in anxiety. Brother Xianan. Before she came, she had packed her own ticket and left it to her to make the arrangements. Even when she heard that there were no more spare compartments in the Reflecting Moon Guild, she was filled with the thought that she would deal with it before Xianan found out about it. But it turned out that in the end, she still let the other party know about it. This sense of shame made her unable to resist wanting to find a crack in the ground to drill into. This is my brother and his friend. Although shameful, but Tang Chengyan still take this coincidence as the last trace of shamecloth. At least this house is still considered their own people. They can still explain as letting them help arrange. However, things are gathered. People are divided into groups. His brother and this group of social youths mixed together. For Tang Chengyan itself is enough shame. The Tang family is not a famous family in Yandu, but at least it has assets of more than 100 million, and it is still decent to talk to people. After all, the membership card of the industry under the name of Ingyu Group is not something you can get with money. Now seeing Tang Huan making careless friends, a bad explanation, the whole Tang family will become a laughing stock. But right now, compared to the most embarrassing situation, she could only pinch her nose and admit it. Brother Nan, this is my cousin Tang Huan. These are some of his men. I'm afraid of coming late and not having a place in the Reflecting Moon Guild Hall, so I sent them over in advance to take a seat. Now let them leave immediately. In order to look good on Xia Nan's side, Tang Chengyan even directly described Xiaohu and Wang Yi and a bunch of others as Tang Huan's men. Tang Huan was instantly scared out of his wits. Henchman? Wang Yi was his subordinate? He was a mysterious young man who knew directorly and Captain Tan. He himself wanted to be Wang Yi's henchman. This is just cudgeling, isn't it? Although Tang Chengyan didn't have the slightest intention of praising Tang Huan, Xia Nan gently glanced at Wang Yi and the others, revealing a look of disinterest. Hurry up, Snappy, Duan Shao is about to arrive. Although he wondered why he was able to coincidentally meet Tang Chengyan's brother here, but he wasn't interested in looking deeper into it. Anyway, the outside boxes were all booked up, and the fact that Tang Chengyan had the ability to get a new box was enough for him. Yes, right away I'll let my brother leave. Tang Chengyan revealed a curt smile, then turned his head to look at Tang Huan. Hear that? There's no more business for you guys here. Sister, it's you guys who should leave. I came here today to invite Mr. Wang over for dinner. I really can't give the place to you. What did you say? Tang Chengyan's beautiful eyes glared, incredulously looking at this cousin of hers. She knew very well that Tang Huan was a waste of space, idle, uneducated, a bully, and a bully. All of these words could fall on his head. Just who gave him the guts to actually dare to resist himself? Tang Huan trembled, trying to maintain his firm demeanor. In normal times, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to disobey this cousin of his. From a young age, he had grown up under his cousin's destruction, and his psychological shadow area was unknown. But now, when an even greater fear than his cousin overrode his heart, Tang Huan made a choice. Sister, the one you invited is an honored guest, but isn't the one I invited an honored guest? This Wang Xiao is an honored guest that both Director Li Durin of the new district's Quality Supervision Bureau and Captain Tan of the district's police force have to treat with courtesy. Just finished, Tang Huan almost afraid of tears are flowing out. Cousin Home had most scolded himself. This Wang Yi is able to jeopardize the survival of the Tang family. I win, how marvelous people it. Didn't wait for Tang Chungyun to react. Next to Xianan but first laughed out. Director Li of the Quality Supervision Bureau? You should be talking about old Li. He had to shout district secretary when he met my dad. So how great is he? Xianan was also relieved in his heart. He wasn't the kind of Tang Huan who hadn't seen the world. Nor was he the kind of Tang Qingyun who was a little smart at best. As soon as he entered the door, he could already tell that the atmosphere wasn't right. It wasn't as simple as younger brother leading his hand down to take up a seat. It was very likely that the two of them and Tang Huan's guests had collided together. And Tang Chungyun, this stupid girl, was tigerish and reckless. Without even checking what role the other party was, she went up to provoke. This is purely looking for death in Yandu. It can be seen that the top and bottom of this Tang family are just newly arrived thugs. Not enough to worry about. Because of this, Xianan had never taken a stand, knowing that he had heard that the other party was an acquaintance of Li Durin from the new district. Up to this point, Xianan was relieved. In his opinion, someone who only knew one Li Durin and Captain Tan was nothing. At least in this Yandu, nothing at all. After all, he was the son of the district secretary of the new district of Yandu in the southern city. Chapter 36 Duan Xiao. The new district as Yandu in recent years invested the largest resources to develop the region, has the highest prospects, the most talent, the best policy, whether it is the economy or status, in Yandu are among the top, naturally higher than other districts or a level. You can imagine how much power the district secretary, and Li Shang's father, but only a director, or district director. This Tang family still does not have the background, obviously, to Yandu to develop not long time. As the Jianghu often said, without having been to Nanju City, you don't know how little money there is. Without having been to Yandu, you don't know how small the officials are. Well, Tang Huan, old brother, we don't want to make things too embarrassing. If Duan Xiao comes later, that Wang Xiao on your side. His face is also weirdly unattractive. Xianan verbalized a frame of peace and quiet, but between the lines, he was already sure that Wang Yi and the Duan young man they were going to feast on later were not of the same order of magnitude, and even he was too lazy to bother remembering Wang Yi's name. This time, he had stepped in to help Tang Qingyun thread the needle, but it was also because Duan Xiao himself had this intention, so he naturally wasn't willing to let go of the opportunity to curry favor with Duan Xiao. Of course, Xianan also admitted that Tang Chungyun, a woman with big boobs and no brain, did have a few gestures on top, so if he had the chance to play on it he wouldn't refuse, but he definitely wouldn't grab it with Duan Xiao. Duan Xiao? Tang Huan was a bit flabbergasted. He had said that Wang Yi's size was extraordinary, and this Nan brother still looked like he didn't change his face. Could it be that the one they were going to feast on was really an extraordinary big shot? Tang Chungyun glanced triumphantly at his cousin. Even Mr. Duan doesn't know? Don't you even know the surname of the current Yandu vice mayor? Vice mayor? Could it be? Tang Huan was jolted, because characters of that level were too distant to him, so from the start he hadn't even imagined this possibility. The deputy mayor's family, surnamed Duan. Seeing Tang Huan finally react, Tang Chungyun spoke with hatred. Of course it's the young master of the vice mayor's family, Duan Zhengcheng. That Director Li is nothing more than my father's henchman, and my father still has to report to Mayor Duan. So you're saying that that young master Wang, who is nothing more than an acquaintance of a district director, is actually capable of a few things? Xianan added in a salty manner. When he said this, Xianan didn't even mean to avoid Wang Yi, and his voice wasn't lowered either. He was just telling Wang Yi, no Li Durin? Sorry, my father is Li Durin's leader. In Yandu, there are a lot of people like you, who doesn't have the background, not convinced that we will touch. Tang Huan once again couldn't restrain his shivering. He originally wasn't a strong-minded person, or else he wouldn't have been able to bully others in the academy. Good and bad. It sounded as if the person his cousin's side was going to invite was even more impressive than Wang Yi. Then is there still a need for himself to walk the same path as Wang Yi? Tang Huan once again looked at Wang Yi, who was still sitting there with a light-hearted demeanor. This look made Tang Huan waver again. It sounded like that Duan Xiao was more powerful, but now it looked like Wang Yi didn't care at all. In case Wang Yi really had an extraordinary background, deeper than that Duan Xiao's background, if he turned against the water now, wouldn't that be a death wish? Tang Huan quickly weighed up the situation in his head, but with his limited knowledge, he didn't have enough basis for judgment, and when it came to this kind of need to stand in line, he would be caught in a difficult situation. Anyway, both sides are spit, a mouthful of spittle can drown his character. their own in addition to find a good master. There is no halfway. Tang Huan feel a burst of life is not helpless. However, if he was allowed to choose for himself, there was no other better way for him. This was the sorrow of the week. Why don't you quickly get lost? Tang Changyun heard Xianan's conclusion and became even more informed, showing a victorious smile to his cousin as if saying again, "You punk, hugging your thigh isn't even as thick as me." Yes, in Yandu, besides the mayor, who else is more powerful than the vice mayor? At least Tang Huan's mind couldn't imagine it. Tang Huan looked at Wang Yi, revealing a difficult expression. His brain was frantically screaming that Xianan was the right one. Go hug Mr. Duan's thigh. But Tang Huan always felt that there was another voice inside. Was Wang Yi really inferior to Duan Zhengqing? He couldn't be sure. So Tang Huan subconsciously followed his usual habit of consulting the big brother. Brother Yi, look at what? This dish order is good. Wang Yi didn't even put Tang Huan's entanglement on his mind. Right now, he still had the heart to slowly and methodically savor the dishes on the table. Now even Xianan was enraged by Wang Yi's attitude. This brother Wang is very crazy. Just now we gave you face by not directly kicking you out. Now it seems like you are going to do it only to be forced to eat the penalty wine? Don't look at Xianan's surface as light and breezy, but in fact his heart was more anxious than anyone else. Duan's old man is a deputy mayor, and from retirement is still far. There is a lot of room to rise later. Their old man is just a district secretary, or the kind of seniority to mix up, not 2 years to be retired kind of. Do not take advantage of this opportunity to play a good relationship with Mr. Duan. I'm afraid that he cannot rely on his father's reputation for a few years of good times. Oh, I Wang Yi in this life what wine have eaten, but also have not eaten the penalty wine. To ask this hysterical brother to teach? It's Xianan. Just now Xianan still had a proud face, showing a look that he didn't even bother to remember Wang Yi's name. But as a result, this time Wang Yi deliberately mispronounced his name back. How do you want to punish me? Resting brother? Did you kid do it on purpose? Xianan looked at Wang Yi's smiling but not laughing look. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. In the end, he was only trying to please Duan Gongzi. That's why he was so active in setting up a line for Tang Qingyun. But he really couldn't do anything to Wang Yi based on this, even if his father has more power than Li Diren. But this private room but people Wang Yi and Tang Huan came first. You want to drive others away now? Was not accountable. Is not still a phone call over to threaten people Li director not? Xianan clenched her teeth and thought that in order to get on Duan Xiao's chariot, there would be heavenly benefits for herself and her father's future. This time, even if she spelled out to fall into a trap, she also wanted to please Duan Xiao. You wait for me. Don't you know that you're mad because of Director Li? I'll let my dad go find him to talk. After saying that, Xianan took out his phone and made a show of preparing to dial. He only intended to threaten Wang Yi with this matter, because he was sure that the other party was nothing more than Li Diren's relative or son or nephew or something like that. And since the other party's backer was not as good as himself, he would definitely concede. Who knew that Wang Yi was just staring at him with a leathery smile? Chapter 37, Rampant. Seeing Wang Yi so calm, Xianan in turn felt a bit weak in his heart, although he was very confident in his eyes and judgment. But this time he really looked away? I dialed it. I can really dial it? Be my guest. Wang Yi waved his hand, revealing a completely unconcerned look. Why? Aren't you an acquaintance of Director Li? Do you have the good sense to affect someone's future just because of something like this? Ha 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 ha. Amidst Wang Yi's loud laughter, Xianan was completely messed up. Li Diren? You guys seem to have misunderstood something. It's none of my business if he dies or lives. Can't understand, can't analyze. When a person stumbles upon something they can't understand, they will automatically brainstorm the most logical possibilities from what they've already seen. Humph. I thought it was much of a background. It turns out to be a bluffing piece of trash. Now it seems like they were also lying when they said you knew Li Diren. Wang Yi felt all a bit surprised when he heard Xianan's words. I didn't realize that there were still such naive people in the world who actually imagine reality so beautifully. Wang Yi opened his eyes wide and looked at Xianan seriously. Kid, didn't your father tell you that the sun doesn't revolve around the earth, that Santa Claus is a hoax, and that humans can't lift trains? Everyone was confused by Wang Yi's clueless remark, and Xianan replied with a sneer. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't that a matter of course? Snap. As soon as Xianan's words fell, he felt a boom beside his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he came back to his senses and he was already lying on the ground. His face was hot and painful. Xianan covered his face and looked up at Wang Yi with an incredulous face. You actually dare. Snap, snap, snap. Dare Namalia Stinky then. All to this point, you sand sculptures still do not understand? The world doesn't revolve around you. Do you really think that a district secretary is awesome? Xianan's second half of the sentence was directly blocked in the mouth. Wang Yi went up directly with hands and feet, while cursing and beating Xianan to hold his head. You You wait, my father, young Master Duan, won't let you go. The current Xian Nan was like a bullied daughter-in-law. Her clothes were messy, her nose was bruised, her face was swollen. She cried and shrunk at the foot of the wall. Her small eyes squeezed out a resentful gaze and stared at Wang Yi with her last courage. Wang Yi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and straightened his collar. Splat! This time he snapped his fingers at the house. I'm tired. The crowd was once again confused by Wang Yi's clueless words, but unlike the last time, they no longer just felt Wang Yi was inexplicable. Just the opposite. They were scared to death in their hearts. There was no logic, no reason, and he directly made a move at the drop of a hat. Not to mention Xianan and Tanghuan, this kind of cultured people, usually used to the wind and snow. Is Xiaohu this kind of road mixing? Have never seen such a hostile person. We are all used to civil fights. Where else can we have martial arts fights without any rules? In the end, Yandu's upper circles do not have such a wild road. Wang Yi walked to the edge of the table and took a sip from his wine glass. He helplessly glanced at Xiaohu and sighed. Long sigh. This kid is no wonder that he is a small leader until now. He really has no eyesight. The boss is tired of beating people. What should the little brother do? Go up and do it for him. Xiaohu was stared at by Wang Yi a shiver. Suddenly Fu Ling heart to the heart. Understand Wang Yi's mind, but he is still to Wang Yi's meaning to feel shuddering. This is too rampant, isn't it? Just as he was wondering, suddenly a silhouette rushed out beside him. Wang Yi had previously commented that in terms of ass-kissing ability alone, Tang Huan would have to shake off Xiaohu by more than 10 streets. Who the hell are you cursing? Dare to call Wang Xiao trash? You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. What? Say it again. Tang Huan, at this moment, was the only one who quickly understood Wang Yi's mind. He cried tears while punching and kicking Xianan. Just by listening to the sound of fists hitting flesh, one could tell that Tang Huan was laying down a deadly blow. Tang Changyun was shocked and screamed as she was about to go up to stop Tang Huan. Idiot! You don't want to die. You want to drag the Tang family to death, but don't bring me. Scram! You stinking, defeated old. Don't spoil young Wang's pleasure anymore. Get out. Who knows? Although Tang Huan's face was still snotty now, with an expression of fear and exuberance twisted into a ball. The cowering that she had felt when facing Tang Changyun before was already half invisible. When Wang Yi had just opened his mouth, Tang Huan had comprehended his meaning, and the reason why he was still half a beat slower was because he was frightened by Wang Yi's heartlessness. Tang Huan was undoubtedly a coward, a bully and a coward. So he was fearful, so fearful that he couldn't control his tears. But he was also a person who trusted his instincts a lot, and after Wang Yi heard Duan Xingzheng's name, not only did he not have the slightest intention to back down, but instead, he went straight for it. What did this mean? At least Wang Yi wasn't afraid of Duan Xingzheng, so Tang Huan suppressed his fear, and even though his legs were trembling non-stop, he still didn't stop his movements. This gambler's behavior of using everything he had as a bargaining chip brought a great sense of excitement, and even helped Tang Huan overcome his fear. Martyr put up a fight. Crossing the line that side is a death if you offend it. Then one way to the black. Little brother, I'm putting my body and soul on you this time. Brother Yi, don't sell me out. Tang Huan fought while shouting furiously in his heart. Xiaohu and his little brother looked at each other and put up a fight. Either way, they have offended Xianan to death. Even if Duan Xiao comes at this time, they have been labeled as Wang Yi. Then they can't lag behind. They must seize the opportunity to please Wang Yi. Xiaohu and the juniors behind him also swarmed up and surrounded Xianan's circle, kicking up, scolding while beating. You punk dare to go against Wang Xiao? You don't know what you're doing. If you mess with Mr. Wang's head, you're a pig. Pa, who cares if you think your father is great? You don't even deserve to be in young Wang's shoes. At this moment, Xianan was dumbfounded. Tang Changyun was also dumb. Those who were beating people up were actually stupid as well. They couldn't even realize what they were doing and couldn't stop. What was this brat thinking? In the territory of the Reflecting Moon Guild, he was hitting people and encouraging his men to do it together. Were they crazy, or was Wang Yi crazy? This world was too crazy. Xianan no longer even had the strength to run away because of the injuries on his body, and now he could only hold his head while crying and whimpering in a voice he couldn't even hear. My father is the secretary of the new district, but this identity is already unnoticed. Tang Changyun wanted to manage, but she was a girl, and seeing that the group of big old men who did it were full of grimaces, she didn't dare to get close at all. Tang Huan and Xiaohu both know Xianan's identity, but they have already gone one way or the other. As for those little brothers of Xiaohu, Tiger have followed the dry, wimpy, Ali gave, and the only sober person on the scene. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yi was laughing wildly. Stop. Suddenly an untimely voice sounded outside the door. Chapter 38, Big Brother. Who is it? Who is it? Who was the righteous person who dared to stop this madman Wang Yi? The crowd only saw that the door of the box was once again pushed open, and an 18 or 19-year-old teenager walked in. It was him that shouted out the words just now. When he saw Xianan, who had collapsed on the ground, a wisp of anger clearly flashed across the teenager's face. Brother Nan, what's going on? Xianan, who had swollen into a pig's head at this point, barely lifted his head, his two small green bean-like eyes squeezing through his eyelids to look out. He saw the teenager who walked in and immediately became energized, as if he had found his backbone. Xianan rolled and crawled and pounced on the teenager's heels. Duan Xiao, you have to do right by me. This son of a was even instigated by someone and beat me up like this for no reason. It's him, it's him. Xianan cried out while pointing her finger towards Tang Huan. Tang Huan immediately shivered. He was the one who led the way up to strike under Wang Yi's authorization. Tang Changyun, Tang Huan's siblings shivered. Duan Xiao, this is Vice Mayor Duan Zhengping's son? Finally met the legendary master. Tang Changyun's face but half a bit of joy or not. Her heart was anxious like she was going up to explain and clarify the relationship, but as a result, when she remembered what happened today, she immediately felt a tightness in her chest and shortness of breath. Wang Yi's behavior was so absurd that it made her unable to find logical words to describe it for a short period of time. Xiahu also came to his senses, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. The son of the deputy mayor, wanting to find a police acquaintance was a breeze. A punk like himself couldn't avoid it in time, but actually ran headlong into someone's arms. Damn, if it is not Wang Yi by that guy influence, how could he be so not vigilant? However, Xiahu then thought of Wang Yi's crazy aura before, could not help but once again winced all over. I am afraid that, as if, seemingly, once again, one does not have the courage to resist Wang Yi, right? Obviously reason was appealing to Duan Jingqing's power, but the soul was filled with fear of Wang Yi. Don't run if you guys are capable. Brother Nan, don't panic. I will definitely help you get justice. Duan Jingqing pulled out his cell phone and coldly looked into the box. Inside the large box, there was silence, and everyone took the lead to look at Wang Yi. Everyone knew that he was finished. Not only was he finished, everyone who had just struck out together was finished. Tang Huan no longer knew what to say, and just sat dumbfounded. He only felt that he seemed to have done a very, very stupid thing today. That was the vice mayor's son's friend Not to say that there was no love between the two, just for the sake of face. People couldn't pretend not to see. Now with Duan Zhengqing backing him up, Xianan once again hardened up. He completely gave up his superficial hypocrisy, revealing the essence of a lackey who was bullying others, jumping up and down around Duan Zhengqing. Thanks to Duan Xiao, there's one of this group. Don't let them go. And this guy, he's the one who made the first move. Don't worry, catch them together. Xianan pointed at Wang Yi and was about to cry bitterly and state his evil deeds, only to suddenly realize that Duan Zhengqing behind him had fallen into a weird silence. Xianan felt strange in her heart and looked back. This look revealed the ghost-like expression on Duan Jingqing's face. Xianan still thought that Wang Yi was some kind of vicious gangster who was being wanted in the city, but it turned out that Duan Xiao had caught the big fish this time, and he couldn't say anything between his surprise. He intended to think about Duan Xiao to add a little more about Wang Yi's danger, lest this maniac get away with it. Duan Xiao, this bureaucrat simply doesn't put you in his eyes. Just now I have said that I want to invite Duan Xiao for dinner. I told him to roll. He even dared not to roll. Roll Nima. The words hadn't even finished. Just Duan Zhengqing had already kicked Xianan in the chest. Xianan was kicked so hard that he tumbled backwards on the spot. He was in a bad way. What's the situation? Duan Xiao? Could it be that he's been talking too much and Duan Xiao thinks he's nagging? Before Xianan's head could turn, his brain went completely down. Duan Zhengqing rushed to Wang Yi with an arrow step. Just when everyone thought that the two of them were going to do a battle first, Duan Zhengqing suddenly made a tiger pounce, landed on the ground and rolled over, raising his head to hug his thighs. Big brother, you're back. From start to finish, Wang Yi's expression was cold. Everyone else's expression was also indifferent. My ass. They were just confused and couldn't react. What's the situation? Xianan, what did you just say? You dare to tell my big brother to get lost? And interrupt my big brother's dinner? Poor Xianan hadn't yet recovered from the vicious beating he had just received, and Duan Zhengqing rushed up to him to deliver another punch and kick. Gu, I was wrong. Duan Xiao, spare me. Between the pain passes, Xianan didn't even have the energy to pay attention to Duan Zhengqing's words that didn't shock him to death. Big brother? What is big brother? Is it good to eat? This was the subconscious thought of the crowd whose brains were down. Duan Zhengqing didn't care what they thought, and he wasn't going to waste that time trying to figure out what the crowd was thinking. Big brother is finally back. Why don't you notify my little brother me? I definitely have to set up a banquet for you to receive the dust. Right. Have you eaten well, to no longer come to a table? Duan Zhengqing climbed Wang Yi's hands up and down swing, affectionate as if the two people are the same mother's tire out of the same. This, Tang Changyan looked at Duan Qingzheng, then Wang Yi, and finally twisted her head towards Tang Huan. His own cousin. Did he already know? No wonder he called himself a defeated old. At this moment, Tang Changyan was half resentful towards Tang Huan. She was convinced. That was Duan Zhengcheng, the son of the vice mayor of Yandu city. His father was at least 1 million people. But this young master called Wang Yi his elder brother? If it wasn't for Tang Huan's discerning eyes, I'm afraid that the Tang family would not only miss out on this great opportunity, but would even incur an enemy for themselves that they couldn't afford to mess with. Thinking of this, Tang Changyan couldn't even wait to give himself 2 slaps. These eyes were simply blind. Tang Huan shivered with excitement. No matter how much he was called a waste before, how much he was bullied by his cousin, now he knew that all of this was going to be a thing of the past, because he had gambled right. This time, it was considered a heavenly chance for the Tang family. Oddly enough, Tang Huan's heart was like water at the moment, as if all these things were no longer worth mentioning. So, this was the state of mind of a strong man. Those grudges and rights and wrongs of the past were indeed too insignificant. Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief with peace of mind. Before, he didn't even ask for any return. As long as he could not be retaliated against, he was satisfied. Now it seemed that the return on this investment of his would be unimaginably large, but he still had a trace of regret. He turned his gaze toward Tang Huan. This kid, he really got lucky. The first one to spare no effort to curry favor with young Wang. The big head of benefits will surely fall on his head, right? But Xiaohu didn't have any thoughts of jealousy. Who made his eyes not as good as the others of the day? Xianan was shivering at the foot of the wall. His body shrunk into a ball. Not only is this beating today in vain, even his own father may be implicated. He is the only loser here. Not to mention the thoughts of the people around him. Wang Yi looked at Duan Qingzheng speechlessly. He wasn't narcissistic enough to think that he had the aura of a king's bully, and when he bumped into someone, they would come up and cry to be their little brother. If Duan Zhengqing was really as enthusiastic as he showed, he had been out for 4 years, and this kid hadn't even seen a single hair, not to mention sending some gifts. For Duan Zhengqing's virtues, Wang Yi knows no more. Say it, beg me for what? Chapter 39 Aggrieved. As far as Wang Yi knew, Duan Zhengqing was exactly the character that would not come to the 3 treasure temples for nothing. So this old boy saw his first eye, since did not turn around and run. It must be something to ask for his help. Duan Zhengqing was asked by Wang Yi and actually hesitated for a rare moment. In the end, he swallowed and opened his mouth. Brother Yi, can you lend me some money? Wang Yi felt that Duan Zhengqing's attitude was a bit strange, and he frowned. Money? You kid is poor in money? Don't tell me that you touched whoring, gambling and drugs. I won't recognize you as a brother after touching these 3. Tang Qingyan almost couldn't hold back from rolling his eyes after hearing this. Don't recognize you as a brother? He is the son of the deputy mayor. The general public would hate to abandon their families and careers, also want to get involved with Duan Zhengqing. Dare to put you here is still too much trouble? Tang Qingyan beautiful eyes turned, put up his ears, ready to listen to Duan Zhengqing encountered what trouble. If she can take the opportunity to help Duan Zhengqing a hand, is not it just to be able to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain the friendship of Duan less? Although Tang Huan now proved her eyes by pleasing Wang Yi, she was still not willing to lose to her cousin. No, brother Yi, don't misunderstand me, I just play with some jadeite and such. Duan Zhengqing anxiously spoke out to clarify, but the more he said later, the more he had no bottom. You play with jade, just play with jade? Could it be that your family is so poor that they can't afford to give you this pocket money? Wang Yi subconsciously thought that Duan Zhengqing was a favorite object, but the hand is nervous. If it is only this level of problem, he is not unable to help a hand, then charge this kid interest on it. Duan Zhengqing let out a long sigh, and told him all about his grievances during this period of time. Although his father is the deputy mayor of Yandu, but in fact in front of the real magnates, even a fart cannot be counted. Not to mention the 8 families of Yandu, is the next level of the great families, but also behind the back of his father's promotion and prospects. In the past, following the side of Wang Yi, the children of those big families are trampled under the feet of Wang Yi goods, where people still dare to come over to mess with their brothers, but as the old saying goes, when people leave, tea cools. Wang Yi this gone for 4 years, this thing can be different. Those son of a great young man naturally do not dare to run to the seasoned spring city to retaliate against Wang Yi, but like Duan Zhengqing, such a flag clearly playing the name of Wang Yi, is the best revenge object. From then on his days even to the end, Duan Zhengqing first like a leather ball in the whole circle of the rich and powerful children were kicked to and fro, back and forth ostracized, and then bumped into the old man Gu. Some people snubbed him to go against the old man Gu. The result of course was expelled from Yandu College. For this, his old man almost beat him to death. Brother Yi, it's been 4 years, do you know how I've lived these 4 years? Said the aggrieved place. Duan Zhengqing hugged Wang Yi's thighs and cried bitterly. It can be said that the hearer is sad and the hearer is in tears. Even Tang Qingyun and these outsiders showed intolerance. and cast sympathetic gazes one after another. But how could a big shot like Wang Yi be moved by this? He even had an impatient look on his face and shown a good kick at Duan Jingqing's face. Die away. Die away. Dirty. This young man hates it when people rub snot on my clothes. From the point of being able to be kicked by Wang Yi, it had to be said that Duan Jingqing's thigh-hugging prowess was still not as deep as Tang Huan's. After all, with his stature he basically didn't have to think about this kind of thing on weekdays. After being expelled from school, although I've been very restrained, my father cut off my pocket money. There's no more money, i.e., can I still live this life? Duan Jingqing continued to cry with a snotty nose and tears. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Having been used to a life of luxury, if Duan Jingqing's young masters like him ran out of money, the places where they used to go to play wouldn't dare to go at all, and it would really kill him. Although Duan Zhengping is not even a little bit of living expenses are not given to his son, but for Duan Zhengqing, that little bit of money is also called money? This time even Xianan looked at Duan Jingqing with a complicated face. They all only looked at the power behind Duan Jingqing and thought about how to please him, but they didn't think about the fact that the life of a young master of a big family wasn't that simple and easy. And then, Wang Yi remained unmoved, even arrogantly digging his nose. Of course it's earning money, i.e. So I heard people say that playing with jade can make money, so I invested the last savings in my hand and opened a jade curio store. Before the words fell, Wang Yi let out a hilarious laugh without any courtesy at all. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. You on that to dump jade? To collect antiques? It's only weird if you don't lose your money. Duan Zhengqing revealed a bitter smile. Brother Yi is clear. Really? I just blurted it out and really lost money? Wang Yi's face was full of oddities as he sat up straight from his chair and changed into a serious expression to look at Duan Zhengqing. What the hell else are you borrowing money for? People have things that suit them and things that don't. If you ask me, let's just spend the money to buy a lesson. You're not a genius like this young man who can do anything. Doing business just doesn't suit you. Ye brother, lesson is, I also don't want to do it. Just you also know, I was strapped for cash. Not only put my own money into it, but also manage a jade businessman called Pan Luofan borrowed a few million. Wang Yi once again revealed a speechless expression. So you owed the partner a few million? Oh my ass. That's the asshole who screwed me over. Duan Zhengqing was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, jumping up with fury. That bastard said it was that batch of raw stones that would open up the goods. I didn't have enough money and was eager to lend me. At first I thought he was a good person, but it turned out that the kid was doing it on purpose. It's all a ruse. A few million. Duan Jingqing's last savings are lost. Such a large sum of money he did not dare to say to his family, otherwise his father can beat him to death. Duan Zhengqing is also considered to be forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise it would not have been possible to come to the Yingyu club to attend the meeting. Originally Xianan about him, he is not bothered to take care of. Do not look at how Duan Jingqing and the circle of the magnates were stepped on and kicked. But Xianan this level of goods plain to see want to see Duan Jingqing one side of the delusional. To be honest, when he just came to Yingyu restaurant today, he also secretly lamented that the tiger had fallen into the sun, and as a result, he was able to run into Wang Yi purely accidental joy. Although Duan Jingqing did not say clearly after, but Wang Yi has heard and understood. The original this kid was jade merchants lured to go gambling stone. Gambling is not gambling, but a test of the eyesight of the technical work. But even if the eyesight of the good old oil, also dare not say that they do not have the ingredients of gambling. A piece of raw stone did not open before. The gods do not know exactly what it is like inside. Wang Yi has not concealed his gloating. Then you do not deserve it? Knowing that you have no eyesight, not honestly collect into goods? Chapter 40 lead the way. Yes, brother Yi, it's all my fault. Duan Jingqing honestly on the side of the compensatory smile. He knew that Wang Yi is to eat soft but not hard temperament, and to their own people very will be righteousness. So Wang Yi so ridicule him he is not angry. If another person Duan Jingqing early fried hair, as long as they follow Wang Yi's hair stroke, to the young coaxed happy, then the world basically there is nothing is not flat. Wang Yi laughed for half a day. Duan Jingqing also on the sidelines to compensate for the smile. Finally, Wang Yi laughed tired, feel no fun, and a little embarrassed. Then it was time to do something for his brother. Say it, who is Pan Luofan? A solemn aura gathered on Wang Yi's face. Duan Jingqing's heart rejoiced, as if he saw that the mad young man who killed Buddha and swept through Yandu returning again. In the past, every time Wang Yi revealed this kind of look, it meant that someone was going to be unlucky and their group of little brothers could drink their fill of soup by following behind. Reporting to brother Yi, that kid is Pan Shiren's son. Pan Shiren? What kind of goods? Wang Yi picked his ears. The 8 families of Yandu didn't have a surname Luo, so he naturally didn't need to put it in his mind. At this time, Xia Hu, who hadn't made a statement, felt that he had seized the opportunity to perform. Wang you 4 years have not been in Yandu, naturally have not heard of this person. Since the Dragon Master is not after Yandu wrote on the new boss. Is this Panshi people? He is also 3 years ago the rise of Ing Wang group boss. Panshi people borrowed the legitimate power of the Ing Wang group on the surface, secretly integrated Yandu Jianghu people, and now has controlled half of Yandu's underground world, as if to become Yandu Jianghu's new leading boss. The Chen Mang that Wang Yi had seen before was only a bull who had traveled across a district in the new area, but compared to Pan Shiren, it was far from enough. Xia Hu didn't hide his fear of Pan Shiren at all, a small leader like him who wasn't even as good as Chen Mang. Hearing the name of that kind of big brother, it would be a hell if he wasn't afraid. Wang Yi looked at Xia Hu's demeanor and was not surprised by his reaction. What he was surprised about was Duan Jingqing's attitude. It's fine if Xia Hu was afraid. His boss doesn't even dare to mess with Pan Shiren. But little Duanzi, how many times do you wimp out? As the saying goes, the people don't fight with the officials. Duan Jingqing, his old man, is the deputy mayor. That mixed jungle dared to come up to mess with Duan Jingping's son? This is not in their own find uncomfortable? Wang Yi's question asked the doubt in the hearts of everyone present. Brother not to mention my father is the deputy mayor. Even if the mayor has to do things according to the statute caught the opposite handle that hand difficult for him, or what how the whole thing can be. That guy on the surface of the Ing Wang group of rich and powerful, has long been pointing out the relationship above. His stalls are also legal. My father cannot come directly to the heart Duan Jingqing is also a face of aggrieved. He is also very helpless if you can bully others, that this matter is not so tricky to the need to find Wang Yi to help. After all, as Wang Yi's little brother, Duan Jingqing cannot be a waste. After all, as Wang Yi's little brother, Duan Jingqing can't be a loser. If there is someone above him, Duan Jingqing is really not good at bullying people. Wang Yi sighed. Alright, lead me to take a look. Yandu Ing Wang Jade Market. Wang Yi and the others appeared at the entrance, in advance, since that kid didn't use illegal methods, so it's impossible for me to get tough with him. At most, I'll help you get your money back through the proper way. Understand? Understood, Brother Yi. Wang Yi looked at Duan Jingqing with a helpless face. Duan Jingqing was not discouraged by Wang Yi's warning. Like Wang Yi, who was so protective, he knew that as long as Wang Yi agreed to follow him here, he would definitely not be able to suffer any losses today. Those who were present, except for Xianan who slipped away in disgrace, the rest of the people who bumped into each other at the Reflecting Moon Club, all of them followed Duan Jingqing over. Tang Huan and Xia Hu were already Wang Yi's little brothers by default, so naturally, they couldn't not follow the boss on his errands. Tang Changyun, because she wanted to seize the opportunity to make up for the bad impression she left on Wang Yi, or at least make good friends with Duan Jingqing, so she also followed over. Brother Yi, this is it. Duan Jingqing pointed towards the doorway, and Wang Yi nodded and took the lead to step inside. Just as he walked into the market, a man in his 30s directly greeted him, not waiting for Duan Jingqing to react, and gave him a tiger hug. Aga Duan Xiao, I miss you to death. Scram. This young man doesn't want you. Duan Jingqing was like a frightened squirrel, instantly hiding behind Wang Yi. The visitor saw the unfamiliar face and dismissed the idea of coming up and forcing intimacy. New face Duan Xiao, aren't you going to introduce me? Duan Jingqing hesitated. If he directly introduced Wang Yi, I'm afraid that it would expose his biggest killer, but if he didn't, it would be a bit rude to Wang Yi. This is Wang Yi. As a result, Wang Yi directly dispensed with Duan Jingqing's entanglement, interrupting Duan Jingqing's words and directly reported the name himself. The man was still waiting for Wang Yi's following, but it turned out that Wang Yi and him were wide-eyed. What about the following? Nothing. Wang Yi didn't have the interest to introduce himself carefully. Those who should know him knew, and those who didn't deserve to know. Ahahaha, this old brother Wang is a strange person. The visitor was none other than the owner of the Jade Market, Pan Luofan, who had seen Wang Yi's odd temperament, and although he felt puzzled, he wasn't so bad as to start a conflict with this teenager over it. After all, it is the person brought by Duan Jingqing, before Duan Jingqing spent several $1 million in his place, which is considered a rare wrongdoer. Even if Pan Luofan doesn't give face to Wang Yi, he also has to take care of Duan Jingqing's face. Pan Luofan snorted and shifted the topic to Duan Jingqing. Ha ha ha, since Duan Xiao has even brought his friends, he looks so excited today. Do you want Xiao Mei to come and keep you company? No need. Duan Jingqing's face was blue. Last time, although he spent a large amount of money on gambling stones, but the ladies that this Pan Luofan found didn't save him any money. He was simply treated like a fat sheep. Now I don't have this money on me, and I don't have this elegance. If you are willing to treat that too, say. Duan Jingqing's eyes cocked, justifying that he was poor. Anyway, I can't come up with the money this time. Let's see what you can do to me. This time he also counted out. Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. Which beggars are afraid of thieves? Pan Luofan also knows the reasoning of the thin water. Fat sheep should be slowly slaughtered. Customers should also slowly cheat, little by little, until the other side of the oil and water on the other side completely drained. He wasn't angry either. He just laughed. Recently in heart into a batch of stones. Do Wan Young want to take a look? Duan Zhengqing looked back at Wang Yi and saw him nod. Lead the way. Chapter 41 Lone Note. A line of people while walking. Pan Luofan while chattering pulled Duan Zhengqing introduced up. Recently my old pan just into some Stone King. Quality is excellent. Out of the jadeite rate is also great. Duan Young you must come to see Today if you did not come I am going to let people notify you go. The shipment rate is extremely high? I'm afraid the price is also extremely expensive. Of course they couldn't let go of Duan Zhengqing, the wrongdoer. The two of them each had their own agenda, but both of them did say it. Instead, they coincidentally revealed a false smile, and on the surface, they seemed to be having a good conversation. Behind the Tang Qing Yun and others to see in the eyes, have lamented that this is the real upper class. Even if the secret sword, the surface still have to put on a look of peace and harmony. The days of the big man is not easy Suddenly, Pan Luofan stopped and looked at Duan Zhengqing with a smile. Young Duan, I wonder how much money you brought with you today. Duan Zhengqing's face stalled, but after looking at Wang Yi behind him, he immediately clenched his teeth and spoke stiffly. Humph, last time we were all pitted by you for a few million. Our family isn't 100 billionaire either. Do you think I'm a money tree? Not to mention that the last few million is his entire fortune. Even if there is still money, he does not dare to spend it. Wang Yi was whistling on the side, pretending not to hear. He wouldn't pay anyway. Surprisingly, Pan Luofan listened to Duan Zhengqing's words, but his attitude became more cordial. Oh, alright, is not just no money? How big our brother and sister so iron. I can borrow you first. How much you want to Duan less open as much as you like. I believe that Duan less vision will certainly be able to open a good emerald, then naturally not afraid to pay it is not? Duan Zhengqing frowned, felt that this time is by no means simple. Pan Luofan's attitude must be fishy, combined with the experience of being pitched before. There is always an unruly people want to harm me. The idea has been coiled in on his mind. You want to do? Oh, so you can still borrow money to buy raw stones? As a result, Duan Zhengqing's subconscious questioning was interrupted by Wang Yi before it could come out of his mouth. Pan Luofan glanced at Wang Yi. Naturally, it's not for anyone, but Duan Xiao is generous and has an excellent reputation, so naturally he won't renege on my money. Duan Zhengqing heard Pan Luofan's praise, but instead, his face became even more ugly. Wasn't this a disguised way of saying that his eyesight was not good, and that he was a wrongdoer for taking money in vain one way or another? There is a sliver. First give this young man a $10 million to play with. Ha! Duan Zhengqing froze on the spot when he heard Wang Yi's words. Your sister, didn't you hear me? Engage faster. But I don't have a sister Duan Zhengqing neither dared to disobey Wang Yi nor retort, and could only mutter in a small voice. Pan Luofan froze. Wang Yi's attitude confused him. This person is bent on pitting Duan Zhengqing, or is his brain really bad? If it wasn't for the fact that he knew he had nothing to do with himself, otherwise Pan Luofan would have suspected that Wang Yi was his own trust. What are you doing? Borrow or not to give a quick? Or do you want to go back on your word? I don't care anyway. Wang Yi's voice woke up Pan Luofan from his daze. Borrow. I'll borrow. Duan Xiao has a request. How could I, old Pan, dare not borrow it? This was verbalized as righteousness, but Pan Luofan was already so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Duan Young this friend to find a good is simply born wrongdoer. Fat sheep number 2. Duan Zhengqing has even cried heart have. 10 million just a few million of the pit let him do not know how to fill, which if you add 10 million, it is not as good as to sell their own package to the pain. Under the gaze of Wang Yi behind him, Duan Zhengqing was like being forced to the execution ground with a gun, revealing a martyr's gaze. In these few short steps, how small life was, he was enlightened. Mother put up a fight. People die with their eggs facing the sky, not dying for 10,000 years. Duan Zhengqing exhaled thick air like a bison and looked at Pan Luofan with wide eyes. $10 million. Lend it to me first. Good. Young Duan is so bold. Old Luo, will prepare it for you right now. Pan Luofan laughed. He didn't care what kind of sordidness there was between Wang Yi and Duan Zhengqing. Anyway, as long as you borrow money, everything is in my plan. When Pan Luofan hurriedly left, Duan Zhengqing was as if his body was loosened of its strength. He could barely stand on his feet. He revealed a sultry little look and looked at Wang Yi. Brother Yi, it's either you're a traitor or a thief when you offer your favor for nothing. I see that this Pan Luofan is not being unkind. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi instead tilted his head, revealing an expression full of doubt. You still can't tell? This bastard is definitely unintentional. Duan Zhengqing felt as if he had been force-fed a mouthful of meat common. The surrounding Tang Qingyun and the others were also disgusted enough by Wang Yi's words. You know it's a pit, but you're still pushing people. Duan Xiao, to jump into it? Brother Yi, this. Duan Zhengqing was immediately anxious like an ant on a hot pan. $10 million? Even their family can't come up with it casually, and it's still borrowed. You're welcome to say that this can be used as a handle to threaten his father. Look at your wimpy face, didn't I say? I will only use legal means to help you get your money back. Wang Yi saw Duan Zhengqing's bitter face and slapped him in the back. When Duan Zhengqing heard Wang Yi say this, his eyes immediately lit up. What do you mean, Brother Yi? What do you say? How about using that other person's money as a principal to make more money from him? Wang Yi revealed an evil smile. Wonderful. Brother Yi, you are a real jitterbug. But how do you plan to earn money from him? Duan Zhengqing was obviously choked by Wang Yi's amazing words, but now he could only put all his hopes on Wang Yi, so he could only pinch his nose and ask about Wang Yi's plan. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Wang Yi smiled mysteriously and patted Duan Zhengqing's shoulder once again. Duan Zhengqing once again almost freaked out. Letting someone else borrow money? You don't have to worry about it. Tang Qingyun and the others were also silent. Where exactly did Wang Yi get his confidence from? At this moment, there was no longer anyone envious of Duan Zhengqing's status as the vice mayor's son. Instead, the crowd had cast sympathetic glances at Duan Zhengqing. Follow Wang Yi, such a big brother. Not good to mix. At least the heart is not good. Tang Qingyun has been thinking, if Wang Yi has lost 10 million, do you want to help Duan Xiao even that few million together return? This was a great opportunity to make Duan Xiao owe himself a favor. But the opportunity is a good opportunity. The Tang family want a short time to put together more than 10 million liquidity is not so easy. And Tang Huan that time to ask for Wang Yi is no less than a big gamble. I'm afraid that it is too late to convince the family. In just a moment's time, Pan Luofan had already fetched the loan contract, seemingly prepared for it. Chapter 42, The Raw Stone. Looking at Pan Luofan pulling out the contract that had been prepared a long time ago, Duan Zhengqing's heart immediately felt even more bottomless. This is simply an undisguised conspiracy already. It is clear that I am trying to trap you. Brother Yi, are you sure you don't want to change your mind? However, Wang Yi remained indifferent until now. Duan Zhengqing let out a long sigh and signed his name under the contract of shame. If I can't, I'll just give up Wang Yi's identity. With his wealth, he's surely not bad at all. Well, he's surely right. Duan Zhengqing comforted himself in his heart, slightly more confident. Fortunately, he didn't know that Wang Yi didn't have much money on hand at this time. As for gambling? Sorry, but Wang Yi never felt that this was called gambling, and in his subconscious, the possibility that he would lose never existed from the start. Young Duan is really painfully honest. Come on, you check, the whole $10 million. Pan Luofan ordered his men to bring up a suitcase and opened it in front of Duan Zhengqing's eyes, revealing the neat red tickets inside. I won't check. Duan Zhengqing waved his hand in disgust. Anyway, he would be trading with this bastard later. Even if the other party really made it clear that he wanted to pit himself in the box, then he didn't even touch the box. The other party naturally can't blame him. Everyone present can testify. See, Duan Zhengqing did not personally point-check the intention. Pan Luofan nodded and closed the box. He also intends to go through the motions, even if the pit cannot use such a low-level means, and was originally lent out the money. Naturally, it is not possible to engage in this kind of oolong on their own. Anyway, from the moment Duan Zhengqing signed his name, his purpose has been achieved. Duan Zhengping raised such a loose boy, really down on his luck. With this handle, it is certain that Wang Group's further development in Yandu can also be smoother. Originally the Luo family, such black and white, want to expand their power with great fanfare. It is inevitable to be suppressed by the official side. However, the reason why their family has a lot of people above them to protect, is to rely on this kind of tactics, forcing those big shots in them to stand on the same position. Since you also took the benefits, we are now all on the same line of grasshopper. Let's not force anyone to be anxious. The Luo family is not afraid of those big people, fair and clean. People will always have favorite things. Then there is a desire. There is a desire to have a weakness. And even if you really do not want nothing, you have a wife and children, right? There are always 7 aunts and 8 aunts of relatives, right? Not afraid that you do not have a handle. The big deal is that I create a handle out, is not it? Thinking of this, Pan Luofan's mouth corner emerged a cold smile. But on the surface, Pan Luofan cannot in Duan Zhengqing face. After all, although people borrowed your money, but they have not spent it. Theoretically speaking, Duan Zhengqing, if this time the money is not moving, then Pan Luofan's plan naturally not broken. Duan Young, come and take a look. These several pieces of good jade, but from the south of the country. The shipment rate is extremely high. Pan Luofan still enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Duan Jingqing's shoulders and pulled him to the location where the raw stones were placed. Duan Jingqing glanced at Wang Yi with a grudging face, but Wang Yi turned a blind eye, and instead was quite interested in the raw stones introduced by Pan Luofan. He already knew that this guy Pan Luofan was definitely up to no good. Could he want what he recommended? Duan Jingqing failed to say this to Wang Yi. In the antique market or jade market, this kind of behavior of dismantling the bottom of people's goods in bad business is a big taboo. Moreover, he was already not hopeful. Even if he opened a few pieces of jadeite of 10,800,000, what could he do? He was afraid that practicing wouldn't even earn him back a fraction of 10 million. Here it is, young Duan. As he spoke, the party had already arrived at the innermost part of the jade market under Pan Luofan's leadership. This place was usually not open to the public, and only those who had connections and access to the owner could come in. But those who come in don't always get a bargain, and those like Duan Jingqing who get screwed over are always the big ones. When the crowd came to the hall, they saw a table placed squarely in the center of the hall, with 3 pieces of human head-sized raw stones on it. At least from the looks of it, these 3 stones looked excellent. Green veins meandered and diffused, zigzagging and densely covering the surface of the raw stones. Only since they could be placed here by Pan Luofan, they must have already been appraised, and since they were gold and jade, it would be more than enough to open up tens of thousands of pieces of jade. You take a look. Duan Xiao, and Wang Xiao, you also take a look. Pan Luofan excitedly rubbing his hands, he introduced to Duan Jingqing while not forgetting to pull Wang Yi. These days it's not easy to bump into an ingrate like this one. To find a second one and keep turning people towards the pit is simply a cherished animal. He's embarrassed to pit Wang Yi. Wait, will at least give him strip block can ship. This kind of person. Mustang put a long line to catch a big fish. Cannot once let him lose interest in gambling stone. Pan Luofan was calculating in his heart. As for Duan Jingqing, Pan Luofan has long been clear about Duan Jingqing's temperament. Not afraid of him not to buy. As long as the loss once, this kid must be on the head. Will continue to gamble until it is emptied out. Want to pull out how much money from him is to see Pan Luofan's mood. Do not be too simple. Duan Jingqing remembered the previous psychological shadow. Has vaguely beat the drum of the mind. But Wang Yi directly blocked his way back. How much is it all? Quota price? Introduce me too. I don't understand. Wang Yi casually pointed at the raw stones, with a look of not being short of money, as if he was ready to eat them all in one breath. Duan Jingqing's heart sank. Brother, you wouldn't really be planning to buy one, right? Although Duan Jingqing didn't have eyesight, but at least after the experience of being pitched before, he didn't believe that Pan Luofan could be so kind as to really put the very best raw stone that could produce good emerald here. Ha ha. Since young Wang you are here for the first time, I'm naturally embarrassed to sell it expensive. These pieces are 5 million, 6 million, 8 million in order. Since you are here for the first time, I'll give you a discount of 1 million off each piece. Pan Luofan replied smilingly. He could sort of see that right now. Duan Xiao seemed to listen to this teenager called Wang Yi. Since this was the case, might as well please Wang Yi first. Wang Yi didn't answer immediately. He just stared blankly at the 3 stone kings. Pan Luofan was not in a hurry either, and waited politely with his hands behind his back. Anyway, in his opinion which one to choose couldn't come out as a big deal. There was no difference. Duan Jingqing looked at Wang Yi's expression, and his heart was screaming madly. Can't buy Yi. Must not buy . Looking at the expression of that old boy Pan Luofan, he definitely didn't press his good intentions. Tang Qingyun and the others also looked at Wang Yi nervously, not knowing where things would drift to. Just between the apprehension and entanglement in everyone's hearts, a cry came from the distance. Qingyun? Chapter 43, All Wanted. Tang Qingyun turned her head when she heard someone calling her name. She saw a young woman in her early 20s walking over with another man's hand. Ren Jialan? Tang Qingyun recognized her college friend and seemed to be surprised by the coincidence. Haven't seen you in a few years. Why are you here? Ren Jialan's gaze swept back and forth between Tang Qingyun and the raw stone in the middle of the hall. The Tang family was also quite a wealthy family, and Ren Jialan immediately came up with a reasonable explanation in her mind. You're here to play too? Ha! Just accompanying a friend. Tang Qingyun smiled bitterly. Although with the assets of the Tang family, appearing in this kind of jade market wasn't something strange. But if it wasn't for Duan Jingqing leading them over, she hadn't even seen a real gambling stone before and naturally wasn't interested. The woman called Ren Jialan didn't think about it so much, and only expressed obvious surprise at the reunion of the two of them. Roa Chongyun, haven't seen you in a few years. You little Nini's way of playing is also getting wilder and wilder. Ahem. Jialan, you're here to gamble on stones too? Tang Qingyun unnaturally cleared her throat, trying to change the topic. If she wasn't following Wang Yi and Duan Jingqing, she wouldn't have come to this kind of place. If Ren Jialan was up for a talk, she wouldn't be able to pick up the conversation. I'm also fine coming over to take a look. Ren Jialan then replied very naturally, appearing to be lightly practiced, seemingly very commanding of this kind of occasion experience. After she finished speaking, she continued to survey the raw stone in the center of the hall, and suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise. Qing Yun, you guys aren't planning to cut these pieces, are you? Ren Jialan's tone was somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Tang Changyun's heart jumped, since she knew that her friend had some experience in gambling on stones. She couldn't ignore Ren Jialan's opinion. Although it was Duan Zhengqing who was spending the money, but since she had hitched a ride, Duan Zhengqing's likes and dislikes were related to the future of the Tang family. Ren Jialan's expression visibly stiffened. She pondered for a moment, seemingly finally making up her mind, and lowered her voice to speak again. Yun, I'm telling you you don't buy this kind of claim to look beautiful raw stone, can be greatly set out by the boss? There can't be good things inside at all. Otherwise the boss would have already taken it to cut it himself. To pontificate on goods in someone else's store and affect someone else's business was a big no-no in both the jade and antique industries. And it was only because of her friendship with Tang Qingyun that she decided to open her mouth. Tang Qingyun's face embarrassed looked more obvious. From the beginning Duan Zhengqing warned Wang Yi this stone cannot. Everyone is not very good. Now they only need to convince the scene only Wang Yi. Although Ren Jialan lowered his voice, but Duan Zhengqing and a few other people also heard. For a time the hall fell into an awkward silence. Brother Yi, didn't you hear that people have said that it's a scam? Quickly don't buy. Listen to people to eat Not only Duan Zhengqing, Tang Huan, Xia Hu, and even that group of juniors all cried out internally. Pan Luofan's face immediately changed color, a hint of resentment floating across his eyes. It was not easy for him to run into a wrongdoer like Wang Yi. He was about to pay up, but you came up and ruined my business. Do you want to fight? It is said that taking someone's money is like killing their parents. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman seemed to be a friend of Duan Xiao's friend, he would have ordered someone to make a move. Ren Jialan is not unaware of Pan Luofan. She immediately guessed that this person is the boss, but Ren Jialan whistled to a deserted place, pretending to look like she didn't see Pan Luofan's face. Anyway, if Pan Luofan came out to chastise her, she could have just brushed it off by saying that she knew Tang Changyun and was a friend of Duan Zhengqing. In this way, since it is a group of people, then her voice reminds cannot be counted as a bystander to intervene, and cannot be said to have broken the rules. Now that Duan Zhengqing hadn't paid to cut the stone either. Even if Pan Luofan wanted to blackmail them it was impossible. Pan Luofan's changing face is already considered to be a no-brainer. Duan Zhengqing can be sure that this must be this old bastard to set himself up. Brother Yi, boss. Duan Zhengqing was just about to open his mouth again to remind Wang Yi, only to be interrupted by Wang Yi's voice. Wang, young Wang? After Ren Jialan's demolition, Pan Luofan had fallen into a state of agitation mixed with despair, but he was still holding on to his luck and didn't dare not to curry favor with the two young masters in front of him, especially Wang Yi who seemed to have a pit in his brain. What about lending me some more money? Borrow more? For a moment, Pan Luofan began to suspect that he had a hearing problem, so much so that he failed to understand Wang Yi's words. Having just borrowed $10 million, could it be that they weren't using it to buy raw stones? Wang Xiao, sorry I Pan Luofan although also a bit of family property, but we initially thought that you want to buy stone, so only borrowed. If you want to borrow my money to do something else. Wang Yi naturally heard Pan Luofan words outside the voice. He was surprised to glance at Pan Luofan. You're stupid aren't you? How much do these 3 pieces of yours add up to? Pan Luofan was once again confused. He felt like he was a bit unable to keep up with this eccentric young master's thinking. So, I'm saying, I'll take all 3 pieces. What the hell are you thinking? Do you really think that your young master thinks I'm interested in those 2 pieces of yours? I just don't have that much cash on me. Wang Yi couldn't help but lament how there are always people who are willing to take the small man's heart for the gentleman's heart, and don't want the money that is given for nothing. You misunderstand. How can I think that way? Hey, let's call someone to prepare for you to go. Pan Luofan immediately felt like he was smashed by the feeling of happiness to mix his head. Originally heard the words of Ren Jialan. He has been for this transaction does not hope. Who knows? This world is really a person with a pit in the brain. This Wang Yi is simply a lucky star in his life. Taking Duan Zhengqing's money is not money. Pan Luofan even in the calculation, such as pit Duan Zhengqing after to give Wang Yi a little kickback. Duan Zhengqing was speechless for a while. Brother Yi, are you sure we haven't mistaken the purpose of our visit? They were here to get back the money they lost earlier, not to give it away. But, Qing Yun is this friend of yours? Ren Jialan unkindly laughed out loud. Covering her stomach her body trembled and couldn't control herself. She pointed to her head and nodded. Is not this piece a little problem? All know that those raw stones are not good goods, but still have to buy. Is this unbelief? Of course, Ren Jialan now can only talk. Antique jade. profit and loss. This line of work all depends on their own eyes to eat. She as a friend to give a reminder of the sentence has been benevolent to the end. In the up to block is really forcing the boss to move the knife. Chapter 44, Opening the Prize. Tang Chengyan also looked at Wang Yi speechlessly, feeling a pang of shame. If not for the fact that Duan Xiao was still here, Tang Chengyan would have wanted to clear the air with Wang Yi. $15 million, or borrowed. The fact is that it's not a pain in the ass for others, but these words Tang Chengyan can only be held in the heart. No matter what, Wang Yi is Duan Jingqing's big brother. Can let Duan less polite people? At least not she can mess with. Even if people again defeat is not her home, is not it? Maybe in people's eyes this amount of money does not count. Ran Jialan could just walk away after she finished, but Tang Changyun wouldn't dare offend Wang Yi to death. Ha ha, come on, Wang Xiao, since you're so generous, we can't take advantage of you. These 3 stones together I'll count you $15 million. Come on, sign the word. It's yours. Tang Changyun a stunned effort. Pan Luofan has turned back. Originally even after taking the cash is also to pay him, so do not go this form. He returned with a prepared contract. The contract was laid out on the table, and Wang Yi glanced at Duan Zhengcheng. The meaning was obvious, sign. Brother Yi. Duan Zhengcheng looked at Wang Yi with a desperate face, and Wang Yi glared at him once again. Sign. Honestly, he only saw these words from Wang Yi's eyes. Seeing Duan Zhengcheng's even more shaken appearance, Wang Yi let out a long sigh and shook his head. Look at your bear-like face. Isn't it just $15 million? How much money is it? I'll compensate you if you lose. How big a bit of money? The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched, daring to think that the money they wouldn't necessarily earn in a year wasn't even much money in this person's eyes. Duan Zhengqing took 2 deep breaths in place. Wang Yi had said so. Could he still refuse? Besides, as his own big brother, Wang Yi hadn't pitched himself before. Had he? Duan family can have today's position, or Wang Yi bridge lead, relying on the influence of the Wang family to obtain. It can be said that their own everything is given by Wang Yi. Even if today Wang Yi want to take back, can he what? Martyr. The big deal is to return all the things that he got from the Wang family. Spell it out. Duan Zhengqing gritted his teeth and signed his name on the contract. He had already thought about it. If this $15 million really smashed in, he would go to Wang Yi's house to rub it in. Anyway, he can't afford to pay it back, so he'll just let Wang Yi support him for the rest of his life. Pan Luofan smiled and put away the contract. Not afraid of you reneging. Afraid that you do not take the bait. As long as Duan Zhengqing signed the name of the moment, his purpose has been achieved. 15 million? Enough to pull the Duan family on Ing Wang Group's chariot. Thinking of the many benefits of pulling in that big shot, as well as his father's rewards for him, Pan Luofan's entire heart floated. Boss Pan can really be a real person. Thank you, Ao. Suddenly, Wang Yi came up and patted Pan Luofan's shoulder, still with a face full of laughter. Pan Luofan was also cheerful. There. A bit of insignificant small money. As long as you're happy, young Wang. $15 million is considered a small amount of money? Wang Xiao you say is it? Pan Luofan laughed. Now let alone let him call Wang Yi good man is to let him hold Wang Yi's thighs shouting his father. I'm afraid Pan Luofan will not blink an eye, if it is not Wang Yi in the side to help out. With Rin Jiaolan that woman stirring a leg, their plans are likely to hit the ground running. And finally thanks to Wang Yi, Pan Luofan to get his way. This is not called a good person words. What is a good person? Ha ha ha, all of you wait I will call the master over to cut the stone. Pan Luofan laughed loudly and left. His mood was very good, because he was in a good mood. He was very efficient. Not long after, Pan Luofan when invited the jade cutting master. Thinking about how wonderful Duan Jingqing's expression was when he realized that none of the 3 stones had any good jade. Pan Luofan couldn't wait any longer. I'm afraid he's the only one here who can be happy right now. Tang Huan and the others were all sad. 15 million just to buy 3 pieces of almost certainly cannot open the shipment of wool. Even if you take it to the water has to hear a sound, right? This kind of money to give who is not good. To give. You give me In addition to Wang Yi, everyone in the condemnation of his defeat secretly read this sentence. The entire hall filled with a heavy air of resentment. However, they would never dare to say the words in their hearts. Saying them wouldn't help. And there was also the possibility of offending both Wang Yi and Duan Zhengqing at the same time. No one was that stupid. Except for Ren Jialan. She didn't know Duan Zhengqing and Wang Yi anyway, so it seemed like there were no taboos when she spoke. Yun you have to be careful when you make friends in the future. Otherwise you'll get screwed over like this if you're not careful. Ren Jialan said while squeezing Tang Changyun's shoulder and pointing at Wang Yi. Although she used body language, everyone knew what she was saying. Some pretended not to hear. Some pretended not to understand. Tang Changyun didn't dare to chime in, even if she agreed in her heart, but it was never her turn to say this. Pan Luofan invited the master is also very professional. Since arriving here to pull out the tools, just so a moment of time, has done a good job of planning and preparation for cutting. After all, it was a big customer who had spent $15 million in one breath, so there was no way for him not to be serious. Do it! With Pan Luofan's order, the sound of tools rubbing against stone rang out. The gazes of the crowd fell on the 3 stones, not taking their eyes off them for fear of missing a single detail. The first cut, no color appeared. The second cut, still large swaths of stone. The third cut, as piece after piece of waste stone chips fell, Duan Jingqing's heart also dropped to the bottom. In particular, the first piece of raw stone with green veins had shrunk by half its size, but there was no trace of jade. Just from the looks of it, there was no difference between these 3 stones. All of them were the king of stones that theoretically had the potential to produce good jade. But now the first piece is this kind of performance. Duan Zhengqing has gradually not hope. After all, this piece is the highest price is also the volume of the largest piece. After Pan Luofan good intentions discount there are 7 million. If this piece are not shipped, the back can be imagined? Alas, have to walk a road to black. I have said that those are pit goods. Still do not believe. Ren Jialan shook her head with a sighing face. She had a good nature to be a teacher, and seeing that she had guessed correctly in her prophecy, she couldn't help but take this opportunity to teach Tang Qingyan a lesson, even though she didn't realize that she was making a sarcastic remark. Tang Qingyan looked at Ren Jialan's appearance and only felt even more upset, although she had been warned long ago, but at this time she was still emphasizing that you had warned yourself, and always felt a bit gloating. If I look at people are expensive to have self-knowledge, they do not understand things less touch. Yun you also learn in the future. Listen to people in order to eat a full meal. Out. Ren Jialan talk is flourishing, but only halfway through the words, heard cutting jade master violently issued a cry of alarm. Chapter 45, Shipment. This sound, as if a thunderclap in the silence, drew the crowd to cast their gazes. In everyone's eyes, they indeed saw a touch of dark green, although it was deeply hidden in the stone. That thumbnail-sized green color could not be faked. Surprisingly, jade had really come out? Pan Luofan is a little froze. This light, this color, is clearly only the good emperor green on the body. Don't see now only thumbnail size, but at least this stone back to the capital. Old, boss, still cut? The jade cutting master cautiously looked back at the crowd behind him. Pan Luofan nervously rubbed his hands. This stone when picking is to as professionals have seen. Cannot ship. He didn't even know whether he wanted Duan Zhengqing to continue cutting or not. Duan Zhengqing took a deep breath. Still cut or not? This simple choice, for all those who gamble on jade, is no less than the most profound higher math problems. Gambling on jade was all about the possibilities of the jade. Now cut out the fingernail-sized imperial jade, plus the possibility of the stone in the stone. You can earn back the capital of this stone, but then a knife cut down. There is also the possibility of instantly let the price plummet. One cut down, get rich overnight. One cut down, lose all your bottom pants. Oh, Duan Xiao good hand. People should know enough. I think Duan Xiao or forget it. Pan Luofan rubbed his hands and looked resentfully at Duan Zhengqing. It is reasonable to say that now another knife down. Cut the feasibility of scrapping obviously higher, but his heart is a hidden voice. Can not bet. Anyway, there are still 2 pieces of it is not? 8 million is also enough to put the Duan family pressured to death. Duan Zhengqing took a deep breath. To stop the jade cutting master, he was rare to agree with Pan Luofan's opinion. Up to here he has been satisfied. At least earn back 7 million is not? Cut. Why don't you cut? At this time, Wang Yi once again opened his mouth and issued a firm voice that could not be questioned, as when he was determined to buy the 3 raw stones. Brother Yi, forget it, I'll be satisfied here. There are still 2 more behind. Duan Zhengqing felt like his heart couldn't withstand this torture anymore, and he hurriedly pulled Wang Yi to plead. Wang Yi just glanced at him disdainfully. What's the point of you being contented? I'm not contented yet. The crowd once again felt a burst of speechlessness. Dare you spend other people's money to gamble on stones and still want to have your own pain? However, Duan Zhengqing was accustomed to obeying Wang Yi's orders. He didn't have the courage to disobey Wang Yi just now, and he didn't this time either. Jade cutting master saw Duan Zhengqing again, no objection. On the contrary, Wang Yi signaling him to continue. He also rolled up his sleeves to continue to do. Although the jade cutting master is not optimistic about continuing to cut, but in the end he has been in the business for so many years. His position is very clear. The customer said what to do. It is not his turn to get involved. Click. A knife down. All people, part of the enemy and me. At this time all hold their breath, with a piece of edge and stone chips go down. Wang Yi but has not been shouting to stop the intention, until a piece of dark green emerald appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Brother Yi, I love you. Looking at the crystal clear imperial green, Duan Zhengqing jumped up in excitement. Pan Luofan could no longer control the shivering of his lips and didn't know what to say. Ha 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 ha. Surprisingly, it's really Emperor Green. Such a big piece. It's definitely not worth less than $15 million. Jadeite is the jade of jades, and the Emperor Green is the best of the jadeite. Under Wang's persistence, just a stone, today's debt has been repaid cleanly, and even before the loss of money is almost a breath back to the capital. At this time, Duan Zhengqing is deeply grateful that he is a man. Otherwise he cannot help but to Wang Yi to be promised to the body. Pan Luofan's face is a little green. The current situation is the so-called 1,000 days of planning ruined. He took great pains to arrange the calculation of Duan Zhengqing, who thought of the loss of a wife and soldiers, and now not only cannot let Duan Zhengqing debt, but also let him back to earn a small pen. Even, in order to avoid Duan Zhengqing backhandedly leave here, will sell the jade to other jade merchants. Pan Luofan also have to ponder with what kind of concessions to persuade Duan Zhengping here off the jade. A good piece of jade raw material itself is an excellent gimmick. If the publicity is good, then this piece of jade made into goods can be speculated out of the sky price. Just as Pan Luofan's mind was wandering, Wang Yi nudged at the jade cutting master. Frozen for what? Aren't there still 2 more pieces? 2 more pieces? Even Rin Jialan couldn't help but admire Wang Yi's heart. Was this really honor and disgrace? Or did he not recognize the price of the piece of jade just now? Ren Jialan was puzzled. Suddenly she remembered Tang Changyun's odd attitude just now, and Duan Zhengping's so-called Duan Shao attitude towards Wang Yi's caution. Maybe, could it be, is it possible, that this Wang Yi is a really big young master? Usually have tens of millions of dollars to play around with. Really can't see this kind of small money? Before she could think of a reason, suddenly there were several more exclamations that interrupted her thoughts. It's green! Green again! Ren Jialan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that another piece of imperial green had been opened? Should it be so demonic? She felt that after playing with jade for so long, the little knowledge she had learned was really worse than feeding it to the dogs. Oops, this piece is not imperial green. It's a pity. It's not bad. Look at the price, at least this piece of stone of 5 million is earned back. Hearing the group of punks behind Xia Hu discussing, Ren Shuejia then patted her chest. Fortunately, this is the normal style of gambling. Well, how can you block? I'll let you open the Emperor Green. She did not notice, unknowingly, their expectations of Wang Yi has been raised from the block out of green to the block out of imperial green demon level. Wang Yi snorted disdainfully at this. TSK, it didn't hit. Go on. That jade cutting master almost didn't choke on his mouthful of saliva. Still not hit? Because this young Wang's performance was too amazing. It couldn't be that these people thought that every piece of raw stone could open up jade, right? Usually, it's already considered great luck for those who gamble on stones as long as they can open up green. However, the jade cutting master does not dare to refute Wang Yi, since let him cut, then he can only cut. After the crowd was surprised, they also came back to their senses. Yes, even if it is Wang Yi, how can it be so lucky that every piece of green today can come out twice, and one of them is even a superb Emperor Green, is already heaven's great luck. They also hold the mindset of watching play. Watch the master cut the smallest piece of raw stone, right in the midst of the crowd's cheeky attitude. Only Wang Yi rounded his eyes and stared earnestly at the last stone. Brother Yi, you don't think it can still come out, do you? I'm already satisfied with the 2 pieces that came out today. Duan Zhengqing had now gotten rid of his initial nervousness. After all, no matter if the 3rd piece came out or not, he had already made his money back, and there was even profit to be made. Wang Yi ignored Duan Zhengqing's words. He just used his eyes to stare closely at the jade-cutting master's movements. Suddenly, Wang Yi opened his mouth. Out. Chapter 46, Dragonstone. Ha! Hearing those 2 words, Duan Zhengqing was first confused, but Wang Yi had no intention of explaining, and there was no need to do so. In the center of the most inconspicuous piece of raw stone, a wisp of nearly transparent green came through. Everyone's eyes moved over at the same time. What is this? What is this? The color doesn't seem like jade. Does anyone recognize it? Xia Hu's gang of juniors was originally a big old man. In their impression, jade should be green. The greener the better. Not green is not a good jade. So suddenly out of a piece of nearly transparent, let them fall into a daze. But the only point can be sure, that piece of jade, green completely fused in the jadeite. No color root, color block, groundwater fusion, translucent above, fluorescence less sheep. The beauty cannot be overwhelmed. Dragonstone seed. Actually as Dragonstone seed, there weren't many people present who really knew about jade, so when Tang Changyun heard Rin Jialan let out an exclamation of surprise, she cast her eyes over at the first opportunity, intending to listen to the opinions of the professionals. Lan Jia, what is the Dragonstone species? You're more specialized than me. Introduce it to us? Not only Tang Changyun, Duan Zhengqing's gaze was also cast over. After all, it was a stone bought with his money. Whether it was good or bad he also wanted to understand. Ranjialan let out a bitter smile and swept a glance at Wang Yi. Ahem. I don't particularly understand the dragon stone seed. For this kind of jadeite, I've only heard of it. Basically it's a legend level in the gambling market. Today, I didn't expect that someone can really open it. Dragonstone species is not like the emperor green, as the pursuit of the ultimate young green is a very rare type of jadeite. It is in the cavern growth of jadeite species in the only one. Usually jadeite are more underground, and dragonstone species is in the cavern. From the generation is different from other jadeite, and it texture under the quality of cold species cold color. That is, winter where it is warm, summer where it is cool, with extraordinary characteristics that almost only appeared inside fairy novels. I used to think that the glass seed is the best variety in the jadeite, but the texture of the dragonstone seed is also above the glass seed, because it is extremely rare as the divine dragon. So the name dragonstone seed, also known as the divine dragon seed, the dragon seed, or the old dragonstone seed. With Ren Jiaolan's introduction, the crowd couldn't help but hold their breath and look towards that piece of dragonstone seed jadeite. No cotton lines, no impurities, the whole thing was as silky as satin, as if it was a young girl's icy skin and jade bones, crystal clear, as if it was heavenly and unmistakable. Duan Zhengqing was so happy that he was almost floating. He barely opened his mouth. So, this piece of jade, how much can it be worth? Ren Shualan glanced scornfully at Duan Zhengqing, as if she was looking at a thug who didn't know how to be elegant. In the eyes of someone like her who knew what she was doing, such a rare jadeite was present in the world, and instead of thinking of collecting it, she was calculating the price? What a waste! But across the board, the stuff was Duan Zhengqing's, so she wouldn't report any unrealistic fantasies. I can't tell you the price of this piece, but I once heard of an auction of dragonstone seed before, and 50 grams of it fetched $15 million. A mere 50 grams. It was already worth his entire previous debt. Duan Zhengqing sucked in a breath of cool air. In front of this jadeite raw stone with dragonstone seed, although not as big as the previous two pieces, but also has the size of an egg, at a conservative estimate, tens of millions of dollars was still a small amount, and in more likelihood it would still have a price. Aha! It was only until this time that Wang Yi revealed a satisfied smile and nodded. From the very beginning when he entered the hall, he fully operated the Ghost Valley internal scripture and used his true chi to test the interior of the original stone. Jade, in ancient times, was used as a spiritual material, not without reason. The true chi could only move forward with difficulty in the rock, but in jade, on the contrary, it could be unimpeded. Wang Yi had long sensed that the speed of the circulation of true chi within these stones varied, but they were all much stronger than the unusual dead center stones. Although he couldn't specifically guess the quality of the jade inside, Wang Yi believed in his senses. Old Pan, you're really a good person. Duan Zhengqing was in a good mood at the moment, even so good that he didn't care that Pan Luofan had pitched him before, so he walked over and patted Pan Luofan's shoulder, having fun with joy, and letting Boss Pan feel his happy mood at the moment. Pan Luofan already didn't know what face to put on his good. Damn it, damn. Although these stones have a chance to open jade, but those old men clearly told me that the probability of less than 1%. This damn 3 stones 3 shipments, the so-called expert mouth to speak really are in the fart? Pan Luofan business jade. This line of business also I've learned many years ago, that what the dragon stone species, not to mention see with their own eyes, even if quite have not heard of, but even if I have not seen, to his eyes can also see, that piece of jadeite must be extraordinary. Even if you want to lie to Duan Zhengcheng, there is Rinjialan this know-how in the people. Pan Luofan's brain has fallen into a downtime. Not only is the plan of the total failure, but also have their own years have lived in the dog on the sense of shame. With his many years of experience, once look away, even if, human nature, now even 3 consecutive look away. Is it possible? All day long, he had been pecked out by a finch today. The others were also looking at the strand of icy green with their eyes glued to it, and their breaths were all shortened quite a bit. It's not that they have developed any unwarranted non-thinking, it's just that the legendary dragonstone species, even the old men who have been mixing with the jade circle for many years may not have the chance to see it a few times. They and the others actually had the chance to see one with their own eyes. How lucky is that? Cutting Jade Master is also trembling. He cut the raw stone is not a million, also have hundreds of thousands. Even the pebble size of the Emperor Green also opened a lot. But this is the first time to see the dragonstone species. In the future is the light to say out. For him is also a kind of pride, and this kind of pride will become a kind of seniority for him. Can let him stop more business. After all, not every jade cutter has the opportunity to come across the dragonstone species. Thinking of this, he cut more carefully. This kind of precious jadeite, not to mention cut a little bad, is touched a corner. He cannot afford to lose. In the end, looking at the crystal clear color, looking at the representative of the noble ice green, Feel the refreshing coldness. All people have fallen into silence. Worship in the nature of the ghostly work of God. It was only after a long while that Duan Jingqing was the first to come back to his senses. Brother Yi, such a large piece of dragon stone species, afraid that it cannot be hundreds of millions, right? This kid was now considered poor and scared. Even with this kind of treasure, the first thing he thought of was selling it for money. Wang Yi smiled faintly. Oh, more than 100 million. Meet the literate favorites. 300 or 400 million out of the normal. Only, you kid really willing to sell? Chapter 47, Calmness. Ha ha, that's right and right. I can't afford to sell such a good treasure. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Duan Jingqing then reacted. In the end, although he had initially invested in the jade market in order to earn pocket money, he hadn't had the intention of playing. Now that he had gotten his hands on such a rare treasure, he couldn't give it to anyone else. But other people are other people. Yi brother, wait back. I let people carve this piece of dragonstone seed. Split you half. What kind do you want? Duan Jingqing has not forgotten. If it is not Wang Yi, he will not necessarily have the opportunity to get his hands on such a beautiful toy. The jadeite is certainly good, but the feelings with Wang Yi is more important. As long as and Wang Yi get along well, in the future, is there still a piece of dragonstone species? Wang Yi also secretly felt in his heart, the second master is really a high person. Before he practiced the Ghost Valley internal canon alone, he thought it was just like in martial arts novels, not losing in fights and strengthening the body. Every time old man Wang Hailong taught him these miscellaneous studies, Wang Yi only felt disdainful, and even secretly looked down on the second master a little, thinking that he was old and unorthodox. Using true qi to probe the stone quality? What's the use of that? It was only now that Wang Yi gradually understood second master's good intentions. With the wrist of Gigu Zi's ancient first wizard, the Gigu inner scripture left behind by him is not a comparison of the idle Jianghu Qifeng. Cure diseases and injuries, detecting things and finding treasures, recognizing things through walls, geomancy and insight into the hearts of people, are really called mysterious, and are of infinite use. Once I only knew to use the true qi as a sword to hurt people, that is called a waste. Arriving here first, Wang Yi's mood became more and more comfortable as he looked towards Duan Jingqing. Why are you kid being so polite with me? It's also your money that you used to buy the jade. This can't be done. Since brother Yi you also treat me as a brother, then how can I not have a little expression when I've been helped by my little brother? Duan Jingqing shook his head, and with a persistent face, he wanted to show his gratitude to Wang Yi. The Duan family has been in the officialdom for many years. Duan Jingqing knows the ways of the world. You can't send a gift just because someone shrugs it off twice. What's more, he received Wang Yi's help today, even if it is owed a favor. Although Duan Jingqing previously owed Wang Yi's favor has long been unknown, and also know that he cannot pay back, but can pay back a little bit or to pay back a little bit. After all, the world's most worthless though is the favor, but the most valuable is also the favor. When Young owed others $1, but also when you don't know to pay back a few million. This kind of example in Yandu is not uncommon. As long as Wang Yi accepted Duan Jingqing's gift of thanks, then today is not considered to be in vain by Wang Yi's favor, but rather, there is a back and forth, and we all partner to profit, have friendship but not fall into favor. How could Wang Yi not see Duan Jingqing's thoughts, to which he just smiled blandly. Ha ha, since you have to be thankful, then thank Boss Pan. He can be a really good person. Again sold us good raw stones. Again took the initiative to lend us money. From start to finish we brothers play a hand without spending our own money. Pan Luofan heard Wang Yi's words, almost did not hold back a mouthful of old blood spit out. Dare to say that he took the trouble to set up a set of preparations to count Duan Jingqing. The results in the end froze and did not let people spend a penny, but also lost 100 million of dragonstone species. If he did not want to pit Duan Zhengcheng, these several pieces of early identification of the original stone cannot buy the price, but also cannot afford to throw away, has long been placed in his own home as a collector's item, although he did not know that the baby is in it, but maybe when it was found, perhaps, even if he cannot find, but he has descendants. There is always a thought is not? As a result, all of this is now cheap for that Duan Jingqing kid, and all of this was caused by himself. How can he not be angry? How could he not regret all his intestines? Ha ha ha, big brother is right. My thanks to you. Why don't you do this, old Pan? I'll sell you this piece of imperial green for $20 million. And don't look for that extra few million. Duan Jingqing laughed out loud. Today Wang Yi really gave him a good bite of bad luck. With Pan Luofan's money, bought his original stone, and then opened a few $100 million worth of dragonstone species to sell him. A great man's life is also a fast thing. No need. I appreciate your good intentions. Duan Xiao. Pan Luofan wiped his two hairy hands on his forehead with one hand, while a steady stream of false sweat flowed down. Just now, he was still rejoicing that it would be hard to find a wrongdoer like Wang Yi for 1,000 years. so he was afraid of letting him get away. As a result, now he was the biggest wrongdoer. This Wang Yi is simply pretending to be a rabbit in the flood beast, playing a hand of beautiful empty gloves. The front hand just borrowed 15 million from their own here. The back hand directly opened tens of millions of imperial green and ordinary emerald. Not to mention that the value of hundreds of millions of dragon stone species. And this is still in the case of his own begging and rushing to let him borrow money from himself. You can't live with yourself. Can't live. As early as when Duan Zhengqing and Wang Yi were talking about thank you gifts, Ren Jialan had already quietly left. Previously, she was the one who claimed that the raw stones were put up by the boss to trap people. But the result was a slap in the face, wasn't it? 3 stones, 3 green, more dragon stone species hidden within, where she still have the face to stay down. Afraid of this life or not in goodwill, and people say they play gambling stone. This is your eyesight, not the bottom pants are lost in the ghost. Tang Qingyun, because of the successive shocks, the brain into a downtime. She numbly looked at the valuable dragon stone species. Even Rin Jialan's departure did not see. Taking another look at Duan Jingqing's smiling face, this time he understood why the son of Tang's vice mayor had to worship Wang Yi as his big brother. She was convinced, if she wasn't afraid that Wang Yi wouldn't give her face, she would have wanted to worship him as her righteous brother. It is said that gambling on stones is luck, but 3 pieces of raw stones and 3 pieces of green. What kind of luck is this? Even if this is luck, with this luck, it is estimated that this life will not worry about food and clothing, right? More incredible thing, Wang Yi just polite accompanied Duan Jingqing smiled. Tang Changyun, who had been in the business world for many years, was able to tell Wang Yi wasn't how ecstatic he was. Although the money to buy the raw stone was paid by Duan Xiao, the decision to buy the stone was made by Wang Yi. Not to mention that dragon stone species, tens of millions of things without blinking, directly handed over to the hands of Duan Jingqing. The expression can still be so calm. This is what kind of person? At least Tang Qingyun could be sure that Wang Yi was not pretending to be calm. He really didn't care. Although Wang Yi was still so young, and Tang Huan was in the same class, but the second son was definitely not a pool animal. Tang Huan, Xia, who did not have such a long-term idea and vision, they are now just regretting, very regretful. If they had known that Wang Yi had this kind of luck, they should have asked him to help pick a few pieces of raw stone just now. Chapter 48 Gambling. Pan Luofan is not an ordinary person. Since he can't change the status quo, he can only accept the facts. Duan less polite. You are willing to sell to me. That's more than good. My old Pan also can't take advantage of you. The previous debit is all cancelled. The extra few million, I also let people immediately call you. After a short period of confusion, he has come to his senses, when the break is not a mess. So Pan Luofan changed his mind very sharply, without half a bit of reluctance. In any case, the plan to gamble on the jade had gone bust, and although up until now Pan Luofan was trying to convince himself that it was just a coincidence, he really didn't dare to gamble with Wang Yi's hand. And the millions? He could not rely on Duan Zhengqing. For one thing, people are really not that bad money. Just do not dare to say with the family. And secondly, he did not dare to rely on Duan Jingqing's account. So simply dry point to save us all unpleasant. This world is a king or a loser. Who told him to lose the bet? Pan Luofan immediately handed Duan Jingqing just owed the loan contract. Duan Jingqing took the contract, tore it to shreds, and came to a heavenly maiden on the spot. And in an extremely comfortable mood, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, Lao Luo, you are a real person ah. Ha 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 ha, Pan Luofan's heart ached again. Real? He felt that he had fallen into the shadow of his heart. In the future, if he heard anyone call himself a real person again, he would definitely be unable to resist wanting to beat that guy up. Duan Young, just now you called this brother Yi. Can't it be that you often hang on the side of your mouth? Yandu first car king? Pan Luofan desperately suppressed the annoyance in his heart and forced out a smile. Tang Changyun and the others were confused. This was the first time they had heard of this title. Aren't you talking nonsense? If my brother Yi doesn't even dare to call himself by this title, do you see any other person in Yandu who dares to call himself so? In the circle of wealthy gentry, racing was actually a relatively common pastime. Duan Jingqing first met Wang Yi in a race car, and because of that, he was amazed and willingly became Wang Yi's little brother. And only later did he know little by little how extraordinary Wang Yi was. At that time he was still just into the circle. His father is not now so powerful, thanks to Wang Yi matchmaking, all the way for their own family to open the way. Duan Zhengping can become deputy mayor. Duan Zhengqing face proud. He worshipped Wang Yi as a big brother. Is the proudest thing he has ever done in his life. Who has his eyesight? Had this foresight of his? So young Wang is that legendary king of cars. I've heard about your name for a long time. Although Pan Luofan's heart was dripping blood, he showed a look of surprise on the surface. You also know about racing? Ha ha, Duan Xiao, you didn't see it. Did you? Actually, I'm also good at this. Why don't we have a race? Oh, Wang Yi heard Pan Luofan's words and became slightly interested. How? Pan Luofan's eyes avoided Wang Yi's gaze, so he didn't see it, and that look was filled with a mocking meaning. Just in time. Tonight Qinglong Mountain Pan Mountain Highway. There is a underground car race. Wang Yun, you are interested. Let's go there together. Whoever takes the first place will win. How? Pan Luofan still smiled and said. Wang Yi had long since seen the small plan in Pan Luofan's heart, but he pretended not to know on his face. Just comparing car skills? That would be too meaningless. Ha ha, of course, why don't we play for prizes? This kind of underground car race had always wandered in a gray area, and if the stakes were explicitly stated, it would inevitably be somewhat illegal in nature. He was afraid of scaring away this group of good family children young masters, so he changed his words and called it lottery. Wang Yi gave a cold snort in his heart. Although the name of Car King was nothing more than a youthful and frivolous takeover back then, but Wang Yi hadn't had the idea of giving it up to anyone yet. Since he had heard his name, he still dared to treat him as a 3-year-old who didn't know anything? Wang Yi decided to cooperate with Pan Luofan and play with him to the end, to see what kind of twists and turns he had in his stomach. Say, what do you want to bet? He, young Wang is really bold. Why don't we bet a little bigger? Let's bet on this dragonstone seed? Pan Luofan said as soon as he pointed at the dragonstone seed in Duan Jinqing's hand. A treasure worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The emerald of emeralds. It would be impossible to say that he wasn't moved. Moreover, just letting Duan Jinqing's group of people walk away with the item, then he himself would inevitably become a joke in the entire Yandu Dao. People in the road to mix. Pay attention to his face. Pan Luofan sure. If he fell so a big joke, then his father not beat him to death on the strange. Pan Luofan does not want to become a joke. More do not want to be beaten. That can only think of ways to get things back. The current Pan Luofan no longer had any room to think calmly. He didn't even notice that he had forgotten the original purpose of the plan and the explanation of a certain big shot, and was bent on stopping the loss. The crowd all gave Pan Luofan a speechless look. They all saw what Pan Luofan meant. It's human nature to let someone buy the treasure away from you without your own eyesight. And now you're desperate to win it back. But that dragonstone seed is a treasure worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and Wang Yi has no obligation to oblige you. Could you still come up with a bet equal to the value of the dragonstone seed? Do you still want to be shameless? I'm sure that with young Wang's guts, you won't refuse, right? After all, with your skill as the king of Yandu cars, surely you don't have to worry about losing to a little person like me. Hearing Pan Luofan's words, the disdainful look on the faces of the crowd became even heavier, and worried that Wang Yi wouldn't take the bait, he began to squeeze Wang Yi with his words. Wang Yi wasn't the kind of brat who was impulsive when provoked. Not only did he not agree right away, he instead looked at Pan Luofan with a smile on his face. You should know the value of this dragonstone seed. If you lose, can you get that much money? Pan Luofan looked awkward. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this question. It was because he had thought of it that he had squeezed Wang Yi with his words, expecting him to overlook the unequal bets in his excitement. Now that the other party asked, he really didn't have the means to put together so much money. How about this? How about this? Young Wang, if I win, this dragonstone seed and this $30 million of Emperor Green will be mine. And if I lose, how about I give you this jade market? Pan Luofan reluctantly opened his mouth. After he finished he was afraid that Wang Yi would refuse and immediately added, although this jade market may not be worth it now, but with the prospect of profitability in the last few years. Alright, I promise. Wang Yi waved his hand, interrupting Pan Luofan's clarification. Everyone, except Duan Zhengqing, sucked in a breath of cool air. Chapter 49 The Bet. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this jade market wasn't worth the price at all, and they couldn't even warn them before Wang Yi agreed. Obviously Wang Yi is not for Pan Luofan's assets. He just wants to play. Want to accompany Pan Luofan to play just? I don't even put you in my eyes, and I don't care about the money. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. For Wang Yi's boldness, the people present have already felt numb. I've seen those who don't care about money, but I haven't seen those who don't care about money this much. Pan Luofan let out a long breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and immediately felt a wave of weakness. He thought of the situation that Wang Yi might not agree, but as a result, his own side of the rhetoric has not been used half. Wang Yi agreed. In turn, let him have a kind of fist-to-cotton feeling of powerlessness. For Wang Yi's attitude of looking down on himself, Pan Luofan didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. The more Wang Yi scorned him now, the better, because the more gullible Wang Yi was the better his chances of winning. Pan Luofan even worshipped all the gods and goddesses in his heart, hoping that Wang Yi would make some retarded mistakes. This was a huge bet of several $100 million. Wang Yi could not put it in his eyes, but he didn't have the capital or the heart for it. Tang Changyan watched from the sidelines and secretly sighed. Rich people play wild. Although the Tang family was also considered a small surplus, but compared to Wang Yi's kind of play, a single bet had thrown out their family's entire belongings. She sympathetically glanced at Duan Zhengqing. Reasonably, these stones could be his. Wang Yi was taking his family's belongings and gambling with someone. However, what made Tang Chongyan speechless? Duan Zhengqing acted even more heartless than Wang Yi this time. Not only is he not worried, but he is excited. Wang Yi's ability to bet on jade, what kind of he does not know. But Wang Yi's car skills Duan Zhengping is heartily admired. This Pan Luofan really is a real person. A good jade market directly to the white. In Yandu play car which do not know Yandu Car King's great name. Only those who have lost their minds would dare to race with Wang Yi. What kind of spirit is this? What kind of good guy is this? Why didn't he see that Pan Luofan was so nice before? Well, before that time must be their own wrong. Pan Luofan. Pan boss must be to pick the best raw stone. Gambling lost, that is their own eyesight is not good. Otherwise Yi how to ship out? In the future, I will definitely make good friends with Mr. Pan. Fortunately, Pan Luofan does not know the psychological activities of Duan Zhengqing at this time, otherwise he is afraid not to cry and laugh, obviously holding the intention to pit Duan Zhengqing against him, but in the end, he ended up brushing Duan Zhengqing's goodwill, but this price made him prefer Duan Zhengqing to resent him for the rest of his life. At this time, Duan Zhengqing pulled Tang Changyun and had already started estimating the prospects of this jade market. Although he himself does not understand business, the previous failure of the jade business proved this, but Tang Changyun is a professional. If you don't know how to do it yourself, it's enough to let the professionals do it, which is the necessary quality of the higher-ups. Tang Changyun is also very happy that Duan Xiao can rely on her, and now she is using all her skills to try to assess the jade market in Yandu. Tang Changyun's ambition is not only to do an assessment for Duan Xiao so simple. If she gives Duan Xiao a long-term planning, coax Duan Xiao happy, then share a little dividend, even if the single-digit shares is an astronomical figure, even if Duan is willing to let the Tang family take a stake in the company. As soon as she thought of this, Tang Changyun was so beautiful that her heart was bubbling, so she devoted herself to it, and surprisingly didn't have any extra energy to pay attention to Wang Yi's side of the matter, and also forgot that unless Wang Yi could win, this venue could only be owned by Duan Zhengqing. Pan Luofan never expected Wang Yi promised so easily, but at the same time in the sigh of relief, he produced a burst of regret and fear. Wang Group. Although there are tens of billions of assets, but apportioned, the most lucrative camp is not a few. This field is one of the best performing kind. Even a lot of grey income places are relying on this field of money laundering, if not their own as Panshi people's son. Here is said to be the arteries of Wang Group is not too much. The jade market cannot fall into his hands. Thinking of the consequences of losing the jade market, Pan Luofan winced. Cannot lose again. He couldn't afford to lose. Even though he had full trust in his own driving skills, Pan Luofan was still pumped up as if he was on the verge of losing. Wang Yang, although the dragonstone species is worth a lot of money, but after all, we also have to look at the buyer. If you can't touch the knowledge of the goods of the people, you are not willing to sell cheaply, it is very likely to smash in the hands. On the other hand, but my jade market is a real profit item, and when you want to cash out also, conservative also get a few $100 million in cash. TCH, understand, is not that you goat? Don't bet or don't bet, no fun. Pan Luofan once again choked on Wang Yi's reaction, and almost didn't choke on his saliva. If he didn't already understand Wang Yi's money don't care nature, he would have thought that this time it was Wang Yi provoking him in turn. Wang Yang, you misunderstand. I don't mean that. Then which meaning do you mean? Pan Luofan forced to control his own desire to roll his eyes. He dared to swear that he has never seen so will not talk to the person. How this person's sentence can be to the collapse of the talket? That's right, your a few stones add up to less than 200 million. My market is worth at least 300 million. I lost. This time Pan Luofan learned a lesson. No longer careful to adjust the wording, bluntly say what they mean. Said it earlier and it's over, isn't it just too little? Come on, Duan Zhengqing, borrow another 100 million from him. Wang Yi disdainfully skimmed his mouth. When Duan Zhengqing heard this, he almost fell head over heels. Is there a big brother who pits his own little brother like this? Just paid back the debt of tens of millions of dollars. Now it's good, but also into the index jumped. Borrow another 100 million? Why don't you sell me directly to the pain? Fortunately, Duan Zhengqing is to understand the ability of Wang Yi, know that he is not in order to find their own pain. If another person he would have quit. I really think that he Duan Zhengqing, as the son of the deputy mayor of Yandu City, is the mud pinch it? Mud people still have 3 points of fire it. In the end, Duan Zhengqing didn't say anything. Whether it works or not, over there, give an accurate answer. Good. Wang Xiao good heart, let's make a deal. Pan Luofan was secretly happy in his heart. Originally he just wanted to talk about the conditions. He wanted to talk about the conditions. He wanted to ask for a price, but he also wanted to pay back the money. And he said that the conditions were exaggerated at the beginning. And then he put forward the real purpose of the conditions so that the other party could accept them better. And he could also fight for himself for a little bit of benefit. Which thought, Wang Yi surprisingly so fast, said to pick up on the pickup, borrowed decisively, borrowed arrogantly. Doesn't this mean that once he wins the match, he will not completely win back his capital, but also realize his initial plan to make Duan Zhengqing owe a huge debt? In reason, it was impossible for him to refuse. With surprising efficiency, Pan Luofan had his men draft a new contract, and both parties saw that there were no mistakes or omissions in the contract, so they signed their big names. Tonight, Green Dragon Mountain. See you there. Pan Luofan carried the contract and revealed a hideous smile. Chapter 50, Motive. Xinglong Mountain, Pan Mountain Highway. Today's underground car race. At first let Pan Luofan participate. He refused. No matter what, Pan Luofan is a person who has gotten a professional driver's license abroad. Compared to the others, there are only a bunch of amateurs here. You let me participate in my participation, then how I lose face. The masters always gradually lose the pleasure of abusing the rookies. Pan Luofan is this kind of person. Bullying a group of novices would neither improve his skills nor bring excitement, especially since those guys were also very stingy and the stakes were low. Pan Luofan did not have any motivation to participate. Rather than go there to waste time, it is better to guard their own jade market. At least a minute 10,000,008,000 up and down the income is real. No one is not willing to count the money to play. But now Wang Yi even dared to bet with himself. That's all different. He didn't just want to participate, he also wanted to participate seriously. Because he had to win. This was a matter of his life and future prospects, so there was no room for sloppiness. Of course, Pan Luofan's car skills are practiced abroad, and those world-renowned racing drivers to fight out. He has not seen the legendary Yandu Car King. Also do not believe in this name. Although the lion fights with the rabbit also use all the strength, but in Pan Luofan's heart, Wang Yi cannot be more powerful than him. After all, Pan Luofan's previous judgment of Wang Yi's entire level came from Duan Zhengqing's words. Even if this kid blew his mind and tongue, it couldn't change the fact that he himself was a meat chicken. If a little brother is like this, what level can a big brother have? Wang Yi again powerful. Terrific is also in the amateurs in the runt. Half a catty 8 or 2 just. As the saying goes, the line is like a mountain. Have not touched the real professional door bar. Do not know how deep the water in the industry. This sentence in the racing this line is particularly appropriate. Many professional drivers operate in ways that laymen simply cannot imagine or understand. Thinking of this, Pan Luofan revealed a cold smile and turned back. There, parked was his favorite car. Good racing cars were saved. After countless modifications, the original parts were only a shell, and amateurs would only reduce the performance of the car in the modifications. Not to mention his car, but to find professionals customized, spent a full tens of millions of dollars. To Duan Zhengqing's wealth, what kind of good car can be saved? How do you lose when a luxury car rides your face? You tell me how? At least in Pan Luofan that limited insight. Cannot imagine. On the disc road to Qinglong Mountain, the track is halfway up the mountain. A section of the line with no switchbacks. It was still Duan Zhengqing who was driving his modified Mazda 6, and he said with some concern, Brother Yi, will it be a bit too big to play this time? Wang Yi didn't answer directly. He just sat on the passenger seat and said indifferently, you can see that Pan Luofan is setting you up, right? Of course I can see it. Duan Zhengqing replied strangely. He wasn't stupid. Then you see out why he's setting you up. This, Duan Zhengqing froze. The only reason he could imagine was to utilize his father. But this time, even if they got their way, they must have offended themselves to death. And in the future, not to mention whether or not they could work together, not to face the Duan family's crazy revenge were counted. This is not killing the chicken to get the eggs? Stupid the world is all about profit. The world is all about profit. What is more favorable than directly befriending your father? Duan Zhengqing thought about it for a long time and was violently shocked. If, on the other hand, the other party was someone his father didn't deal with, and their power was not lower than his father's, then the Pan family, as a pitch to get his father's handle from himself and then go and ingratiate himself with his father's enemies, would indeed be able to gain huge benefits from the other party's side in one go. But in Yandu City, theoretically speaking, then his own father has a powerful person. There really is. Duan Zhengping is only the deputy mayor, not the mayor, not to mention Duan Zhengping above that. Even if it is plain and Duan Zhengping disagreement and tit for tat, there are many people. Duan Zhengqing produced a feeling of sudden realization, but soon he fell into confusion again. But Brother Yi, what does this have to do with the bet? Wang Yi slapped his forehead. If Duan Zhengqing signed a huge gambling debt, it would undoubtedly be a stain on Duan Zhengping. even if the money could be exchanged. The matter of at one time owed itself would be enough of a reason for the other side to attack Duan Zhengping. The son for fun and debt does not show that Duan Zhengping taught his son to be incompetent. Family disharmony? Can such a character hold the responsibility of mayor? Even if he won't be demoted, the road to promotion will be blocked in the future. This is unexpected. No wonder the other party is ready to take Duan Zhengqing as a springboard. This unlucky child is really stupid. This is not something you need to worry about. Wang Yi shook his head helplessly. Duan Zhengping was the object that the Wang family had always supported. He was a straightforward person and had never had any stains. He would not allow anyone to throw some sewage on Duan Zhengping, as long as he set things right. It was the same as this matter not having any significance for Duan Zhengping, so there was no need for him to explain with Duan Zhengqing. There was another reason that filled Wang Yi with motivation. Although the jade market was only worth a few $100 million, it was an excellent place to launder money for a black and white power like Ying Wang Group. It can be said that here is almost linking Wang Group black and white forces of the hub is located. Once lost here, I am afraid that Ying Wang Group and the bright side and the dark side of the forces will be cut off. Had to give up the long black and white business model, cut off their own arm. Since you dare to hit the idea to the head of my people, cannot blame me for injustice. Wang Yi revealed a smile with a bloody meaning that made Duan Zhengqing shudder as he looked on. I wonder who is going to be unlucky. Just a moment later, Qinglong Mountain appeared in their field of vision. Duan Zhengqing was instantly energized. He might not be interested in talking about those twists and turns in the official world, but when it came to playing things, he was more interested than anyone else. Finally I can see he has fabulous car skills again. After 4 years, Yandu Car King, making a comeback. Stop it. I'm the Yandu Car King, not you. Ha ha ha, we are partners, brother Yi, you can't be so petty. Asterisk 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 you. I'm the big brother. You're an errand boy. The two of them were in the midst of laughing and cursing. The suspenseful and heavy atmosphere just now was gradually dispersed, and they had already put the matter of victory and defeat behind them. As for the consequences of Wang Yi losing to Pan Luofan, not only Wang Yi, even Duan Zhengqing hadn't even considered such a thing. Would a person think about things that couldn't possibly happen? Chapter 51 Car Race. Qinglong Mountain, located in the southwestern suburb of Yandu, beside the Tianlong Lake. The Wang family mansion is not far from here, but here until now is also a piece of wilderness. With the expansion of the city, barely mixed with a tourist scenic spot, repair the mountain highway and scattered villas and villas. Because of the small number of people, at night, the mountain highway is almost nothing vehicles, is the rich children of Yandu car racing mecca. At night, this wild mountainous area is unnaturally lively. Today with is so, as the sun goes down, Qinglong Mountain's mountain highway is bustling with many fashionably dressed young men and women converging here shouting. There was no other reason. Today it was rumored that there were 2 heavyweights participating in the race. The young people couldn't contain their excitement, and there were even men and women who directly took advantage of the excitement to make their cars emit a burst of vibrations. Of course, such oddballs were still in the minority, and most people still put their attention on the car race. The entrance, just like a world-famous car museum, Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes-Benz, only what you cannot think of. There is nothing that cannot be found here. But most of the luxury cars are actually just a shell, filled with equipment that has been carefully modified by the owner. A car that is not modified is not a good car. Liao Jinrun was sitting in his favorite car, looking at the dumb cockneys and drag racing parties with a sense of pleasure. His family had a small amount of money, and he had a company with a market value of several $100 million in Yandu. But it wasn't rich compared to the real rich families. The reason why he was able to maintain this calmness was precisely because he was one of the organizers of this competition. At this moment, Liao Jinrun was smilingly looking at the statistical table of bets placed. TSK, it's already over $10 million and they're still placing bets. What a bunch of guys with money, they don't have anywhere to spend it. However, Liao Jinrong was only paying lip service. He hated for others to vigorously invest in it. And anyway, it was impossible for him to lose money as a banker. The only thing that made him a little sad was that today's guests didn't seem to have all arrived yet. Why haven't they come yet? Should we change the odds? Liao Jinrun seriously thought about further radicalizing the desire of that group of gentry to place bets, while delaying the start of the match. Unfortunately, it's time. However, he couldn't go back on his word as the organizer, and the time for placing bets had already ended. Liao Jinrun stood up and looked at the road ahead. A hotly dressed flag bearer was about to signal the start of the match. Suddenly, at this time, an unfamiliar boom rang out from the end of the road. Liao Jin Raccoon was a bit stunned. There were really people arriving at this time? The more the first to arrive, the more the chance to seize the favorable starting position has come to this time. The favorable position has long been occupied. Want to win the contestants generally will not appear at this time. In such a moment of concentration, a silver-gray Koenigsegg appeared in the field of vision. Yeah? Foreign goods? Isn't that Pan Xiao's car? How much does young Pan actually come here to? TSK, TSK, TSK. It's hard to tell if we're going to win or lose now. Banker, can you still change the bet? I want to bet on Pan Xiao. The audience instantly stirred up, and the public opinion on the outcome of the game was tilted one way or the other in favor of that person. No one cared at all about the tardiness of the visitor, as if the small delay wouldn't affect the other party unfavorably at all. They all knew who the visitor was, after all. A world-famous sports car like the Koenigsegg could not be seen anywhere. Pan Luofan, the speeding nobleman who returned from abroad. Whenever Pan Luofan competed, there was no longer any doubt about the winner. Even Cui Xiao, the perennial champion, had to admit that Pan Luofan, a returnee, was not in the same realm as the amateurs. After hearing that Pan Luofan was competing today, some people had already started to back out. After all, they had pressed a lot of money on themselves. Don't all panic. Pan Xiao doesn't necessarily care about competing with us yet. Can't people just get excited and be a judge for once? Liao Jinrun rolled his eyes. The master is always disdainful of the rookie to find a sense of accomplishment. A few wins and losses down. Everyone for Pan Luofan's strength has long been no question. People are willing to go down to point out you these budding new or to say it. Just in time. At this time that Koenigsegg has stopped in front of Liao Jinrun. The car door opened. Pan Xiao. Liao Jinrun bowed 90 degrees. Full of respect. Other people are also have come forward to greet. Not because of the car skills. Car skills are good, everyone will take you as a friend to hold. But can let this group of unruly male children so revered, is the identity of Pan Luofan? Wang Group's heir, Pan Shiren's son. Don't look at the fact that each of them had a wealthy family, but they still wanted to live for a few more years. No one wanted to mess with this kind of black and white Jianghu power. It hasn't started yet? Pan Luofan lightly glanced at Liao Jinrun, his demeanor arrogant. Yes, then wait a little longer, Pan Luofan said indifferently. The crowd froze. Wait a little longer? Wait for who? Wasn't young man Pan already here? Before they had time to ask questions, two more cars drove over, led by a Mercedes-Benz, followed by an Audi. From the surface is just an ordinary model, even if modified cannot be changed to any wild road. Is this the person Pan Xiao wants to wait for? But this kind of... The crowd looked at each other. To put it politely, this level of car can also be compared to Pan Luofan's Koenigsegg? Pan Luofan's Koenigsegg was already a world-famous racing car, plus personal modifications, professional customization. The general public simply could not have the heart to compare it. What gave the visitor the courage to compare with Pan Xiao? At this time, the mysterious visitors had already walked down one after another from those two ordinary to the extreme cars. Wang Yi calmly pulled Duan Zhengcheng, and behind him were Tang Chengyun's siblings. Tang Huan had a face of excitement. Although Qinglong Mountain's car race was very famous in the circle, to put it politely, he was not qualified to participate at all. Today for the first time, seeing those sexy women in revealing clothes, looking at that one luxury sports car, looking at everything makes Tang Huan new and strange, only to feel that it has gained insights. Not in vain to come to a trip. Tang Chongyun is a calm face. She has graduated from work in the company to help old man to take care of things, a mind to put on serious things. This kind of playful nature of the activities, in her view more or less some not doing their jobs. If it wasn't for the face of those other rich kids present, she wasn't even prepared to hide her disdain and lack of interest. Wang Yi had gotten out of the car and glanced at the scene, his eyes instantly locking onto Pan Luofan. This is it? Not bad. This Qinglong Mountain Pan Mountain Road is exactly 10 kilometers. From here, whoever gets to the top first wins. Chapter 52, Garbage. Pan Luofan sneered in his heart. Let you kid crazy. Actually do not even put hundreds of millions of dragonstone species in your eyes. Casually dare to agree to this kind of bet. Then I will win today to show you. I hope that by then you really don't care about money. But don't cry too hard. He was already grasping whether it would be better to collect this dragonstone seed or to sell it after he won the game in a while. Tang Changyun looked at Wang Yi nervously. Until now, her brain was a bit turned around. But just by going to the jade market and walking around, you made a few $100 million? It could have bought the Tang family, right? Their family's entire fortune would add up to nothing more than that. It's such a huge sum of money that it can be used as a bet without a care in the world. What if I lose? What if I lose? I'm afraid Tang Changyun cannot even imagine. The person's mind simply does not have this option. Tang Changyun, on the other hand, had ignored the possibility of Wang Yi's victory from the very beginning. She is not looking down on Wang Yi. After 2 turns in the Yingyu Club and the Jade Market, even the slowest person should realize Wang Yi is extraordinary. But if Wang Yi is capable, he is not an immortal. Racing is about hardware and performance. Look at people Pan Luofan that Koenigsegg itself is an international famous sports car, plus modification. Each tens of millions of dollars simply cannot come down. Then look at Duan Xiao's coupe. Tang Changyan almost didn't hold back her laughter. How to win? You tell me how to win? The rich kids present have looked at each other. It sounds like this group of people, seemingly, want to race with Pan Xiao, District and Audi? Who is it? So arrogant. Who gave them the guts? Mr. Pan. This is. Liao Jin Raccoon even came up, although he had already guessed the possibility, but he himself couldn't believe it at all, so he could only politely ask Pan Luofan. This is Duan Xiao's big brother, the legendary Yandu car king, Brother Yi. Pan Luofan laughed. The others obviously froze for a moment, first looking at Duan Zhengcheng, vaguely a bit of an impression, but couldn't recall. Duan family is famous for the vice mayor Duan Zhengping, not Duan Zhengcheng, precisely because of the old man's strict tutelage, so Duan Zhengcheng also does not have much opportunity to hang out with this group of rich second generation, and appears to be relatively low profile in the circle. New face, no wonder dare to call the shots with Pan Xiao, really do not know how to write the word death. Oh, the poor child, this time after the estimate will not see him it, never dare to touch the racing car. Kid, this line of water can be deep it, think a broken Audi can mix the fame? Go back to your mother's arms and eat your milk before it's too late. Not to mention a mere Audi. Give him back the same car as Pan Xiao. I think he might even rush out from the corner. The crowd spoke in unison, not only to curry favor with Pan Luofan, but also because they really didn't think highly of Duan Zhengqing. Duan Zhengqing's instantly collapsed. His father was the deputy mayor, but he had always been poor and clean, so it was only natural that his family couldn't possibly be rich enough to casually squander tens of millions of dollars on racing. Instead, there are people who want to send money to his hands, but Duan Zhengqing knows that once he wants, his old man can beat himself to death. So, just because of this, being fingered, he was also desperate. This young man has everything, just no money. Tang Changyan was also a little hard to watch. Wang Yi and Duan Zhengqing were the thighs that she could not easily hold on to. The winners and losers of this match were not only related to Duan Zhengqing's interests, but also related to the future of the Tang family. Young Wang, use my car. Although her car was a bit worse compared to those luxury cars, it was still better than this Audi, right? If Wang Yi really had great car skills, the chances of winning the race would be a little bit higher. No need. My car, over there. Wang Yi smiled lightly and pointed towards the other side of the road. The crowd turned their heads and saw a giant truck driving over. This kid's play is so wild? Surprisingly racing in a truck? Where was the organizer? Not to mention whether the truck could run or not. They were also afraid to look at it. This is a casual touch as non-injury and death violation of the law, right? However, the truck still held its own slow pace, completely unaffected by the mood of the crowd. Tang Changyan couldn't help but cover her face as she watched. Although he knew that Wang Yi's brain circuits were refreshing, he didn't realize that it had reached a level beyond human comprehension. Who races on a truck? Do you think it's Mad Max or a post-apocalyptic chariot? Everyone looked at the truck slowly approaching with a stupefied look on their faces. With their small intelligence, they really couldn't fathom Wang Yi's profound plan. Only Duan Zhengqing revealed a look of understanding and even a little excitement when he saw the truck. Sure enough, Brother Yi couldn't possibly put his foot down on racing, but this was a bit of a bully. Ha ha ha, Wang Yi, if you don't have a car, just say so, no need to take out this. Pan Luofan pointed at the truck, covering his stomach and laughing so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Let's not say that I am not a bully. That is, you cannot control a brake. Touching our guys who hurt to knock, but also not good looking is not it? If you really don't have a car, you can use my good. Pan Luofan pointed to the row of luxury cars in the parking lot of the mid-levels. I'm not used to driving a car that's too trashy. Wang Yi just swept a glance and replied indifferently. Pan Luofan felt that he had somewhat begun to appreciate Wang Yi. At least this humor cell, he was hard to beat, and being able to come up with such a cold paragraph was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. Pan Luofan is addicted to racing, so naturally there is no shortage of cars. Earlier, just to test the strength of Yandu Racing Circle, many top imported racing cars were shipped from abroad, and now they are parked quietly in the parking lot. There, the cheapest car also want more than 3 million. Most of them want 4 or 5 million. You even said trash? Then look at the trash Audi beside Wang Yi. Pan Luofan found himself a bit unable to understand Wang Yi's view of money. This person can't count, right? Did he not even graduate from elementary school? It's also possible that he's uneducated and doesn't recognize those cars of Pan Xiao at all. Right. Everyone restrain yourself, don't hurt people's self-esteem. The crowd could no longer control their emotions and clamored. For a while, the lane was filled with contempt, disdain, and sneers. Wang Yi wasn't affected by the others at all, just holding his own pace as he arrived in front of the truck. Long Xiao, open the door. The truck's compartment made a rumbling sound, and the door slowly rose. A deep black super luxury car suddenly appeared in the eyes of the crowd. This is the Bugatti Veyron? Chapter 53, Luxury Cars. Since Pan Luofan had returned from abroad and had the level of a professional driver, it was naturally impossible for him not to know about cars. A Bugatti Veyron? That's impossible. I've seen it in car magazines. It said that it's synonymous with sports cars, the model of the world's top supercars. More than that, look at that logo. It's a limited edition. The interior seats and steering wheel are all customized by hand, unique in the world. I've heard that this customized version will cost no less than $70 million from the factory. The whole car down plus the modifications. Without $100 million, don't even think about it. Those gentlemen have replaced Pan Luofan issued an exclamation of surprise. They may not be very skillful in driving, but the ability to lose money is absolutely first class. So the more expensive things, the more familiar they are. Seeing this exquisite to the extreme in front of him, as if his body exuded the word luxury, Pan Luofan's face no longer had the composure he just had. Racing is different from other competitive sports. Playing is a hardware. Personal technology can only be the icing on the cake, unless the gap is so large that the level of veterans and rookies. Otherwise it is difficult to save the day. Certainly the technology can make up for the gap in the body to a certain extent, but the four tails to have that four tails. Take a 2-cent stick and want to dial 1,000 caddy stone? That is delusional. Pan Luofan looked at Wang Ye's Bugatti Veyron, face only bitter. The black streamlined body of the car didn't have a single gap. It looked as if it hadn't been remodeled at all. No, I'm afraid it just hasn't been remodeled. Why? Just because that was the legendary Bugatti Veyron, synonymous with sports cars, or a customized model worth over $100 million. What do you mean? Professional? That's professional. No, I'm afraid that professional remodeling of the car have people's original car performance is good. So is there any need for Wang Yi to modify it? No, the original performance of the car is enough to crush you. After all the luxury cars in the room together. I'm afraid it's not enough to buy a Bugatti Veyron, right? No wonder Wang Yi opened his mouth to say that his cars are trash. Compared to his Bugatti Veyron, saying it's trash is still giving face to Pan Luofan. After driving this kind of animal supercar, who would be interested in touching his pile of tin boxes? Behind Wang Yi, Tang Huan and the others were so shocked that they almost dropped their jaws on the ground. They had known that Wang Yi was bullish, but they hadn't expected it to be this bullish. At this moment, they deeply felt the weight of the big brother that Duan Jingqing called out to Wang Yi. This kid was definitely the son of some big family, and it was definitely not an ordinary big family. It was definitely a big family that people like them who mixed into the quasi-rich circle of Yandu could not even imagine. Otherwise, Bugatti Veyron, this kind of luxury car, even if it is even more rich tycoons, also shall not be treated as a treasure to hide. At most occasionally pull out to observe. Touch off some paint, have to be heartbroken. And how to use in this kind of amateur car race. After all, the car this machine is a service life. And the car race is more squeeze the limit of the car. Greatly shorten its service life of the competitive behavior. Not to mention their amateur car race, there are many violations of the operation, which may lead to the destruction of the vehicle as more countless conditions. Tang Huan swallowed a mouthful of water. People have self-awareness. As early as the moment Duan Jingqing called Wang Yi his big brother, he had already given up on the idea of Tao Wan Air. But the psyche is always holding a fluke. What if Wang Yi is just a false name? Or the relationship with Duan Jingqing is just a childhood playmate? But now, he was completely convinced. Wang Yi was truly unable to be messed with. Tang Huan stole a glance at his sister. Tang Changyun's small mouth opened slightly in surprise. Her mind focused on Wang Yi's luxury car. Although she was a woman, didn't understand cars and wasn't interested. But the Bugatti Veyron was different. This was a pure beauty that truly transcended gender, transcended words, and transcended human aesthetics. It was a true work of art, the crystallization of human industrial technology. No human being growing up in a modern industrial society could refuse this charm. And this kind of Miss Tang Changyun was no exception. As Tang Huan watched Tang Changyun's reaction, his eyes rolled, and he had a ghost idea in his heart. Ugh, can we find a way to make Brother Yi become my brother-in-law? That way he won't hit Tao Wanner's idea anymore. Right. And the Tang family will also be able to have one more powerful booster. The more Tang Huan thought about it, the more it made sense, his eyes glowing and his face excited. Poor Tang Qingyun hadn't realized at this time that his own brother was already thinking with all his heart about how he could tie up his own sister, send her to another man's bed, and sell her for a good price. But even if you know everything in the interests of the Tang family first, Tang Qingyun, I'm afraid that you will not refuse it, let alone Wang Yi, such a young and golden young talent. At this time, Duan Zhengqing is calm as water. Looking at the Bugatti Veyron inner fluctuations, Ye's bullishness is not for a day or two. As Wang Ye's little brother for many years, Duan Zhengqing even had room to mock those who were surprised. with brother Ye's ability. This matter is nothing? This group of bumpkins, they're really seeing too little. Unbeknownst to them, how could the real circle of Yandu's rich families be so easy to enter? In the eyes of that group of xenophobic rich gentlemen, Duan Jingqing and the Tang family behind Tang Huan were just a bunch of bumpkins and thugs. And now, it was his turn to mock the other party's ignorance. This was all because of Wang Yi. Silky cold sweat dripped down from Liao Jin Raccoon's forehead, because, since just now, the customers who had placed their bets had begun to clamor for refunds. From the moment the Bugatti Veyron appeared, this game had already lost its meaning. Suddenly, Liao Jinrun felt a person appear behind him. Looking back, it was none other than Pan Luofan. At this moment, Pan Luofan's face was iron blue, and his gaze revealed sinister intent. He walked to Liao Jin Raccoon's side and gently whispered a few words to him. Liao Jin Raccoon's face first changed, revealing two difficult colors, then turned his head and clenched his teeth again, seemingly making up his mind. Nodding his head at Pan Luofan, Pan Luofan finally revealed a cold smile, his gaze rediscovering the confidence of certain victory. Humph, originally I didn't want to use such underhanded means, but, Wang Yi, this is what you forced me to do. Pan Luofan was confident in his car skills, and even had 2 points of dignity as a racer. But this race was about more than just personal honor. It was also about hundreds of millions of dollars in bets, and even where the lifeblood of the Pan family lay. When a person is unwilling to betray his own bottom line, it only means that the chips of fate are not big enough. This time, the chips Pan Luofan was facing had far exceeded his bottom line. Yandu Jade Market, an important industry that the Pan family had been operating for a long time. Dragon Stone Seed, a treasure that had been picked up from his hands. Duan Zhengqing, a target that had been accounted for by that lord, in order to Wang Group's grand plan, in order to that adult's instructions, but also for his own future and little life. He can do whatever it takes. Chapter 54, Shaken. Brother Yi, I'm afraid that Pan Luofan is a fraud. Duan Zhengqing, who still maintained his alertness and calmness because he was not surprised by Wang Yi's behavior, had just swept up Pan Luofan and Liao Jinruan's sneaky appearance. Liao Jinrun was the organizer of the tournament, so it wasn't too easy to make some moves. Oh, dying struggle. Wang Yi smiled disdainfully, not even bothering to look over there. Pan Luofan's struggle was expected by him, but Wang Yi had the backbone. This bit of intrigue was not even a stone on the side of the road for him. Duan Zhengqing saw Wang Yi's attitude and nodded without saying much. Rightfully so. With Wang Yi's technology, coupled with the performance of the Bugatti Veyron, victory or defeat is already in the bag. That Pan Luofan how to jump, can fill the gap between the two sides like a rift valley? Obviously impossible. At least Duan Jingqing's mind really can't imagine himself in this situation. There are any tricks to turn the tide. In just a moment's time, the Bugatti Veyron actually drove itself slowly out of the truck compartment under the control of the pre-programmed AI. This was the function of autopilot. The most knowledgeable of the rich second generation present vaguely recalled that in some places abroad, the function of automatic driving had been realized, and as long as the line was preset, without manual operation, the onboard AI would be able to automatically control the vehicle. Wang Yi walked to the front of the car and neither took out the remote control nor the key. A row of green light automatically shot out from the handle of the car door, scanning Wang Yi's face according to a grid for a while. Welcome back, Master. The computer in the car emitted an artificially synthesized female voice that sounded quite sweet. Immediately afterward, the car door automatically rose, and the drink holder next to the driver's seat slowly opened, and a steaming cup of coffee was sent out by the machine. Your coffee. Night driving can easily lead to fatigue. Please pay attention to rest. Seeing this string of flowing operations, those rich second-generation people who fancied themselves to be the true upper-class people inevitably fell into a daze. Had they lived in vain for so many years? What was meant by upscale? This is what is called upscale. People's cars were smart enough to serve you tea. Just now there are people in the bottom of their hearts secretly guessing. Wang Yi is not a Bugatti Veyron shell. Inside only embroidered pillows. After all, those of them who play racing, even if they have not personally saved the car, they have seen the master's operation. A car's real content and appearance is not necessarily related. But now, there was no longer a single person who doubted the authenticity of this car. Only the real one could have such high-tech features. And the Bugatti Veyron was bound to be the premium car of premium cars. Wang Yi got into the driver's seat and gave Pan Luofan an impatient expression. Are you ready on your side? Can we start the race now? Pan Luofan spat hatefully. Ugh, you're driving such a dangling car. What's the point of competing? Luckily, this master had a good plan, or else he would have been counted by your kid. The field of play was tense for a while. Both sides held the heart of certain victory, each other sneering at each other. Suddenly, an untimely voice popped out. Wang Yi, my sister said she wants to see your car. Let her be your assistant? Tang Huan opened his mouth with a silly grin on his face. Wang Yi and Pan Luofan froze at the same time. Pan Luofan twisted his head, secretly complaining that Tang Huan couldn't read the atmosphere. Wang Yi, however, put happily, as Tang Huan instantly broke the tense atmosphere with this one moment, which in turn made his heart a lot lighter. The mindset was very important when masters fought. Right now Wang Yi felt a minuscule shackle unloaded from his heart, but it was as calm as water, and he felt more confident than he did a minute ago. Okay. Although it was unconscious, Tang Huan did give a minuscule amount of help to Wang Yi, so naturally Wang Yi didn't mind fulfilling his or Tang Changyun's small wish. Before Tang Changyun could be surprised, the first thing he felt was astonishment. Wait, I didn't say. Brother Yi, it said that a scented car goes with a beautiful woman. You can't lose anyway. Wouldn't it be nice to bring Tang along for a ride? Duan Jingqing revealed a look that all men understand to Wang Yi, although he was usually the one who sat in the co-pilot's seat as an assistant, but with Wang Yi's level, he didn't really need anyone else's help. Then since there was an opportunity, the little brother naturally had to help his big brother pick up girls, and he wouldn't do anything to disturb Wang Yi's peach blossom luck, that kind of unintelligent thing. When Tang Changyun heard Duan Jingqing's words, she felt a burn on her face, because those words were obviously saying that she was a beauty. And if Wang Yi agreed, wouldn't that mean that Wang Yi looked at her? Hey, are you still on? But Wang Yi does not intend to give her the opportunity to hesitate. With a faint arrogance words fell. Wang Yi has drilled into the car, staring straight at her. Although he likes the beauty is not false, but he prefers Wang Xiaoyu, that kind of small family jade nature. In front of this girl, which are good legs, long skin, white, good body, is too bad temper, so Wang Yi does not intend to spoil her. Tang Changyun rolled her eyes, glared at Wang Yi, but the action on the feet did not slow down. A twisted body twisted the slender waist into the Bugatti Veyron sports car body low. In order to bend down into the car, Tang Changyun's body inevitably substantial zigzag. Close to the dress will be the front and back of the delicate curves tightly outlined. But let a group of second generation of rich people a good meal to feast their eyes, and even sent out a piece of laughter and applauding. Tang Changyun face with annoyed color. Blood color has been spread to the root of the ear. Without waiting for her to chastise the group of denizens, Wang Yi let out a cold snort and closed the car door. Even though he didn't particularly like Tang Changyun's nature, in Wang Yi's eyes, this woman was already in his pocket, so how could he tolerate other men ogling her recklessly? He wasn't in the habit of giving himself a hatchet job, much less intending to take it over, and since his confession to Lin Xiaohan had been rejected, Wang Yi had become even more sensitive to this kind of thing. The windows of the Bugatti Veyron had special window paper attached to them, so that the only time you could see the scenery was when you were looking out from the inside, and the only thing left in the eyes of the people outside was a black color and reflections. Tang Changyun's heart warmed up and stole a glance at Wang Yi. Could it be that it was him who saw my dilemma and stepped in to isolate that group of dilettantes from the view? It's already been delayed for so long. Why don't you start the car race quickly? This young man's time is precious. Wang Yi seemed to be muttering to himself, directly dismissing Tang Changyun's girlishness. Sure enough, this guy can't be that sweet. Ugh, isn't it just having $2 stinking? Tang Changyun realized that she had actually fallen for this teenager who was even younger than herself, and felt a sudden burst of annoyance. But in her eagerness, she didn't see that Wang Yi was just being tough-talking and hiding his inner activities. Chapter 55 Departure. In the driveway, at the starting point, more than a dozen supercars that could make pedestrians pause and look back when they were put on the street were lined up side by side, not knowing how noticeable they were. From time to time, Pan Luofan loosened his grip on the steering wheel and nervously wiped the sweat from his palms on a towel. His mind was already filled with nothing but victory and defeat. If he knew that his archenemy Wang Yi, he thought to himself, still had time to flirt with a girl at this time, he would inevitably be so angry that he would just have a brain hemorrhage and let Wang Yi win without a fight. The black window pane of the Bugatti Veyron indirectly saved him? Pan Luofan wouldn't thank Wang Yi, he would only curse Wang Yi. Damn it, it shouldn't be like this. Why is it like this? Ever since he met this Wang Yi, everything had gone wrong for him. Gambling on a stone can actually touch a triple green, which he has never heard of after more than 10 years in this business. Is this mother asterisk or the star god of fortune descending to earth? Now, obviously is an amateur car race. This kid actually pulled out a Bugatti Veyron. Are you so serious? Even the prize money from the race isn't enough to pay for the gas and maintenance for this trip. Right, young master? I'm so stupid. Why did I gamble with that kid? Pan Luofan rubbed his hands anxiously. His mindset had already lost before the race even started. But Pan Luofan didn't care about this kind of thing anymore, because across the board, his own Koenigsegg couldn't possibly beat the Bugatti Veyron in terms of performance. Fortunately, I was prepared. Hey, Wang Yi, when the time comes, you can't blame me for being mean. Pan Luofan remembered his arrangement with Liao Jinrun again, and his heart was slightly settled. As the organizer, Liao Jinrun naturally had many conveniences. One of them was to contact the various contestants and reach some sort of agreement. And this was the only thing that Liao Jinrun did not say to Wang Yi, because this agreement was for those contestants to cooperate with Pan Luofan. Qinglong Mountain's ring road was a dual carriageway, one in each direction, and now there were more than 10 cars on the track, so as long as the cars in front of them were side by side blocking the road, unless Wang Yi could fly, not to mention a Bugatti Veyron, even if you drove an armored car, you wouldn't be able to get past it. Before the race, Wang Yi was placed at the end of the line, which is also very easy to explain. Who let you come last? We don't have qualifying rounds here. First come, first served. Of course, there was no way that Liao Jinrun could help Pan Luofan for nothing. Although for the sake of the bet he was sitting on, Liao Jinrun would have to manipulate the winners and losers as well. But not letting people know about the handshake was one thing, but this time, it had to be known by many, or else it wouldn't be able to work together. As compensation for the loss of prestige of the organizer, Pan Luofan also had to pay 40 million yuan alone. Of course, this is the price of that imperial green, compared to the possible availability of the dragon stone species and the cost of preserving the jade market. It's simply not too cheap. Not to mention the fact that after making Duan Zhengqing owe himself a high amount of debt, even if the original plan is completed, the least can force Wang Yi to pay for Duan Zhengqing. This is a few hundred million of huge funds. He did not believe that Wang Yi can really take out. Even if Wang Yi can take out, he also recognized, anyway, the person who earns for nothing is him. That adult there is also considered an explanation. It's not that I don't work hard, it's that this thigh that the enemy is hugging is too thick. After all, hundreds of millions of dollars out of the people do not blink. Not his district to Ing Wang Group Air can deal with the existence of you or another. Please high-minded it. In Pan Luofan's current understanding, he vaguely felt that this possibility is very large. Is thinking between, in front of the hotly dressed flag bearer has raised the flag on behalf of the competition. Pan Luofan gathered his mind and focused on the race. That flag bearer is also a famous socialite in this circle, named Wu Wenting, and many of the gentlemen here have had an affair, including Pan Luofan. But now, she realized that her seductive body couldn't attract the sight of those gentlemen, and even Pan Luofan had ignored her. Wu Wenting shook her head helplessly. Man, her face full of jealousy staring at the Bugatti Veyron's passenger seat, Tang Chengyan's position. The big flag waved down and the race began. Instantly the lanes were empty, because those cars roared, like arrows off the string. They were close to each other from the beginning, rushing toward the finish line. The strong wind lifted Wu Wenting's short skirt, revealing the unobstructed view underneath it, as she was of the faction that didn't wear it. Unfortunately, there was no one left here to enjoy that view, and Wu Wenting sighed regretfully. Wait, there were still people. Not everyone stepped on the gas and went all out right from the start. Yes, there was only one exception to the rule. That Bugatti Veyron. What's going on? Something wrong with the car? The gas pedal is broken? The audience murmured. The person in question, Wang Yi, however, didn't care and let go of the hand holding the steering wheel, whistling happily. Young Wang, are you still not departing? Tang Changyan anxiously asked Wang Yi. At first, when she sat in the Bugatti Veyron, she only felt nervous, looking left and right, surrounded by a feeling of luxury that filled the room, giving her a sense of inferiority that selling herself wasn't worth this piece of window glass. But now she finally came back to her senses, as Wang Yi's dangling attitude evoked another sense of nervousness in her. This is a huge gamble involving several $100 million. Please, young master, can you be more serious? The slaves' hearts can't stand it. Unfortunately, Wang Yi didn't have the slightest idea of taking care of Tang Chengyan's mood, and still had that face full of unconcern. What's the hurry? Running too slow is not good for the car. Let them empty the road a bit first. Too slow? Well, I abuse them not to be too easy. The speed of the car can't get up at all. It will suffocate the engine. Tang Chengyan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. Other racers were afraid that their cars weren't fast enough. How else could they be like this? You think your own car is running too fast, so that others can run a good way out of the lane first? Unheard of. Wang Yi saw Tang Chengyan's ridiculous expression and spoke faintly. You don't believe me? Tang Chengyan nudged her mouth in disdain. Although she didn't say anything, it was all in the air. She definitely didn't believe it. Never in my life have I seen such a pretender. Not afraid of pretending to be shabby? Ha ha, can't you see the little idea that Pan Luofan is playing? Wang Yi just laughed at Tang Chengyan's disdain. Tang Chengyan didn't reply, just stared at Wang Yi with dissatisfaction. It was true that she didn't see anything, but saying so felt belittled, and she felt that Wang Yi was teasing himself. Wang Yi faintly pointed to the driveway in front of him. Guess why they went all out and ran so fast in the beginning? Tang Chengyan froze. She didn't know anything about racing, so she hadn't thought about it in the beginning, but now that she thought about it, it was indeed a bit strange. How could any racing type of race go all out right from the start? She had also seen track and field type sports. Didn't they all slowly follow the fastest runner and wait for the leader to make a mistake or try their best before overtaking? It's just to cover up their plot. As long as two cars are side by side, there's no way to overtake in this dual carriageway. And we're at the very end of the pack. Chapter 56, Departure. Wang Yi's words made Tang Qingyan realize, right, as long as there are at least two cars side by side, there is no room for overtaking in this lane, but just so, encountered curves, or will inevitably reveal gaps. The real strength of the superb players is not unable to seize this opportunity. The premise is that only two cars side by side if all the cars are side by side, and followed closely before and after, even if Wang Yi is a car god, it is impossible to find a gap to overtake. They didn't need to keep Wang Yi in last place because as long as Wang Yi ran slower than Pan Luofan, whereas Pan Luofan was at the very front with no restrictions, Wang Yi was at the very back and had to break through the heavy car formations, and from the very beginning both sides were pulled apart by an abyss. This is really despicable. Tang Qingyan's pretty face reddened with anger as she stomped her foot. Let's go protest to the organizers. It's useless. That's what I said. Why did they go all out in the beginning? All the cars were right next to each other, full speed ahead. Even if Wang Yi and the others reacted to the organizers, the contestants could have shrugged it off by saying that they were going all out to catch up with the other contestants and had no time for it. Not to mention that there is no obligation to give their opponents a gap to overtake them in the first place in a racing competition. Tang Qingyan was also a smart girl. She immediately figured out the joints. What can we do about this, young Wang? Wang Yi just revealed a confident smile in the face of Tang Qingyan's anxious look. What to do? That's why I said, let them give up the lane first. Before Tang Qingyan could understand Wang Yi's words, Wang Yi moved. Ever since Wu Wenting waved down the flag representing the start of the race, the dozen or so top-notch sports cars on the starting line instantly disappeared from view. The only exception was Wang Yi's Bugatti Veyron. The spectators revealed puzzled looks. Why isn't it moving yet? Even if the driver was slow to react or was too nervous, he should have reacted after being frozen in place for half a day, right? Moreover, they didn't believe that anyone would really give up on themselves and stay in place just because they played for a minute and a half. They have long heard that Wang Yi and Pan Luofan have a bet. This level of the big young man to bet. Certainly not a few million, this kind of small amount of money. At least to also want to tens of millions. Tens of millions? Who would want to give it away like that? Even if there is no hope, but also to fight is. Then there is only one possibility left. No way? Could it be that the car is out of order? Someone raised a question right away, but someone quickly refuted him. Are you stupid? With a supercar of Bugatti Veyron's caliber, how could it just break down? Not to mention that it's still in the starting phase? Even a Bugatti Veyron can break down, right? The more expensive something is, the more delicate it is. Although the man retorted unconvincingly, when he said it later, his voice faded to a whisper, so much so that even he didn't believe himself. Can it be that this car is simply a counterfeit imposter? This speculation immediately caused a group of people to echo. It's true. I told you. Hundreds of millions of dollars of Bugatti Veyron. How can a person just casually come out and afford it? Even if they can afford it, they can't possibly show up at this kind of tournament. Humph. Just thought that kid is so awesome. But it turns out that he is just a person with fake goods out to cheat people and steal the name of the world. Hey. Just now I see there is a beautiful woman followed that kid on the car. You say that the kid will not give up on himself. This will have been. In the end, there was someone else who made an ambiguous and unsettling guess. And the crowd listened to it and smiled at each other, revealing an expression that all men understand. Duan Jingqing's eyebrows slightly frowned. As far as he knew, Wang Yi was a person with a high level of aesthetics towards the opposite sex. Not that Tang Qingyan wasn't a beautiful woman, it was just that Wang Yi couldn't possibly be delayed because of the district's beauty. Before he could open his mouth to clarify to the crowd, rumble. The stationary Bugatti Veyron suddenly let out a loud roar as two fire dragons shot out from the exhaust holes. In just an instant, the shadow of the Bugatti Veyron was lost in their vision. The originally noisy scene was silent in an instant. Suddenly, someone froze and raised a doubt. Wang Xiao, he's not just deliberately letting off steam, is he? Everyone couldn't help but nod. At that speed, the car couldn't even run at all without letting off water. On the Bugatti Veyron, Wang Yi held the steering wheel with one hand and placed one hand on the gear handle. Seemingly talking to himself, Wang Yi said with a smile, well, almost see the car in front. He was really just waiting for the car in front to make way so that it would be easier for the Bugatti Veyron to accelerate. After all, with the speed up, the short bit of distance that the vehicle in front had desperately come to drive was leveled out in a split second. Tang Qingyan did not know whether Wang Yi was talking to himself or not. and now she did not have the leeway to clarify, because at this moment, her entire body was pressed hard against the seatback by the acceleration of gravity, her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, appearing bloodless because of too much force, and what was originally a delicate little face was scared pale. Wang Yi really accelerated as soon as he said acceleration. This speed was so fast that she wasn't prepared at all. 1 second. Tang Qingyun was still in righteous indignation to condemn those players who used despicable tricks, and the next second, the scenery on both sides of the car window had been stretched into a fuzzy ink painting, and those cars that had been leading for some time had already appeared in front of the field of vision. Wang Yi's beloved car instantly leveled out this short distance. It was still in the case that the other party was running at full speed. Is this the performance of the Bugatti Veyron? The world's top supercar was as terrifying as this. Today, Tang Qingyun has opened her eyes. She hadn't even noticed what Wang Yi had just said. Wang Yi seemed to have noticed Tang Qingyun's expression, and in order to let Tang Qingyun relax, he revealed a gentle smile. There's no need to be so nervous. This car's safety features are equipped according to aerospace standards. It can't die even if it hits the mountain at full speed. If you can't die, can you just wave? Tang Qingyun couldn't help but hiss loudly in her heart. She really didn't know that in Wang Yi's consciousness, since he couldn't die, he naturally had to work hard. In any case, Tang Qingyun didn't want to personally verify the safety performance of this so-called aerospace level, so at the sight of the scene in front of her, she let out a shriek at the first opportunity. It's crashing. It's going to crash. Slow down, idiot. I'm afraid Tang Qingyun didn't even have room to fix her wording at this point, so her tone towards Wang Yi was very unfriendly. The cars that had jumped the gun before had already appeared at the front of the mountain road, and they were still lined up 2 by 2, not giving Wang Yi any room to overtake. Since the Bugatti Veyron was able to instantly flatten those vehicles that ran first, the relative speed between the two sides at this time was crash up. Chapter 57 Breaking the Situation. Normally, it was very difficult for a tailgating situation to occur when both sides were traveling at high speed at the same time. Even if it occurs, it is most likely that the back of the car chasing too close, the front of the car suddenly slowed down. Like this, all rely on their own speed, chasing the car in front of the crash up. The Tang Qingyun unheard of, but she would rather not want to see it for the rest of her life. I'm about to crash. Slow down. Slow down? How else are we going to win then? In the face of Tang Qingyun's hysterical screams, Wang Yi just gave her a puzzled look. At this point in time, you're still thinking about winning? Tang Qingyun looked at Wang Yi with tearful eyes, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with fear, remorse, unwillingness and other emotions. She is still young. She does not want to end her life so early. She regrets. Why did she get into the car of this madman? How can you be so thoughtless? But now there is no time for Tang Qingyun regret. Bugatti Veyron in the front of the Porsche Speed close. Tang Qingyun closed her eyes in despair. Brother Xiao, the kid in the back is catching up. Good. Just according to Liao Jinruan's explanation. Let's keep side by side. Don't give this kid a chance to overtake. As long as we block him, we can all share at least $1 million. In front of Wang Yi, the players in the two cars actually opened the cell phone sound outward openly. In the car communication up. In the official competition to use private means of contact, trading is a violation of the behavior. Will be immediately announced disqualified. But only this time they were not afraid, because this was personally authorized by the organizer for them. And this time it wasn't to manipulate a certain 1 or 2 players to create an inside job. It was to pull all of them onto the chariot, just to block the kid behind them. Cui Xiao was originally the most skilled driver in this wave of contestants, except for Pan Luofan later, and other rich kids often hired him to use their cars to get rankings for themselves. With his skills, thinking in a different position, he concluded that he would not be able to come up with a means to break through this desperate situation. This time Pan Xiao was sure to win, but for some reason, the contestant in the car next to him still spoke to him in a hesitant tone. But Brother Xiao, a big man should make a decision when it's time to make a decision. Don't be so maudlin. You don't want that $1 million? Cui Xiao was a bit unimpressed. To say that there is no risk in cheating? Definitely later. But you play racing originally has a certain danger. Everything is looking forward and backward, afraid of this and that. Why not go back to honestly smoking and drinking bubble women? Those games are much safer than racing. What's more, this time almost pulled everyone together to fix that kid. They are dead. The risk of cheating would have been suppressed to a minimum. No, Dawn, what's wrong again? Can't you just be painfully direct? The man was yelled at by Cui Xiao on the phone, holding his aggression in his heart, but verbally he didn't dare to slack off because they really didn't have time to hesitate. Brother Xiao, that kid isn't catching up. He's crashing into it. What? Cui Xiao violently scanned the rearview mirror, and all he saw was a black shadow that was rapidly growing larger. The crash that everyone expected didn't come, whether it was Cui Xiao and the racer, or Tang Qingyun who had his eyes tightly closed. When they looked at the scene clearly again, Each of them couldn't help but doubt their eyes. The Bugatti Veyron flew. To be precise, the four wheels of the Bugatti Veyron were still touching a certain plane, but this plane was not the ground. The road they were using for the race was a ring road around the Green Dragon Mountain, so one side of the track was bound to be a wall against the cliff. Now, the Bugatti Veyron was running on its side against the left cliff wall in an image that defied gravity. In fact, this often unimaginable style of painting, neither because of what shape black technology, nor what strange supernatural imagination. Wang's ability to realize this spectacle in this realistically painted world relied on only one point: inertia. When a moving object is fast enough, it can escape from the bondage of gravity to a certain extent. The airplane is a typical use of this principle, because the inertia of the airplane forward movement, coupled with the resistance of the wings to bring up and down movement, making the forward force of the airplane is greater than the downward force. At this time, although Wang's car cannot reach the speed of the airplane, but just running on the mountain bike has been enough. Tang Chengyan break open tightly closed eyes. The first into the eyes is this counterintuitive scene. The Disc Mountain Highway is actually below oneself? Then they are not flying. Flying? I'm not going to be able to get a good deal more than that. Fool, did not fly. I am not a fairy. Take a good look at what we are running. As soon as Wang Yi took a look at Tang Chengyan's expression, he guessed her inner activities by a wide margin. Tang Chengyan held back her fear of heights and glanced out the window. How come it's on the side? Stupid. Old man is running on a cliff. The bottom of the car is sticking to the cliff wall. Of course it's perpendicular to the ground. Ah, only then did Tang Chengyan understand the scene in front of her. The reason why she hadn't reacted until now wasn't because she was stupid. Quite the contrary. Tang Chengyan was also a smart girl. It was just that before this, she had never imagined that a car could run on a cliff that was almost perpendicular to the ground. But Wang Yi did. She looked deeply at Wang Yi and let out a long breath. What else could this teenager in front of her not do? On the ground, in the two cars running side by side, Cui Xiao was also dumbfounded as she looked at the Bugatti Veyron above her head. Racing cars can actually fly through walls? Then what's the point of their plan to block the road? No. Big deal. Splat. Accompanied by a long sigh from Cui Xiao, the Bugatti Veyron drew a beautiful arc over the cliff, crossing over both of their cars before landing on the track. Although these contestants had agreed to work together to block Wang Yi's plan, there was a difference in performance between the cars, and they were no longer in the same dense formation of cars that they were in the beginning. As long as Wang Yi crossed these two cars in front of him, he had the ability to drive on the regular track, knowing that the next roadblock would appear. It was also thanks to the lack of organization of these rabble of theirs, or else Wang Yi wouldn't have had the confidence to overtake all the competitors on the uphill track of the cliff. After all, he is not really immortal. Bugatti Veyron can make this kind of operation or rely on inertia. Instant cornering overtaking is okay. Long-distance rock climbing is a little difficult, not only before and after the distance between the car, and even the front of the contestants can no longer keep the two cars parallel without leaving gaps. After all, the Plate Mountain Road is also a curve, as long as the corner will lead to two cars appear before and after the gap, and they have full confidence in Liao Jin Raccoon's scheme. Anyway, Wang Yi is not likely to cross the back of the people to catch up. Why they do not fight among themselves. Chapter 58, Outside the Office. Can't get the first, the second prize is not bad. As a result, it gave Wang Yi a chance to take advantage of. In the case that they simply did not have time to react, Wang Yi left through the right, very few cases and then a flying wall. Really one by one, the players left behind. These people's little tricks were not even obstacles to Wang Yi. The result is Pan Luofan's plan, a full plate of failure. At the starting line, the Bugatti Veyron watched as it sped away, until it disappeared at the end of its gaze. This time was almost only enough for them to blink once. In a flash, the other party was gone. The crowd wore faces full of odd expressions. You said, Pan Xiaohe. Still talking. Lost for sure. Banker, you make fraud. Quickly return our money. You're talking about racing at this speed? It's more like riding a rocket. So what's the point? For a while, the crowd was so excited that they all crowded in front of Liao Jin Roan. Liao Jin Raccoon's face only flickered for a moment, and immediately showed that he had already made up his mind. What are you all panicking about? Pan Xiao already had a good plan, and he'll definitely be able to exclude that kid. Anyone can win, but not him. As the organizer and the one who opened the betting game, he couldn't help but think about his own interests, and when the profit and loss had exceeded his affordability, he had to stop in time even if he lost some credibility and prestige. So Liao Jinran selectively told the gentry part of Pan Luofan's plan. From the beginning, double cars side by side, blocking the track, not giving Wang Yi a chance to overtake, and the rest of us would be on our own. The crowd looked at each other. Pan Xiao knew from the beginning that this kid was so out of spec, but before the race even started, he was fighting to ostracize people, which is a little. Isn't this cheating? Someone couldn't help but open his mouth. How cheating? This kid is driving such a nice car to bully people. So it's not cheating? That's right. I think he's just a spoiler. Xiaopan really does have good eyesight, knowing to directly rule out this newcomer. Immediately, most of the people suppressed the voices of those few conscientious ones. They were originally Pan Luofan's supporters, and had also bet on Pan Luofan to win in the competition. And now that they and Pan Luofan were considered to be related by interests and grasshoppers on the same rope, they naturally had to speak on Pan Luofan's side. Not far away, Tang Huan also heard Liao Jinruan's revelations, his face full of indignation. He couldn't help but clench his fists, the skin on his hands showing a pale color due to the blocked blood flow. Too despicable. They actually used even such a shameless trick in order to prevent young Wang from winning. Xia Hu also revealed a worried look on the side. The bet between Wang Yi and Pan Luofan involved several $100 million. Once he lost, look, not to mention how Wang Yi would be, Duan Jingqing would be forced to carry a huge debt. And at that time, Wang Yi really can watch Duan Jingqing was Pan Luofan with debt coercion? On the contrary, Duan Jingqing, who was the party involved, actually had a cloudy face. Duan Yang, are you not worried about Wang Yang at all? Tang Huan looked at Duan Jingqing's calm appearance, and his heart also rushed to a burst of strangeness. They were all just Wang Yi's juniors, coming over to watch the fun. Only Duan Jingcheng, now it was a matter of interest, caught up in the whole thing. Duan Jingcheng blanked Tang Huan. Look at all the fuss you guys are making. How could Brother Yi lose because of this little thing? Yes, Duan Jingqing was not half worried, and even had some secret joy in his heart. Back in Wang Yi's days as Yandu's car king, other people had gone to great lengths to outsmart him. What kind of trickery hadn't been used? Blocking the road? Back then, Wang Yi's opponents had even offered direct collisions, thrown garbage, set up barricades, and even used homemade firearms and other outlandish tactics, just to win over Wang Yi once. However, it was useless. Until Wang Yi left Yandu for Jichuan City and retired from the racing circle, he had not lost a single match. Duan Jingqing even thought in his heart that if they didn't have any other tricks, then Wang Yi was already equal to winning. Liao Jinrun looked at Duan Jingqing and the others in disbelief. Tang Huan and Xia Hu's reaction was in his expectation. The reason why he announced Pan Xiao's scheme now is because knowing it now won't change the situation. And the second is that he wants to watch that group of newcomers panic. Yandu's upper class circle is relatively closed. People in each circle are more exclusive. In his opinion, Tang Huan is just a small roll of a small family. Xia Hu is even more unimpressive punks. Even Duan Jingqing is just a recently risen thug. How could they let this group of novices get the championship of the competition? Then their group of old brothers, how disgraceful. On the other hand, that Duan Jingqing, who was on the verge of death, how could he still be so calm? Liao Jin Raccoon clenched his teeth, his stomach 10,000 unhappy, followed by a cold heart. Could it be that the other party still has some hidden cards? The more you think about it, the more likely. Liao Jinrun even had 2 points of weakness. Could it be that the other party has moved in advance on the track? Impossible. The position of each race is temporarily announced. Pan Xiao, even if I was the first to notify, there is no time to set up anything. It is even more unlikely that they would know in advance. Then do they have off-course assistance? This is a foul. As long as someone reports it to me, they will be disqualified at that time. The more Liao Jinrun thought about it, the more anxious he became in his heart. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of two eyes, not even knowing the opponent's moves and routines. Just at this time, Liao Jinruan's cell phone rang. Coming. Sure enough, there's a violation. Liao Jinrun mockingly glanced at Duan Jingqing and the others and picked up the phone, ready to listen to the opposite player's report before announcing Wang Yi's disqualification. As a result, his face went white. Crap! It's flying! It's flying! It's flying! A person let out a shocked cry, causing everyone to follow that person's gaze. Liao Jinrun was already immersed in the bad news he had just heard, and wasn't attracted by that voice. But what had happened? He actually knew. The crowd raised their heads, looking for the directions of the person who had made the voice. Above the Qinglong Mountain Disc Road, a black Bugatti Veyron was racing at a rapid pace, and two racing cars in front of them hurriedly switched their speeds and merged into the road in an attempt to block the Bugatti Veyron's footsteps. However, when they looked over, they saw this scene. The Bugatti Veyron rushed out of the lane and went vertically up the mountain wall, bypassing the blockade of those two cars. This isn't flying. But, crap, racing cars can still fly? This Wang Yi is so bold. Isn't he afraid of falling to his death? Everyone was dumbfounded. Racing cars aren't even only able to run on flat ground? Dude, is this a race car or a gecko? Can Newton's coffin board still hold it down? Everyone looked on with shocked faces, their jaws dropping all over the place. Chapter 59, Winning and Losing. Liao Jin Raccoon swallowed a mouthful of saliva. From the crowd's reaction he could surmise that the racer who reported on the phone wasn't lying. It wasn't that we blockers didn't work hard. Nay, he would fly over the walls. Tang Huan and Xia Hu were also dumbfounded at all this, even though they had long heard Duan Jingqing say that Wang Yi was bullish, but they didn't expect it to be this bullish. Mom, this kid doesn't paint the same picture as us. Are there still Gundams and immortals in this world? Only Duan Jingqing with a faint sense of superiority despised everyone. Humph, a bunch of bumpkins. Lesser seen. What's so surprising about Yi being able to do something to this extent? Liao Jinrun swallowed and pulled out his cell phone with a trembling hand. Although the result was no longer in doubt, he was obligated to tell Pan Luofan the news. The top of Qinglong Mountain, near the end of the Pan Mountain Highway, a faint smile emerged from the corner of Pan Luofan's mouth. Right now, he had a solid victory. The two cars behind him had forgotten about blocking the road side by side and were struggling to catch up with his wake. But so what? As long as Wang Yi wasn't there, who could compete with him? Humph, even if your car's performance is good, overtaking without a gap is useless. Thinking of Wang Yi's Bugatti Veyron, Pan Luofan felt a pang of regret in his heart. As a racer's soul, hissing in his heart to fight against a rare foe, but Pan Luofan's reason drove him to make the decision he made now. This was a race that could not be lost. Anyway, this world is all about success or failure. No matter how good your car is and how good your skills are, this young man's connections are the key to victory or defeat. That's right, he didn't lose. He wouldn't lose. Winning Wang Yi with connections and schemes was also winning. No matter what means were used, victory or defeat was a fact that would not change. At this time, Pan Luofan thought of when the race had just begun. Wang Yi actually stopped at the starting line and didn't move. Although he couldn't understand Wang Yi's behavior, Pan Luofan automatically brainstormed it into his favor. He saw my plan, so he broke it. That's right, his plan. It's a Yang scheme. It couldn't be broken even if you saw it, even if you sued the organizer. Liao Jinrun was his own person, and he could get rid of it by simply using the phrase, everyone is going all out for the race. They don't have the time or the obligation to give empty seats to the people behind them. This plan was flawless, unless Wang Yi could fly. Pan Luofan changed places again and thought about it from his own perspective for a long time, but simply couldn't think of a way to crack it. He finally removed the trace of uneasiness from his heart. Just at this time, the phone rang. It was Liao Jinrun calling. The worries that had been suppressed with great difficulty once again surged to his heart. Why? Why would you call me at this time? Is it possible that Wang Yi kid has already admitted defeat? Theoretically speaking, this was the most likely, but Pan Luofan himself didn't believe it a million times when he said this. How could that kid, with his wild look, admit defeat to himself? There was no way. Pan Luofan's heart had already been planted the shadow of defeat by Wang Yi. Ever since he met Wang Yi, everything had gone wrong for him, and all his plans had been broken unexpectedly. Pan Luofan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forced a wave of self-compassion. It must be that brat who lost unwillingly, looking for me to talk trash. He picked up the phone. Young Pan, it's bad. That Bugatti Veyron will fly. What? Pan Luofan never expected this situation, and he didn't even manage to comprehend Liao Jinruan's words. What did you say? He flipped the car? No, young Pan, turn around and look. He's coming down from the mountain. Liao Jinrun on the other end of the phone spoke with a crying voice. Pan Luofan turned around and froze. On Qinglong Mountain, a black beautiful shadow came down the mountain like a tiger, dipping down the cliff at a near right angle. The target was the track in front of him. Bam! The wheels of the Bugatti Veyron, gripping the slate-oiled mountain road with a steady grip. The race turned out to be pretty meaningless. Ever seen a car run on a vertical wall? None of them had ever seen it. But what's the point of comparing when everyone else's racer's distance is plane geometry but yours is three-dimensional geometry? The shortest line between 2 points is the shortest line. Any kid knows that. From the beginning, this is an unfair competition. The gods fight, each show their skills. Only Wang is Taoist deeper. The Bugatti Veyron was parked at the edge of the finish line. Wang Yi walked down from the car and yawned with a bored face. He leaned on the body, looking incredibly relaxed, as if he hadn't just experienced a gambling battle involving hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, but had gone out for a drive after dinner. Not far away, Liao Jinrun and Pan Luofan felt like they were in a dream, somehow losing. The other riders stood dumbfounded. Even though Wang Yi had won the race, they couldn't accept this reality. But no one showed defiance or childishly went up to ask Wang Yi to compete again. Even if their cars could climb rocks, would they dare to drive like that? Of course it is. Not dare. Their competitions are never try to choose in the mountain road or the lakeside road. In order to, is to limit the driver's route. Because this kind of amateur race doesn't have enough manpower to set up multiple checkpoints in the middle of the course. There is only the finish and the start. If in the city, it will become a competition to compete with everyone's familiarity with road conditions and terrain. Who will take a shortcut who wins? And on this kind of mountain road, people Wang Yi's hand is called art and courage, not cheating. The chassis of the sports car can be said to be known to be shorter than the off-road vehicle. Running on a flat road is certainly stable as a rock, but on a slightly bumpy road, as long as you dare to accelerate, it dares to shatter your tailbone. Not to mention the undulating vertical cliffs. A careless bump slowed down the car because of the loss of inertia and grip and tumble down. Is the car destroyed? Wang Yi can climb the mountain and take a shortcut, but they cannot. This is the ability. So no one is unconvinced. No one dares to be unconvinced. Looking at Wang Yi, who was lightly holding a cigarette, none of them dared to go forward. Brother Yi, won. We won. Duan Zhengqing didn't care about this. With an excited face and open arms, he was about to come up to embrace Wang Yi. Wang Yi kicked him in the face, forcing Duan Zhengqing away from himself. Go to hell. Laozi doesn't hug men. After saying that, Wang Yi blanked Duan Zhengqing again. Excited my ass. It's only a ghost if this young man can lose. Brother Yi is right. You're the big brother. Whatever you say is right. Duan Zhengqing didn't mind Wang Yi's rudeness. Instead he was incoherent and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though his mouth echoed Wang Yi's narcissism, he was still happy in his heart. For what? Must be happy. According to the Jade bet, from now on, the Jade market would belong to Wang Yi. Chapter 60, Backtracking. Duan Zhengqing secretly calculated in his heart. Although Wang Yi had borrowed his money to place the bet, Duan Zhengqing definitely didn't dare to expect the Jade market to belong to him. Even so, as Wang Yi's little brother, he could at least follow behind to get some soup, right? With the revenue of the Jade market, Wang Yi's finger leaks out a little bit, afraid that every month there are millions. Big brother, this time our brothers can be hair. See that group of eyes long to the top of the brain-dead losers still dare not take us as an errand boy. Duan Zhengqing rubbed his hands together and forced himself to calm down. Now that he thought about it, in fact, this matter is not considered an unexpected blessing. It's just water under the bridge. With the performance of the Bugatti Veyron, coupled with the technology of the king of Yandu cars, it would be a hell of a thing to lose. Although Pan Luofan also has 2 points of ability, but compared to Wang Yi's heyday facing the group of cow ghosts and snakes, simply not enough to see. Even at that time, Wang Yi had never lost a single match, so how could there be an accident this time? Duan Zhengqing felt like he was purely stupefied by a large sum of money hitting his head. The organizer, Liao Jinrun, and the group of rich kids were speechless when they heard Wang Yi's words. Indeed, when a god and a mortal raced, it would be a hell of a thing to lose. Tang Changyan stepped down from the car trembling. Her legs were tightly clamped together, not only to hide her trembling, but also to avoid accidentally making an even bigger fool of herself. Earlier on the track, Wang Yi suddenly showed an impatient look after overtaking the car in several corners, then opened his mouth and asked her, "Do you think it's okay for us to go straight to the finish line?" Then without waiting for Tang Qingyun to answer, not to give her the opportunity to make mental preparations, actually directly out of the track, a smoke across the entire mountain road, straight to the finish line. At that time, her heart only had one sentence: I had a big slot. Newton could probably be angry enough to come alive when he saw that car skill. If Tang Chengyan knew that Wang Yi was just on a whim, wanting to challenge himself, the first time he tried to directly rely on climbing the mountain to the finish line, take her at this time, I'm afraid that she really want to be scared straight. After all, in Wang Yi's eyes, bullying that group of rookies is too meaningless, not as good as comparing with yourself. Break through the record. Sis, how was it? Exciting, right? Tang Huan also ran over with an excited face. Tang Changyan glanced meaningfully at Tang Huan. Exciting? The ambiguity between the two in the car just before they set off had long been left behind by Tang Changyun, and now she only had in her consciousness the sinister experience that she had experienced for the first time in the past 20 years. By now, where did she not understand what Tang Huan's initial move meant? This brat, how dare he sell his own sister in order to curry favor with Xiao Wang? Tang Changyun was indignant in her heart. For Wang Yi she naturally didn't dare to have an attack, but for Tang Huan well, Tang Huan was stared at by his sister's gaze. Finished? Which step is wrong? Is this a mistake? It wasn't until Wang Yi nodded at him that Tang Huan was freed from his nervousness and fear of his sister. Humph. Stinking. You know how to be cross with me? It looks like young Wang is quite satisfied with you. Even if you bully me now, you'll have young Wang to clean you up in the future. Not to mention the bright fight in the hearts of the siblings. Knowing this time, Pan Luofan got down from the car and approached Wang Yi and the others. Everyone was looking sympathetically at Pan Luofan. Before Wang Yi's side of the conversation, a few people vaguely mentioned the word bet a few times. They probably knew that there was a bit of bad blood between Pan Luofan and Wang Yi. This time, Pan Xiao lost so badly, he must have to pay a lot of price. Pan Luofan's face was gloomy. Wang Yi's stance of being the rightful victor filled his heart with a sense of humiliation. This was cheating. This guy is simply cheating. We are clearly betting on racing, but you kid actually played rock climbing, even ignoring the track's itinerary. What else is comparable? But he couldn't say those words, because another angle, To give him the performance of the Bugatti Veyron, he would not dare to play like Wang Yi. So, two people's technology really exists in the abyss of difference, is a person can see. Certainly Pan Luofan has the level of professional drivers, but Wang Yi's technology is already another world of things, can only be used to describe the technology as close to the road. This time, he lost dryly and completely. Wang Yi looked at Pan Luofan blandly, without half a trace of the victor's arrogance on his face, and with his skill he didn't need to find a sense of accomplishment from an opponent of Pan Luofan's level. Boss Pan, what would you have to say? Don't worry, I'll have someone call you $40 million over here, Pan Luofan said in a deep voice. Hiss. The group of onlookers all sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard this. A huge sum of tens of millions of dollars was definitely not a small amount even for the families of the people here. No wonder Pan Shao was willing to shell out half of the money to ask Liao Jinrun to help cheat. These rich second-generation brains understood Pan Luofan's desire to stop the loss. Unfortunately, inside and out, Pan Luofan lost $60 million this time instead. They all fought with regret. Only, Duan Jingqing and the others' faces changed. Surname Pan, what do you mean? To no one's surprise, Duan Jingqing and the others who had originally won the match in turn turned an iron color, and Duan Jingqing even directly opened his mouth and roared. Those who were interested in gossiping immediately glared, their expressions leaping. Is there any more twists and turns here? Willing to gamble to admit defeat, said $40 million? Not a penny less. After today we do not owe each other, Pan Luofan coldly said. Those people had long heard about the bet, but also did not hear the specifics. Now he certainly cannot pretend that nothing happened. But this does not prevent him from reneging on the debt. A mere $40 million was really nothing compared to the Pan family's Yandu jade market. As for the jade market? Sorry, that was impossible to give to Wang Yi. Wang Group, if the Yandu jade market is the same as handing over the lifeblood, not only is the black and white forces that have operated so far cut off, but even all the previous transactions and camouflage records may be turned over by others and used as a handle to coerce them. Compared to handing over the jade market to Wang Yi, it would be better for him to declare bankruptcy and close down the business himself. Surname Pan, that's not what you said before. In order to balance the price of that jade market of yours, but you even let me borrow $100 million as a bet to come. What are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Pan Luofan laughed coldly and spread his two hands. It was true that Wang Yi had made Duan Jingqing borrow $100 million from him before as a bet, but the bet between them hadn't landed on black and white. As long as there were no documents, it was still how much he said. What could Wang Yi and the others do to themselves? Chapter 61 Hard Moves. The more Pan Luofan saw death, the more he felt that his hasty move simply killed two birds with one stone. What way did Duan Jingqing have to say that he had reneged on the debt? To find Duan Zhangping? Isn't that just right? Let all the people of Yandu see. The son of the vice mayor actually took out hundreds of millions of yuan to gamble with someone on a car. As for the private arrangement, Pan Luofan himself think about it all feel funny. In Yandu, only Wang Group coerced others. But no one dares to play hard with Wang Group. The crowd is a burst of disbelief. The jade market. How can Pan Luofan take so important assets as a bet? Duan Young, are you remembering wrong? Right. Wang Group's jade market, this kind of hen that lays golden eggs. How could it be taken out as a bet? Do you have evidence, Duan Xiao? Don't take advantage of people's danger and take advantage of the fact that we don't know the specifics to blackmail Pan Xiao. The people here didn't believe Duan Jingqing's words because people sympathized with the weak. And now since Pan Luofan lost, he was naturally the weak one. Moreover, most of them were Pan Luofan's clusters, so they would naturally speak on Pan Luofan's side at this time. Pan Luofan had a mocking smile in his eyes from an angle that the crowd couldn't see. As long as he bit the bullet on the $40 million bet, this matter was dead in the water. Not to mention that Wang Yi and the others weren't cops and didn't have the right to torture him for a confession. Everyone else felt that this matter was simply ridiculous. If Pan Luofan took such an important thing as a bet, why don't you guys land on black and white? Duan Jingqing angry body is shaking. At that time, but Pan Luofan to Wang Yi casually mention, Wang Yi on the promise. Around the decision is made by Wang Yi. They just follow the footsteps of Wang Yi. Indeed did not think that Pan Luofan still have the possibility of remorse. Now think again, regret is late. No one expected Pan Luofan actually so shameless. Brother Yi. This. Duan Jingqing looked at Wang Yi for help. As a result, he realized that Wang Yi, who had remained silent since just now, actually still had a cloudy face. The fire in Duan Jingqing's stomach instantly went out. Right, who was Wang Yi? Back then, Yandu's mad young man, the young ancestor among the young lifetime disciples of the 8 great families, and an unapologetic devil of the world. Only he owes other people money not to return the reason, which can be relied on Wang Yi's account. Duan Jingqing dared to say, throughout Yandu, The person who dares to rely on Brother Ye's account hasn't been born yet, because Wang Yi has this backbone. Duan Jingqing quickly retreated to the side and looked at Pan Luofan with a pitying face. In his heart, he only felt that this guy simply didn't know how to write the word death. So, we can't do it softly? Wang Yi slowly walked towards Pan Luofan, slightly narrowing his eyes. Those who were familiar with him knew that this expression signaled danger. Pan Luofan stiffened his chest rigidly. He didn't know what Wang Yi's expression represented. Of course, such a large sum of money. If there's no evidence, no one would believe me if I said it. Good, then let's do it the hard way. Snap. Appeared. Wang Yi's usual teach you to behave style slap. Pan Luofan has not yet had time to see the heaven and earth in front of him inverted. The only thing he heard beside his ears was a loud bam. His head hit the door frame of the car, and the blood flowed. This is not all. Wang Yi did not say a word. See, Pan Luofan fell to the ground. Running Pan Luofan's abdomen kicked out. Pan Luofan covered his stomach and fell down. His face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum, and all the food he ate for dinner spewed out of his stomach. Wang Yi sked, looking at the rainbow-colored harmony on the ground. Dirty. After saying that, like kicking a dog, he gave Pan Luofan another kick. At this time, Pan Luofan had indeed fallen to the ground like a dead dog, looking more out of breath than in. However, he was only looking at the seriousness of the situation. In fact, Wang Yi had calculated the power when he struck, and only let him feel the pain, and definitely could not die. Knowing this, the brains of the crowd only understood this scene transmitted by the eyeballs. The scene that was a little noisy just a moment ago fell into silence. Just now, when they heard Wang Yi's phrase hard, they thought it was just a scene. Who knew that Wang Yi was really going to make a move at the drop of a hat? This is really a hard move. This group has never the power to bully people's son, at most let the underlings of the dog leg up to the hands of their own. More than 2 steps can first gasp on, which has seen so violent and so direct method of dealing with. What's more, this is Yandu, or Yandu's new district. The man on the ground is the son of the new district's leading boss, Pan Shirin. Yandu is ranked in the top 5 big cities, the population of more than 20 million, and the new district is the most prosperous area of Yandu. Wang Group control of the new area. You can claim to be the first force on the road of Yandu. Now Panshi people stomping a foot. Yandu road to shake on a tremble. And this kid, how dare he take action against Pan Shiren's son? However, this was something that they were not familiar with Wang Yi, while those who had long seen the way Wang Yi acted understood. Wang Yi dared. Not only did he dare now, but he would also dare in the future. Wang Yi has never been a rule-abiding rich second generation. He does, never straight, to pressure people. Wang Group kills and burns. So what? Pan Shiren is the leader of the road. So what? And I want to hit Wang Yi has nothing to do with? These truths, only from childhood to the big Duan Jingqing understand. So his expression is very calm. But others don't understand. Ah, Yi brother, you, how you come hard on Wang Group's heir? Ah, yes brother Yi, my boss Chen Mang do not dare to mess with the Panshi people. What things cannot be done to anger them? Tang Huan and Xia who were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Tang Chengyan was even more disoriented, a pair of beautiful eyes anxiously scanning back and forth over Pan Luofan and Wang Yi. In their opinion, Wang Yi's public action against Pan Luofan is a signal of war against Wang Group, is a blatant provocation. It was a naked slap in the face. This was no longer something that they and Pan Luofan could settle privately. Even if Wang Yi's background is extremely hard, do not need to give face to Duan Zhengcheng, but he must be behind the law-abiding people, right? Pissed off Wang Group such Jianghu forces, when they suddenly give you a white knife into the red knife out. Who can play even if you always with bodyguards, security measures to do a good job, but only 1,000 days to be a thief, which has 1,000 days to prevent thieves, even if you live in fear of being attacked every day. You can't stand it, right? Pan Luofan who fell on the ground was even more confused. Did you do it? He was beaten? Soft and hard to say is not the scene of words. How can anyone negotiate in the middle of the real action? Shouldn't it be the first to ask for a price, and then sit on the ground to return the money? When he thought of this, he suddenly understood. This is the reality. He did get beaten up. Chapter 62 Ransom Your Life. Because Wang Yi is such a straightforward person, saying one thing and not another. Wasn't Wang Yi like that when they talked before? Why do you still dare to take a chance on this idiot? This kid is definitely a 2-bit fool who doesn't know the rules. Thinking of this, a fire rubbed out in Pan Luofan's heart. You mother ***** dare to hit my old man. Ping. Pan Luofan was just about to get up and spit out obscenities when he was kicked in the mouth again by Wang Yi, and his head came into a second close contact with the car door frame. This time, in addition to spitting out the blood foam in his mouth, he also spat out a few white broken teeth. Pan Luofan froze and looked at the blood on the ground. Resentful killing energy source from the bottom of his heart. Since Wang Group became the first force in Yandu Road, that official bigwigs to their family is still not polite and courteous? Those rich kids are even more attentive and polite to the ticket hands-on. He has not tasted how many years the taste of being beaten? Now this kid even dared to make a move on himself? Pan Luofan's eyes had become blood red, looking at Wang Yi with hatred. If the gaze could kill, Wang Yi would have been pierced with 1,000 holes by Pan Luofan's eyes by now. However, the gaze was of no use. Ah Long, tie it up. Before Pan Luofan could even open his mouth, he heard Wang Yi's lazy voice ring out again. This time he immediately understood the meaning of Wang Yi's words. You. But before Pan Luofan could put down two harsh words, the driver who had previously sent the Bugatti Veyron over in his truck took 2 steps and came to Pan Luofan's side. It was none other than Long Xiao who, not long ago, had been living in seclusion in the small hotel next to the Reflecting Moon antique house. Since Wang Yi's return, he had also once again resumed his identity as a close associate under Wang Yi. Bam! Without saying a word, Long Xiao also kicked Pan Luofan in the face, causing his head to knock on the car door frame for the 3rd time. This time, Pan Luofan only felt dizzy and no longer had the strength to resist. He couldn't even let out a fart. Everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air, as if that kick had been on their own heads. It hurt enough. They didn't expect the seemingly honest and loyal driver to be so poisonous, and they didn't even hesitate to deal with Pan Xiao. Poor Pan Luofan could only let Long Xiao tie him up like a dead pig, except for occasionally twisting his body and letting out 2 grunts. Marred. Is this world crazy? This young man is at least the #1 son of the new district. How come even a driver dares to bully me now? Pan Luofan was puzzled in the severe pain of near fainting. Before he could finish doubting his life, Long Xiao had already dragged him into the truck's compartment, and with a click 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 mechanical sound, the back door of the compartment slowly closed, trapping Pan Luofan inside. At the scene, there was silence. Crap, it's tied up just like that? Not only tied up, this is also closed? What is Wang Xiao going to do? This stance, is it a kidnapping? The crowd couldn't help but clamor any longer. Looking at Wang Yi, this situation is unable to make good. Only they themselves did not pay attention. Their tone, for Wang Yi's name has become that boy into Wang Xiao, knowing that the other side is Ying Wang Group's heir, but also dare to use this attitude to deal with Pan Luofan. Either a real madman or extremely deep background. Either way, it wasn't something they could want to mess with. In the midst of a darkness, Pan Luofan's face had long since turned iron blue. He had been alive for nearly 30 years, but he wasn't comparable to that group of young masters who grew up in greenhouses. What size scenes hadn't he seen before? But Wang Yi was such a douchebag that he hadn't seen before. At this moment, Pan Luofan's intestines are repenting. He never thought that he could be planted in this situation. He was just racing a car. How did he get trapped? Had I known how not to bring more juniors over? If his bodyguards more, the district a truck driver can put himself how? By then, the one who fell on the ground with a swollen face is Wang Yi. On the contrary, this truck compartment is actually not soundproof. So even more so that Pan Luofan shamed to want to spit blood words into his ears. Call Pan Shiran that old boy. Nimbly ransom his son. Limit half an hour. A minute late will cut off a centimeter of that thing below him to send over to his old man. Pan Luofan not only angry face white, but also fear of cold sweat sang. The people outside had also heard Wang Yi's voice, and at this point, no one dared to doubt that Wang Yi dared to do this. Actually want to give that slice to someone's old man? Was this a revenge for killing his father or destroying his family? At this point, Pan Luofan felt that Wang Yi directly tore up the ticket and killed himself. I'm afraid that is considered easy. Everyone turned their heads to look at Long Xiao, hoping that this Wang Xiao's henchman would be able to stop his master's crazy ideas. The result disappointed them. Long Xiao just nodded in silence. As ordered. After issuing this order, Wang Yi carried out a bottle of soda from the car and sipped it in small sips, as if he had just asked his little brother to run an errand to buy a pack of cigarettes for something as trivial as that. But no one dared to underestimate Wang Yi anymore. They even secretly admired this powerful psychology of Wang Yi. The group of people who were still speaking for Pan Luofan before had already been scared to the point where their legs were fighting, thinking that if they were now tied up in the carriage, waiting for their little brother to be sliced. On the spot, there were a few people who were stunned by their own imaginations. Tang Huan glanced uneasily at Tang Chanyun. Sister, what Wang Xiao is doing now, isn't blackmail? Tang Chanyun took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Nonsense, even if it is. So what? Could it be that Ying Wang Group's ass is clean? Grudges in the rivers and lakes. If they dare to go official, they won't have to mix in Yandu's road in the future. Wang Xiao must be emboldened by this point. Then even if they go the way of the Jianghu, Wang Xiao is really sure to deal with Ying Wang Group? Panshi people. Yandu Road first person. Not only the new district, but also mastered half of Yandu underground forces. Such a person, in the hands of how much Jianghu power? Only, Tang Huan didn't open his mouth to ask the doubts in his heart. he was filled with uneasiness, and he saw such a look on his sister's face as well. It was already too late to say anything now. As people on Wang Ye's side, they had long since been marked with Wang Ye's mark. Even if they escaped now, would the Panshi people be able to let them go? It was impossible, and even backfired by eviling Wang Yi for it, losing their last thigh. They could only hope that Wang Yi would win. So what was the point of asking or not asking other than putting themselves in fear? Everyone present was staring blankly at all this. What Wang Yi had done had really subverted their common sense. They simply couldn't imagine that there were such death-defying people in this world. Chapter 63 Blackmail. In response to Wang Ye's order, Longsha didn't hesitate much at all before taking out Pan Luofan's cell phone. Yandu, Wang Group, Chairman's office. This was Pan Shiren's own place. Other than the people he allowed, usually only his son could come in. At this moment, this old man in his 50s was lying in an easy chair. Underneath him was a pretty woman in a lady's suit, who was tilting her little face up as she performed some sort of indescribable service for Pan Shiren one after the other. Pan Shiren was filled with boredom as he cast his eyes out the window, watching the traffic and lights glow on the street. Humans could not cherish what they could easily get their hands on. He used to love women, and every time he got a cut from the boss when he was young, he couldn't wait to come to the backstreets and find those familiar favorites. Nowadays, the women around him, no matter from the quantity or quality, have already crushed those mediocre powder before, but the once heartwarming and warmth can no longer be found. Pan Shiren, there is no longer any pursuit. As a man, Pan Shiren called success, power, wealth, beauty, the things he has, career has entered a stable period, but these things can no longer bring him the slightest joy. In the first half of his life, he had suffered too much, and now that he had finally become a man of the world, he could enjoy all these glories and riches that ordinary people couldn't enjoy, but he had already passed the age when he could get the most fulfillment from the glories and riches. Then, he knew that this was all he had in his life. Although powerful, but from the world is still far away from the first. Although the right, but also far from reaching a person under. Although there is money, not to mention the rich can rival the country. Panshi people want to retreat, want to wash their hands, but the world will never run in accordance with the hope of individuals. Pan Shiren know that over the years, in order to sit on the new district head chair offended do not know how many people, he has no way back, at least not yet. Su Bao in the old city, Bai Wuxing in the East Ring district, Wu Huan in the West Ring district. The name of this one opponent slipped through Pan Shiren's mind. No, not yet. Yandu is still full of powerful people, countless enemies like wolves looking around their own properties, always ready to come up and tear a bite of meat down. Pan Shiren no longer cared about the loss of a little money. Rather, as long as he could withdraw from the Jianghu disputes, he was happy to break the money to avoid disaster. But in order to give his son to lay a better foundation, but also in order to be able to enjoy his old age, Pan Shiren can only continue to go on, either stronger and stronger, or the family broke. For this reason, Pan Shiren can use all means, by any means necessary, especially the recent deputy mayor Duan Zhengping, so that Pan Shiren regarded as a thorn in the flesh, because Duan Zhengping clean and upright, has repeatedly cracked down on Wang Group, such as the handwriting is not clean forces, but Duan Zhengping himself has no desire. People say that no desire is just, no matter how much effort Panshi people waste, Duan Zhengping still soft and hard to do not. Instead, he can't do anything about it. It just so happens that this time, there is an unwilling to disclose the name of the upper echelon of the person to Pan Shiren proposed to deal with Duan Zhengping. The two sides hit it off. Then Pan Shiren obtained information about Duan Zhengqing, ready to take Duan Zhengping's son as a breakthrough. After taking down Duan Zhengqing, he didn't believe that Duan Zhengping could still be uncompromising. In this world, there are a few parents who are not fighting for their children, eager to leave a large amount of wealth to pay. Pan Shiren himself understands this reason. Just at this time, the landline in front of Pan Shiren's desk rang, buzzing. Pan Shiren picked it up and realized that it was none other than his beloved son calling. The woman, familiar with Pan Shiren's habits, immediately got up obediently and exited the room. Pan Shiren was not to allow anyone to take up his time with his family. Silly boy. Don, within half an hour, bring the title deed of the Yandu Jade Market to Qinglong Mountain. 1 minute late will make your son's little brother one short. On the other end of the phone, an unfamiliar low voice came, and Pan Shiren's pupils contracted for a moment. Surprisingly, someone dared to kidnap his own son? Just what kind of person was it? What kind of grudge did he have against himself? Which way? It was too late to think. The other end of the phone had already hung up. At the foot of Green Dragon Mountain, the night was getting darker. The sun had already set when the game started, and now the night sky was even darker. Wang Yi blandly leaned out the window of the Bugatti Veyron and yawned. Pan Luofan can be anxious. Pan Shiren should be anxious. Only he does not need to be anxious. because Wang Yi knew that whether it was from the face or from the inside, Pan Shiren would surely be led by the nose by him and bring people over in his ass. As for whether Pan Shiren was furious or stormy, Wang Yi didn't care at all. The number of people who remained here was much smaller than just now. They were all frightened by Wang Yi's heartless behavior, actually daring to use Pan Luofan to blackmail the one person on the Yandu road, and even threatening to send his limbs over to threaten Pan Shiren. Return to. The gods fight, mortals suffer. They do not want to be the two sides of the fire enrolled in case a right eye was mistaken for that gang of helpers, can be dead. Of course, curiosity killed the cat. Human beings, whether curiosity or desire to die, then the cat is much more exuberant. There will always be gossip, do not want to stay, or special family history. Think no one dares to do it to themselves, or on their own to escape and hide a little confident in their skills, will not be affected. There is no way cannot call people are not curious. Wang Yi is so deadly. Will he die in the end? How will he die? Thinking about it really made people excited. Will Wang Yi be cut into pieces by Pan Shiren? Or will his body be chopped up and sunk into the river? Or will he be cemented into a pillar? These heavy-flavored subjects have seen too many death-defying little masters. Just think of that kind of bloody images will be too excited to stop themselves. Tang Huan's legs were also fighting at this time, and he couldn't control his desire to escape. He now knows that Wang Yi's life is not simple, but the Tang family is not something that can only cover the sky in Yandu's big family. Even the weight of the words is not much. If he was involved in a dead body, I guess no one will give him to collect the body at that time. The thought of the new district's bearer coming soon, there was no way Tang Huan wouldn't be afraid. The most crucial thing was, Wang Yi didn't even have the intention to call someone by phone until now. What the hell? Is he really bullying Pan Shiren's old man? Can the one person in Yandu Road really go alone? Besides, you didn't even mention it on the phone. So is Wang Yi going to take on Pan's men by himself and the driver? Think about it. It's impossible. Tang Huan had already automatically put himself and his sister and the others out of the range of combat power. Although even if they were added to this couple of meat, it wouldn't change the contrast between strength and weakness. Chapter 64, Meeting. When Tang Huan saw that Tang Qingyan didn't have the slightest intention to move, the urgency on his face became even more obvious. Later on, Pan Shiren would surely bring a large group of people, blocking the neighborhood with 3 layers, and by then, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, Tang Changyun not only didn't leave, but even pulled him to prevent him from leaving. Old sister I was looking at Wang Xiao this with the thigh of the situation, only to set up the two of you, and now the big trouble is flying separately. You cannot really love at least do not pull the little brother me together martyrdom Tang Huan silently spat in his heart, but he did not dare to say it, so he could only be puzzled. Tang Changyun also had no intention of explaining with Tang Huan. Admittedly, her heart also carried uneasiness. Reason repeatedly reminded herself loudly in her brain that Wang Yi had messed with the fiercest and most vicious outlaws in Yandu, and was dead. But every time she saw that cloudy expression on Wang Yi's face, unbelievably, the uneasiness in Tang Qingyun's heart dissipated with it. From the experience of meeting with Wang Yi so far, every time she decided that it is impossible, all were easily overturned by Wang Yi. In this all kinds of magical place, Wang Yi seems to be, maybe it's not impossible to overturn. Wang Yi in the end have what to rely on. What are the cards that give him the courage to face Pan Luofan? What means will he use to win in the end? She wanted to know. She wanted to know too much. Soon, the sound of a car engine roaring came from the front. By now, half an hour. Just fine. Not a penny more. 3 black stretch limousines stopped at the side of the road, and an old man in his 50s walked down with 17 or 18 bodyguards wearing black suits. These bodyguards were wearing uniform black suits, tall and big, full of scars, not good people at a glance. Among them, the man beside the old man was especially so. The man was wearing a pair of tan clothes, with the original piece of sunglasses that were popular in the old times on his face. His long hair was blown up into a bunch of twisted braids at the back of his head, and his feet were on 2 black canvas shoes. Judging from the man's footsteps and stance, he could be instantly recognized as a martial arts practitioner. Red Hand Lu Chang? Those who chose to stay due to their curiosity and death-defying intentions all let out a gasp. Lu Chang! It's actually that Lu Chang! It seems like it's bound to not end well at this point. It seems that Mr. Pan is not very angry this time. TSK, that Wang Xiao is really a little death-defying mastermind. This time he's sort of made himself dead. Tang Huan looked at the group of people filled with horror. Compared to the people here he was considered a good boy. Naturally he didn't know the ruthless people in the Jianghu. Tang Huan couldn't help but be curious and pulled Xiaohu to ask, "Brother Tiger, do you know this Lu Chang?" Even for a tough guy like Xiaohu who usually hangs out on the road, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear at this moment. "You don't recognize?" You actually don't recognize Red Hand Lu Chang? Tang Huan scratched his head in embarrassment. He really didn't recognize it. At this moment, Duan Jingqing came beside the two and introduced himself to Tang Huan. I once heard that Lu Chang single-handedly took on an entire small gang by himself, naked and empty fists, without a piece of armor, coming out spotless, only his fists were red and stained with blood. Xia Hu nodded repeatedly at Duan Jingqing's introduction. That's right. This guy is the first big hand under Pan Shiren's command. That thing is also a fact. It is by relying on the ferocious reputation of the red-handed Lu Chang, Wang Group has become the #1 force on the Yandu road in just 3 years. After saying that, he let out another long sigh. Alas, this time, I'm afraid that Wang Xiao is more than likely to be in a bad way. Duan Jingqing's face wasn't looking good either, although he didn't believe that Yi would lose. But the other party's reputation was so loud that even he had heard about it long ago. So would Yi be able to cope with it or not? Pan Shiren ignored the noise of the crowd on both sides. His gaze was placed straight onto Wang Yi. Obviously this young man who looked emboldened was the mastermind of this farce. Yes, farce. He simply didn't believe that a mere Wang Yi could do anything to himself, even if he added Long Xiao who was dressed as a driver beside Wang Yi. As the first person on the road in Yandu, Pan Shiren also has its own dignity. Strong people cannot because of any weak pop up to look like a great enemy. Then every day out of a small person popped out to challenge him. He still have energy to run their own business? Ignoring that, this time, Pan Shiren was really out of his mind with anger. He didn't expect that there would actually be someone in Yandu who would dare to lay hands on his own son. Smaller forces are afraid of his retaliation. Big forces know that it involves the survival of life and death. He is certainly not the kind of man who is indecisive because of his family. At best, after the fact to avenge his family just. Therefore, going after Pan Shiren's family was the least efficient behavior. It should have been so. Pan Shiren hadn't counted on a rash young man like Wang Yi in all his calculations. Obviously seems to be their own casual foot can be trampled on the little brat. Actually dared to pop up in his Wang group against? And on the contrary, he also took his own son as a hostage, so that he is afraid to throw his weight around, to let Panshi people disregard Pan Luofan dead or alive. Now the situation is always not to that crisis time. He cannot give up. To make Pan Shiren simply concede? That was even more impossible. Would he still have to face up to it in the future? Where is my son? Pan Shiren spoke with a gloomy face. Wang Yi casually pointed to the truck next to him. The carriage slowly opened, revealing a bruised and swollen Pan Luofan. Pops. Pan Shiren immediately felt a wave of ignorant karmic fire rush to his heart. Looking at Pan Luofan's miserable face with blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth, he knew that his son must have suffered a lot. Bastard! Didn't he fight so hard all these years because he didn't want his son to suffer the same hardships he had suffered all over again? Asshole! Give me! Boss, calm down! Boss, calm down! The young master is still in the other party's hands. Think long and hard. Pan Shichi was so angry that he was about to have a fit on the spot, but luckily he was stopped by his men. After a long time, the old man finally calmed down a bit. Wang Yi was still looking at him with an insalubrious smile, as if that interaction between him and his men just now was a hilarious comedy. This kid really didn't know how to die. Not only Pan Shiren, even Tang Huan and the others flashed this thought in their hearts. Go, save Luofan. Pan Shiren didn't look at Wang Yi this time. He just waved his big hand at his men. It was impossible to make him compromise with Wang Yi. If he wimped out today, then from tomorrow onwards, his name Pan Shiren would be a joke on the road. Not only those enemies, but his men would not be able to listen to his orders anymore. As Pan Shiren's words fell, two black-clothed bodyguards immediately took orders and ran towards Pan Luofan in large strides. But a figure stopped in front of them. It was actually Long Xiao who was the driver. Seek death. The bodyguards shouted angrily. And then one left and one right ran towards Long Xiao from both sides. Chapter 65 Clash. The two bodyguards had a very tacit understanding. They were twins who had been practicing the art of left and right hostage attack together since they were young. Despicable. Actually 2 against 1. Tang Huan subconsciously screamed out. The crowd all looked over at him because of his naivety and childishness. What was the status of Boss Pan? Bringing his men down to settle a grudge. Not swarming you is already giving you face. What's 2 against 1? The two bodyguards saw Tang Huan's voice. Their old faces reddened, and at the same time coldly snorted. Humph, we brothers work together. Facing one person is side by side. Facing 1,000 armies is also side by side. Who knows? Long Xiao stood in front without saying a word, just waved his hand, signaling them to let their horses come over. Mockery. This is naked mockery. Originally being pointed out by an unfamiliar teenager for bullying a driver with a large number of people was enough of a disgrace. Now the other party actually dares to underestimate himself? A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. The two bodyguards roared, and at the same time, a slap was directed at Long Zhao's face. However, Halfway through their hands, the two felt a tightness in their arms, followed by a sharp pain that could not be named. Click! Crap! Everyone exclaimed in shock. Even in the pitch-black night, bloodlight could be seen bursting out. Long Xiao actually twisted two arms down with one hand. The rich kids who stayed behind to watch the scene were all rejoicing. This bloody scene was much more exciting than any adult drama or heavy movie. No one also thought that this middle-aged man dressed as a chauffeur was actually so ferocious. Between Pan Shirin and Lu Chang's eyelids jumping, two bodyguards who were rolling around and crying out in pain were lying on the ground. All the bodyguards couldn't help but take a step back and swallow a deep mouthful of saliva. Being able to be accepted by Pan Shirin as a bodyguard are bound to be a famous man in the Jianghu. No one wants to fall into the name of bullying the few with the many, but at this time to see the kung fu of Long Xiao that hand, they are alone on the only result of the abolition of this one. They appeared in the new district. Long Xiao has long been out of the Jianghu. Naturally, no one can recognize the famous Dragon Master. Otherwise they come out to mix the seniority, even if together on the actually is not a disgrace. Lu Chang made a wink to Pan Shirin. He and Pan Shirin couldn't recognize Long Xiao either, but both Lu Chang and Pan Shirin could see it. This was clearly not a rank that a few bodyguards could handle. Boss Pan's time is precious. Don't delay more with this lousy kid. Everyone side by side. Lu Chang waved one hand and the other bodyguards yelled. This sentence gave all the bodyguards a step. Now playing this Pan Shiren's name, they would not be considered to be bullying the many with the few. After all, they were under the people, just following orders. All bodyguards face with bloodthirsty look, together rushed to Long Xiao. Even if you have a little ability, so what? We brothers can come out to mix. Which one is not a hand with two real guys? Ancient people often say that two fists can't beat four hands, but soon all the bodyguards in their hearts scolded the ancient people who said this sentence. That is just the words of the ignorant. The person who said this sentence must not have seen this kind of martial arts that was so skillful that it was close to the Tao. In a few breaths of time, the ground was filled with thrashing and crying out in pain, and Long Xiao casually dropped yet another arm. His feet were already sprinkled with limbs and broken arms. Lu Chang's eyelids danced furiously. Provocation. He knew that this was definitely Long Xiao's provocation to himself. Red-handed Lu Chang. A regular person understands at first hearing. Lu Chang's entire kung fu is in his two hands, but until now, Long Xiao dealt with those bodyguards using two hands. A casual yank, a tear, is a big good hand and foot was ripped off. But even though the ground blood flow, Long Xiao not only body not stained blood, hands even let also clean as before. If this is not mocking Lu Chang as long as the fight is inevitable, hands see blood, kung fu is not good. What is the meaning? Everyone on the sidelines simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air, revealing a look of realization. No wonder Wang Xiao was emboldened. This underling driver of his was actually as terrifying as this. Pan Shirin came in with 17 or 18 people, and in such a short while, he himself and Lu Chang were the only two left. Everyone else has broken arms and legs, and is completely deprived of their fighting ability. Boss of the road? You've got a lot of men? So what? In fact, Panshi people's numerical advantage is equal to nothing. This kind of goods come as many as kneeling, so strong human-type final battle weapon with the side. In their place, also not afraid of Wang Yi silently walked past the bodyguards in the end, reaching out and pointing acupuncture points, sealing their arteries for them, so that they would not die because of blood retention from severed limbs. However, Wang Yi will only do this step, although he also has the ability to amputate a limb and renew it. But this group of bodyguards in front of him usually followed Pan Shirin and bullied others. Each of their hands were stained with a lot of blood, and now just cutting off one of their hands and one of their feet was already a great mercy. If it is not considered that he is the son of the Wang family, even if the death of a person is attributed to the Jianghu right and wrong, but also inevitably have a bad influence, Wang Yi has long been his own hand, will be crushed into mincemeat these villains, thrown into the people lake below. Pan Shirin's face changed, not only because he didn't expect to meet such a master here, so that he lost his elites, more so, because of Wang Yi's silent intervention to save him, so that he had to accept the favor, but also let that group of men disabled but not dead. He, as the boss, in the future will have to bear the burden of the rest of their lives without worrying about the burden of the flat. What kind of mind trick? What kind of vicious calculation? Although Wang Yi really just didn't want to cause a death. But even if he knew about Pan Luofan's misunderstanding, I'm afraid he wouldn't bother to explain. Wastes, a bunch of wastes, Pan Shirin cursed in a low voice, staring intently at Long Zhao's zombie-like face that had never changed. Suddenly his eyes glowed with a brilliant light. Remembering something, Lu Chang had already gasped under Long Zhao's provocation and was about to go down personally when he was suddenly pulled by a hand behind him. Turning back, he saw Pan Shiren's gaze fixed on Long Xiao. Long Xiao? You are Long Xiao? Pan Shiren's eyes were filled with gravity. The others looked at each other in disbelief. Why was this name so familiar? Long Xiao? Lu Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Long Xiao? precisely under me. Long Xiao just nodded lightly without making much of a statement. Neither did he deny it, nor did he have any special mood swings because this name was known. Not proud, not ashamed, calm and stopping the water. I'll go. Long Xiao? A living legend. Ah! Those present who did not recognize Long Xiao let out exclamations of surprise. Legendary. The number one person on the Yandu road, the strongest of all generations, the first chair of the Yandu Jianghu. Is he such a bland person? What exactly happened 4 years ago? So great character? Actually for others to recognize their own not half a feeling. Chapter 66, Begging for War. Neither joy nor shame was seen on Long Zhao's face. It was as if this was really just a worthless name. The name of a truck driver who couldn't be more ordinary. Pan Shirin frowned, only feeling incomparably troubled. Humph humph humph. Suddenly, a gloomy laughter rang out from the silent grounds. The crowd searched for the sound and looked at Lu Chang. Long Xiao, you actually didn't die. Excellent. Lu Chang lowered his head, his shoulders rising and falling one by one with the laughter. Suddenly, he raised his head. His eyes shot out 2 streams of brilliant light, and a surging battle spirit filled the surroundings. Before today, Lu Chang's heart had been holding a strong sense of emptiness. Although Lu Chang is Pan Shiren's top fighter, although it is by relying on Lu Chang's combat power, Pan Shiren became the number one person on the Yandu road in a short period of time. Although because of Lu Chang's existence, Pan Shiren was able to suppress the entire Yandu's underground forces. It was obvious that Lu Chang was already an unrivaled presence in Yandu's rivers and lakes. But every time when he took out those gang big brother, when he beat those long famous masters, when he annihilated those famous Jianghu forces, those people would only say one thing. Those people through and through would only say one thing. If Master Long was still around, how could it be the turn of a bastard like you to be arrogant? No matter how hard he worked, no matter how few opponents he fought, his achievements would be negated by this sentence. Because there is no way for a living person to surpass a dead person. You can't just dig the other person out of their grave and fight them. Lu Chang he hated the existence of Dragon Tsunami, also hated his own life as not the right time, failed to fight with Dragon Tsunami. But today, all this is no longer a permanent regret. He finally met the living Dragon Tsunami, finally have a chance to fight with that legendary ceiling, finally be able to get rid of this long-standing inferiority complex. That's right, Lu Chang had always held a strong inferiority complex towards the name Long Xiao. Now, the heavens have put the opportunity to prove for himself into his hands. Lu Chang does not believe that he will lose, does not believe that an already forgotten by the times Long Xiao will be his opponent. If Long Xiao was really as invincible as those people bragged, how could he have disappeared in the first place? In this world, the only way to judge a hero is by his success or failure. Whether Long Xiao disappeared, was subdued, or was killed by someone's backstabbing, it all proved only one thing, that he himself was not strong enough. If a person is strong enough, no matter how powerful the big man, or betrayed by his men, so what? Just use his strength to crush him. Touting a dead man was just the barking of a dog. But in the end, under the word of mouth, Long Xiao was actually touted as an immortal devil. But how could he go to a non-existent person to prove himself? How can he be convinced? Long Xiao was faced with Lu Chang's wariness, only glanced back at Wang Yi. There was no Lu Chang in his eyes at all, only Wang Yi. Lu Chang got angry. Long Xiao, as the strongest Jianghu head of Yandu through the generations, you actually don't even have the courage to take my challenge? Long Xiao didn't even raise his eyelids. You are too flattering to me. I am now just a dog of the young master. If the master doesn't open his mouth, how can I pay attention to the stray hairy dog on the side of the road? Miscellaneous hairy dogs, just like how Lu Chang viewed those of his own defeated men. In Long Zhao's eyes Lu Chang wasn't even a rival. It was just a barking defeated dog. Pan Shiren looked at Lu Chang, who was filled with battle spirit, and his heart was slightly settled. Even if you are Long Xiao, so what? A person who has not seen for 4 years, forgotten by the times, how can he possibly fight against himself? Not to mention that in such a long time of precipitation, how many exaggerated and distorted descriptions of Long Xiao, only the gods would know. Even if Long Xiao really was super strong at first, 4 years retired, now he can remain a few points of power? And Lu Chang, but his own from the perennial war and killing more than the Golden Triangle region of the South China to find the genius of the martial artist. In the 4 years of time, surely has long grown beyond the previous Long Xiao. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past are destined to die on the beach. Now Pan Shiren was no longer worried about his son. With Lu Chang there, he would definitely be able to save Pan Luofan from Long Xiao. Yes, his eyes no longer have Wang Yi. In the eyes of Pan Shiren, as long as the leveling of Long Xiao, all the people present in the room will be at his mercy. This time Pan Shiren didn't have the idea of stopping Lu Chang. Lu Chang's body gathered even more powerful battle spirit. To Pan Shiren the more Lu Chang was motivated the better. and this time to be able to defeat the dragon tsunami, set out more able to shock the entire Yandu Jianghu. See, my men, but even the legend of the generations of the strongest leader of the boss defeated. That is not to say that Pan Shi Ren is the history of Yandu, the strongest Jianghu sect leader. At that time, Wang Group's power will only be more stable as a rock. This time also counted himself in a blessing in disguise. Think of here, Pan Shi people are a little less angry. Wang Yi captured Pan Luofan. The crowd present onlookers are all excited because of Lu Chang's powerful chi. This is the last era of the legend in this generation of the strongest man of the duel. It could be called the biggest event in Yandu Jianghu in the past few years. And today, only those of them who chose to stay and watch would be able to see the most genuine first-hand information. After today, if they witnessed this duel with their own eyes, how envious would those old friends look at them? Really imagine it on the face of the light. Already have a delicate mind of people. Choose to take out a cell phone. Secretly open the camera function. And those who run out of cell phone power has regretted the chest thumping. Liao Jinruan's eyeballs turned, and he yelled in the crowd in a low voice. Buy and set, buy and set, buy and set. The former generation of Jianghu kings versus the newest and strongest expert. Bet on Long Xiao to win at 1-5. Bet on Lu Chang to win at 1-2. Immediately, there were people who catered, forgetting the dangers of spectating this conflict. Instead, they were captured by the excitement and tried to further search for more intense pleasure. Moreover, in their eyes, Lu Chang's chances of winning in turn exceeded Long Xiao's by a few points. Even if Long Xiao had risen like a comet back then and unified the Jianghu forces in Yandu, but Lu Chang wasn't? Lu Chang helped Pan Shi Ren to the throne. The two must be in the middle of the ability. Anyway, even if the dragon tsunami again is powerful, that is also a few years ago. Most of the things are just ears to hear. Really want to see a martial arts master how powerful, but also belong to Lu Chang. After all, these years, Lu Chang a person stirred up the whole Yandu new area. Not only the rumors of the people's ears, but also gossip out of the second-hand video. That hand, as strong as ghosts and gods. Chapter 67, Crossing Hands. Many people recalled Lu Chang's few experiences with video records. One of them, Yandu's several famous underground forces, the joint Wang group, to find Pan Shi people's trouble. The results of Lu Chang a fist one. As many as possible to take care of those forces invited to the 10 or so masters. There is no shortage of internationally renowned fighters who have appeared in front of the TV screen. Thinking of this, many people cast a sympathetic gaze towards Long Xiao again. This guy, he didn't come back earlier, he didn't come back later, but he came back now. Isn't this sending himself to the door to give others as a step to establish authority? Long Xiao Senior's great name. I have heard of it long ago. Today I have no choice but to ask for some advice. Forgive me for being rude. Lu Chang coldly laughed, verbally said politely, hand but half a point is not ambiguous. Two arms a contraction. Along with the dragon tsunami is a double dragon out of the hole. The double fist struck through the air, even issued shi sound, obviously with quite a horrible force. Long Xiao still didn't say a word, but he didn't have the slightest intention to be negligent in his action. The connoisseur will know if he has it or not. This Lu Chang, although arrogant attitude, impatient and aggressive, but the hand kung fu was not simple. Long Xiao waved his hands and made a big circle to encircle Lu Chang's fist. Who knows? Lu Chang seems to be impetuous and adventurous, but in fact, smart and cautious. That pair of fists is just a false move, not waiting to touch Long Xiao arms. Turn around and lift the leg as a foot. At the same time, the upper half of the body quickly backward. Other people just from the name, can hear that Lu Chang this body kung fu all in the hand? Who knows his foot strength is also not weak. And just now Lu Chang saw Long Xiao using short strikes and grappling means to demonstrate to himself. But also know that Long Xiao hand kung fu is not below himself. As a battle-hardened and undefeated martial arts, Lu Chang and how can the general rash to go on the other side of the strong points of hard contact? Long Xiao's pupils shrunk slightly, seemingly did not anticipate Lu Chang actually so oily, but this degree of fraud and how can be difficult to defeat Long Xiao. Otherwise he will not leave such a hefty reputation. Long Xiao hands a mistake, unloaded the power of Lu Chang's leg. Lu Chang borrowed the counterforce and floated to the far side like a sheet of paper. Both sides were just testing this move and would definitely not use their full strength. Lu Chang paced sideways while sizing up Long Xiao, making a big circle around the field. On the other side, Long Xiao was also sizing up Lu Chang, his brows slightly furrowed. Lu Chang's light kung fu move, which appeared to be a way of avoiding the heavy weight and pulling away from Long Xiao and avoiding close combat, was actually equal to giving up his own best kung fu. Just when Long Xiao pondered, Lu Chang moved again. Lu Chang a reversal of once left others the impression of ruthless pursuit of fierce fighting. Instead of using light body kung fu, around Long Xiao spinning, punching and kicking constantly to Long Xiao attack. Long Xiao, however, responded to all changes with no change, just standing in place, blocking Lu Chang's attacks. Both sides are testing each other. Put aside the weapons. Martial arts hands good defense, legs main attack. Now Lu Chang hoped from fierce attack to find Long Zhao's cracks, and Long Zhao also hoped through the defense waiting for Lu Chang himself to reveal negligence. In the eyes of the uninitiated, Lu Chang is now pressing Long Zhao to fight. Tang Changyan glanced at Wang Yi with some concern. This fool, why does he still look like he doesn't care? Isn't it all because of this master Long Zhao that he was able to fight against Pan Shirun? What can we do if Long Zhao loses? Unfortunately, Wang Yi clearly noticed Tang Changyan's gaze, but it seemed as if he didn't notice Tang Changyan's mood. Instead, he was particularly free to reveal his impudent gaze, looking up and down Tang Changyan's slender jade legs, nodding his head from time to time to let out tsk sounds of admiration. Tang Changyan's pretty face flushed, although she was secretly a little happy that Wang Yi was appreciating her beauty, but in her heart was more of a helplessness that the emperor was not in a hurry. What time is it? And you still have the heart to take advantage of me? Snap! At this time, there was an explosive sound in the field, and the air rumbled under the stamping of the two huge forces. Long Zhao and Lu Chang once again faced each other with a palm. Lu Chang once again borrowed the counterforce to float back, but this time he folded two heels in the air before dislodging the residual force, and landed quite a bit farther than the first time. Look! Long Zhao's footsteps. At this time, there was finally someone who knew what they were doing, who could see a little bit of what was going on. Near the location where the two of them fought, the slate oil road was actually trampled out a footprint under the two people's solid footwork, and from just now until now, Long Zhao's footsteps did not move at all. On the contrary, Lu Chang retreated even further than the first time. It might look like Long Zhao was a bit stronger? The crowd froze for a moment. This seems to be different from what it looked like at the beginning. Obviously Lu Chang was suppressing Long Zhao in the fight. How come now it seems to be Lu Chang who is losing out instead? In fact, they do not know. Defense is always less than the attack spent force. Lu Chang attacked Long Zhao in order to pursue a maximum effect. Fists and feet, and Long Zhao only two hands dance splash. So long Lu Chang did not break through the defense of the Dragon Xiao, but the physical strength spent is the Dragon Xiao's 2 times. Pan Shiren revealed a grave expression. Because of years of hanging out in the road, although his own martial arts may not be much higher, but there is always a part of the eye in. He could already see that if nothing else, if the fight continued like this, it would definitely turn out that Lu Chang would reveal a crack due to exhaustion of his physical strength, and would be defeated by Long Zhao with a single move. Yandu Long Zhao really is not a vain person, but I have underestimated you. Lu Chang looked at Long Zhao's straight figure from afar, and Long Zhao still stood there motionless, quietly looking at Lu Chang, as if he was an emperor overlooking the world. The emperor never needed to challenge anything, just waiting for others to challenge him was enough. Facing attacks from the bottom up, defense was the only thing the emperor had to do, and Long Zhao would crush all challengers. Without realizing it, even the aura on Lu Chang's body had weakened by 2 points. This was the difference between the two sides' state of mind. Before the exchange, Lu Chang's state of mind had already lost to Long Zhao. Can't fight for long, don't continue to tangle with him. Pan Shiren suddenly spoke out, reminding behind Lu Chang. Lu Chang turned back and looked at Pan Shiren before nodding. Long Zhao just quietly looked at the two exchanging words without the slightest intention of interrupting them. It was only when Lu Chang finally turned back to his head that Long Zhao spoke faintly. Finished discussing? The first person of Yandu. Heard my ears are calloused, as a result of careful trial and error. Do not want to fall instead. It is true that I am not suitable for this kind of thing. After saying that, Lu Chang suddenly had a change in his aura. Long time waiting. Good timing. Wang Yi suddenly looked towards Long Zhao. Be careful. Chapter 68 Secret Plot. Long Zhao's eyes stared. He already knew that Lu Chang was going to use his best move, but Wang Yi's voice suddenly rang beside his ears, causing Long Zhao to jump in his heart. Did he guess the opponent's punch path wrongly? Or had he neglected the underhandedness? Before Long Zhao could think about where he had shown a break, Lu Chang had already arrived. At this moment, Long Zhao's eyelids jumped. He knew why Wang Yi had voiced a reminder. Lu Chang's sleeve head emitted a bright flash between them, actually concealing a sleeve sword. Everyone is competing in martial arts with empty hands, and you are actually concealing a blade? Because this was too despicable a move, Long Zhao simply could not dodge. Fortunately, Long Zhao has also experienced countless big storms. Immediately changed blocking into grabbing. Backhanded separated Lu Chang's wrist, both hands like two snakes to his small arm climbing up. However, Lu Chang, this hand has been stored for a long time, and obviously not suddenly come up with a trick. On the contrary, it is practiced for years and years of stunts. How can not prevent the opponent's grappling kung fu? Lu Chang immediately flipped his wrists and pumped his hands. Hiss! It was only at this point that the crowd of onlookers could see this thrilling turn of events, and also saw a sight that made them suck in their breath. The blade of the sleeve sword slid over Long Zhao's wrist, leaving 2 shocking wounds. Because Long Zhao was exerting force on his hands, The muscles were taut and the blood vessels were full of charge, and blood gushed out at once. If you hurt the tendons, I am afraid that this time you will not be able to move your hands and lose your strength. Even if you are lucky enough to avoid the key parts, because the blood vessels are cut, the bleeding will also lead to a drop in body temperature and loss of strength. Liu Chang's trick is vicious. Other people only heard of his red hand name, but also thought that Liu Chang practiced horizontal training kung fu. With 2 hands alone can break rocks and open bricks. Idle human body cannot withstand a blow, so stained with each other's blood. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Chang's real killing move is hidden in this pair of sleeves under the blade, and because of the structure of the sleeve sword, the root of the blade under the root of the wrist. With this kind of weapon, assassination of opponents is impossible not to stain with blood, so that both hands drenched in blood. Seeing that his strike was effective, Liu Chang had no intention of giving Long Xiao time to react. His sleeve sword flipped and once again tackled 2 short blades and attacked. Although Liu Chang's strength is slightly inferior to Long Xiao, but the two are still in the middle. Long Xiao has just been wounded, but also because Liu Chang hands up the blade and throw the weapon. Just a few back and forth, everywhere in danger. The field situation immediately turned. Finally, because of the wounds on his arms, Long Xiao's reaction was a little slow. Liu Chang refused to let go of this opportunity. His body violently stepped forward. A knife stabbed at Long Xiao's heart. Long Xiao had no choice but to raise his other arm to protect his vitals. Thud! The sleeve sword stabbed into Long Xiao's arm and blood burst out. Liu Chang laughed and was about to slice Long Xiao's neck with another slash. Long Xiao's traumatized arm exerted force in vain. His muscles tensed, and then brought it to the side. Liu Chang only felt a strong force that he could not resist, and his body was brought off balance. Taking advantage of Liu Chang's loss of balance, Long Xiao aimed a flying kick at his chin. Although Long Xiao's best is still the hands of Kung Fu, but the thighs were originally more powerful than the arms. I am afraid that this blow and the power of the bricks, the human jaw naturally cannot be compared to the bricks. Liu Chang hand force, to be all out and Long Xiao to pull away from the distance. Click! Although Liu Chang successfully dodged that life-threatening kick, but the sword blade that stabbed into Long Xiao's arm was twisted in the tussle between the two sides and left on Long Xiao's arm. Liu Chang sneered and licked the sleeve sword on the remaining hand. Now Liu Chang was no longer anxious at all. The one who should be anxious was Long Xiao. Although he had lost the blade in one hand, Long Xiao had already suffered multiple wounds, and his stamina would be drained with the blood. As long as he continued to entangle himself, he was bound to win. The large scene, in an instant became silent. Who did not expect originally occupy the upper hand of the dragon tsunami, actually because of Liu Chang's trickery and instantly be overturned. The reality of the fight is so cruel and absurd. In the actual hand before, no one dares to say that the winner, because the difference between a thought, is the difference between life and death. Many people looked at the patient in Liu Chang's hand and felt a pang of contempt in their hearts. This is a life and death fight though. No one will be naive enough to condemn Liu Chang for using blades, but if you bring it up in the beginning it is just that, going into the arena with bare hands, inducing everyone to think that you are competing in fisticuffs, but then suddenly pulling out a concealed weapon. It is really not cheeky. Liu Chang felt the gazes of the people around him, but he instead reaped a hint of pleasure from the contempt of others. Stupid! This world is based on success or failure. Now is not the past that the times of the sword to go to the end of the world. What means cannot be used? Outside a lot of gangs merge with guns, so the only thing he used cold weapons, it is still restrained. Although from now on, Liu Chang's bottom card was afraid to be exposed, but he didn't care in the slightest. Admittedly, many of the spectators here had deep backgrounds, and he couldn't shut everyone's mouths, but as long as he was able to defeat Long Xiao here, his prestige would rise to a point where no one would dare to underestimate him, and it would all be worth it. From now on, even if those who knew his cards wanted to challenge him, they would have to gauge their own weight first, and naturally, there were admirers who would be responsible for Liu Chang's outburst. Pan Shiren's eyes also flashed a wisp of dissatisfaction. Liu Chang used such means to win. It is indeed dishonorable to say, but he has been used to give Liu Chang to close the end. As his own number one fighter, he will not be unaware of Liu Chang's means. Liu Chang's behavior also has his tacit approval of the ingredients in it. Just today these people's mouth is not good to plug it. However, for Pan Shiren, these costs are within the acceptable range. No matter what, a win is a win, and will always earn it back with interest. Go, bring Luo Fan back. Yes, Liu Chang was calculating the beautiful dream after becoming famous in his heart, while slowly walking towards Long Xiao, ready to end this debut battle. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him. Young master. For the first time, Long Xiao revealed an anxious voice. Wang Yi faintly looked back at Long Xiao. Alright, you step back. Pan Shiren first glanced at Wang Yi in surprise, then had a bored look away. Indeed, in a situation where the most relied upon fighter had already shown his decadence, choosing to compromise and talk was not a sensible thing to do. However, he would not accept Wang Yi's apology. Who made Wang Yi actually dare to touch his most precious son? He would make Wang Yi pay the price. Pan Shiren made a note to ignore Wang Yi's next words. Who knows? He didn't hear any movement until Lu Chang walked up to Wang Yi. What did it mean? Chapter 69 Fury. The sleeve sword in Lu Chang's hand assumed a stance towards Pan Luofan, but his way was blocked. The teenager that he had overlooked from the very beginning, dressed in cheap athleisure wear, with unkempt black messy hair and a clean-cut face. He remembered this kid, Wang Yi, Long Zhao's master. So eager to die? Kid, Lu Chang revealed a sadistic smile, neither letting the road open nor opening his mouth to draw down the road. That means he wants to compete with himself? According to the rules, no one could pick on him even if he did it now. No time to play with children. Get lost. But Lu Chang is too lazy to make a move now. He has already defeated Long Xiao and become the #1 expert in the Yandu Jianghu. If he lets it get out that he made a move on a child, it would be too humiliating. A master naturally has to have the demeanor of a master, which is naturally different from before when he was just a fighter. Wang Yi didn't say anything, he just stared at Lu Chang expressionlessly. Only those eyes carried a trace of anger that was not easily detectable by onlookers. A moment of inattention. Just a moment of inattention on his part. He actually let Long Xiao suffer from the villain's backstabbing. Previously, he did not watch the fight between the two. It was because Wang Yi judged at first glance that Lu Chang could not be Long Zhao's opponent without an accident. As a result, there was a real accident. It is his own negligence. Wang Yi iron green face, since everyone can see that Lu Chang is not an opponent, in Wang Yi's eyes, but also insist on challenging Long Xiao. It must be some kind of dependence. He actually did not remind Long Xiao, not to mention did not make a move to stop. Long Xiao is not only one of his men, in Wang Yi's heart, but also has long been classified as a friend of Long Xiao into that kind of partition. Now, because of his own negligence, he actually let his friend get hurt. Wang Yi would not bury all the negative emotions in his heart and make himself unhappy, so he would not blame himself. On the contrary, he would blame all the unhappiness on the person who triggered it all. It was all Lu Chang and Pan Shiren's fault. The anger in Wang Yi's heart found its way out. As Wang Yi's heart was churning inside, everyone felt a pang of disbelief because of Wang Yi's behavior. Although they also disliked Lu Chang's tactics, but that was the one who defeated Long Xiao. So what's the point of going up there? Now Lu Chang even exposed his bottom card, in case he annoyed the other party and made him insist on a killing spree. None of the people here could escape. Young Wang, calm down. Wang Yi, don't be impulsive. Stay green and not afraid of no firewood. Young Wang, you honestly make amends with Mr. Pan, so that we all look good. There is no need to lose face and also lose face. Everyone opened their mouths to persuade Wang Yi, fearing that this little ancestor wouldn't be able to think straight and pull them in to accompany him. Tang Changyan also looked at Wang Yi with surprise. In her mind, Wang Yi's previous confidence all stemmed from Long Zhao's power. Now since Long Xiao had been injured, why was Wang Yi still so tough? Although this matter was not destined to end well, but now besides praying for Pan Shiren's mercy, what else could be done? Ha ha ha, well, since you want to die, Lu Chang, fulfill him, waste this kid, chop off all his limbs. Pan Luofan let out a maniacal laugh from the tree. Pan Luofan, who had long been holding his breath because of Long Zhao's beating, finally saw a glimmer of revenge. Lu Chang nodded, although he didn't want to get the reputation of bullying a child, but now he is still Pan Shiren's subordinate. Pan Luofan is also considered as his young master. Acting on orders and being loyal to his master is his duty, so other people won't be able to blame him. Lu Chang took 2 steps forward, not even using the sleeve sword in his hand, just ready to slap Wang Yi with his hand. Everyone only saw a black shadow as Lu Chang's hand slapped towards Wang Yi. Although Lu Chang didn't use a weapon this time, when he fought with Long Xiao before, the movement of the air buzzing with the explosion of chi energy was something that the crowd of onlookers hadn't forgotten. If this blow was solid, Wang Yi would have to break his bones and tendons. There are already timid girls cannot help but turn their heads away before Long Xiao and Lu Chang fight. When it is a master duel, they look and feel exciting, but when it comes to the opponent's powerless ordinary people, there is only sadism. People have the heart of the rabbit's death. Naturally, there is nothing to see. Tang Huan even closed his eyes. He really couldn't bear to see this big brother-like figure that he had just longed for was injured. Not to mention the thought that after Wang Yi was defeated, he would have to face Pan Shiren's retaliation again, and really didn't know as to know himself and his sister back down to what situation. But no one noticed that Duan Zhengqing and Long Xiao, who were really closer and more familiar with Wang Yi, the two of them didn't have the slightest look of worry. The expression on Long Zhao's face was more on the side of a sense of frustration, just like a little child doing a prank that was discovered by an adult, a little embarrassed. Duan Zhengqing, on the other hand, even more so, only had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Lu Chang's hand stopped, but it didn't land on Wang Yi's body. He felt a vice clamp down hard on his arm. How is this possible? I can't be mistaken, right? Actually one hand. One hand. No one could see the traces of Lu Chang's strike clearly, and naturally, even less could catch up with Wang Yi's movements. Wang Yi just lightly stretched out a hand and grabbed Lu Chang's arm that hit him. Lu Chang's pupils shrank and he was about to counterattack. A faint voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Want to hit me? Give it back. Snap. In everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Chang's body left the ground, like a modeling error in a 3D game, and spiraled upward in a disco dance in mid-air. Then, one head viciously snaps onto the ground. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, as if they had turned into that Lu Chang who landed on the ground with his face, and just thinking about it made them almost roll up in place in pain. Dead. Dead, right? This neck is crooked to an incredible angle. Yeah, too vicious. After the subconscious fear and afterthought, all that was left in their hearts was the I'm not dreaming, am I? The doubt. How was this possible? No one had thought that this dry and skinny-looking teenager actually had the ability to slap away that expert who had defeated Long Xiao. Is this some kind of Dragon Aotian novel? Is it so outrageous? The current situation had exceeded Lu Chang's initial expectations. In the beginning, he thought that Wang Yi looked just like the rich second generation around him, a waste who thought he was the boss of the sky just because of his family's wealth and power. Who would have thought? This kid actually suddenly turned from a harmless white rabbit into a big wild wolf that chose to devour people. Chapter 70 The Bottom of the Air. What makes Lu Chang even more puzzled is that since this kid is so strong in the beginning, why let his men come out to fight? Isn't this a waste of time? Or do you want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? From the beginning to the end, he simply did not put this kid on the heart, and now the sudden transformation has far exceeded the ability of his poor brain to understand. Just now, Lu Chang has not been able to raise the consciousness of resistance. His own people have been in the sky. Now it was even more so that he didn't know how many bones were broken all over his body. What's even more frightening is that the only information he knows is the expression that remained in his pupils the moment Wang Yi struck. Wang Yi didn't use his full strength at all. This strike couldn't even be called an attack at all. It was really just because he had the intention of striking out at Wang Yi first, and Wang Yi felt troubled, but not to the extent of self-defense, so he swatted him like he was casually repelling a fly. The result was that he was now sprawled out on the ground by himself. Wang Yi slowly walked towards Lu Chang. Wang Yi's footsteps were light and slow, but each footstep seemed to tread heavily on the bottom of everyone's heart. Everyone, including Pan Shiren, looked at Wang Yi with terror on their faces, as if they were gradually approaching the god of death. Although Wang Yi's target was not them, but that slender back, in their eyes was actually as terrifying as it was. Pan Luofan, who had just been screaming at the top of his voice, had long since closed his mouth. Now even a fool could see that his hope for revenge was slim to none. The other Wang Yi was just not bothering to fight himself, so he let Long Xiao fight on his behalf. Even if you are rescued or released, is there anything you can do about Wang Yi? Just based on the hand that Wang Yi revealed just now, he could just slap him to death. Tang Huan's face was agitated as he looked enviously at Duan Zhengqing. Until this moment, he was able to understand why Duan Zhengqing wanted to recognize Wang Yi as his big brother. In his place, he also wanted to embrace such a thick golden thigh, not to mention being a little brother. Even as a servant he recognized. Tang Changyin shook his head and secretly let out a bitter smile. No wonder not long ago, when Long Xiao and Lu Chang were fighting, Wang Yi still had the heart to colorfully survey himself. So it is not that people do not care about their subordinates, but really have a bottom in their hearts. No matter if Lu Chang won or lost, it didn't make any sense, because in front of Wang Yi, it was all just a slap in the face. Such a strong person. Watching a group of kids fight, does it matter whether they lose or win? Of course Wang Yi didn't need to care. He was already invincible anyway. He really had a bottom in his heart. With this kind of strength, not to mention a Lu Chang, even if those black-clothed bodyguards lying on the ground were replaced by Lu Chang, how many chances would he have to win over Lu Chang? Don't forget, Wang Yi just took a shot to fly Lu Chang. Not more than Long Xiao shot to fly those bodyguards waste much strength, and Long Xiao's powerful is still fresh in our minds. Such a strong man, why would he voluntarily submit to others? They didn't even think about it. Of course it was because Wang Yi was stronger. That's right, it was precisely because Wang Yi was stronger. Pan Shiren's eyes revealed the color of horror and desire to die. At this moment he could not wait to dig out his own pair of strokes and knock them out as ping-pong balls. From the moment he saw Long Xiao call himself a driver, he should have thought of it. After so many years of mixing on the road, he had been mixed up to the dog. The most basic ability to detect words and colors have let him throw away. Panshi people laughed bitterly, now counting. He became the boss of the road. Time is not a few years. Actually have forgotten the once careful to gauge the superior and strong eye. Today looks like he is planted, but planted is not wrong. At this time, the only ones who could still remain calm were those who truly understood Wang Yi. Present, there were only two people who fit this description. Duan Jingchang and Long Xiao. It was because of the knowledge of Wang Ye's ability that Duan Jingqing was convinced by Wang Yi, and the son of the deputy mayor was willing to run around as Wang Ye's little brother. As for Long Xiao, he was Wang Ye's former underling. Only by truly experiencing that kind of power can one understand how terrifying Wang Yi is. The rumor that he was assassinated because he offended a certain big shot is still circulating in the rivers and lakes of Yandu, and Long Xiao just scoffs at it. What big shot could be compared to Wang Xiao? I'm afraid that the big shot in the imagination of those who put out the rumors doesn't even have the qualifications to lift Wang Yi's shoes. At least that's what Long Xiao truly believes. When a person's personal strength and the power he holds are huge to a point, his desires and thoughts are already beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, being able to truly achieve without pretense and without desires. At the beginning, when he unified the underground forces in Yandu, he thought that he was already the best in the world, but when he bumped into Wang Yi, Long Xiao realized what it means that there is a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people. In front of this talented young man, one move, he didn't even last a single move, and Long Xiao until now can still clearly remember Wang Yi at that time on the face of the expression of boredom. That was the expression of truly expecting an unexpected surprise and then having his expectations dashed. So you're so weak. Those were the only words Wang Yi left behind after defeating Long Xiao in one move. At that moment, Long Xiao's perseverance and ideals that he had survived up until now were shattered, and he even had 2 moments of death wish under all his thoughts, and Wang Yi had actually seen through even his inner thoughts. If you don't have the motivation to survive anymore, then come and be my subordinate. I will let you see a wider world. Wang Yi, who was still young and naive at the time, rekindled the fire of survival in Long Xiao's heart with just this one sentence. Ah, this person has the capacity to serve as my lord. From that time onwards, this impulse that was born in Long Xiao's heart still hasn't wavered a bit until now. And by now, 4 years had passed, and what kind of intensity Wang Yi had become stronger to, Long Xiao could not even imagine it. It was simply not something that a mortal like him could speculate on. All Long Xiao could do was to do his best to serve Wang Yi. Even so, today, he actually had to bother the young master to make a move. What a shame. Long Xiao clenched his pressure root and felt a flame-like sense of guilt that was burning his heart. For Wang Yi's thoughts, Lu Chang couldn't think and didn't want to understand. He couldn't understand the way these rich people played. He only knew that it was time to fight for his life. Seeing the killing chance in Wang Yi's eyes, if he didn't fight for his life, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the chance to fight for his life. Although the wailing of bones was coming from all over his body, Lu Chang was after all a fierce man who came out of the war-torn Delta region, and could not give up struggling so easily. Lu Chang had been lying on the ground pretending to be unable to move, enduring until the moment he approached himself, when suddenly the only remaining sleeve sword stabbed out backwards like a viper. Chapter 71 Liquidation. From the beginning, this strike Lu Chang did not have the intention to stay, is to run to Wang Yi's vital greetings and go. He has no room to take into account the consequences of killing. Anyway, for him such a real outlaw, the police will not be wanted than as guerrillas those years by the warlords and armed organizations to hunt down the time more serious. Long Xiao was still cautiously guessing to what extent Wang Yi had become stronger, when out of the corner of his eye, he caught Lu Chang's movements, and out of his loyalty to Wang Yi, Long Xiao subconsciously opened his mouth. Young master, be careful. As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Xiao realized that he had done something stupid. Who was Wang Yi? What he himself could detect. Could it be that the young master still couldn't? Duan Jingqing was also looking at Long Xiao with the eyes of a foolish servant. At least as Wang Yi's little brother, he felt that his position in Wang Yi's heart was still higher than Long Xiao's, so he was qualified to laugh at Long Xiao's failure. Wang Yi really did not disappoint the expectations of the duo. That Lu Chang had just raised his arm when Wang Yi's wrist was already on his wrist. Click! Along with a toothsome bone-breaking sound, Wang Yi had directly twisted Lu Chang's small arm. Lu Chang's throat let out a hiss that did not sound like a human voice. A beast's hiss. Humph. Obstinate. Just in time to settle our account now. You stabbed my friend, so I'll take one of your hands. Wang Yi wore a cold expression, but his voice contained a hint of imperceptible anger. With a flip of his wrist, he removed the sleeve sword from Lu Chang's arm. A white light flashed in midair. No one saw Wang Yi's movements clearly, but before Lu Chang could feel the pain, the arm that had previously stabbed Long Xiao fell intact along the shoulder blade. Wang Yi actually just went down the knife along the gap of the bone, not hurting any bones except the muscle tendons. The wound was as flat as a mirror, and it was only when it fell on the ground that blood slowly began to ooze out. This scene was much cleaner than before when Long Xiao beat the bodyguard to the point of breaking his arms and legs all by brute force, and there were even onlookers who couldn't help but utter a good word, because Wang Yi had struck too cleanly. They hadn't even had time to instinctively feel the blood, and it was true that Lu Chang's previous despicable maneuver wasn't very well received. These thrill-seeking rich second-generation people were at the age of middle-aged teenagers, respecting famous heroes and heroines on the road like Long Xiao. and despising despicable villains. By this time, Lu Chang reacted and once again let out a cry of pain because of his broken arm. Even a fierce man like him could not withstand the pain of the phantom limb of losing an arm. Moreover, when a person practicing martial arts suddenly loses a limb, not only does his ability to attack and defend plummet, even his sense of balance is destroyed. It is foreseeable that in the future, if Lu Chang doesn't have any other opportunities, even if he arrives at the hospital in time to connect his broken arm, he will still be wasted due to his inability to use this hand to make strength, and he will never have the chance to ask for a master again. This person who had just become the #1 expert in Yandu for less than 5 minutes had now turned into a piece of scrap lying on the ground and wailing. But now Wang Yi's attention was no longer on him. Are you alright? Wang Yi turned around, concerned about Long Xiao. That's right, just like that, turning around in front of his face, his defenseless back facing Lu Chang. Wouldn't a truly strong person be careful to watch out for mole crickets backfiring? To Wang Yi, Lu Chang was nothing more than something of this level, and he really didn't have the possibility to make a sneak attack on Wang Yi right now. The trauma on his body made it impossible for him to squeeze out that kind of energy anymore. Long Xiao was suddenly asked by Wang Yi, and immediately revealed a flattered expression. Reporting to young master, this minor injury in the district is not in the way. As long as Wang Yi had orders, even if he was asked to immediately go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire right now, Long Xiao would not frown. Wang Yi sighed slightly and shook his head. This henchman was good in every way. He was just too loyal to himself. Even if he was not in good health, he would always try to be brave. It was all because of the trouble caused by the strongest and invincible personality of the super genius himself. Alas, one is too popular. What to do? Urgent, waiting online. Alright, I'm not asking if you can still fight. I'm asking about your injuries. Give me a truthful answer. Only then did Long Xiao scratch his head and honestly check his physical condition. Reporting to young master, the bleeding has been stopped. No tendons have been injured. There will be no after effects. Wang Yi nodded. Long Xiao had also learned a hand or two of healing techniques from himself from the Ghost Valley internal canon. Although it was not yet up to his own wonderful power of turning back the dead that could make a person almost alive, but checking and treating himself was still enough. Since he had already given the order, it was impossible for Long Xiao to hide his injuries, and if he said so then it was basically correct. Only then did Wang Yi turn his head to look at the pale-faced Panshiren. This is the deed of the Yandu Jade Market, and the equity transfer contract. Please have a look at it. Young Wang. Without waiting for Wang Yi to open his mouth, Panshiren immediately stated his position. He was also a smart person. Everyone knew that he had lost now. Even Lu Chang had knelt down. What other means did he have? The resistance and death struggle is said to have a backbone. But if his father and son are both accounted for here today, what's the use? Fame is only useful to the living. Today, even if the resistance is crushed by Wang Yi's hand, it will only add the names of 2 new losers in the history books. Panshiren does not only want to be famous, he also wants to live. The only way to live to enjoy the benefits of status and prestige. The only way to live to leave assets for future generations. The only way to live to continue to realize his ambitions. Anyway, tonight, as long as the eyes are not blind people, can see that he is bound to lose. He cannot deal with Lu Chang, cannot win the opponent. Resistance is just self-defeating. Not as simple as a bare hand. So Panshiren did not hesitate, directly took out the deed and transfer procedures of Yandu Jade Market and handed it to Wang Yi. Anyone who saw this scene couldn't help but tug at their cheeks, thinking they were dreaming. It was too insubstantial for Panshiren, one person in the Yandu Dao, to have surrendered so respectfully to a teenager. The few who were conscious were in an excited mood. They were witnessing history. A new era had arrived. The contract that was handed over to Wang Yi was like the baton of the old and new eras, representing the curtain call of an old era. This time Duan Zhengqing could finally start rubbing his hands together in excitement. It was unlikely that Panshiren would renege on his debt again without knowing what to do. Yandu Jade Market, a field with a daily water flow of over $10 million. Do you still need to struggle? Lying down and waiting for money like flowing water into the account. Go Shan will not take long. These racing cars and so on in the upper circle estimates that he cannot see into the eyes. Too poor. How not to play a little big. Chapter 72 Persecution. The others also looked at Wang Yi with envious faces. Obviously they all understood the value of the Yandu Jade Market. Is this the end? Suddenly, Wang Yi's cold voice interrupted the crowd's excited and leaping mood. What does it mean? What else does young Wang want to do? Everyone couldn't help but guess up Wang Yi's mind. No one dared to ignore his will now. You but injured my friend, and this district of a jade market, but has long been in the wager. The cause of this matter is no more than your unlucky son dared to renege on the debt with this young, and now you do not show like to go? Is there such a cheap thing in this world? Hiss. The crowd inhaled an unknown number of cold breaths today. A district jade market? Could anyone really use the word district to describe such a lucrative industry? The elders in their families hadn't taught them such values. Moreover, under the premise that Pan Shiren had already decided to apologize and admit his weakness, this Wang Xiao actually asked the other party to show his appreciation? If it were anyone else, he would have been ordered by Pan Shiren to sink into People Lake. But this time, he knew that if he dared to say the word no, he was afraid that the two of them would be the ones to sink into the lake. What else could Pan Shiren say? He didn't have the power to refuse anyway. Without any hesitation, a black bank card pulled out from his bosom and placed on the contract. The 100 million in this card will be taken as reimbursement for Long Zhao's brother's medical expenses. Not enough to make up for it. Pan Shiren is also an old man. Taking the initiative to say not enough to make up directly expressed his attitude, meaning that as long as Wang Yi opens his mouth, how much money he is willing to pay. This 100 million for the time being will be taken as filial piety first. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and were shocked by Pan Shiren's determination. The face is 100 million, but also threatened not enough to give again. Then if Wang Yi on the spot on the lion's mouth, give a tenfold? $1 billion, can Pan Shiren also give? Of course, Wang Yi is unlikely to do this kind of thing. He is also to face, not as good as the Pan Shiren. This sentence in turn invariably will be his next conditions blocked back. If it is, and usually the road of the big brother to deal with. This move has been called in order to retreat. Impeccable. Because the big brother is to face. Do not want to face the little Yakuza, even if mixed into this position, also have to start to want face. Otherwise he cannot mix. Because people in the Jianghu, there is no legal rules and regulations. What rules? All look at everyone a face to maintain. Unless there is confidence in risking universal condemnation, and the entire Yandu Jianghu world as the enemy. Or else you cannot ignore this kind of Jianghu in the unspoken rules. Now Long Xiao is just 2 cuts. Nothing serious. Panshi people are willing to take the decision to pay out 100 million to block Wang Yi's mouth. This is what kind of boldness? How old-fashioned is this? What does 100 million mean? These people say are rich second generation, but the real family can pull out hundreds of millions of liquidity on the spot. There are not a few. After all, not everyone's family is in business. After all, not everyone's family is in business. To put it politely, if the entire Tang family is sold, this is the only amount of money available, right? Tang Huan even flashed a thought by chance. If anyone was willing to give himself $100 million, he would be worth it even if his hands and feet were cut off. However, what the crowd didn't expect was that Wang Yi just snorted coldly at Pan Shiren's hand that was stretched out in midair. Wang Yi wasn't a rash person who didn't know anything, but just wanted to ask for favors if he wanted to. Pan Shiren's sentence really blocked all the conditions he could raise, but his purpose was originally to give Long Xiao a breath of air. Pan Shiren, you old boy really look down on this young man? Long is my best brother. You guys hurt him to this state, just when this young man is short of your $2 stinking. My people are cheap again? The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Injured to this state? If I remember correctly, just now Long Xiao said by himself, but it is just a little flesh wound. Not even hurt the tendons, not to mention that it will not leave after effects? Even if you go to the best hospital in Yandu, it is far from 100 million tens of thousands of dollars on the top of the sky, right? This Wang Yi, what exactly do you want? May I ask what Wang Yi means? Pan Shiren directly asked this question in everyone's heart. Miso, Lu Chang's sleeve sword, directly inserted into the Jade Market's title contract, the brightly shining blade still trembling uncontrollably. The rules of the road, since the offense is in my hands, leave me something, Wang Yi said indifferently, but the not-so-loud voice was filled with an undisguised smell of blood. The crowd couldn't help but look at Wang Yi in fear. This young man with a clean face, surprisingly, had never had a moment where he was so strange in their eyes. Although the vast majority of them didn't understand Wang Yi either, is all. In their hearts, everyone was secretly surprised at Wang Yi's cold-bloodedness. The same are rich second generation. But this teenager seems to be in the Jianghu fighting for countless years of old devil. Is they feel warlike and fearful? In the information they were vaguely informed of, Wang Yi's so-called rules of the road, was said that in some Jianghu sects, if someone went against the rules, they would have to cut off a part of their own limbs to thank them for their sins. This time, even his own people, such as Tang Huan and Xia, who had inevitably developed a fear of Wang Yi. If Wang Yi's wealth and Wang Yi's power had only allowed people to see the benefits of following him, then the cruelty revealed between Wang Yi's words at this moment, for the first time, had truly made them think about the price of being an enemy or betraying Wang Yi. Tang Qingyan also resurveyed the young man in front of him, as if she hadn't recognized him until just now. Long Zhao's body couldn't help but tremble as well, but he did so out of joy. A scholar will die for a friend who understands him. Young master. No, the Lord actually valued him so much, willing to give up many benefits, and set up a big enemy for himself to get back this breath. He only felt that he was unable to repay him. In addition to resolving that even if this life is a liver and brain, he must also repay Wang Yi for the kindness of knowing him. Pan Shiren's face was pale, tightly clenched his fists, shivering all over. For his kind of many years of the road giant, naturally the face than what is important. Just to a stronger than their own compromise or even concessions he can accept, but in front of so many juniors' self-inflicted limbs, injuries and bloodshed is the second. This sense of humiliation is really more difficult than to kill him. Why? How big a grudge is not just a subordinate was injured? Not particularly serious kind. Take this 100 million apologies. From now on, everyone in gas and common profit is not good? What can not think of things than visible and tangible benefits more real? Now is not Panshi people to come to a fish death net broken? Or Wang Shao is actually forcing him? Chapter 73, Settlement. To the disappointment of those who were in the mindset of watching, Pan Shiren still didn't explode. Pan Shiren's face was cloudy, and after a long time, he let out a long breath. Snap! The crowd only heard a dull thud next to their ears before they could see Pan Shiren's movements. He reached his hand towards Lu Chang's sleeve sword, then without half a moment's hesitation, sliced off his little finger. Young Wang. Pan Shiren's face was completely bloodless as he covered his wound and looked at Wang Yi. Good. Painful. Then we can continue talking. Wang Yi pointed to the contract on the table. Since Boss Pan has this boldness, today you can be spared from your death sentence, but you can't escape from your life sentence. Thank you, young Wang, for not killing me. Pan Shiren's face was complicated beyond words. He had been out in the Yandu Jianghu for so many years, but he had never fallen to this point now. He himself had made such concessions, and the other party had only spared his death penalty? Not to mention that others couldn't imagine it. He himself couldn't even imagine it. Then, young Wang, what else do you require? This time Panshi people also gave up the intention to make the heart. Anyway, their own father and son plus a piece. 300 pounds to pounds of meat on the put here. How to cook are people a mouth of things. So simply cooperate a little bit. Perhaps Wang Yi can still give them some bones left. 1 billion. Cash. Wang Yi faintly said. I go. Lion's mouth This Panshi people are still not angry? Too much, right? No one could think that Wang Yi had already forced Panshiren to cut off one of his own fingers, and now he actually made such an excessive request. Wang Yi's appetite was so big that the moment he opened his mouth, it was a full 10 times more than the 100 million that Panshiren had proposed before. Panshiren's pupils also shrunk. 1 billion that is not 100,000. Even if Wang Group assets over 10 billion, is not casually come up with a billion liquidity. Otherwise the company's capital chain can only fall into the shutdown, not to mention production stoppage, delivery delays to be compensated for a number of columns of liquidated damages. This is not good. There is a possibility of direct bankruptcy and closure. Panshi people's face and white 2 points. It seems that before Wang Yi already had this mind, but annoyed that he actually squeezed him in the words, so deliberately give himself a downward spiral, and in the end they and Wang Group still cannot escape this robbery. This is to force himself to die At this time he even son do not want. Turn around and leave the idea have. Wang Group is not one of his one person. There is not know how many years to fight over the subordinates of the brothers' shares. If they dare to move their cake, not waiting for the king of the leaf turn, those who will be the first to turn against him. The wanderer can do single-handed ranger, but fight the world entrepreneurial base is not a person's thing. 1 billion. Now Panshi people really cannot get out. But what if you can't get it out? Pan Shiren smiled bitterly, thinking of Wang Yi's horrible hands. Now he is not discussing with himself. He is ordering himself. If he dares to say a word, I'm afraid that Wang Yi will dare to cut him one by one, and then carry to the scale to sell. He handed it over himself and took it at the door. Is there a difference? There is a difference. At least he took the initiative a little bit better attitude, but also can suffer some less pain. Pan Shiren, such a battle-hardened Jianghu big brother, is not so bad that he can't even see such an obvious thing. He took a long breath and calmed his breathing. Young Wang, 1 billion is not a small amount. I don't have the means to get it out in a short period of time. Please accept this 100 million in cash first. The remaining 900 million, I'll come up with enough to give it to young Wang within half a month. The onlookers, hearing these words, already felt numb. Repeatedly breaking through their mental expectations and achieving incredible victories had already given them a feeling that it was not surprising that Wang Yi was able to do anything, even if people earn more than their family's entire assets just by moving their mouths. Those like Tang Chongyun, whose family had no more than $100 million, already didn't know how many times they could be bought by Wang Yi. She even had a dark thought. If she put so much money in front of her, her family was afraid that they could happily wash her and tie her to Wang Yi's bed. Although, seemingly, as if himself is not so resistant, there is even a little bit of expectation. Has that youthful young girl ever looked forward to this kind of life of being wrapped up by a rich and wealthy young man? Not only Tang Chongyun, At this time those women in the arms of the rich second generation have been moving their minds. How to give Wang Yi self-promotion. Alright, just half a month. Wang Yi nodded. This time it was a painful promise. Seeing do this bogeyman finally honestly received the title contract and the bank card with 100 million cash. Not only Pan Shiran, the onlookers couldn't help but send a sigh of relief. This is finally considered to be the end? Pan Shiran. Although Wang Yi didn't say anything this time, but in order to avoid Wang Yi's brain jumping and come up with any strange ideas, he rushed before Wang Yi opened his mouth, stepped forward and said, I'll leave an IOU for young Wang. Young Wang doesn't have to worry about me running away. Wang Yi nodded. He didn't expect this Pan Shiran to be so understanding, although he wasn't afraid that this old boy would run away just like that. But people were willing to make a statement. He naturally didn't have the need to refuse. Pan Shiran gritted his teeth and wrote down a $1 billion note. He still has a chance. After half a month, is the Yandu Jianghu event. The underground martial arts will start, as long as the wind down, not to mention the remaining 900 million, even if the Wang group to recover this loss, and even further, it is not impossible. This time he has intended to press all the body, if lost. Anyway, Wang Yi is unlikely to let go of him. Who still cares about how to lose? Let Wang Yi tear himself up with them. Pan Shiran not without dark thought. Heart finally surged a trace of revenge pleasure. Pitying that the number one person in the Yandu Dao nowadays actually had to use this ploy of driving tigers and swallowing wolves to carefully survive between the cracks. No matter what other people thought, he really hadn't expected it. Alright, I did receive it. Wang Yi graciously signed his big name on the transfer contract in the note. Pan Shi people a burst of bitter laughter. Where he does not understand, this kid is to go through a procedure. People as long as they move their hands. I'm afraid that the entire Wang group to change ownership. People are still worse than this, a note of indebtedness? There is such a strong strength, not worried about their own debt. The two sides signed a transfer contract. Yandu Jade Market from now on fell on the name of Wang Yi. There is no one present to raise objections to this, even if it is Duan Zhengcheng. People Wang Young with their own ability to get things. Why give you? Not to mention that Wang Yi also helped Duan Zhengcheng through a huge debt crisis. Even if it is in conscience, Duan Zhengcheng will not have dissatisfaction. Chapter 74, Distribution. Since everything had been negotiated, Pan Luofan had also finally regained his freedom. Wang Yi was not at all interested in playing tricks with them, and there was no way he would be able to pussyfoot around such a trivial matter. His own credibility was more important than 10 Pan Luofans. Only this time Pan Luofan can no longer be happy. His face not only can't see the grudging and vicious look, even the joy of regaining freedom did not show, because they are not saved back, is a good mood to put you back. Wang group this time really to a life and death situation, even he can see. As for Lu Chang and the bodyguards lying on the ground, no one cares about them anymore. Even Wang group is going down. Who still cares about this group of broken hands and feet? In addition to eating pensions, in addition to the useless dog legs, Lu Chang, even if he can save his life, an arm broken, countless fractures and bone cracks, the future even if it is an invalid. From now on the Jianghu removed from the name. Now, these rich second generation, no longer dare to think lightly. Looking at Wang Ye's eyes only left with worship. To be able to let the Yandu road first person Pan Shiran stifled his voice muffled down such a big loss. Afterward, also do not even dare to put a fart, and fear that he is not satisfied, but also with additional conditions, for fear of the whole world is only Wang Yi, only one person, right? Tang Huan didn't know what to say now. He just wanted to go back to school and brag to his classmates about what he had seen. He had witnessed the beginning and end of this battle between the tigers and the dragons, and when he thought of the fact that he had thought of giving Wang Yi a hard time before, Tang Huan couldn't help but feel cold sweat and trembling. He really didn't know the heights of heaven. What kind of tactics did Wang Yi have? From where Duan Shao borrowed a small amount of money, the result not only won the entire Yandu Jade Market, but also got $1 billion in cash. Luckily, his ability to hold the thigh as a licking dog is hard enough, or else he will be kneeling today. It is true that people should always be ready to hold the thigh of the consciousness. Kneeling and licking time absolutely cannot have half a minute hesitation. Must lick dry, lick decisive, lick sincere. Tang Huan made up his mind. When he has a son, he will not teach him other skills, but first teach him how to hold his thighs and kneel. Compared to Tang Huan, his sister was even more regretful now that her intestines were going green. Tang Qingyan secretly smiled bitterly, that expression, as bitter as it could be. Previously, Wang Ye's undisguised lustful gaze, I'm afraid he was just flirting with himself. With his skills, what kind of woman couldn't be found? She had no hope now. Who made herself blind and dared to taunt Wang Yi before? However, compared to Pan Shiran, this kind of oneself is already considered very lucky. So think about it, Tang Qingyun will be half a bit of regret. Brother Yi, this time we can earn a lot. What do you plan to do with this jade market? Duan Zhengqing didn't look at the people around him. He was immersed in the joy of victory. This wave is really not a loss at all. Not only did he fix Pan Luofan, who wanted to frame himself, but also took down the jade market in one fell swoop, which he wouldn't have dared to think about before. This is the daily flow of more than 10 million stala. Wang Yi mastered this place. The future is not day into the gold bucket. Of course, he did not dare to think of the property rights of the jade market, but Wang Yi, as long as the finger cracks leak a little bit out, they are enough to eat these little brother to the support. And to Duan Jingqing, to Wang Yi's understanding, he is afraid that he is not interested in running such a big business alone, when it is inevitable to find someone to help run. Himself and big brother relationship is so iron. Most likely he will be the first to think of himself. Not to say that at that time, even if it is within a reasonable range to eat a little kickbacks and so on, just say out so big sale and they also have their own participation in a leg. Duan family and Yandu's influence will be greatly increased by a cut. Humph, can I not know what you think? Wang Yi blankly glanced at Duan Jingqing and said without a good mood, your father's identity is too sensitive to do business, so this 100 million in cash you take to play it, the jade market, turn around and mention it to your father. Have time to give some convenience on the line. In the crowd's heart beating wildly, Wang Yi threw the bank card worth $100 million to Duan Jingqing through the air. 100 million said to give, and in return, this is a sentence that allows people to give some convenience when they have time? This is really do not care or do not hope. Originally, Wang Yi helped Duan Jingqing to resolve the difficulties of Pan Luofan. It has been considered to do their duty, and now it is equal to $100 million to Duan Jingqing for nothing. This kind of person, not called big brother, what else can be called? Tang Huan enviously looked at Duan Jingqing. I do not know how many people, not to mention call big brother. Even if you want to call Wang Yi a master, have no chance. Tang Huan glanced at his sister, and in his heart, he was even more determined that he would fight tooth and nail to bring Tang Chanyun and Wang Yi together. If these two went together, he as the brother-in-law would have to take off. Think about it, Wang Yi and the little brother are so mean. If he became a brother-in-law, as Tang Huan thought about it, saliva already flowed out from the side of his mouth. At this time, Duan Jingqing's voice sounded again, interrupting Tang Huan's daydream. Ha ha, big brother is really mean. By the way, this dragon stone seed, I can't explain it even if I hold it. It's still not good enough to go out. Why don't you leave it to Sister Xiaoyu as a gift? Duan Jingqing didn't feel any pain at all to throw that king of emerald to Wang Yi. Anyway, without Wang Yi's hand, he couldn't possibly have a chance to take this kind of treasure. It's not his own thing to use to give away a favor. Of course he doesn't feel any pain, but the people around were stunned. Wang Yi does not care about money is normal. How this Duan Jingqing also followed abnormal? Could it be that after mixing with Wang Yi for a long time, the view of money will produce a mutation? So envious, begging which tycoon to take me, so that my outlook on money will also have some problems. Aha! Wang Yi received the dragon stone seed and just nodded without saying much. Wang Yi took it for granted. It was really not good to put such a valuable thing in Duan Jingqing's hands. Otherwise, people ask up head. Duan Jingqing, if not say it, is easy to cause suspicion. If the truth, then his hall deputy mayor's son out of borrowing money to gamble on the behavior to be exposed. The impact is extremely poor. Then Wang Yi today took the trouble to come out for Duan Jingqing to find a way to defuse the crisis and hide the fact that he was in trouble. All the effort is wasted. Instead of Wang Yi, there is no hot hand this problem. He is the Wang family as a young man. Hands have what valuable things are not strange, and it just so happens that he returned to Yandu this time is more urgent. Also did not bring any gift to his sister. The dragonstone seed made into jewelry to give her just right. Originally, Wang Yi could not find the top grade things for a while, ordinary goods, and he could not feel unworthy of his sister. As a result, if you want to doze off, someone will send a pillow. This dragonstone seed is a solution to Wang Yi's urgent need. Chapter 75, Troublesome. When Tang Huan heard Duan Jingqing utter the words, little jade sister, his pupils instantly shrunk. Could it be that this Wang Xiao already has a girlfriend? Then wouldn't his own plan to sell his sister have failed before it even started? No wonder Wang Yi several times put his eyes on his sister, but did not say half a word. To Wang Yi's vision, that girl must have a far above Tang Qingyun in appearance. Right. Fortunately, if Wang Yi already had a girlfriend, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to steal Tao Wan heir from himself. Although as Tang Qinyun's younger brother, Tang Huan still felt that his sister's and Tao Wan heir's looks were in between. If that Xiaoyu's sister can surpass her own sister, she must also surpass Tao Wan heir, and I'm afraid that Wan heir's attraction to Wang Xiao will be greatly reduced. Although this is a bit of a suspicion of picking up other people's unwanted rags, Tang Huan felt frustrated and regretful, but still produced a few points of happiness. Thinking of this, Tang Huan's one plan did not work, and his heart took on another skill. Pouncing. Big brother, please accept my little brother's obeisance. Without saying a word, Tang Huan directly flung himself in front of Wang Yi. Not caring about dignity and face, directly 3 kowtows and 9 worships of the Great Salute went on. This pounce directly froze the surrounding people. What kind of operation is this? Not right. This kid is so damn smart. At that moment, the group of rich second generation despised Tang Wan for not having the reserve and bottom line of a rich kid. But at the same time, they were all beating their chests in remorse. That's right. Such a good idea. Why didn't they think of it? Who is that Mr. Wang? The number 1 person on the Yandu road is also said to step on it. To be someone's little brother is a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Can follow such a strong man? Not only not shame, but also very honorable, proving that your vision is sharp, have the ability to read people. The rest of his life will certainly be able to follow behind the big brother to eat, drink and have a smooth sailing. Go go. Big brother's little brother as the average person can be? Duan Zhengqing reacted faster than Wang Yi, immediately kicking up Tang Huan gently with his foot with a disgusted face, trying to get him away from Wang Yi. This kid was so agitated, and his thigh-hugging prowess was so profound that it caused Duan Zhengqing to have a huge sense of crisis. What did you say? Wang Yi was also flashed by Tang Huan. Tang Changyun was first startled, but immediately reacted, secretly clenching her fists in her heart. In another person's place, she would definitely angrily rebuke her own brother for disgracing the Tang family. His bones were too soft, but in Wang Yi's place, Tang Qingyun could only secretly hope that her own brother would be able to succeed. After all, even if she was in her place, she would also want to follow Wang Yi and mix with him. It was just that she couldn't pull off the same face as Tang Huan after all. Seeing that Wang Yi failed to understand his meaning, Tang Huan immediately added, Wang Xiao, from today onwards, we are your little brother. What kind of dispatch you can order? In the words, not to mention a benefit, just determined to pay attention to follow Wang Yi mixed. Anyway, to the generosity of the king less, but also to let their own little brother to suffer? Wang Yi was speechless, although Tang Huan didn't say anything, but how could he not understand Tang Huan's small mind? This kid's ass-kissing skills were too strong, right? Being able to kiss ass was also a kind of ability. Even Wang Yi had to admit this son must not be the stuff of pools. In time it could not be limited. Duan Zhengqing is also rolling his eyes wildly. This kid thinks it is beautiful. Big brother's little brother is so good to be? How many people dare to call themselves Wang Yi's little brother? Wang Yi scratched his head and glanced at Tang Huan. Sorry, you're too weak. After saying that, without even looking at Tang Huan, he walked towards his own Bugatti Veyron. Not only Tang Huan, the onlookers present all turned black and white, petrified in place. Other people are begging on their knees to be your little brother, but you don't have to be so direct in your refusal, right? Can you at least be a bit more polite? But Wang Yi is so straight to the people. Will speak politely, that is not him. Duan Zhengqing, that kid was young and crazy. Think the back of the ass followed by a vote flock is very windy. Now, I do not want to accept little brother it. Strange trouble. Before leaving, Wang Yi only glanced at Tang Changyun. On the contrary, this chick, with big breasts and long legs and a round ass, if she wants to be my maid, maybe she can agree. A few families were happy and a few families were sad, not to mention Wang Yi humming and driving his Bugatti Veyron home. Inside the Pan family's stretch limousine, the atmosphere inside the car was sorrowful. Father and son, you look at me, I look at you, have been long and short size, but why is unable to say half a word. Pan Luofan only wanted to slap himself twice. Although his purpose at the beginning is to realize the purpose of a big man, seize the handle of Duan Zhengping, this thing father also knows, and ran into Wang Yi pure bad luck. But he should never have gotten greedy and invested all his family's money like a real gambler, and as a result, he lost more and more. If the first time in the jade market, they will be early to no difficult to retreat. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world, and it is hard to buy early knowledge with $1,000. Now not only the Yandu jade market are lost to others, but also lost 100 million, is owed 900 million debt. At this time, if Pan Shirin scolded him, Pan Luofan heart can still feel better, because even he has killed his own heart. But Pan Shirin just looked straight at the carriage floor without uttering a word. Father, I'm sorry, Pan Luofan spoke sullenly. Alright, today's matter is not your fault. Even I was folded in that kid's hands. It's considered a non-war crime. In your place, how much better could it be? Although Pan Shirin consoled Pan Luofan for a couple of sentences, but this now instead made him just chagrined. But if I had stopped earlier, alas, what's the use of talking about this now? The Pan family is finished. Pan Luofan was startled, raised his head and saw his father's face as if he was dead. Father, don't say demoralizing words. We didn't just lose a Yandu jade market and $1 billion? When you started out, weren't you worse off than this? We can definitely make a comeback. Pan Luofan didn't expect to comfort his father this time. However, he did have a few points for Panshi people's words do not think. Although the Ing Wang group, 1 billion and the loss of the jade market is indeed a huge blow, but this is only their total assets. the next days tighten their belts. Stay up, always be able to earn back. It's not the money, it's the Yandu underground martial arts meeting half a month from now. Pan Shiren's face was gloomy and heavy. He was not the kind of young man who was so fragile that he would be devastated by a single blow. What hadn't he seen in so many years of great storms and great waves? However, his expression was not one of self-destruction because of a single setback, but rather the despair of finding himself at the end of his tether after much deliberation. Chapter 76 Awakening. When Pan Luofan heard Pan Shiren's words, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Underground Martial Arts Club. Underground Martial Arts Society. Ordinary people would think that it was an ordinary underground black boxing match if they only heard the name. But the essence of this match was a spoils-sharing meeting to divide up the entire Yandu Jianghu power. Now this era is not the kind of revenge Jianghu killings. This kind of infighting is not only barbaric and huge loss, will also attract the attention of the authorities. If the impact of spreading to the easy to cause open suppression and strict arrests, for all the people are not good. So in order to comply with the times, as a matter of course, all major gangs in Yandu interest disputes and grudges will be placed in the annual underground martial arts meeting to resolve. Everyone sends their own candidates. A showdown. The winner takes all. The reason why the Pan family behind the Wang group has become the #1 underground force in Yandu in a short period of time is because of the 3 consecutive years of reigning champions of this martial arts meeting. Because of Lu Chang's presence, this kind of competition that did not examine the organization's heritage and accumulation, but instead looked more at the individual's strength, was a white-knuckle opportunity for the Pan family. The Pan family had earned huge profits from the martial arts meeting, and had even taken the most prosperous and flourishing new district of Yandu in one fell swoop, while also offending quite a few people. Now that Lu Chang has been abolished, Yandu's other forces will certainly be like hungry wolves, looking at Wang group, a pounce, and the Pan family wants to find another good hand that can match Lu Chang in a short period of time, and is not so simple? Pan Shiren looked at his son, face with incomparable bitterness. Above the Jianghu, the winner is the king, power is justice, no matter if it's Subao in the Old City District, or Bai Wuxing in the East Ring District, or Wu Huan in the West Ring District, or even Xin Long who's in the same new district as us. Can't be merciful just because of the unexpected losses we've suffered. Just the opposite. As long as the Pan family dares to show a hint of fatigue, I'm afraid they'll be so ecstatic that they'll even go so far as to spend a lot of money on bringing in experts to respond to the battle so that they can take advantage of the opportunity to split us up into smaller pieces and eat us. If Lu Chang was still around, this year wouldn't be any different from previous years, and they wouldn't have wasted their resources looking for death. But now, in just half a month, how easy is it to find a good fighter of Lu Chang's strength? What are we going to fight with? These truths, there was no need for Pan Shiren to say it. Pan Luofan could also think of it, but Pan Shiren still muttered and chattered to himself. The whole person seemed to have aged 10 years. The conflict between Pan Luofan and Wang Yi is now a matter of indifference. Anyway, if you can't get through this disaster, the Pan family is afraid that you can't wait for Wang Yi to make a move. Pan Luofan clenched his teeth. If he has the strength of Wang Yi, then the Pan family is not even fake outside the request. As long as he is there, where the smallest dare to come out to make trouble? Suddenly, Pan Luofan's mind flashed. Wang Yi is so strong? Wang Yi? Yes, Wang Yi is so strong. Then Lu Chang's strength is even more terrible expert. This is not there? He, Pan Luofan, was enlightened. Father, I have an idea. What? Pan Shiren's discouraged state was interrupted by his son, turning back to reveal an inquiring gaze. Pan Luofan spoke confidently. I know of an expert who is even more powerful than Lu Chang. Pan Shiren's pupils shrank as he anxiously inquired. Who is it? Wang Yi. What? Pan Shiren heard his son's answer and wondered if he had heard wrong. It's that young Wang. He's a strong man who defeated Lu Chang with a single slap. If we can invite him over, will there be any other forces in the Underground Martial Arts Association that are our rivals? Your attention is quite good, but it's a pity that what you're saying is nonsense. Pan Shiren revealed a bitter smile. They had just done a fight with Wang Yi, and now they turned around and asked someone to be a fighter? Not to mention if Pan Shiren could not pull off this old face, there was not much hope in this matter. It was a small matter for him to lose face, but a big matter for him to delay his already precious time. Pan Shiren grinned, waved his hand, a great difficulty at the head. He did not have the heart to rebuke Pan Luofan whimsical. Don't mention this kind of attention that has no possibility of being realized. How is it impossible to realize? As long as one pays a sufficient price, there is nothing impossible in this world. Pan Luofan's face did not waver, still insisting on his own ideas. In his opinion, this was the only way to make the Pan family continue and even prosper. The cost? That's easy to say. The price of being able to invite that Wang Xiao. Can we pay it? While speaking, Pan Shiren sighed. If he could, why would he not want to have a helper as powerful as Wang Yi? But, at that time, one of his men was injured. He casually asked away from himself here 1 billion. Now if you ask him to take another shot, exactly how much will it cost? Even if the entire Wang group sold, I'm afraid cannot afford to pay it. Father, you are in the situation. The authorities are confused. Although this time we have provoked Wang Yi, but that is because we are his enemy. On the contrary, Long Xiao, as Wang Yi's servant, just by breaking his skin, Wang Yi has asked for $1 billion for his medical expenses. Although in the end how much money can really fall on Long Xiao is still to draw a question mark. But since Wang Yi in the beginning in front of so many people in the name of this to ask for compensation from them, surely in the end will not be treated poorly by Long Xiao, that is. Wang Yi was incredibly generous to his own people. What do you mean? Pan Shiren thought of a possibility, and revealed an unbelievable expression as he looked at Pan Luofan. He simply hadn't expected that his son would be able to put aside his grudges so quickly and think about the bigger picture. It seems that this setback, but prompted the growth of Pan Luofan, so in turn it is not a loss. Between the flashes of electricity, Pan Luofan naturally had no way of knowing the various thoughts that flashed through his father's mind. He only spoke his thoughts with a serious expression. As long as the Pan family can become Wang Yi's lackeys, what is a mere underground martial arts club? I'm afraid that from now on, for at least a few decades, Yandu's Jianghu will be the Wang group's world. Pan Luofan's gaze burned. Not only did he not have half the humiliation of becoming someone else's subordinate, he even shone with booming ambition. Pan Shiren looked at his son meaningfully. For a long time, a long sigh. His expression soothed. Yes, it is said that it is a dog, but it also depends on whose dog it is. Roadside stray wild dog as a person can go up and kick a foot, but change into the imperial royal dog? I'm afraid that the cost of the day-to-day clothing and food is more than the average person's wealth saved up over the years. Besides, even if they are looked down upon, what can they do? Anyway, if you fail in this session of the underground martial arts, Wang group will still exist at that time is still to be said, where there is energy to take into account the views of others. If you win by chance, then they as a subordinate of Wang Yi, who dares to look down on them is to look down on Wang Yi. The sky collapses down, there is a king less top. The same do not need them to worry about. Chapter 77, Going Home. What a wonderful plan. Before today, if Pan Shiren heard that Long Xiao had become someone's lackey, then he would only feel contempt in his heart, and at the same time, he would not think highly of Long Xiao. But today, when he saw it, he realized that there is no such thing as a reputation. He already understood why Long Xiao was able to become the last one person in Yandu Road. But even though he was so strong, he also became Wang Yi's lackey. Thinking about it that way, submitting to that person would not be something unacceptable. Especially this person for their own subordinates, also special favoritism. Out and a large number of detailed list once. Almost only benefits, no bad. It is simply a steady trade. A profit. Pan Shiren complex look at his son. This plan, Pan Luofan can think. Others can think. Only he could not think of. Because the only obstacle to this plan is to be able to put down self-respect. And even more to abandon the grudge that just happened. Pan Luofan did it. He didn't expect that in less than a day's time, his own son would have grown to the point where he had such a big picture in vision. How could this not make Pan Shiren feel greatly relieved? After all, no matter how he fights now, the Wang group and Pan family in the future is still his son. He struggled so desperately, is not worried about the offspring of no success. The family fell in the end to be bullied and humiliated? If Pan Luofan himself has the ability, or hold a golden thigh, then Panshi people in this life there is nothing to let go. What makes Pan Shiren's heart is that Wang Yi is still very young. Young is equal to potential. See Wang Yi's current ability, simply called infinite potential. In the future I do not know to what point can be developed. If you can follow him now, the future of the future is unlimited. Old age, this vision and temperament, actually not as good as his own son. Pan Shiren let out a long sigh of delight. Your plan is good. There's no need to wait for Wang Yi's reply. From today onwards, we'll see ourselves as Wang Yi's lackeys. Luo Fan, you go home and think of a way, no matter what method you use, as soon as possible to get together the remaining $900 million. It's better if we can exceed it. The big deal is to sell some of our family assets, then send it over to Wang Xiao and tell him our decision. Pan Shiren generation of lords, before just trapped in the knowledge limit barrier, could not think of this idea. Now once figured out, thought through, immediately show the style of thunder and lightning. Yes, seeing that his father was able to accept his plan, Pan Luofan's face was joyful, revealing a look of excitement. In his opinion, to be able to become Wang Yi's subordinate, $1 billion, was simply too cheap. If Wang Yi really wanted it, even if he gave away all of Wang Group, so what? Pan Luofan was just worried that his father could not figure out the joints here. Wang Yi did not know that he recently inexplicably have to more than a group of dog legs. He now just finished dealing with the spoils of war. to the hands of the big 100 million and Emperor Green are handed over to Duan Zhengqing. This is his due harvest. As for the jade market, Wang Yi in the crowd envy and jealousy hate in the eyes of the back of the hand on the throat of Xiaohu. Since he saw Xiaohu's sincere attitude and proactive desire to defect to himself, he was naturally happy to give him a chance. Anyway, it is just a daily flow of 10 million field. Xiaohu, if you get it right, it shows that he is still a little bit of ability, worthy of their own investment in the future. More trust. Messed up. It does not matter. Anyway, Wang Yi is not heartbroken. That's right. Anyway, is to win over. Only a few 100 million only. For Wang Yi has nothing to do. He just have this capital capricious. On the side of the Tanghuan look at the grimace, jealous of the separation of the mass wall, but do not dare to say half a word. Who asked him at first also dared to go against Wang Xiaoit. Now he could only change his ways, and secretly resolved to work harder to please Wang Xiao. In the end, Wang Yi slipped in a big circle, and after 9 oxen and 2 tigers of effort, what came to hand was just a piece of dragonstone seed. This piece of jadeite king worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars in the usual, naturally, is a treasure, but compared to today's hundreds of millions of dollars of several bets will not be enough to look at. But when Wang Yi thought of Wang Xiaoyu's smile, he felt that it was really worth it. The smile of Wang Xiaoyu is priceless. What treasure in this world can compare to the smile of a good person? A mere piece of dragonstone seed. If it can coax Wang Xiaoyu to be happy, then he is considered to have earned it. After capriciously disposing of the loot, Wang Yi couldn't wait to drive the car and return to the small home of the two of them in the Wang family estate. Wang Yi parked the car, but saw that the lights were still on in People Lake's small courtyard. That girl Xiaoyu hasn't slept yet? Staying up late is harmful to the skin, not conducive to beauty and health. Girls nowadays just know to squander the capital while young. Wang Yi, as the temper came up, read and muttered, but these words he didn't dare to say in front of Wang Xiaoyu, because at home there was never only nagging him. There was no chance for him to criticize Xiaoyu. That girl, she does things in drips and drabs, but why is it so late today and she hasn't gone to sleep yet? Wang Xiaoyu was very clear about Wang Yi's ability, and he had informed her in advance that she would be coming back later today. Normally, since there was no special reason, Wang Xiaoyu should have gone to bed on time in order to maintain a stable routine. Wang Yi could not suppress his curiosity and followed the light to the room. The door, unlocked. Wang Yi didn't knock on the door under his curiosity, but just gently pushed the door in. Seeing the beauty that appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Wang Xiaoyu should have just taken a bath not long ago. Her wet hair was not bound, directly draped over her shoulders. Her body was wearing a light pink strapless nightgown. Her black hair further accentuated her snow-white skin. Because she was sitting in front of the desk, the nightgown was tightly pressed on the seat, wrapped around her exquisite body. The translucent fabric vaguely outlined her jade buttocks and waist. Calm down. She's not related. But she is. Wang Yi pinched his thighs with force, forcing the already. Because of this, Wang Yi accidentally leaked out a trace of breath. It was not until then that Wang Xiaoyu was awakened by that hint of breath and noticed that there was someone in the room. What kind of person? Young master? Seeing that, Wang Xiaoyu immediately pushed away the chair and got up. Wang Yi crossed her shoulder and discovered a pile of form-like papers on the desk, filled with all kinds of data, and was able to see unfinished handwriting. Just now Wang Xiaoyu should have still been filling in the vacant places inside. When did you come back, young master? Although she was surprised by Wang Yi's appearance, Xiaoyu still picked up the bottom edge of her skirt and gracefully bowed to Wang Yi. Chapter 78. The night. Wang Yi smiled bitterly. It's all been said. There's no need to be so outgoing with me at home. Wang Xiaoyu was unmoved by Wang Yi's words, raising her hands and feet in a generous manner, not even caring about her thin and cool nightgown being seen by Wang Yi. As a result, he was the only one who felt constrained. I don't know if Wang Xiaoyu really doesn't know the killing power of her body for men, or if she knows that she is seen by Wang Yi with that delicate figure, but she doesn't care about it, bringing it up again now. On the contrary, it appeared that Wang Yi had ulterior motives. He cleared his throat in order to ease his embarrassment. Ahem, I just came back, Xiaoyu. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you writing? Reporting to young master. Recently master intends to let me take up a position in the company. In order not to disgrace young master, I decided to first familiarize myself with the company's recent situation. These are the company's recent financial reports and personnel sheets. Wang Yi froze for a moment. He wasn't surprised if the old master let himself run the company, but he didn't expect that he would actually approach Xiaoyu. It seems that the old master knows that he is afraid of trouble and is too lazy to care about these trivial matters. Across the board, he will end up handing it over to Xiaoyu, so he might as well let that girl do it in the first place. Ha ha, hard work for you. Wang Yi smiled awkwardly. It was all because of him that caused his sister to work so hard. Although Wang Xiaoyu did not say anything at all, but Wang Yi couldn't pretend that he didn't know. The Wang family is the 8 major families in Yandu. The Ghost Valley internal scripture was the foundation passed down from their ancestors. The Sea King group was the Wang family's heritage, and the Yilong group founded by Wang Yi's father Wang Shanglan, although it had just risen not long ago, was the reason that allowed the Wang family to subdue the remaining 7 families and become the number 1 family of Yandu in one fell swoop. Yilong group was founded by his father, and in the future it will definitely fall into his hands, so Wang Yi actually has no thoughts about the other properties of the Wang family. Anyway, there was already enough money for him to spend. But now, it seems like the old man has the idea of handing over the Sea King group into his hands as well, otherwise he couldn't pull Xiaoyu into the company so early. In Wang Yi's eyes, if there was any lucky woman who could become his secretary, then it was none other than Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Yi thought carefully, and then felt that this matter was not that simple. Only, before Yilong group had been father's several brothers in charge. Recently the oldest Wang Shengyang was punished. The oldest 3 Wang Shenzhou was disheartened because of his son Wang Wenhu's matter. Only a second uncle Wang Shengbo was left. The old man is worried that the oldest 2 in the company is dominant. Want to engage in checks and balances? Wang Yi shook his head and quickly put this matter behind him. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of family rivalry and deceitful bull ********. We are all family, all surnamed Wang. Is it interesting for you to fight with me? Young master, what are you doing? Beside Wang Yi, Xiaoyu let out a bitter complaint. It turned out that he had unknowingly placed his hand on his sister's head, and his freshly washed and combed hair was rubbed by Wang Yi in a messy manner. No, it's not. Just feel a bit sorry for you. Wang Yi smiled playfully and pretended not to see his sister's disgruntled look. Regarding the old man's thoughts, Wang Yi was too lazy to guess and had nothing to worry about. In his eyes, his own sister was the smartest and cleverest in the world. How could she possibly take care of a company with a market capitalization of trillions of dollars in the district? Although now in the younger generation of the 8 families, only the Mo family's Mo Shuayin is a little older, has begun to contact the family affairs, but Wang Yi feels that his sister's ability is definitely not below her. It is also time to show some of the fists. The only thing to worry about is that some of the family rogues, see Xiaoyu is young, on the old to make things difficult at every turn, until their own work mistakes but a brain pushed to Wang Xiaoyu head. Wang Yi revealed a cold smile. If anyone dares to bully his sister, then he must let that guy know why the flowers are so red. Young master, if it's fine you'd better go to bed quickly. Don't delay school tomorrow. Wang Xiaoyu paused, and expressionlessly spoke words to Wang Yi that sent a cold shiver down his spine. Even if you beg me no matter how much, I will still rip you out of bed on time tomorrow morning. Sister you can't be so cruel. You know that when I get to the night people are spirited and can't sleep. Wang Yi put on a helpless look. Although he wasn't sure that he would definitely not be able to get up in the morning, but it was always right to save for a rainy day. This girl would turn into it in the morning. Wang Xiaoyu sighed as she watched her brother show his playful demeanor. Are you a child? You still can't sleep at night. Although she felt that her brother was being a bit unreasonable, Wang Xiaoyu thought deeply before giving in. Let's do it this way. Let's both sleep together after a long time. I'll urge you to go to bed earlier, so that you won't be able to get up in the morning. Together. Wang Yi did not expect his sister to actually propose such a solution, and froze for a moment, his eyes looking up and down on Xiaoyu's body. The front and back are exquisite, slender and slim without losing flesh. No, this is going to happen. Wang Yi does not believe in his own self-control. He in case it did not control himself can be something. That what? Sister we two are so big. Still sleep together. Not good right? Okay, young master you don't talk nonsense. Who just said he can't sleep at night? Wang Xiaoyu didn't give Wang Yi a chance to push back at all, and with a pull behind him, she dragged him to the bed. Wang Yi's body swayed, and he felt a soft touch coming from his head. He was actually lying on his sister's knee, and his head was covered with 2 balls of cushion. Good boy, quickly sleep. Wang Xiaoyu actually sang a lullaby. Wang Yi's consciousness gradually blurred in his sister's gentle voice, and his last thought was how does it feel like he's being molested by his sister? Yandu Academy. In the classroom of the second year A class. Damn, a loss. Wang Yi sat in his seat in depression. His mind was now filled with his sister's marvelously soft body last night, but if you ask him how that was a soulful taste, unfortunately, Wang Yi didn't remember, because Wang Xiaoyu's skill of putting children to sleep was too brilliant. As a result, Wang Yi didn't have time to do anything last night, and didn't even feel much of his sister's growth before he entered the dream. Where did that girl Xiaoyu learn this skill? Lullabies are sung so skillfully? It's not like it usually comes in handy. Don't say it. It's really there. Wang Yi laughed bitterly. It can't be? That girl practiced this kind of skill just so I could sleep honestly at night. Chapter 79 Invitation. Wang Yi was more energetic than the average person because he practiced the Ghost Valley internal scripture. Even if he didn't sleep for a few nights, he wouldn't feel sleepy, but when he was a child, Every time he didn't sleep at night, his younger sister would come up with ways to coax a child to sleep. It's too embarrassing to be this brother. However, even if it hadn't been long, Wang Yi did feel a slight difference. His sister's skin was so tender and smooth, soft and boneless, slender as if a slightly harder hug could cause her to be injured, and his own body did appear to react in a way that only happens when facing a woman. Not only him, he even felt it. Last night Wang Xiaoyu's chest also came from the violent vibration like beating drums. They had grown up, and there were eventually some things that needed to be taken care of. Thinking of this, Wang Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Master's youth is over. Brother Yi, what are you thinking about? Wang Yi was pulled back to reality by a voice as gentle as water. It's what era. Only then did Wang Yi notice that today's lesson was over, and there were already sparsely a few people left in the classroom. He stood up and began to pack his things. Nothing, a little thing at home. Wang Yi casually dealt with it. He couldn't be bitter himself about his sister becoming too feminine. Could he? Tao Wan looked at Wang Yi seriously, as if she was confirming whether he was telling the truth. After a long time, she finally broke a certain reserve and spoke. Brother Yi, are you free tonight? Wang Yi froze. What was this girl talking about? Luckily, he was a good person. Otherwise ordinary people would have to misunderstand, right? But what is she going to do with such an ambiguous statement at night? Because just now still thinking about the no-no thing. Wang Yi now brain is still all pink. So just based on Tao Weiner's sentence, brainstormed the inn, double bed, security measures, hospitals, marriage by marriage, white head in old age, into the ground. Probably the experience of an unusual person's whole life. If he didn't suddenly react to the fact that Tao Wan was still waiting in front of him to answer, Wang Yi had the idea of writing a book. Ahem, don't get me wrong. I mean, do you have time after school? Tao Wan finally also realized that her words were too misleading. There are a few of my friends who asked me to party tonight, but they all brought their boyfriends with them, so it's more awkward for me to go over by myself, and I'm too embarrassed to trouble boys with average relationships for this kind of thing. So the first thing I thought of was Brother Yi. Wang Yi nodded and understood Tao Wan's meaning. A single dog participating in a couple's queue is not only suspected of being a light bulb, but also looks rather miserable. But she doesn't want to find a random boyfriend, so she wants to ask someone she knows to pretend to be her boyfriend. This kind of thing was, after all, too embarrassing to ask someone she wasn't familiar with. And although Wang Yi was sure that the other boys in the class wouldn't find it troublesome, Tao Wan herself would be shy. I roughly understand what you mean. Are you confessing to me? Wang Yi stared at Tao Wan's eyes, revealing a serious look as he opened his mouth. That's right, he was knowingly committing a crime. He was trying to flirt with Tao Wan. It must be very interesting for such a gentle and lovely girl to reveal a shy expression. Unfortunately, to Wang Yi's regret, Tao Wan just gave him a very blank look. I know Brother Yi, you're not that casual. I just want to ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend for just one time. Don't sister. I'm not human when I'm casual, not just as a boyfriend. I can fake it for real. Wang Yi secretly chanted in his heart, but on the surface, he still pretended to have a sudden realization. So that's what you mean. It just so happens that I'm not doing anything tonight, so I'll accompany you on your trip. What he said was true. Wang Yi was indeed quite free. Anyway, accompanying a beautiful woman like Tao Wan could still feed his eyes. Across the board this wave was not a loss. But then he thought originally he had planned to go and have a look at Yao Fangfang after school. On second thought, ever since he returned to Yandu, he hadn't seen Fangfang's sister, so he and she were really destined for each other. But anyway, this is not something that has to be today. Once again, based on this reason, Wang Yi decided that it would be better to allocate his time to Tao Wan today. Tao Wan naturally couldn't detect the complex heart path of Wang Yi in this short moment. She just heard Wang Yi promise and revealed a joyful smile. Brother Yi, you really agreed? Great! A smile of a good person gives rise to 100 winks, and the warblers and swallows in the world have no color. This smile of Tao Wan was like sunlight, placed in the class, dazzling beyond compare. For a time, all the males in the second year class were attracted to the gaze. Tang Huan was naturally amongst them. Although looking at his sweetheart being amused by another man, it would be impossible if there wasn't some unwillingness in his heart. But no matter how unwilling, so what? Can he compete with that Wang Xiao? After seeing yesterday's scene, now not to mention Wang Yi in front of his face to chase Tao Wan that is, in the future he got married. Wang Yi, if you know a word, he can only send his wife packaged to the bed of the people, right? People and people are not equal. The previous Tang Huan was using this sentence to taunt others. Now he was using this sentence to admonish himself. In addition to not messing with other big brothers who were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, he also had to be careful with his words and actions, so as not to anger Wang Yi and thus completely lose his ticket to ride on young Wang's chariot. This was Tang Huan's current creed. Even if yesterday's attempt to worship Wang Yi as his big brother failed, Tang Huan wouldn't give up. not even the Tang family behind him, and would definitely report this incredibly thick golden thigh. Although Wang Yi had rejected himself yesterday, Tang Huan was self-conscious that he had been steadfastly on Wang Yi's side for the latter part of yesterday, and should have left a good impression, as long as he was able to become Wang Yi's little brother. When the time came, no matter if he learned a trick or Wang Yi leaked out some benefits from his fingers, the rest of his life would benefit endlessly. After all, this young man's generous, but many people have witnessed 100 million yuan said to give. The jade market also casually thrown to only no less than a day to operate. Follow him to make still worry not developed? Hey, little Tang, it's not like you just watch one air and that kid talk? A familiar voice came from behind Tang Huan. He looked back. It was Yan Menhai from his class. Although Yan Menhai didn't have a big family behind him, and his family didn't have much savings, their family was related to the Taishan alliance, which was also a not-so-small Jianghu power in Yandu. Therefore, Yan Menhai had always regarded Tang Huan as a formidable enemy before, wanting to compete with him for the position of class leader. Of course, under Tang Huan's banknote offense, this kid couldn't tumble. The Tang family's financial power was naturally scum compared to Wang Yi's, but placed in this second-year A class, Tang Huan was still number one. It was just that he already had no thoughts of the class boss position. Chapter 80, Pattern. Indeed, Wang Yi probably didn't even care about this kind of position, and it was even likely to be too troublesome, so he pushed himself right into that position. But after seeing Wang Yi's handiwork, a big shot like Pan Shiren, and an expert like Long Xiao, how could Tang Huan continue to be confined to a district class? How could a swallowed sparrow know the will of a great swan? Frankly speaking, with his vision, he could no longer see it. This class was too small. Even Yan Haiman wasn't considered a rival by him anymore. It's not just you. All of us guys have been chasing one air for so long, and now this new guy is actually molesting the goddess in front of us. Can you stand it? If you want to get on, just do it yourself. Don't tell me. Tang Huan coldly glanced at him and withdrew his gaze. Yan Menhai was suddenly choked by Tang Huan and froze for a moment. How could he not expect why Tang Huan was as if he had changed in just one day's time? Before he was still clamoring to show Wang Yi who was the boss of the second-year A class, but as a result, he was now acting as if he was a rat seeing a cat. Although Yan Menghai was happy to see Tang Huan's stupid look of charging ahead, and wanted to see him kick the bucket even more, but all of this was based on the duo being rivals. If something caused Tang Huan to stop competing with himself, then only Yan Menhai was left to get high. Wouldn't that make him look small-minded? Or even worse, suddenly popped out a big brother, a slap in the face of Tang Huan. Then he is also more than likely not far from death. No wonder Yan Menhai does not feel the sadness of the rabid death. After all, the two are considered in order of magnitude. He can see Tang Huan suffer, but do not want to see Tang Huan was defeated by outsiders. For Yan Menhai, for the second-year A class, Wang Yi, the newcomer who had just come for only one day, was undoubtedly an outsider. What's wrong, little Tang? You look a bit strange. Did you suffer a loss at that kid's hands yesterday? Yan Menhai's eyes twinkled as he opened his mouth out of a tentative purpose. Tang Huan just glanced at Yan Menhai. In his opinion, Yan Menhai already belonged to the dispensable characters. The tiny pattern of the second-year A class was already not worthy of his eyes at all. But Yan Menhai is impossible to know the complex twists and turns. When humans encountered unknown things, out of self-protection instincts, human beings will be their own brain to understand their own explanations to recognize that group of things. In Yan Menhai's mind, a simple conclusion was reached. Tang Huan had suffered a stifling loss at the hands of Wang Yi, and because it was too humiliating, he couldn't talk about it with others. Reasonable and justified. If it was Yan Menhai himself, being thwarted by a newcomer who had just been here for a day, he would have felt embarrassed to open his mouth in shame. If Tang Huan knew that this kid was so good at making things up, I'm afraid he would have laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you disgraceful thing, you can't even handle a new guy. But Yan Menhai brainstormed last night's drama. His heart felt solid. He no longer hid his mockery, then changed his previous cautiousness, directly called out left and right, greeted the class, and had a few ideas of replacing Tang Huan's previous position in the class. Brothers, come with me, let's look for Taishan Alliance's Mountain Brother to play. Yesterday I heard Mountain Brother said, Wang Group touched a hard point, not only folded a lot of good hands, even the jade market are lost. Before originally in Yan Menhai close relationship with a few people, all perked up their ears close to Yan Menhai, in order to hear a little more clearly. Seeing this, Yan Menhai in turn amplified his voice a bit. He wasn't afraid of other people hearing him. He just took this opportunity to expand his influence in the class, replacing Tang Huan's position. All the students here originally came from Yandu's powerful families. If he was able to develop a few Taishan Alliance's underlings, it would be even more of a great achievement. Now the wind on the road. Everyone is staring at Wang Group, and so Mountain Brother they swallowed Wang Group. Taishan Alliance and Yandu can walk horizontally. At that time I take you guys wanna play how to play. No one dares to mess with us at all. Now not only Yen Manhai's clusters, even those students who usually ride the wall and watch also lean to Yen Manhai's side. The reason why Tang Huan worshipped his big brother in the Jianghu so much before, and even got close to Xiaohu, was because he and Yen Manhai represented the two forces in the second year A class. Tang Huan represented the rich and powerful families of Yandu, possessing a large amount of financial power, and Yen Manhai represented the Jianghu sects of Yandu, sitting on the force. Previously, Tang Huan was able to use his strong financial power to buy force, so he had always pressed Yen Manhai head-on. But now listening to Yen Manhai, it seemed that the Taishan alliance behind him was going to be developed. Wang group, what does it represent? Before Tang Huan cited as the main force of the Summer Tiger, but also one of several forces in the new area of Yandu small captain level, and Wang group not only controlled the entire new area, but also horizontal pressure Yandu underground forces. If Taishan alliance can annex Wang group, then from the Yandu Jianghu's head chair is afraid to change its name, and Yen Manhai behind the mountain brother, is the Taishan alliance and the important figures. At that time, Yen Manhai exactly how much energy and power will have. Anyway, these young students who hadn't seen the world before now already regarded Yen Manhai as a god in their hearts. While the storm clouds were surging in the second year A classroom, Wang Yi had already left the school. Just as Tang Huan had predicted, Wang Yi didn't give a damn about the status in a tiny class. Would a tiger go up the mountain to fight with a monkey for the king? Now that Wang Yi had left the school behind, he was waiting at the school entrance. According to the agreement, he was going to pretend to be Tao Wan-er's boyfriend and attend the party with her. Brother Yi, sorry, I'm late. Not far away, Tao Wan-er's voice came. Wang Yi saw her panting and running over with broken steps. Just now Tao Wan-er went to the bathroom to change into civilian clothes. After all, the friends' party also had a certain meaning of showing off in it. A young and pretty girl herself couldn't wear a school uniform over there, right? Wang Yi would have wanted to complain about the woman dressed up to waste time, but only looked at Tao Wan-er a glance. He forgot to well up to the mouth words. Tao Wan-er changed into a snow-white shirt, the lower half of the body wearing a red tartan skirt, two slender legs set in white stockings, shoulder across a small beige bag, showing youthful beauty. Wang Yi thought that this kind of dress can only appear in the animation in comics, did not expect that in reality there are people who can wear white stockings so nice. What's even more attractive is that Tao Wan-er, because she was embarrassed to let Wang Yi wait for a long time, so she jogged all the way over, and now her body is slightly sweating. Occasionally her black hair is scattered out and pasted on her jade muscles. Accompanied by the wind on the street will send a young girl's body fragrance into Wang Yi's nostrils. Chapter 81 The Gathering. Cough cough, it's fine, I didn't wait long. Wang Yi awkwardly averted his eyes. He felt that if he continued to look, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and let his body produce some of the embarrassing changes. Let's set off then. Tao Wan-er didn't see Wang Yi's embarrassment and graciously took his hand and walked towards the parking lot outside the school. Wang Yi just wanted to remind her, but once he thought that he was now playing the role of Tao Wan-er's boyfriend, if he didn't even make a move to hold a hand, it would inevitably seem a bit unreal. Moreover, the warm and soft jade-like touch from that small hand further dispelled Wang Yi's thoughts. He wasn't the one who suffered anyway. In the time it took for Tao Wan-er to freeze, she pulled Wang Yi to reach her destination. There was a girl in a light green dress waiting there, who was boredly playing with her cell phone, and as soon as she saw Tao Wan-er's arrival, she couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. Wan-er, you've made me wait miserably. Come quickly. Sorry, it took a bit of time to change clothes. Tao Wan-er embarrassedly stroked the hair hanging down from her ears. The girl didn't say anything. It looked like for women, the time it takes to dress up is a rightful sacrifice. Tao Wan-er looked at the girl's side again, as if she was looking for something. Lu Xinyu, didn't you bring any Tasho people? Didn't Sweetie and the girls say that they'd also bring their mail tickets? Hey, don't mention it. Split. Hearing Tao Wan-er's question, Lu Xian you couldn't help but have a black face. Split up? Tao Wan-er was also stunned, obviously not expecting to get this answer. I see that Mr. Tian isn't quite good? How come they split up? Lu Xinyu unabashedly revealed a cold smile. Good people? Just good people have no use. The streets are full of good people who don't steal or rob. If you don't have money or power, it's not long before it's a waste. That waste not to say buy a house and car. Let him buy me a bottle of perfume cannot afford to buy. Want him what use? Tao Wan-er blinked her eyes, feeling that her outlook on life had been shocked. To actually break up just because of this kind of reason? Lu Xinyu obviously didn't notice Tao Wan-er's complexion and was still talking to herself. People deserve to die compared to people. Goods have to be thrown compared to goods. Look at Zhang Sweet and Zhang Lan. How decent their boyfriends are. One drives a BMW and the other drives an Audi. The family has a house and assets. And the career is still on the rise. They are all 100% upper class people. After saying that, she saw Wang Yi beside Tao Wan-er. Her eyes immediately lit up as well. Right, Wan Air, is this your boyfriend? I haven't heard you mention it to us. How much money does his family have? Where does he work? Tao Wan Air didn't even react to answer Lu Xinyu's question because she was too speechless. In her impression, Lu Xinyu was still a sincere and honest simple girl before. Although she was not a big lady who was so good that she could not care about money, but she did not dislike the poor and love the rich to such an extent. Now just a few days to see, and then appeared in front of her. Lu Xinyu actually seems to have a few unfamiliar, as if a different person. I really do not know what stimulation. As for Lu Xinyu mentioned in the words of Zheng Suite and Zhonglan, is also Tao Wan Air's girlfriends. 4 people are considered hair small, from childhood to play to the big kind. The family conditions are also similar, only Lu Xinyu slightly worse. Yo, Wan Air, you can finally come. Speak of the devil. Just after mentioning these 2 people, Zheng Sweetness and Zhonglan each appeared in the parking lot holding a man's hand. The 2 women were a year older than Tao Waner and Lu Xinyu, and had also gotten in touch with society earlier, and now both had found rich boyfriends. The boyfriends of the 2, Wan Hao and Meng Zishu, were the design director of a large online media and the president of an international software company respectively. Wang Yi subconsciously sized up the 2 women. Even with his battle-hardened eyes, these 2 girls were good enough to be called beautiful. Although they weren't as good as Tao Waner, they were at least on the same level as Lu Xinyu, and were able to score about 80 points. Zheng Sweetheart is a fleshy type of girl, together with a height of more than 1 meter 7. The strapless evening dress shows just the right amount of curvature and gully as it should be, slender and sexy at the same time, whereas Zhonglan is known for her slim figure. In order to emphasize her charms, she wears black pantyhose under the short skirt, setting off a pair of slender jade legs. Only Wang Yi, on top of his admiring gaze, faintly exhaled a regretful sigh. These 2 girls were no longer as clear as they were on Tao Wan Air, but instead, they exuded a kind of mercenary and flirtatiousness, a feeling that he had once seen on Lin Xiaohan, who had broken up with him. Sweetness, Xiaolan, Tao Wan Air greeted the 2 women, looking a little nervous. If she had known that Lu Xinyu wouldn't bring her boyfriend either, she wouldn't have had to bother Wang Yi, and apparently this identity out of disguise could also make her feel shy and embarrassed for fear of being recognized. This is your boyfriend? Zheng Sweetness first cast her gaze towards Wang Yi on Tao Wan Air's side. There was no way. Wang Yi was too conspicuous. Even if they wanted to ignore it, they couldn't. Wang Yi's body was slender and fit, a head taller than the 2 women's boyfriends, and his handsome cheeks paired with a plain casual outfit set off a strong contrast. It felt like a white boy with only his face to speak of. Zheng Sweetheart is also like this thought. Must be a rely on appearance to pick up Tao Waner scum. Although her own girlfriend is beautiful, her family is rich, but she is not familiar with the world and has no emotional experience, so she can't let the bad man who doesn't know where to come to abduct her. Tao Wan Air didn't know what was going on in Zhang Tiantian's mind. Right now she was still in a state of embarrassment. After all, she wasn't really her boyfriend. Well, this is my boyfriend Wang Yi. We just started dating. Hey, it's a handsome guy. Zhonglan's corner of her eye curved, revealing a flavorful winking smile. If it was an innocent and youthful boy, I'm afraid that she would have been at a loss for words by now. What's the use of just being handsome? Lu Xinyu sarcastically commented indignantly. She had just broken up with her boyfriend because he had no money, and now that she saw Zhang Sweet's and Zhonglan's dirt cheap boyfriends again, her heart was 10,000% unfair. Zhang Sweetheart's eyes turned. She was about to remind Tao Wan Air, but out of friendship, she couldn't make shallow conversation, so she was still thinking about how to open her mouth politely. Now that Lu Xinyu opened her mouth directly for her, she naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. That's right. Waner, you haven't been in love, but now in this society, a man should be powerful. Looks come second. After saying that, Zheng Sweetness cut a glance at Wang Yi with a deep meaning. If Wang Yi reveals his identity after that, she will pretend that she is unintentional and apologize honestly. If Wang Yi is really incapable, in her opinion, in the male's self-esteem, he should also know that he should know how to retreat. Chapter 82 Design. Out of Zhang Sweetheart's expectation, Wang Yi did not act according to her expectations at all. Well, what you said is very right. I also think that a man should be capable. Wang Yi smiled and nodded, replied with such a sentence, and then, was gone. Seeing Wang Yi react so calmly, Zhang Sweetheart's calculations were considered completely broken. Wang Yi neither got annoyed and clarified his identity, nor did he show the shame of being told off. Instead, he was bland. In fact, he had long seen Zhang Sweetheart's woman's thoughts, but what does this have to do with Wang Yi? He was only looking at Tao Wan Air's face and stepped forward to fill the scene. As for what exactly his identity was, Wang Yi had no obligation to explain it to them. Zhang Sweetness was Tao Wan Air's friend, not his Wang Yi's friend. Right. The more handsome and gentle the man is, the more slag. Waner, you don't want to be deceived. Just now you Haven T answered me. What does this Wang Wang Xiao. I see that he wears a good pour. At this time, on the contrary, Lu Xinyu's cityless voice relieved Zheng's sweetness, because Lu Xinyu was the most ordinary one in the family present. All of them hadn't been exposed to these complicated routines and mind games since childhood, and appeared a bit naive. Zheng Dangdang was too embarrassed to ask a question, but she was able to say it without a care in the world. Wang Yi blinked and revealed a helpless expression. He also seriously surveyed the clothes on his body. His own t-shirt and casual pants are handmade from a famous foreign tailor to customize the aristocratic models, with connotation and substance without showing luxury. Single pieces are to be millions. How can you call it poor? Tao Weiner is almost a mouthful of spittle did not swallow. Was choking a good. She never thought Lu Xinyu can say this kind of words. Good or bad, Wang Yi is now explicitly their boyfriend. How can you face to say this kind of words? Thanks to the fact that they are many years of hair small. Change to do general friends. I'm afraid that on the spot to turn the face of extinction it. What's more, Wang Yi has no money, no power. Tao Weiner cannot know? At the time in the Moon Antique line, millions of antiques and paintings said to buy on the buy. The big men of the Jianghu who roamed across Yandu met and called them young masters. The director of the Quality Supervision Bureau had to look respectful in front of him. With a man like that, isn't all this nonsense? Isn't Wang Yi a capable man? But Tao Weiner does not know these things, cannot say, should not say, at least before in the Moon Antique time. Wang Yi did not mention anything. Maybe he is a person who likes to keep a low profile. If you open your mouth to explain on behalf of the Wang Yi, there is the possibility of causing him to be unhappy. If Wang Yi knew what Tao Weiner was thinking right now, I'm afraid that he would only pay a smile. He also does not have any special hobby of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Just simply, too much trouble. In his opinion, does a dragon and tiger have an obligation to explain its power to a mole? It was the obligation of a mole cricket to know what he shouldn't mess with. Therefore, Wang Yi never bothered to explain. Those who blocked in front of him, crushing was it, but he was definitely not going to spend one more point of effort to tell those mole crickets not to block in front of him. This is the thinking of the strong. But, rightfully so, these Tao Weiner's friends can't understand because they are not strong. Zhong Lan once again let out a delicate laugh, not hiding her mocking tone. Xinu, it's too rude for you to say that. What if someone else, Wang Xiao, is wearing a famous brand? What if a little person like us can't recognize it? Wang Yi nodded. Well, this woman still understands something. She's right, it's obvious that you guys don't recognize the clothes I'm wearing. He is not a person who cares about money. How can he wear those cheap goods that cost a few tens of thousands of dollars in order to let you guys recognize them? Wang Yi thought, while scanning Zhong Lan's body wearing, but it's just a few tens of thousands of dollars of small brand. At least he thinks so. Come on, Sister Lan, who doesn't know that your family is in the clothing business, and there's a name brand pair that you can't recognize? Lu Xinyu didn't believe in this evil. She nonchalantly punctured the hidden sarcasm in Zhong Lan's words. Obviously, finding a like Tian Shouren before had almost become a trauma in her heart, so now as soon as she saw a man with no power, Lu Xinyu despised him from the bottom of her heart. Tao Weiner was also annoyed, but it was towards these few friends. Why were they all so hostile to Wang Yi so much? Now that Wang Yi's identity is her boyfriend, targeting Wang Yi is targeting her. She shouldn't have offended these few friends. Why are they all so unfavorable to her today? It's just that she has lost face. Tao Weiner is not so angry, but she is to avoid looking awkward alone before bothering Wang Yi to come alone. And now she is letting Wang Yi suffer this kind of bad treatment. The kind heart of her is feeling very over it. Alright, let's not hurt the peace. Wei Xiao is still waiting for us. At this time, Zheng's sweetheart's boyfriend, Wan Hao, interrupted the atmosphere of saber rattling between the girls and revealed a peacemaker's smile. Wei Xiao? Tao Weiner raised her eyebrows. She was vaguely familiar with the current atmosphere. Combined with her previous experience at the Reflecting Moon Antique House, Tao Weiner was even able to vaguely guess the reason for the change in her girlfriend's attitudes. Zhong Lan came to Tao Weiner's side with a coquettish smile, gently holding onto her waist and nibbling on her ear just like the usual close-knit little girls. He. Weiner, you listen to me. Wei Xiao is the mayor's son. Wei Shengpeng. My family Meng Zishu wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers, but also spent a lot of people to invite before he invited him. He still heard that you're also going to come today, and only then agreed to take part in this party. Tao Weiner immediately revealed a look of sadness and indignation. How could she not understand the changes in her girlfriends by now? Originally, she had pulled Wang Yi in order not to be a light bulb herself, but as a result, Wang Yi had now become a light bulb in their eyes instead. This party was designed for her from the start because they had figured out that she didn't have a boyfriend. Not waiting for Tao Weiner to indignantly open her mouth to question, Zhong Lan had already left Tao Weiner's side, and at this time, her whole body was leaning on her boyfriend Meng Zishu's body, and she also revealed an expression of regret. Who knows? You're actually so uncooperative. You already have a boyfriend. How can we say this to Wei Xiao? although her face has a look of pity. But who knows whether it's a pity that Tao Wan missed the opportunity to get on the side of a mayor's son like Wei Xiao, or a pity that they had the calculations to gain Wei Xingping's favor by selling their girlfriends? It's okay, love. This thing is to see the fate of the individual has personal preferences. We cannot force is not it? Meng Zishu was this time lightly laughed. He did not like Zhong Lan that kind of regret. In his opinion, Tao Wan has a boyfriend, so what? With Wei Xiao's ability, the woman he has his eyes on has not yet failed to get it right. Chapter 83, Face. Meng Zishu for Wei Shangpeng is full of confidence. After all, he is a mayor's son. Deal with Wang Yi. This looks like poor students. If you will still miss the words called the devil it. Tao Waner looked at her former best friend. Her eyes were ice cold. Today, she had seen what it meant to be a glass bosom friend and a plastic sisterhood. Although Zheng Sweet and other people will introduce themselves to Wei Xiao does have part of the good intention. After all, is to let a person evening the mayor's son of the opportunity. The general girl herd certainly do not even want to think about it to agree. But did they really not receive any benefits from Wei Xiao? What made Tao Waner most indignant was that they actually sold their information to a strange man without informing themselves. At this time, Zhong Lan, who still hadn't given up her soul of getting into trouble, let out another deliberate shriek. Hee, our people are a little bit unable to sit down. Zishu, your BMW is a 2-seater sports car model. Marriott's Audi has a 4-person seat, but we are now 7 people. Zhong Lan glanced at Wang Yi, not hiding her scorn. The next thing she was going to do was offer to let Lu Xinyu and Tao Waner plus Wang Yi squeeze into the back seat. At that time, Lu Xinyu will definitely volunteer to squeeze in between the two of them on the grounds of sisters catching up, further cutting the relationship between Wang Yi and Tao Waner, and they will also use their words to squeeze Wang Yi step by step, so that this poor student who doesn't know what's good for him will know what's good for him and leave. Apart from Tao Waner, the remaining 3 women and 2 men in the room looked at Wang Yi with playful eyes, as if they were expecting to see how he would struggle. Unfortunately, their calculations once again fell through. It's fine, I have my own car. Wang Yi laughed confidently, while pulling Tao Waner's small hand, signaling her to rest assured. Zhang Sweetness and the others were stunned, not expecting Wang Yi to once again not lightly beat them back for making things difficult. Today it seemed that from the moment they met Tao Waner, their plans didn't go too well. Could it be that this brat is a man who can't be seen? Really letting that Tao Waner girl catch a golden son-in-law? Impossible. In Yandu City, again capable and can be stronger than the mayor? In addition to the mayor, she could only think of a few hidden families that were close to urban legends. How could she think of such a coincidence that Wang Yi happened to come from a hidden family in Yandu? Yo, I didn't realize that Wang Xiao also drove a car over. I think your car is also quite luxurious, right? I didn't see it. Why don't you let us sisters see the world? Zheng Sweetness deliberately used a sweet and greasy tone to ask Wang Yi in a petulant manner. On the surface, she was touting Wang Yi, but in fact, she was still squeezing him. In Zhang Sweetheart's opinion, this kind of guy in shabby clothes, what kind of good car can he drive? Their boyfriends, a drive the latest BMW Z4, a drive Audi Q7, add up to 2 million. The average person to see this lineup how can raise the courage in their comparison? Anyway, Zhang Sweetheart doesn't believe that Wang Yi can drive any good car. At most, it's just a few tens of thousands of dollars of second-hand goods. However, Wang Yi was not an ordinary person, and he didn't have the slightest intention of hiding it. It's right over there. The crowd followed Wang Yi's finger and looked. There was a white Jetta parked there. Jetta, and it is still a very worn-out kind. The glass with cracks, paint speckled off a lot. The front pits show the scars of repeated collisions. It's one of those used cars that wouldn't sell for much, right? Is there really someone to buy it? Put. Zhong Lan felt herself being amused. Ha, wonder your vision is really good. Having such a thrifty boyfriend, you'll definitely be happy in the future, right? Now, even if Tao Waner didn't want to speculate about her friend with the worst possible malice, she could still hear the yin and yang in Zhong Lan's tone. But Tao Waner couldn't say anything yet, and even she was speechless. Such a ragged Jetta. I'm afraid it's not even enough to cover a few tenths of the price of the car of the 2 boyfriends Rini. Zheng Sweetheart's boyfriend Wan Hao also laughed. $20,000 at the top. At least you don't have to squeeze the back seat together with a few people. It's already okay. Young people nowadays, it's already good to be able to afford a car of a few tens of thousands of dollars on their own. Meng Zishu knows how to sing red and white, and immediately stood out with a serious look to ease the atmosphere. If it were someone else, it would both make him hold back his sulk and not be able to refute it. But this kind of thing was not even necessary for Wang Yi to be angry. He didn't even put it on his mind. Because, I'm talking about that one. Wang Yi didn't take back his outstretched hand, but wiggled his fingers. Zhong Lan once again followed Wang Yi's finger and looked further away. Next to the Jetta, there was a yellow and black striped sports car parked. This time, not only Zhong Lan froze, Even Meng Zishu and Wan Hao beside him froze. There was no other reason. This car was too familiar. It wasn't because this car sucked, but because this car had become so famous that although you might not be able to name it, you must have seen it before. Wasn't this the main character's sports car from Transformer X King Kong? Wan Hao and Meng Zishu's knowledge of cars was obviously far above that of a few girls, and while they were still immersed in that sense of vestiges, the two had already said the name of the car in unison. Chevrolet Camaro. A few girls looked at each other as if they had never heard of the name. It was just so awesome. It was true that Chevrolet wasn't a famous sports car brand like Lamborghini or Ferrari or something like that, but it was still a competitive car brand in the world. And the most unacceptable thing for the duo is, someone in the country really drive this car? This can be 4 or 5 million. My god. Chevrolet, international famous brand. Is it really bought by this kid? According to Meng Zishu and Wan Hao's understanding, a Chevrolet bought him to 4 or 5 million, not to mention a series of fees and tariffs imported from abroad. Frankly speaking, the two of them, I'm afraid that their cars, combined are not enough to people this a car half of the price. Ha ha. Wan Air, your boyfriend is really interesting ha. Zishu said this car is 4 or 5 million. How can he afford it? Zhonglan returned her head with a beat. Her movements were stiff like a robot, and a cold sweat began to run down her miserable white face. She really couldn't convince herself that this shabbily dressed guy could actually afford to drive this kind of car. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Travel was at the end of the list. There wouldn't really be someone who didn't care about their dress or their family's real estate, and took all their money out to buy a sports car, right? Even so, this car was worth more than her entire fortune. This guy? Don't even talk about a car. You can't even afford a wheel. Lu Xinyu also jumped out immediately after to echo Zhonglan's words. She was never willing to believe that Wang Yi was actually such a hidden tycoon. Wasn't the reason why Lu Xinyu broke up with Tianqiu Ren before she came here because he didn't have any money? Looking at her sisters who grew up together, all of them had gotten married to big money with a decent family, and only she had found an ordinary employee. She was jealous to death. Originally, she thought that Tao Wan'er, although the prettiest of the four, had found a poor man, which still allowed her to feel a little twisted psychological comfort. But now even this small comfort was going to be taken away from her? She could never accept it. Chapter 84 Clarification. Zheng Sweetie also looked at Wang Yi with a look of contempt. Wan Air, this boyfriend of yours is no good. People can't be poor and short of ambition. They are not capable and still like to mouth flowers. Such a man is the most unreliable. However, this world doesn't revolve around anyone, much less the will of mankind, even how unwilling you are to accept it. Facts are facts. Under the three women's horrified gazes, Wang Yi walked to the car door, dropping fingerprint confirmation. Welcome back, master. Please pay attention to safe driving. Accompanied by a crisp and sweet female voice, the yellow Chevrolet seemed to wake up from its slumber and automatically drove out of the parking space, stopping in front of Wang Yi, and also opened the door. Wang Yi smiled back, and his incomparably handsome face only left terror and unknown in the eyes of the three women. Well, this is the same limited edition commemorative sports car from the famous movie Change X King Kong, almost handmade and customized. Each one is globally unique. I let them add some accessories. It's not too expensive. It's just more than 10 million. If there is no this AI system, I'm too lazy to drive this kind of car with this kind of price. A little bit of a drop in price. Meng Zishu and Marriott's mouths twitched. Just over $10 million? You still think it's a bit pricey? This is a naked slap in the face, right? He couldn't even say anything to refute it. He did not forget the information that Wang Yi just revealed. Limited edition sports car, handmade customized, each one is unique in the world, and it costs more than 10 million. What does $10 million mean? Not to mention that they alone, even if the two people together, weighing the sale, but also more than 10 million, right? As for Zheng Sweetie, Zhonglan and Lu Xinyu, they were also looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. More than $10 million? A car cost more than $10 million? Was their understanding of the word car wrong? With Wang Yi's apparent dress, how to look at it was not someone who could afford such an expensive car. Could this car be stolen by him? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Zhonglan shook his head vigorously. Just now the automatic voice in the car of others but sent a message. Fingerprint identification, confirmed that it is the owner of the car. This kind of thing that cannot be made false if you dare to take it out to question Wang Yi. Then it is her own stupidity. Impossible. How can you this guy afford it? It must be you who stole it, right? Lu Xinyu's mouth was faster than her brain, and she directly said what these few people subconsciously thought. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Lu Xinyu couldn't wait to give herself 2 slaps on the face. Obviously she also remembered the scene of fingerprint identification just now. Wang Yi shook his head, revealed a mocking smile, and sat in the car. He ignored Lu Xinyu's questioning and faintly twisted his head to look at Tao Wan'er. It's getting late. Isn't it time to get in the car? Elegant, bland, unconcerned, not even bothering to explain or argue, as if Lu Xinyu was a tiny stone on the side of the road. From the moment they first met, this woman had never been kind to himself, and now he naturally had no need to give her a good look. Right now, Lu Xinyu no longer had half a mind to scorn Wang Yi. Her heart had only been left with spiteful jealousy. Tao Wan'er originally thought that she was the most incapable of emotions and relationships among the sisters, but she didn't expect that she would casually find a boyfriend so soon, or the richest among them. On what grounds? On looks, Tao Wan'er and the four girls outstanding. On family history, Tao Wan'er family also quite assets, at least far more than Lu Xinyu. All grew up together. Why they are all better than her? Unfortunately, people and people are never equal, and there is no why in this world. If Lu Xinyu asked this question to Wang Yi, then Wang Yi would only tell her, "Are you worthy? We'll go over first. Remember to send us the address." Wang Yi, however, didn't even give Zhonglan and the others a second glance, and when he saw Tao Wan'er getting into the car, he reminded Zhang Sweetie and the others, who were still in a daze, and then rolled up the car window. If this group of small-minded women really dared not to tell him the address, then tonight he simply took Tao Wan'er to find a good restaurant to eat a meal, and then took her out to have fun. Don't say they looked down on Wang Yi. Wang Yi from the beginning also did not put them in the eyes. Tao Wan'er sitting in the car froze out of mind. Until now, she is as if in a dream, although she also knows that Wang Yi is from an extraordinary background, but also absolutely did not think that it is so rich. Wang Yi drove the Chevrolet and left in the eyes of a few people who were horrified. He left a disdainful smile on the three women and two men behind him. When Wang Yi bought this car at that time, he was still looking at the fact that Transformer X King Kong was a big hit and was equipped with the most up-to-date artificial intelligence voice system, so he bought a toy with a fun mindset. If it is not because the Bugatti Veyron performance is too scary, in the city simply cannot drive up. Wang Yi afraid to put the engine suffocated. He is not so much as to take a district of $10 million of the car as a daily living machine. Zhang Sweet and other people, if you hear Wang Yi's heart, this moment is afraid to directly pour down a bottle of fast-acting heart pills. Driving a 10 million sports car is still too much. Home has parked another more heavenly Bugatti Veyron. This is a person? They and Wang Yi compared to. I'm afraid that a head crashed in the tofu heart have. Humph, is that kid sick? Obviously so rich and still wearing a cheap athleisure outfit. Lu Xinyu muttered indignantly. Even if one's wealth wasn't exposed, it wasn't so bad to intentionally make people look down on him, right? Is it cool to have to wait for someone to come up and step on it before revealing a thorn in your side? Is there really such a morbid person in this world who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers? Facing Lu Xinyu's words, Zhonglan slowly spoke in a bitter voice. That one. I'm afraid it's not some cheap discounted floor goods. Zhonglan's words attracted the gaze of the crowd. Her family is doing clothing. For this aspect of the eyesight and their individual excellence, Zheng's sweetness, they have always been convinced of Zhonglan's evaluation of clothing. Sister Lan, do you recognize what brand of clothes that surnamed Wang is wearing? Zhonglan's face paled as she spoke helplessly. That's not a brand. I look at the stitching and the lines of the seams. That's clearly a famous tailor family in Europa, making clothes for the nobles for generations. Their goods can't be seen on the market. Can't be seen on the market? Then why was Wang Yi able to wear it on his body? Zhonglan paused and began to explain to the few people. Because all of their family's clothing are purely hand-sewn, each piece is individually customized, unique in the world, and their family simply will not make clothes for people with ordinary status. In addition to the big nobles who are also famous in the circle of aristocrats in Europa, it is only for those who have had a great favor to their family before that they can ask for their family's hand. Chapter 85 Wei Xiao. Zhonglan's words were even more words that made them close their mouths in surprise. If my prediction is good, I'm afraid that those few pieces of clothes alone are more expensive than that Chevrolet. Tens of millions of dollars. After hearing Zhonglan's words, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say for a while. Zhonglan's words proved that Wang Yi wasn't the kind of oddball who took all his money to buy a luxury car just to show off. After all, a single piece of clothing can buy several cars. What did this prove? People Wang Yi was really rich, and rich to the point where they, the small citizens, had their imaginations limited by poverty. Zhang Sweetness couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why didn't you say that just now? But she didn't say this. Things are rare and expensive. The higher the level of things, the more they only circulate in a narrow circle. Zhonglan just being able to recognize it already proves that her eyesight is extraordinary. The likes of her and Lu Xinyu didn't even dare to think of such a ridiculous thing. Bah, really don't know how to live. Think having $2 stinking is a big deal? This is Yandu. Seemingly jealous, Lu Xinyu spat hatefully. Only this time, no one responded to her. Being able to drive a $10 million sports car was not a matter of a bit of stinking money. But this sentence also opened up the minds of everyone present. Zhonglan's eyes immediately lit up. Right, so what if this kid's family is a billionaire? What is he compared to Wei Xiao? Zhonglan's words were also exchanged for the approval of Meng Zishu and Wan Hao and the others. That's right. Compared to Wei Xiao, someone like him is still just a commoner. Since ancient times, people don't fight with officials. Even if he's rich, what's the use of facing the mayor's son? Other people, Wei Xiao's father, is the mayor, and just by opening his mouth and issuing 2 decrees, he can make a business family decline in minutes. Such a status, do not know how many billionaires want to flatter, because less power umbrella. The family again rich is just a cash machine. Originally we're all shocked and desperate. Lu Xinyu also suddenly eyes bright. Right, they still have a chance. Tao Weiner found a boyfriend. It may still be a good thing, because now only present in the single. Then if the Wei Young see, that is the carp jumped the dragon gate, a fly in the sky it. Lu Xinyu looked at the far away direction of the Chevrolet. A spiteful light flashed in her eyes. Zhonglan and the others organized this party, but they didn't want their sisters to hook up with Wei Xiao? Now, since Tao Wanner is not fortunate enough to have you, she can't help but seize this opportunity for herself, so don't hold it against our sisters. At that time, she would finally be able to get rid of the lingering inferiority complex that she felt when facing Tao Wanner, because power inevitably overrides wealth. With Wei Xiao's energy, it wouldn't be a breeze for her to want less money. Even Zhang Sweetie and Zhonglan had to look up to her. Just wait and see. Let's see who will have the last laugh. I'm the most promising of the 4 sisters. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Xinyu could hardly hide the excitement deep inside her heart. Zheng Sweetness and the others naturally had no way of knowing Lu Xinyu's inner dark thoughts. They had just sent the coordinates of the party to Wang Yi at this moment, and then hurriedly started to chase after them. They didn't dare to really hide the address and intentionally ostracize Tao Wanner, because that Wang Yi wasn't a good match at first glance, and if he didn't know the location of the party in the end, I'm afraid that he really dared to leave them behind and take Tao Wanner on his own to get away with it. Before he came, there was only one person Wei Xiao had named, and that was Tao Wanner. This was something that Tao Wanner didn't know, and Lu Xianyu didn't know either. Only Zhang Sweetness and Zhonglan who organized the party and their boyfriends knew. Poor Lu Xinyu's little bit of ambition never had any possibility of being realized from the very beginning. Half an hour later, the crowd finally arrived at the entrance of a nightclub. This was where they had agreed to party. The BMW and Audi had just stopped, and they saw Wang Yi's figure through the car window. At this moment, Wang Yi was carelessly leaning against the side of the Chevrolet playing with his cell phone, and Tao Wanner was still chatting with him. This kind of good company, luxury car in the side of the dude phase, is really too hateful. Meng Zishu and Wan Hao both secretly gritted their teeth in their hearts. Not just rich? You kid wait, Wei Xiao came to see how you still crazy. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz also entered the parking lot. The driver took the initiative to come down and open the door, the car out of a less than 30-year-old youth. Wei Xiao, Meng Zishu and Wan Hao greeted him almost in unison. This person in front of them was not only the protagonist they had invited to today's party, but also the backer they had to curry favor with in the future. Is it Zisu and Xiao Hao? Wei Shangpeng nodded and spoke without thinking. His gaze straightened and roughly swept over the 3 Zhang sweetheart girls before landing directly on Tao Wanner. In terms of posture, Tao Wanner's delicate features, slender limbs, and well-proportioned body shape, while not to exaggerate, was going to overpower the other 3 girls by at least one level. Before he came here today, he had only heard the introductions of Zheng Tian and Zhonglan, but now that he had seen them with his own eyes, Wei Shangpeng immediately recognized which one was his target, Tao Wanner. Meng Zishu and Wan Hao secretly nodded their heads when they saw Wei Shangpeng's expression. It seemed that Wei Xiao was satisfied with the woman he had found. That brat called Wang Yi would have to suffer. Wei Xiao, let me introduce. This is my girlfriend Zhonglan. This is Mr. Wan's girlfriend Zhang Sweetie. These 2 are their girlfriends Tao Wanner and Lu Xianyu. Tao Wanner is still studying at Yandu Academy. Since he knew what Wei Shangpeng liked, Meng Zishu didn't waste any time and immediately went up to Wei Shangpeng and briefly introduced a few girls to him, especially telling him about Tao Wanner's intelligence. Tao Wanner revealed a hint of displeasure. Her own friend had indeed sold her personal information to an outsider without even informing her, a feeling that made her very unhappy, as if she had been betrayed. Lu Xianyu now, however, hated the fact that the one being introduced was herself, not to mention letting someone else reveal her information, even if it was a self-referral, as long as she could get into Wei Xiao's bed. What was it worth? This is the son of the mayor's family. How many rich people are scrambling to please, and there is that girl can refuse him? Unfortunately, her winks were thrown to the blind, because Wei Shangpeng's eyes are now all on Tao Wanner, simply ignoring her. Tao Wanner, on the contrary, was very uncomfortable by that kind of licking gaze, and she undoubtedly tightened her hand that was pulling Wang Yi's hand. Chapter 86 Rejection. Wei Shangping noticed her movements, and only then did he realize the man beside Tao Waner. This one is? He's my boyfriend, Wang Yi. The foresight of her bringing Wang Yi with her now manifested itself as Tao Waner directly made it clear that Wei Shangping already had his heart in the right place, hoping that he would know better. Meng Zishu and Wan Hao's pupils shrunk, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. I didn't expect this woman to be so ungrateful, actually daring to reject Wei Xiao? Out of the duo's expectations, Wei Shangping acted as if he didn't see this small offense. Women, just like cats, chasing her and she runs away, still owe to be tempered. Anyway, up to now, Yandu has not not on the girl. This time he believes there will be no exception. So Wei Shangping did not pick up Tao Waner's words. He intends to side attack. Wei Shangping looked towards Wang Yi's Chevrolet. Wang Yi? Oh, this is a nice car. Yours? Wang Yi nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. Well, it's estimated to be over $10 million. Meng Zishu and Wan Hao looked at each other. Wei Shangping actually didn't have any intention to target Wang Yi at all. In the end, he was the son of the mayor's family. This measure, this bosom, it's not something they can compare. And Wei Shangping's vision made them secretly surprised. Wei Xiao has good eyesight. He actually guessed it. We thought this car was only $5 million before. Wei Shangping nodded, satisfied with Meng Zishu and Wan Hao's concurrence. This is not attributed to my eyesight. You guys know about Ruicheng Group's boss Lin, right? Wan Hao revealed a somewhat confused look, while Meng Zishu had a look of sudden realization. Ah, it's that boss Lin who deals with automobiles? That's right, old Lin insisted on giving me this car, so I knew about it. Only how can we accept it? I just gave it a refusal. What does it mean to pretend like the wind? Wei Shangping consciously pretending to be a good pussy. He finished his words with a high and mighty look, waiting for the rain of bragging and concurring to fall on the self-conscious body. But waiting and waiting. Seems like the atmosphere of the scene is not quite right. Ha ha, ah ha ha. Wei Xiao is worthy of being a model for young people. Yes, Wei Xiao is really high style. 10 million said to refuse. Ordinary people which have you so decisive. Meng Zishu and Wan Hao reacted, and hurriedly opened their mouths to pat Wei Shangping on the back. However, when these words fell on his ears, he only felt uncomfortable how to listen to them. Why is this ass-kissing so forced? Wei Shangping did not know. Wang Yi also said before this car is the world's unique customized commemorative edition. If just that boss Lin if really can give him. How now Wang Yi here still listened to the same one it. The bullskin blew through, especially in the eyes of Meng Zishu and other people in the know. To be more awkward, how can they agree with Wei Xiao? Especially Wei Shangping still looks like a smug and completely unaware of the situation. People Wei Xiao wouldn't lie. At least there was no need to lie about such a trivial matter. This boss Lin was too hateful. He must be bragging. Maybe Wei Xiao himself refused at that time, and that boss Lin was still breathing a huge sigh of relief in his heart. It's all Ruicheng Group's boss Lin's fault. Several people present unanimously tried to convince themselves with this reason. As for Wang Yi, he just smiled faintly and pressed on, not wanting to say anything more. Anyway, he just accompanied one heir to attend a party. This kid was willing to fight against the heir, so let him pretend. Anyway, poking and prodding him is not good for him. It's kinda hilarious to see him bragging about it. Cough cough. Wei Xiao, it's getting late. Let's go in. Wan Hao was the first to react and changed the topic. Right. Eat, drink, sing, bath and massage. This nightclub's packages all provide a one-stop entertainment. Wei Xiao, you must eat, drink and play well today. Let's not get drunk. Meng Zishu quickly interface. They have spent a lot of effort to get on Wei Shangping. This line is to take advantage of this opportunity to get some benefits from his hands. Cannot have half a bit of negligence, or let Wei Shangping have a poor experience of pretending feeling. The people around no words, one after another into the door of the nightclub. Waiting until the wine had passed 3 rounds and the food had passed 5 flavors, they arrived in the private room where they sang. Tao Wan Er originally wanted to sit with Wang Yi, but was pulled to one side by Zhong Lan's 3 women, while Wang Yi and Wei Shangping and the other men sat together. And seeing the way the men and women were separated into separate seats, she was too embarrassed to get up again. On the other side, Wei Shangping was carrying a bottle of wine in one hand. The other hand was still pinching the Cuban cigar offered by Meng Zishu, and he was looking at Wang Yi with a posture of a senior. Little Wang, what does the family do? Wang Yi frowned, not only because of Wei Shangping's old-fashioned tone, but also because he didn't like the smell of smoke. There are always men who feel that in order to reflect their manhood, or in order to reflect their status, they need to smoke and drink and tattoo, making their own good skin a mess. But Wang Yi never felt he needed these things to emphasize his temperament. Wine words as a drink. Wang Yi liked to taste the shallow taste, but it is impossible to drink like water to pour himself drunk. Not to mention in the role of the Ghost Valley Inner Meridian, almost no wine can make him drunk. As for cigarettes, he didn't even touch them. This kind of hurt the body of things. Wang Yi did not have a hobby of chronic suicide. His life is still long. Health are too late. Overall, this Wei Shangpeng, very annoying. A little bit of small business, a little bit of everything. Wang Yi impatiently replied. Originally there is no obligation and an outsider to disclose the bottom of the family. And now he is even more than even the surface of the introduction is lazy to say. Simply directly put off the past. Wei Shangpeng, however, as if he didn't see Wang Yi's impatience, didn't have the slightest intention of letting him off the hook. This cannot be a Wang. These days also rely on speculation to do a little business cannot become a big climate. Now the market tends to be saturated. No core competitiveness of their own, sooner or later to be eliminated. Wang Yi frowned slightly. Xiao Wang? The entire Yandu. In addition to those few old men, there is actually someone who dares to call himself his elder? Wei Shangpeng couldn't see anyone else's face at all right now because he was drunk, and he was even stealing joy in his heart. Back then, relying on the policy, the coast a lot of people do foreign trade to make a fortune by earning the difference in price. But in his view, it is a group of unemployed hooligans and rogues. Playing a little smart boomers ultimately cannot be on the stage, but also cannot be sustained. Meng Zixu and Wan Hao also looked like they suddenly realized. No wonder Wang Yi is so rich. The original is a trading individual. As long as it wasn't some hidden mansion son of the family. Facing Wei Xiao, what big waves could it make?